Ding! Golden Emperor Fan Tianyan detected. That system notification was the first sign. 11 years old, and suddenly I had the endless devouring system. I could absorb anything Dochi, treasures, even souls. My stats skyrocketed. I instantly became a 1-star fighter, something unheard of in Wutan City. Sooner, my little sister noticed it first, her eyes wide with wonder. Then, my little brother, Yen, swore he'd surpass me. Ha! Little did he know, I could now add an attribute fire. My wood-type Dochi is now paired with scorching flames, making my power even crazier. My cultivation speed exploded, doubling, tripling. I could crush rocks with one hand. Even Ling Ying, who underestimated me, whispered about my exceptional talent. But the best part? My system can devour souls. It's just a matter of time before I unlock that one, and then the fun really begins. Evening in Wutan City, in the Xiao family backyard. Ouch! That was little Yen tumbling out the door, landing hard on the grass. Brother, be gentle, he whined, rubbing his rear. I emerged from the doorway. Little Yenzi, it's almost dark. Why are you sneaking into Sunner's room? My 11 or 12-year-old self, but with a mind far older, watched him. He looked only 6, but inside, well, let's just say I knew better than to be caught snooping in a girl's room. He felt guilty, I could tell. Funny, because I'd been doing the exact same thing for months. He mumbled, I'm nourishing Sunner's meridians. It helps her training. I chuckled. With your measly 2 levels of fighting spirit? You've got the nerve to talk about meridian nourishment? I gave him a playful swat on the head, then glanced at Sunner peeking around the corner. Little brother, your skills are too weak. Let your big brother handle Sunner's muscle refinement. With that, I sent him sprawling again. He shrieked, landed with a thud, and sulked. Brother, I'm not a ball. You kicked me twice. I put my hands behind my back, adopting a stately pose. Go practice. You've got talent, don't waste it here. He scrambled up, furious. Fine, big brother. I'll surpass you and kick your ass someday. Good luck with that, I replied, grinning, dismissing the boy who was really an adult trapped in a child's body. I turned to the purple-hued doorway. Sunner giggled, clearly amused by my treatment of Yen. I approached the 5-year-old, her skin like carved jade. Sunner, let's continue with your meridian nourishment. Her big eyes looked up at me, she nodded obediently. Thank you, Brother Ding. I pinched her cheek, eliciting more laughter. She's so adorable, no wonder the whole family dotes on her. After a brief playful tussle, we settled on the bed. I placed my hand on her back, focused, and channeled my fighting spirit, slowly cleansing and refining her meridians. Ding! Golden Emperor Fan Tianyan detected. Insufficient level, the function to devour different fires is not yet activated. My system notification popped up. It's been more than 10 years since my soul arrived in this world, becoming Xiao Ding, heir to the Xiao family. My trusty time traveler's system has been with me the whole time. It's called the Endless Devouring System. I can absorb the essence of virtually anything. Dochi, treasures, different fires, elixirs, even souls and techniques all fuel my growth. But my current level limits what I can absorb, it's also limited by contact. My level is tied to my strength, each level in fighting spirit is 1 system level. A 1-star fighter is level 11. The level dictates my system's absorption capacity and harvest rate. The absorption rate is measured in multiples of my cultivation speed. For example, at level 1, I could absorb double what I'd normally cultivate. My harvest rate is the system's share of the essence. At level 1, it's 1%. At level 100, it's 100% all mine. Thanks to this, in the 7 years since I started cultivation at 4, I've far surpassed my peers. I'm already considered the Xiao family's, even Wutan City's, top genius. Even now, I'm replenishing my Dochi reserves with what the system absorbs. Brother Ding, did you just condense your Dochi whirlwind and advance to Doja? Sunner's eyes lit up. You're sharp, Sunner. You're the first to notice, I complimented her. She truly does possess extraordinary sensitivity, the strongest Do D bloodline in the ancient clan. Brother Ding, you refine my meridians every day, she said, a flowery smile brightening her face, and I can feel the difference between Dochi and Doja. Congratulations, Brother Ding, she continued, exhibiting a maturity beyond her years. You're a fighter at 11. That's unheard of in Wutan City, perhaps even the Jama Empire. Shoo, I hushed her. Keep it quiet. I don't want to attract attention. I'd been deliberately obscuring my strength, secretly absorbing Do Chi, only appearing to be at the 9th stage of fighting spirit. A prodigy, but not a monster yet. Until I have the backing and power, discretion is key. I won't say anything, she assured me, her dimple deepening. Someone else overheard. A voice murmured in the shadows, that boy's sharp, and his talent is exceptional. He'll go far. Perhaps he'll revive our waning Shao clan. It seemed even Ling Ying underestimated me. My cultivation speed at age 11 was rivaling the ancient clan's core members. Fighting spirit cultivation is slow, many never reach fighter status until their 20s. He sighed and melted back into the night. The purer dochi I used tonight resulted in Sooner soon becoming drenched in sweat. Brother Ding, I'm so hot, but in a good way, she said, perspiration glistening on her skin. That's enough for tonight, I said, withdrawing my dochi. I wiped her sweat with a silk scarf and checked my system. I'd broken through, a new category should be unlocked. My system usually unlocks new absorption types every 10 levels. Level 1 allowed dochi absorption, now at 11, there should be something new. I wonder what it is. Owner, Shao Ding level, 11 cultivation, 1-star fighter devour upper limit, 11 times sharing ratio, 11% types of devouring, dochi, drugs. To be unlocked, devour attribute, wood, attribute +1, can increase one attribute of the host, please choose. My eyes widened. Not only could I now devour more medicines, but I could also add a new attribute. Previously, I could only absorb wood attribute dochi, I wasn't in a rush to find Yao Lao. It's rare for a wood attribute fighter to become an alchemist. But now, I could add an attribute. Without hesitation, I chose fire. Wood fuels fire, together they'll be incredibly powerful. That reward? Not only would it make me a top-notch pharmacist, but I'd also learn Yao Lao's unique burning skill. And Fenju's ability to absorb different fires perfectly complemented my system. I immediately claimed it. You may add a basic attribute. Choose from metal, fire, water, earth, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme, thunder, ice, light, and darkness. Your choice is final. The prompt stared back. After careful consideration, I chose fire. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme and thunder are potent, but fire is far more valuable at this stage. The moment I decided, a strange energy surged through me, and the fire attribute Do-Chi in the air suddenly became clearer. I could absorb fire attribute Do-Chi, a fire attribute talent. Sooner, have a bath and sleep well, I'm leaving, I said, wiping her sweat and patting her head before leaping from the bed. She watched me go, a blush on her cheeks, murmuring, wood makes fire. Brother Xiaoding's wood attribute Do-Chi suits my constitution perfectly. Back in my room, I began training immediately. My mind delved into my body, focusing on my dantian. Becoming a doja means more than a Do-Chi cyclone, it's the ability to see inside myself. The stronger I get, the more detail I can perceive, improving my body and Do-Chi control. In my dantian, a light green cyclone spun, absorbing energy from the world. Beside it sat a fiery red point of light, pulsating with intense energy. Below them, a bottomless black hole housed both cyclones. Hey, the fire attribute energy isn't in the wood attribute cyclone? I was surprised. Was the system telling me to cultivate another cyclone? Most people cultivate one cyclone, I thought. But I have a system. Wouldn't it be wasteful to ignore that extra energy? It hit me. My energy distribution is 11%, but my system absorbs 11 times more than I do through cultivation. The Do-Chi the system gathers is far greater than what I personally cultivate. The only difference was quality, the quantity vastly outstripped mine. Even if I dedicated all that fire attribute energy to a separate cyclone, it wouldn't significantly impact my cultivation speed. In a few more levels, I'd surpass other fighters at my level. I started training, personally absorbing Do Chi to strengthen my wood attribute energy while letting the system devour all the fire attribute energy to cultivate the fire cyclone. As a fighter, forming the fire cyclone was fairly straightforward, and I managed it in a single night. My cultivation speed for both was the same. I split the system's energy evenly between both cyclones, ensuring neither suffered. Knock knock. Brother, are you awake? That Galio kid wants a rematch, a clear voice called from outside. I stopped training, opened the door, and let an 8 or 9-year-old boy in. It was my younger brother, Xiaoli. He's a bit softer-faced than I am. Brother, whether you fight him or not, I want to beat him up, Xiaoli said fiercely. I shrugged. A 5th-stage fighter? Why bother? Big brother, I'm only at the 5th stage too, Xiaoli mumbled, embarrassed. Don't feel bad. You're 3 years younger. In 3 years, you'll be a 9th-stage fighter easily, I reassured him. I was 2 years older than Xiaoli, 5 than Xiaoyan, and a year younger than Galio. Yet 6 months ago, I'd easily defeated Galio at the 9th stage. He's likely brought back up this time. Still, I'm not keen on bullying children. Yeah, we shouldn't waste time on him, Xiaoli agreed, giving up the fight. I overheard Dad talking about the Warcraft Mountains. Can we go? If you ask, Dad would say yes. I shook my head. We're too young. The Warcraft Mountains are dangerous. Dad wouldn't let us go. We need more training. A 1-star fighter isn't enough. Focus on training. Opportunities will come later. Right, Xiaoli said, respecting my decision. After Xiaoli left to train, I decided to visit Yao Lao. The 3 of us have separate courtyards. As I walked, I saw Xiaoyan sprawled on the grass. Why aren't you training? I demanded. He looked sadly at the black ring on his finger, his mother's last gift. Brother, I miss Mother. Life and death are natural. Mother was weak, and she left early, I sighed. I'd spent the most time with her. My system is unforgiving, it couldn't help me save her in the womb. That's why I'm so cautious now, I don't want to die young like she did. Was it because I was born? Xiao Yan blamed himself. Xiao Yan is our most gifted brother, a once-in-a-century genius, but his birth took a heavy toll on Mother. I couldn't tell him that, so I took the ring. I'll keep this safe for you. Don't dwell on it, it'll affect your training. I took it, conveniently seizing the moment. He protested, give it back. It's from Mother. Keep the memory, the ring will hinder your cultivation, I said, putting it on my hand. Ding. Soul body detected. Insufficient level, soul devouring function not activated. The system's improvement thrilled me. It can devour souls eventually. I kicked Xiao Yan playfully. Go train. Strength is key. You don't want weakness to prevent you from saving loved ones later. He glared, but he knew I meant well. With Xiao Yan back to training, my smile vanished. Xiao Yanzi, your big brother has a system. I know things about the future. I'll deal with Grandpa, and it'll pay off handsomely. I sat, preparing to train, but didn't immediately absorb Yao Lao's energy. I'm cautious dealing with a newcomer. I trained as usual, but after a fortnight, the Do Chi I'd absorbed disappeared. I investigated but found nothing. My low cultivation made tracing the cause impossible. I didn't fake it. If I hadn't known about Yao Lao, I'd have thought it was some strange illness like Xiaoyan's. Just drain the old man dry, I'll get my money's worth and more. I thought, continuing my training. Yao Lao wouldn't detect my system, he'd assume it was an exceptional bloodline. My cultivation speed slowed by half. The system could now absorb void Do Chi in medicines. I need to take a medicine to help Yao Lao recover faster. I need that burning formula, I decided. As a doja, I need advanced techniques, and the burning formula is ideal. It's weak initially but has great potential. I took all my money, plus my brother's, and went to the market. I didn't want pills, I planned to secretly buy herbs and experiment. Medicine, I figured, had to start with its ingredients. My eyes scanned the market stalls: herbs, medicines, weapons, monster cores, the works. I stopped at a ginseng pile, picking one up. Ding! Medicinal materials detected. Meets devouring conditions. Initiate devouring? Boss, how much for this? I asked calmly. 10 gold coins for small ones, 20 for large, the old vendor replied, puffing on his pipe. I'll buy a lot, give me a discount, I said. A few hundred gold coins was all I had. Over, gold coins, percent off. Gold coins, percent off. Gold coins, percent off, he said gruffly. Bulk discounts were standard. I bought ginseng, angelica, and a dozen other herbs, mostly tonics, with some wound healing and detoxifying ones. I spent every coin. Back home, I asked a servant for hot water, then removed my ring, a subtle way to check on Yao Lao's condition while supposedly bathing. In the steaming water, I devoured a ginseng. Pure medicinal energy, no impurities, flooded my body, warming me from within. After training, some energy transformed into do qi, the rest strengthened my body and sped up my do qi absorption. It works. The system only extracts the essence, otherwise, eating ginseng alone would do little, I mused, looking at the shriveled, dull, rotten remains of the ginseng. I crushed it with a snap. Completely rancid, no essence left. The system had thoroughly absorbed it. I devoured the rest of the herbs, wave after wave of pure medicinal energy surging through me. It was 10 times stronger than simply consuming the herbs. This multiplies the herb's value, perfect for someone as broke as me, I thought happily, absorbing more energy. These tonics were potent, they strengthened my body in cultivation, rivaling precious pills. I devoured healing herbs, repairing hidden injuries. And calming herbs calmed my mind, eliminating distractions and sharpening my do qi senses. I combined absorption like a pharmacist, blending ingredients, nearly doubling my cultivation speed. Half a day later, I stopped, my face flushed. My cultivation had significantly improved, I'd barely used a 20th of the herbs. This was incredibly cost-effective. Similar pills would cost 100 times more. Even without pills, this is superior and has no side effects, I was pleased. I devoured only the purest essence, pills contain toxins, limiting consumption. This method completely outperforms pill consumption. I could even create potent combinations. The problem? Even the cheapest pills cost thousands of gold coins, unaffordable for now. Ah, but there's a little rich girl, I smirked. I climbed out of the tub, washed off the herb residue, donned my clothes and ring, and headed to Suner's room. I kept the ring to maintain the illusion of using medicine. Ugh, it smells like medicine. Brother Xiaoding, what's going on? Suner wrinkled her nose. I've been a bit under the weather, I stammered. I'd gotten used to the smell. Brother Xiaoding, are you sick? She looked distressed, touching my forehead. A minor cultivation issue, a few herbs fixed it, I said, rubbing her head. Let's do our daily exercise. No. You're not feeling well, she protested, arms crossed. My cultivation is strong enough, helping you is child's play. It won't drain much do qi, but how long can you endure it? I grinned, seating her for meridian refinement. Her eyes shone with warmth. She had no family here, my concern meant a lot. Half an hour later, I wiped her sweat. Then, I coughed. Father said you have lots of pocket money. Could I borrow some? She smiled. I'm 5 years old, should I lend money to my brother? I felt a little embarrassed but recovered quickly. I don't treat you as a child, but as my younger sister. Her smile widened. She retrieved a black card. Thank you, Suner. I'll pay you back. I pinched her cheek, taking the card. Lending money has a condition, no more face pinching, she declared, escaping my grasp.
Fine. Head pats instead.
Good night, I said, leaving her slightly annoyed. I felt relaxed. I'd started this to prevent Xiaoyan from wasting dochi on Sooner, but after a year, she's so cute.
It's a relaxing break from training.
This card has gold coins.
That should last a while.
I grinned, heading back to train. I didn't rush to buy pill ingredients but continued with cheap herbs.
It's best to take things slowly. Powerful herbs could overwhelm my absorption limits.
Cheap herbs cost 200 to 300 gold coins a month. I even found cheaper ones with surprisingly good results, dropping costs to 150 gold coins a month. With the herbs, my cultivation was % faster than usual, even with 2 dochi cyclones and despite Yao Lao's influence.
Sooner's loan would last me a long time.
2 years passed. I turned 13. I spent most of that time training, aside from Sooner's meridian refinement and family events. My brothers trained harder too, progressing quickly. My cultivation broke through again today, 8 starfighter. Thanks to Yao Lao leeching my dochi, I'd reached 7 stars in 2 years, a far cry from where Xiaoyan would have been. I frowned, looking at the herb residue everywhere. My system's dochi supply increased with my level. At level 18, the system absorbed over 3 times the energy I'd normally gather. But the benefit from ordinary herbs was decreasing faster, slowing my progress.
Plus, I owed Sooner 2 years' worth of money.
Time for Yao Lao to pay back the debt, I decided, showering to remove the herb smell. In my room, I stared at the black ring. You've been draining my dochi for 2 years.
Time to react, right? I said coldly, planning to force him out. He'd likely already awakened.
While he only appeared after 3 years with Xiaoyan, his cautious nature means he woke up earlier.
My cultivation far surpassed Xiaoyan's at the same level. I'd absorbed far more energy.
2 years was more than enough for him to recover.
No response.
If you don't come out, I'll give this ring to a powerful family for research. They'll study this dochi absorbing thing, I sneered, referencing the Nalan family's phoneme alphabet equals IPA page equals clause close / phoneme ties and their fighter king's willingness to research such anomalies.
The ring vibrated. Careful little friend, wise as a fox.
You even found the source of my dochi absorption, an old voice echoed, and a transparent figure Yao Lao emerged, looking helpless.
He looked bewildered. 2 years of draining my dochi, and I'm still this strong? And I found him? I remained calm.
So, you're a soul body.
You've been a powerful person, perhaps a pharmacist? I asked Yao Lao. Remarkably young man.
I didn't expect such a talent in this small town, he marveled, surprised by my composure.
It's from reading, I grinned, confidently lying to him. I knew his background but still asked, what's your story? He sighed. My name is Yao.
I was a powerful pharmacist. I had an accident, my body destroyed, forcing me to sleep within this ring. I apologize for absorbing your dochi, I had no ill intent.
I know.
You don't seem villainous, but you need to compensate me for those 2 years, I stated, cutting to the chase. I didn't want to push him too hard.
He relaxed. Compensation was acceptable. What do you want? He asked kindly.
You risked exposure rather than absorb my dochi, implying you were phoneme alphabet equals IPA page equals clause close / phoneme to awakening.
What's the value of saving your life? I asked meaningfully.
He cursed me under his breath but smiled.
You are my savior. Anything you want. The most valuable thing you have, preferably a technique. I lack a high-level technique. You're powerful, do you have a heavenly grade technique? I demanded, pointing at my Fenju. You're demanding. He grumbled. Not everyone has a heavenly grade technique. I think you do. Why the change of heart? I challenged him. He sputtered in anger. I don't have a heavenly grade technique. But I have something possibly even more potent. However, it's extremely risky. I wouldn't dare to practice it myself. Fine. If you won't, perhaps I can. Show me, I said boldly. He shook his head. Once you know, you'll reconsider. He produced a simple black scroll. This is my most cherished technique, extremely risky. I snatched it, the scroll's information flooded my mind. He was stunned. Didn't you want to hear about the risks first? A hard-earned technique must be extraordinary. I'll practice it regardless of the risk. Why waste time? I shrugged, absorbing the technique's information. He shook his head. You're overconfident. Don't blame me if you die. He saw me begin practicing immediately, eyes closed. He was furious. He'd offered a kind warning, but I didn't appreciate it. I wasn't afraid of Fenju's dangers. My brother could practice it without a system. What was I afraid of? I needed a technique since becoming a doja, but I'd waited for Fenju. As I practiced Fenju, my Dantian's 2 cyclones spun faster. The fire attribute cyclone darkened to pale yellow. The wood attribute cyclone remained green. My attributes were tied to my system. Fenju only altered my cultivation method, not my attributes. My cyclone stored energy after the system devoured it. Next, I'll make medicine as a part-time job to repay you, I said cheerfully, opening my eyes. His face darkened. Is that enough compensation? Of course not. We're cooperating. You regain your strength, I get rewards. We both win. I explained. What a cunning fox, he muttered, realizing he'd fallen into a deep hole. Don't worry. I'm a good person, you won't lose out by following me. He stared. Those words sounded like a gangster talking to his underling. He gave up, providing a prescription and returning to his ring. Buy these herbs. I can only refine low-level medicine with my current strength. It was the Foundation Establishment's spiritual liquid. He's still very weak. I have my system, so I didn't need pills. I let him refine medicine mainly to make money. Besides murder, alchemy is the fastest way to make money on this continent. Using Sooner's card, I went to the market, buying the herbs with the remaining money. Due to my budget constraints, some ingredients were barely at the minimum quality. Back home, I placed the herbs on the table, shouting, "Yao Lao, get to work." He floated out, fuming. He considered me his servant, not a partner. You're too grumpy. Why always be sullen? I joked. I owe you a debt from a past life, he grumbled, ignoring me as he began refining the herbs. I watched silently. Bone spirit cold fire? Just looking at it felt incredibly dangerous. It's the most powerful thing on this continent. Boy, want to learn? Yao Lao asked, seeing my intense focus. If so, become my apprentice. No. This is repayment for teaching me alchemy. I'll call you senior, I replied, shaking my head. I had my own plans. I couldn't become his apprentice yet. We weren't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme enough, especially after I'd threatened him. Later would be better. Boy, countless people want to be my apprentice. They'd stretch from here to the Warcraft Mountains, he exclaimed. I don't care, I said dismissively. He swore he'd never met someone so cheeky. He wanted to punch me. Grumbling, he refined the Foundation Establishment's spiritual liquid, bottling it and tossing it to me. Use this for a medicinal bath. It's only suitable for fighters. Even with your cultivation, it won't be enough. My soul power is too weak to refine stronger ones. I'm selling this, I said, eyeing the light green liquid. Time to use other people's resources to make money. You're the resource, are you trying to work me to death? He grumbled. Refining 10 batches daily should be easy for a high-level pharmacist like you, I suggested. I just recovered. 5 batches then? 3. Fine. 3 batches should make good money, I said, holding the liquid. He'd talked himself into it. He didn't understand this city's market. 3 batches monthly would make me rich. For high-grade liquid medicine, I avoided street stalls and ordinary markets, not enough buyers, and no privacy. I went to Middle's auction house.
As a Jama Empire auction house, this was Wutan City's most luxurious place. The grand building was bustling.
I wore black clothes and a cloak. At 13, I'm almost 1.7 meters tall. The cloak made me look almost fully grown.
Still, I added shoe lifts and padded my clothes to look fatter. This was nothing new. I strode confidently into the auction house, ignoring the guards.
I bumped into someone as I entered. A delicate fragrance filled my nose.
"Oof," she whispered, clutching her forehead. My hand steadied her as I supported her. "Excuse me," I apologized, getting a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme. Look at her.
My eyes widened.
She was about my age, mature beyond her years, in a short red skirt and silver belt, showing a hint of skin. Her legs were long and shapely. Her hair was dark and glossy, her eyes long and alluring, her lips full, her skin flawless with a little baby fat, enhancing her beauty.
She was sexy and enchanting with youthful playfulness. Sex appeal beats cuteness any day. Sooner's cuteness is like a kitten, this is different. Under my gaze, Yafei blushed, stepping back. I was rushing and didn't notice. "You work here, right?" "I'm not familiar with this place, can you show me around?" I asked, noting the auction house symbol on her shoulder. "Of course, honored guest," she said, smiling gently. She seemed to be practicing her guest interactions. "I'm here to sell something," I replied, scanning the hall.
She led the way skillfully to the appraisal room.
"I don't know your name."
For the first time, I was interested in a peer.
"Yafei." "Yafei," I paused, staring. "A Middle family member. No wonder she's so beautiful." She sensed my gaze. "Is something wrong?" "No, it's a pretty name." "Interested in becoming friends?" I flirted instinctively.
She smiled awkwardly. Yafei is still young. My adult soul, combined with my disguised appearance, made her see me as a mature man, not a teenager. "We'll get to know each other soon," I said smoothly, handing her the medicine bottle as we reached the appraisal room.
An hour later, Yafei guided me out, enthusiastic and respectful. "He's an alchemist." I didn't realize.
"I have so much to learn," she whispered, watching me go. "This client is important, he could help my career."
I ensured no one followed before touching my ring. Yao Lao, nobody's following. Careful planning.
"You made sure, then made sure asterisk I asterisk made sure," he approved.
"Anything?" "No." He was sulking again.
"Good." I removed my disguise.
"Yao Lao, put this away." "Am I your storage?
Or should I say, you're raising rats?"
I teased.
He gritted his teeth and stowed my things, determined to recover and leave me. I felt lighter, buying herbs on the way. The Foundation establishment spiritual liquid sold for over 3,000 gold coins, enough for over 20 herbs, after repaying sooner.
I bought some monster cores at the auction house.
At an inn, I placed my herbs on the table.
"Yao Lao, get to work." He floated out, scowling. 3 batches daily? This is a week's worth."
"You can do it all at once or spread it out," I said, shrugging.
"You seem upset." "I'm a top alchemist. Dozong asked for my help."
"I don't have time for your games," he snapped. "Then work on your temper," I said matter-of-factly.
He nearly choked. Did I just dismiss a Dozong's request? And tell him to improve his temper?
Ignoring him, I looked at the herbs, thinking about today's success. "Your liquid is incredibly profitable. Over 20 times the raw materials value. With more cooperation, you might become the richest man in Wutan City within half a year, 10 years at most," I said. "I'll be rich, but you'll work me to death," he retorted, angrily beginning to refine the herbs.
"No, I'll give you plenty of rest. How about half your day refining medicine and a day off weekly?" I suggested, thinking of the 996 work schedule. It seemed perfect for Yao Lao, he doesn't eat or sleep.
His beard bristled.
I'm a distinguished alchemist, not a mine worker.
If you disrespect me, I'll leave.
This is for your own good. More money means we both get what we need.
I level up faster, and you recover faster, I argued earnestly. He frowned, realizing the benefits, then shook his head.
Why do I feel like you're trying to exploit me? How could I exploit you, an old man? I'm a pure person, I retorted. Purity doesn't describe you.
If you were pure, would you massage a little girl daily? He countered, a skeptical look on his face.
You're not pure. Phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals either/phoneme. You peeped at me. I treat Sooner like a younger sister.
Even if you had ideas, they'd be impossible until she's older, I stated righteously. She's still too young, I wouldn't consider anything.
But when she's older, well, that's another story.
Your mouth could get you into Do Wong's ranks, he scoffed.
Do Wong? You underestimate me. My goal is world number 1.
I declared confidently. He felt sick, turning back to his work. I've lived for ages, and I've never seen anyone so brazen. I'm not thick-skinned for vanity's sake.
I don't deceive anyone or anger people needlessly. Being thick-skinned doesn't hurt, I said calmly.
He shook his head, slightly touched. Sometimes, he was too self-conscious, missing opportunities and leaving regrets. He surprisingly agreed with my words. 3 batches, then the rest tomorrow, he said, looking at the herbs. Okay. Clean up, I'll train, I said, taking a sip of tea and beginning to practice.
He nodded.
I was hardworking, even if my mouth was foul. He couldn't take me as an apprentice, but perhaps as a friend. Xiaoyan, on the other hand, was far more obedient. Comparison truly highlights differences. He missed the ring's previous owner.
He could have manipulated Xiaoyan easily. But this fox was diligently training. Aren't you interested in watching me work?
Most alchemists only dream of this, he grumbled.
If you do this daily, you'll burn out.
I'll appreciate it this time, I replied calmly.
He wasn't pleased.
His alchemy was apparently tedious. Finished, he said dejectedly, vanishing back into the ring.
Quick! Let's increase your workload,
I declared, capitalistic spirit at full strength.
I don't want to talk to you.
I want to throw strange flames at you, he grumbled from the ring. Keep quiet, then, I said, putting away the Foundation Establishment spiritual liquid, gleefully muttering, with gold coins daily, I'll be Wutan City's richest man soon. I left discreetly, removing my cloak in a back alley and returning it to Yao Lao's ring.
I heard shouting nearby. Children fighting.
A bunch of kids, I muttered, continuing on my way.
Xiao Ding. Stop running.
A boy, about 13 or 14, handsome and pale, rushed out from a nearby alley.
Galileo. Galileo? Which kid are you bullying?
I asked, crossing my arms, looking at him. He was a year older than me, always competitive and enjoyed going to brothels.
I'd subdued him before.
He seems more confident now. He took a step back.
He'd lost to me before.
Without his fighter-level guards, he wouldn't be so bold. Several bruised teenagers emerged, followed by a long-legged girl, around 11 or 12. She was already attractive, with a shapely figure and pretty face. A boy, around Xiaoyan's age, with panda eyes, trailed behind.
Xiao Yu, Xiao Ning. Ready for a fight? I asked. They seemed to be my family members.
Brother Ding, he was bothering my sister. Xiao Ning said, pointing at Galileo.
What do you mean bothering?
I saw something on her leg and tried to help, Galileo sneered.
I invited your sister out, and you dare to scold me?
Xiao Yu spat,
who wants to go out with you?
She knew his reputation, a 14-year-old who'd preyed on many girls.
I have something on my leg too.
Wipe it off, I said to Galileo, pointing at my thigh. He'd come to my family, I wouldn't be gentle. His eyes darkened. He signaled a burly man.
I've wanted to beat you up.
Tiniu, teach this kid a lesson. Tinio, one of his 3 fighters, charged, his arm thicker than my thigh, aiming a powerful slap.
Fighting spirit glowed faintly.
I sidestepped his attack with ease and countered with a blow, snapping his leg. He screamed, but my fist smashed into his face. He went down. Xiao Yu was shocked.
Galio, you think 3 fighters can beat me?
I didn't want to bother with trash, but your ignorance demands a lesson. I activated my wood cyclone, wiping blood from my fist. He was terrified. I still have 2 fighters.
2 more trash bags, I sneered, charging forward. Bang! 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 Cracks echoed as joints broke and noses bled.
I attacked their vulnerable points, using techniques from my past life.
They were screaming in agony. Xiao Ning was dumbfounded. Damn it!
You're really a fighter, Galio seethed. He'd been trying to confirm my strength for 2 years, but I'd stayed home. He was even stronger than he expected.
Oh, so sour. Yao Lao and I hit the 9th stage of Dochi 2 years ago. Is breaking through to dojo that hard?
I sneered, walking towards Galio.
He looked terrified, stumbling back. No! Don't hit me! I'm the Jala family's young patriarch, *snap.
My slap sent him flying.
He landed hard, rolling twice.
He spat out blood and teeth, his cheek swelled instantly.
He stammered, Xiao Ding, I *snap. Another slap, this time on the other cheek. Perfect symmetry, I muttered, nodding with satisfaction.
I noticed Xiao Ning's black eye, and punched Galio again, giving him a matching one.
He stared blankly. Don't mess with my family.
I'm not interested in bullying trash, I said, patting his swollen face. I then kneed his chin, sending him flying into a heap, unconscious. Xiao Ning and the others watched in shock.
I clapped my hands and strolled away. Why did I bully kids again? It's unreasonable. Next time, I'll pick on adults. I thought. Galio was too weak, it's like an adult bullying a child. What satisfaction is there in that? Unless you're a psychopath.
Brother Ding, a clear voice followed me. It was Xiao Yu, tall and beautiful, blushing, her eyes full of admiration.
Thank you for helping us. Another beauty. Good luck, boy, Yao Lao teased.
Old man, stop peeking, I grumbled.
Can I even shut up, he retorted.
Ignoring him, I looked at Xiao Yu's attractive features. She wasn't a direct descendant, so maybe under my gaze, she blushed, fidgeting.
It's nothing. We're family.
I had to help, I smiled.
Go practice. Next time, handle perverts like Galio yourself.
I will, she replied happily. Her brother, Xiao Ning, asked curiously, Brother Ding, how old are you?
A few stars matter to non-doja? I glanced at him.
Focus on Dochi, don't waste time fighting. I walked away, leaving the others thoughtful.
The gap between the Xiao, Gu, and Soul clans is huge. Besides Xiao Yan, the others lack talent.
They'll be insignificant outside Wutan City, I sighed, thinking of Xiao Yu and her siblings.
I can't wait for the Dodi bloodline to activate, I need to invest in the clansmen.
I told Yao Lao, I'll work overtime and make an extra batch of Foundation Establishment liquid daily. He emerged, indignant.
Do you respect your elders? I'm weak, I'm almost transparent. You want me to work more?
Overtime is a capitalist's conscience. I stated seriously. More work, more rewards.
What's a capitalist? They don't sound good.
And you have a conscience? He scoffed.
I refuse. Find someone else. Dare to refuse? I'll sell you.
I threatened. I'd rather die than be exploited by you, he declared defiantly.
How about I let you absorb, % more dochi? I offered. %.
I'm exhausted, he countered, then relented. He could recover on his own, but my offer would speed things up.
Deal. I grinned. He was suspicious. Why do I feel like I'm being tricked again? Always at a disadvantage? No. Then why sell you? Makes sense. He felt uneasy, though he couldn't pinpoint the issue. I smiled inwardly. My system was level 18, with an absorption rate 18 times my own. I get 18% of the system's doqi, equivalent to 24 times my normal intake. Yao Lao absorbed the same as a 1-star fighter. % increase wouldn't affect me. All the herbs are yours. Refine them all at once, or 4 times daily, I said, removing my ring for him. I took a batch of foundation establishment liquid to practice. I added it to a bucket of water. It turned turquoise and fragrant. Thump. I jumped in, sitting cross-legged. Ding. Liquid medicine detected. Meets devouring conditions. Initiate devouring? Not yet. My system could certainly devour it. Medicinal herbs, liquids, powders, and pills, the system handles it all. I wanted to compare the effects of devouring herbs versus the refined liquid. I first absorbed it normally. The medicinal energy warmed my body, speeding doqi absorption. Gentle. It's for doqi cultivators. I'm an 8-star fighter, the effect is weaker, I observed after practicing for a while. What will happen after system purification? I wondered, choosing system absorption. Pure medicinal energy surged, warming me, then burning like a flame. The energy was more than doubled. The liquid, originally for doqi cultivators, now suited a fighter. There's a purification effect, but minimal, since Yao Lao already purified it. I wondered if directly devouring the herbs would yield the same result. Not enough. The formula includes a monster core, and the system can't devour cores yet. I secretly took a herb. Following Yao Lao's refinement order, I let the system devour them together. The effect was similar to the foundation establishment liquid, faster doqi absorption, but the difference was huge. Doesn't work. The alchemist's refined liquid is better. I discarded the herbs, continuing to absorb the spiritual liquid. 3 days later, powerful energy formed within me, generating a gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme. I exhaled and opened my eyes. With the system's help, the medicine was purified, and I reached 9-star fighter. Not bad. I felt the doqi surging within me. Little fox, come here, Yao Lao called. Patience. 3 days at a time, I grinned, getting dressed and approaching him. I walked in and saw Yao Lao proudly gesturing towards a pile of herbs. Boy, want to try refining these yourself? I'll teach you. I twitched. He thought I wanted to learn alchemy. I was too embarrassed to correct him. That wasn't it at all. You're wrong. I'm comparing directly soaking herbs versus using your refined liquid. You're actually skilled, not just pretending. He paused, then his voice sharpened. Are you questioning my skills? Insulting me? Perhaps both, I said smoothly, infuriating him. You're arrogant. I pointed at his inflated form. There's always someone better. Don't think you're the best alchemist, I might surpass you soon. He only heard the first half before scoffing. If you surpass me, I'll give you my strange fire. So generous. I'll remember that, I smirked, noting that he'd already refined 70 batches of herbs, millions of gold coins worth. More than the Shao family's entire fortune. Your efficiency isn't bad for a day's work, I praised. Don't flatter me. Let me regain my doqi. He looked wary, fearing another increase in workload. Fine. I put on my ring, feeling the surge of doqi. Absorb this. He widened his eyes, sensing the doqi leaving my body. You absorb energy without meditating? Is that hard? I asked back. The system constantly absorbs doqi, I can't absorb it all, so it stores it. Damn it. You have incredible soul power. Is this a talent? He stared, dumbfounded.
Absorbing energy without cultivating is unheard of, even a low-level dochi makes it nearly impossible.
Rare and strange? You've clearly never seen the world.
I'm a genius, don't judge me by ordinary standards, I said smugly.
He pondered, not angry. No wonder you train so fast. You have a unique physique. I felt your body was like a bottomless pit.
He muttered, I never expected such a monster in this remote place.
Are you insulting me? I squinted. I don't want to talk to you.
He huffed, returning to the ring, refusing to engage further. I shrugged, grabbing some foundation establishment liquid and heading to my second brother's room. Xiao Li, 11 years old, resembled our mother. Because of my steady approach, both younger brothers trained daily. Xiao Li was at the 8th stage of fighting spirit, only I surpassed him.
Brother, when are we going out?
I've been cooped up for 2 years, he said, a familiar request.
After you reach the 9th stage, I replied. He was lagging behind.
He should have reached the 9th stage by 11.
It's tough.
I'm stuck at the 8th, he sighed, working hard but still trailing behind me and even Xiao Yan.
I didn't blame him.
I had a system, the higher my level, the faster my training. Xiao Yan, a fighting emperor, is the Xiao family's most talented member, his progress rivals mine with the system.
Xiao Li is talented like me, reaching the 8th stage at 11 is impressive.
Here. Use this secretly, don't tell anyone, I said, handing him a bottle of liquid, and his servant fetched some water.
After adding a drop, I instructed, practice. Yao Lao complained, you shameless fox. You keep my hard work for yourself.
I remained impassive as Xiao Li entered the water.
After a while, he gasped.
Brother, this don't ask. Just use 1 drop each time, I said seriously.
He nodded, his eyes slightly red. I'll give some to Xiao Yan. You need to work hard, don't let him surpass you, I said, leaving him to train. Xiao Yan was lounging on the grass.
At 8, he's still childish but displays surprising maturity in his dark eyes. He jumped up, clutching his bottom.
Brother, don't kick me. I need a break.
I'd phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme kicked him while he was relaxing.
6th stage of fighting spirit.
Not bad, I commented, pleased. Without diverting Do Chi to Sooner, his progress improved.
Women do affect cultivation speed. Except for me, thanks to my system. Not bad?
I'll reach the 9th stage in 2.5 years, breaking your record, he boasted.
Boy, the 9th stage is just the beginning.
You won't catch me, I said, giving him a bottle of foundation establishment liquid.
Add a drop to your bathwater. He opened it curiously. It's for basics.
Go train, I said, giving him a playful kick. I arrived at a distant, nicer courtyard, quieter and hinting at its exceptional occupant. Asterisk gifts for my brothers and my possible future wife.
Can't forget her, asterisk I thought. Little fox. You use my hard work to impress a girl.
You're malicious.
Yao Lao protested. There's someone powerful inside.
If you're not careful, you'll be exposed, I warned quietly.
He fell silent.
I saw Sooner, who'd grown taller. 7, still chubby, with bright eyes and long lashes, wearing a light blue dress, like a fairy. Brother Ding, you're early, she smiled.
Can I come early?
I went to hug her, but she dodged my face-pinching attempt. I tickled her, and she giggled. I kissed her, saying, I'll show you something great. Moments later, she sat blushing in a tub of water, in a belly band and shorts.
She's precocious, she seemed shy.
I had some thoughts, but there wasn't much difference between boys and girls at this age.
Little girl, why the blush? Hurry and train.
Brother Ding, I'm not a little girl anymore, she said shyly.
Stop looking at me.
I was startled, Sooner seemed mature. I'd underestimated her, misled by her youthful appearance. Her strong bloodline gave her exceptional intuition, her cognitive abilities were at an adult level. Otherwise, she wouldn't have sought the Tuasha ancient emperor jade at such a young age.
She'd clearly learned about relationships recently. "Little girl, why so shy?"
"If you want to be shy, take your clothes off," I said, smirking. She blushed deeper. "Brother Ding, turn away, I can't concentrate." "Fine," I said, letting her train in peace.
She soon felt the liquid medicine's effects, recognizing its potency.
Despite not being in the ancient clan, her secret training had given her extensive knowledge.
"Don't ask."
"Consider it thanks for the loan," I said, patting her head and producing a card.
"Use this liquid medicine to cultivate, it'll strengthen your foundation."
She was touched.
"This medicine is far more valuable than the loan. Your friendship is priceless," I waved it off. "Will you train alone, or should I watch?" She blushed again under my gaze. "Brother Xiao Ding is so kind, are you trying to take advantage of me?" "Not now."
"But you'll be a stunning beauty, maybe then," I chuckled, making her blush. I let her train, then left. A shadow appeared shortly after. "That boy's eloquent," Ling Ying muttered.
"Call in young master," Sooner corrected, her tone more commanding. Ling Ying was surprised.
She clearly valued me. I was the only one who cared for her in the Xiao family. He smiled wryly, examining the liquid medicine. He took a drop, his pupils constricted.
"This isn't ordinary medicine." "I'll use it," Sooner said happily.
"Miss, this isn't simple medicine," Ling Ying said seriously. "I've seen similar elixirs made by clan masters, but none as potent." She was surprised. She knew the clan master's skill level, her father valued them highly.
"Was there someone extraordinary helping me?"
"Miss, should we investigate?" he suggested, then worriedly added, "It might be dangerous."
"This level of alchemist isn't easily found. It might be from another clan."
"We should tell the master." "No," she refused. "Brother Xiaoding gave it to me without hesitation, he has no ill intent. Nor does whoever's helping him." Her eyes shone with happiness.
"Brother Xiaoding met a noble person.
He's so talented, his future achievements will surpass those self-righteous geniuses in the clan." She blushed, lost in thought.
"I'd become irreplaceable to her." Ling Ying agreed.
It was unusual for someone to give her something valuable so freely.
He vanished, leaving a vial of liquid medicine.
"That girl's remarkable," Yao Lao commented.
"How'd you know someone was protecting her?" "I inferred," I said. "I couldn't say I knew the plot. The family elders treated her respectfully, she's not Xiao family blood." "She lent me a substantial sum at a young age, showing her significant background. She's in the Xiao family without servants, someone must be secretly protecting her." "A cunning fox."
"You cultivate her meridians daily just to observe her, treating her like a future wife," he grinned.
"No. I'm not like that." I denied.
"It was nurturing, not a forced marriage. We'll see if you resist when she grows up," he scoffed.
I didn't answer. "A future beauty like Sooner, I might take advantage." "See?
You see her as a future wife," he smirked.
"One isn't enough, I bet.
That long-legged beauty and the busty one from the auction house are lovely. 3 wives, for concubines the ideal." "Disrespectful old man." I rolled my eyes. "But I'll use your words if anyone calls me a fool." "I never said that," he protested. "You did." "In my heart," I said, shrugging off responsibility.
"I did have some ideas. Yun Yun, Medusa, Xiaoxian, Xinglin almost 4.
Your mouth is too fast and your skin too thick." "I can't handle you," he grumbled, retreating back into the ring. In the evening, Wutan City, the backyard of the Xiao family.
Ouch.
With a cry of pain, a 5 or 6-year-old child with black hair and black eyes flew out of the door and fell solidly on the grass outside. "Brother, can you be gentle?" Xia Yan rubbed his butt, grinning in pain. "Little Yanzi, it's almost dark today, why are you sneaking into the girls' room?" An 11 or 12-year-old boy walked out of the door. His eyes were bright and deep, containing wisdom and maturity. Xiao Yan felt a little uncomfortable being watched by his elder brother. He is only 6 years old on the outside, but his real soul is an uncle, and his psychological age is already an adult. An adult who ran into a little girl's house at night and was discovered by others felt a little guilty. But Xiaoyan didn't know that the elder brother on the opposite side was also in a similar situation, and his elder brother had been coming here every night for more than half a year. That's why he squatted down to him and this scene happened. He muttered unwillingly, "I want to warm and nourish Sunur's meridians, it will help her practice in the future." As far as your mere 2 levels of fighting spirit are concerned, do you have the nerve to say that people can warm and nourish the meridians? Xiaoding walked over and knocked Xiaoyan on the head angrily, then turned his head and glanced at the little girl who was poking her head, and said righteously, "Little brother, your skill is too weak to be suitable for this job, so it's better for elder brother to wash Sunur. Cut your muscles." After speaking, he kicked Xiaoyan away. Xiaoyan screamed, fell a piece of shit, and was extremely depressed. "Brother, I'm not a ball, you kicked me twice." Xiaoding put his hands behind his back, and said in an old-fashioned way, "Go back to practice, you have a good talent, don't waste your time here." Xiaoyan got up angrily, "Okay, big brother, wait for me to practice hard, and sooner or later I will surpass you and kick your ass." "Okay, it depends on whether you have the ability." Xiaoding laughed, and dismissed the youngest who looked like a gentleman but was already an uncle in mental age. He turned his head and looked at the door with a smear of purple. Sunur was giggling like a silver bell, thinking that Xiaoding kicked Xiaoyan away very interesting. Xiaoding walked over, looked at the cute girl who was about 5 years old, with fair and tender skin, like a gem carving, and smiled, "Sunur, come on, brother will continue to help you warm and nourish your meridians." Sunur turned her big eyes, looked up at Xiaoding, and nodded obediently, "Thank you brother Ding." Xiaoding pinched Sunur's face, causing a burst of laughter. He secretly sighed, "This girl is so cute, no wonder the whole family likes it." After fighting for a while, the two sat on the bed, and he put his hand on Sunur's back. He concentrated and calmed down, mobilized a wisp of battle energy and slowly injected it into Sunur's body to cleanse her tendons and cut her marrow. Ding, Golden Emperor Fan Tianyan has been detected. Insufficient level, the function of devouring different fires has not been activated, so it cannot be devoured. Seeing the system prompt that popped up, Xiaoding looked calm. It has been more than 10 years since his soul came to this world to become Xiaoding, the young master of the Xiao family, since he stayed up late to cultivate immortality and ascended to the Ascension, and the standard equipment system for time travelers has also been running for the same time. His system is called the Endless Devouring System, which can devour the essence of everything in the world for him to absorb to improve himself. There are many things that can be devoured, such as do-qi, natural materials and earth treasures, different fires, elixirs, etc., and even souls, exercises, etc. can be devoured, and the essence of cultivation can be obtained from them. However, because the current level is not enough, many types that can be swallowed have not yet been opened, and the swallowing method is also contact. As for the system level, it is calculated according to his strength. A small level is 1 level, for example, the first level of fighting spirit is level 1, 10th level is 10th level, and so on. For example, the current 1-star fighter corresponds to level 11. The level will affect the upper limit of the system's devouring ability and his harvest ratio after devouring everything. Among them, the devouring ability is how much energy, soul, or matter the system can devour in a certain period of time, and it is calculated in multiples of the level. For example, at level 1, the system can only devour the upper limit of twice the amount of do-qi he absorbed during his own cultivation. As for the harvest ratio, it is very simple, that is, the system share ratio. At level 1, the ratio of his essence harvested is 1%. That is to say, if he has level 100, theoretically, the upper limit of devouring energy is 100 times the speed of devouring energy during his own cultivation, and all the essence obtained will be his. Relying on these, in the 7 years since he practiced Qi at the age of 4, he has made his cultivation much faster than his peers just by relying on the additional do-qi swallowed by the system, and he has become the #1 genius in the Xiao family and even in Wutan City. Even now, he is making up for his consumption with the do-qi devoured by the system. Brother Ding, have you successfully condensed the do-qi whirlwind and advanced to the level of doja? Feeling the pure energy entering her body, Sunur Qiushui's eyes lit up, and she spoke in surprise. Sister Sunur is so smart, she was the first to discover that her brother had made a breakthrough. Xiaoding took another look at Sooner. This girl is indeed the person with the strongest duty bloodline in the ancient clan for thousands of years. Even if the bloodline has not been fully awakened, this sensitivity is still very powerful. Brother Ding, you wash Sooner's tendons and marrow every day, and Sooner can personally experience the difference between fighting spirit and fighting spirit. Sooner showed a flowery smile with a maturity and intelligence rarely seen in this age group. Congratulations to Brother Ding, you have been promoted to fighter at only 11 years old. Wutan City or even the Jama Empire may not have it. Hush, keep a low profile, I don't want too many people to know, you have to help my brother keep it secret first. Xiaoding is not in a hurry to show off, so he has been developing obscenely for the past 11 years, hiding his true strength as much as possible, secretly devouring doqi through the system, and no one knows when he has just broken through to doja. On the outside, he showed that his cultivation was still at the 9th stage of fighting spirit, and he was already regarded as the top genius in Wutan City. He met once in 100 years in the Xiao family, but he would not be a monster. If people knew that he had broken through so quickly, it would be monstrous. Before there is no backer or sufficient strength, it is right to keep a low profile. Well, Sooner won't talk nonsense. Sooner likes Xiaoding's trust very much. Her dimple is like a flower, her eyebrows are like a crescent moon. Someone heard it in the dark. This kid's mind is like a fox, and his talent is so outstanding. I'm afraid his achievements will not be low in the future. Maybe this declining Xiao clan can be revived? Linging muttered in his heart. It seems that I still underestimate the Xiao family so much that I usually don't pay much attention to the descendants of the Xiao family, and actually ignore such a genius. In this environment, the talent of the 11-year-old doju is not weaker than that of the core members of the ancient clan. After all, fighting spirit is the foundation stage, and it is very slow to cultivate. Many people can hardly become fighters after 20 years of cultivation. He sighed secretly, and continued to hide in the night, silently. Since tonight's doqi is much purer than doji qi, and the effect of washing tendons and marrow is also very good, Sooner soon drenched in sweat. Brother Ding, I'm so hot, but my whole body is warm. Sooner said, sweating profusely. That's it for tonight. Xiaoding withdrew his fighting spirit, picked up the silk scarf to wipe Sooner's sweat, and at the same time turned on his own system to observe. He also broke through today, and the system should have unlocked a new category that can be devoured. As far as he knows, the system seems to be able to open a new type of devouring every 10th level. Level 1 is the type of devouring is fighting spirit. Now he is exactly 11th level, so there should be changes. I don't know what will be unlocked besides the category of devouring doqi. Owner, Xiaoding level, 11 cultivation, 1-star fighter devour upper limit, 11 times sharing ratio, 11% types of devouring, doqi, drugs. To be unlocked, devour attribute, wood, attribute +1, can increase one attribute of the host, please choose. His eyes lit up. After reaching level 11, not only will there be more medicines that can be devoured, but also an extra talent attribute will be added. Before, he could only devour wood attribute doqi, but he couldn't devour the power of other attributes for the time being, so he was not in a hurry to find Yao Lao. After all, it is very difficult for a wood attribute fighter to become an alchemist, at least not possible at a low level. Now that attributes can be increased, he naturally decided to add fire attributes without hesitation. After all, wood can make fire, and these two attributes have a synergistic effect, and they will be more powerful when combined. In this way, not only can he become a distinguished pharmacist, but he can also practice the special skill of burning from Yao Lao. Moreover, Fenju also has the attribute of devouring different fires, which complements the system. He immediately chose to use this reward. You can add a basic attribute. Please choose the following attributes: metal, fire, water, earth, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme, thunder, ice, light, and darkness. Once selected, it cannot be cancelled. Glancing at the prompt, he finally resolutely chose the fire attribute. Although the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme and thunder attributes are very powerful, the fire attribute is still the most valuable at this stage. After choosing, a special aura suddenly appeared in his body, and the fire attribute fighting aura in the void suddenly became clear. He knew that he could absorb the fire attribute Do Qi, which was a talent of the fire attribute.
Sooner, take a bath and sleep well, brother is leaving.
After Xiaoding wiped off the sweat on Sooner's face, he touched Sooner's head, jumped out of bed and left.
Sooner watched Xiaoding leave with a blushing face, and muttered, "Wood makes fire, brother Xiaoding's wood-type grudge is quite suitable for my physique."
Xiaoding went straight back to his room and started to practice immediately. His mind sank into his body, and quickly came from the dantian of his lower abdomen. After being promoted to Doja, besides the condensing of Do Qi into a cyclone and the birth of Do Qi, the most obvious sign is the ability to look inside. The stronger the strength, the more details the inner vision can detect, and the stronger the control over one's body and fighting spirit. At this moment, in the dantian space, a light green cyclone is spinning, constantly absorbing the energy between heaven and earth. Next to the cyclone, there was actually a fiery red spot of light, which contains scorching original energy. Below them is a bottomless black hole that hosts two cyclones.
Hey, the fire attribute energy in my body is not contained in the wood attribute cyclone? Xiaoding was astonished, looking at the meaning. He wanted him to practice another cyclone?
It is enough for ordinary people to practice one cyclone.
I have a system. If I don't practice more cyclones, wouldn't it be a waste of the essence energy swallowed by the system?
Xiaoding suddenly realized that the proportion of energy he can distribute now is 11%, but the upper limit of the energy absorbed by the system is 11 times that of his. It just so happens that the amount of Do Qi absorbed by the system every moment is more than the amount of Do Qi he absorbed when he cultivated with all his strength.
There are many more.
Except for the poor quality, there is not much difference in quantity. Even if the whole part is given to the fire attribute cyclone, he will not be affected much by one more refining process, and after a few more levels, his cultivation speed will be able to surpass fighters of the same level. He started to practice without hesitation, absorbing fighting energy himself to improve the wood attribute fighting energy, while the system devoured all the fire attribute fighting energy to cultivate the fire energy whirlwind. The realm is already a fighter, and he is familiar with the cultivation of the fire cyclone. In just one night, he successfully condensed the fire cyclone.
After reaching the limit of the realm, the training speed of the fire cyclone is no different from that of the wood cyclone.
Xiaoding split the share of the system swallowed in half, so that both cyclones can get extra energy supplements, and the cultivation speed does not decrease too much.
Dong dong. Brother, are you up? That boy Galileo is going to challenge us, do you want to accept?
A clear voice sounded from outside the door. After hearing this, Xiaoding stopped practicing, opened the door and let an 8 or 9-year-old boy walk in. This boy is somewhat similar to him, but his face is a little softer, not as handsome as he is. It is his second brother Xiaoli. Xiaoli said viciously, "Brother, if you accept it or not, I want to beat him up again."
Xiaoding lacked interest, a piece of rubbish with a fighting spirit at the 5th stage. What does he do?
Big brother, I'm only at the 5th stage of fighting spirit.
Xiaoli was embarrassed to hear that.
You are not useless, you are 3 years younger than him, and after 3 years, you will at least have a 9th level fighting spirit. Xiaoding shook his head. He was 2 years old, Xiaoli was 2 years old, Xiaoyan was 5 years old, and he was 1 year younger than Galileo, but his revealed cultivation level was 9 dan. Half a year ago, he had taught Galileo a lesson. It was very easy. This time, Galileo probably found someone to help, and was going to get back on the field. But he is really not interested in bullying children.
Yes, we can't waste time on this kind of person.
Xiaoli gave up fighting hard. I eavesdropped on Daddy and the others saying that we are going to the Warcraft Mountains. Why don't we follow to meet the world?
Brother, if you open your mouth, Daddy will definitely agree.
Thinking too much, we are still too young, and the Warcraft Mountains are in danger. Why would Dad let us follow? Xiaoding shook his head. It's better to practice hard, wait a few more years, and there will naturally be a chance. He still wants to hang on for a while. At least one starfighter is not enough.
Listen to brother.
Xiaoli admired his eldest brother the most, and stopped thinking about these messy things. Let the second brother go to practice. Xiaoding thought for a while, and prepared to take Yao Lao. As the direct descendants of the Xiao family, the 3 brothers each have a courtyard. As soon as he came out, he saw Xiaoyan lying on the grass, and said angrily, "Why don't you practice kung fu early in the morning?"
Brother, I miss my mother a little bit. Xiao Yan looked sadly at the black ring on his finger. It was the only thing his mother left for him. Life is a matter of life and death. My mother is too weak and has been injured.
It is true that she left a little earlier.
Xiao Ding sighed.
He spent the longest time with his mother, but unfortunately his system was too lax. It didn't allow him to be against the sky in the mother's womb, and it was even more of a supporting role, plus how old he was then, let alone saving his mother. It was for this reason that he became more and more cautious, not wanting to die young like his mother.
Could it be because I was born?
Xiao Yan blamed himself a little.
Xiao Ding frowned.
Among the three brothers, Xiao Yan was the most gifted, a once-in-a-hundred-year genius in the Xiao family, and indeed consumed too much of the mother's body during pregnancy. But he wouldn't say this kind of thing, so he walked over and took off the ring. I've been thinking about it for a day. I'll take this ring and keep it for safekeeping. Don't think about others, you're hurting yourself. He was worried that there was no reason to take the ring, and he was going to take it away, but now he just took advantage of the trend. Xiao Yan got up. Give it back to me, this is a gift from my mother. Just keep the gift in your heart, it will affect your cultivation, so leave it to me.
Xiao Ding put it on his hand unceremoniously. Ding, soul body detected. Insufficient level, devouring soul function is not activated, unable to devour. The improvement of the system makes Xiao Ding secretly happy.
It really can devour the soul, but he doesn't know when it will be unlocked. He kicked Xiao Yan's ass. Go away and practice. Strength is the most important thing in this world. You don't want to be unable to save your relatives in the future because of lack of strength.
I knew I wouldn't tell you this, big brother.
Xiao Yan glared at Xiao Ding, but he didn't mind too much, thinking that his eldest brother did it because he was kind to him. Seeing the third younger brother go back to his room to practice, Xiao Ding's smile restrained, his eyes far away. Xiao Yanzi, your elder brother, I have a system, and I know many things about the future. I will accept it, Grandpa, and it will definitely be of greater value.
He turned back. Sitting cross-legged to practice, Yao Lao didn't secretly absorb his battle energy immediately.
Xiao Ding was not in a hurry, after all, it was a new person, so it is normal to be cautious. He practiced as usual, but half a month later, the battle chi he had absorbed suddenly disappeared. Pretending to be surprised, he investigated specifically, but ultimately failed to find the reason. He has a low cultivation base at the moment, so he really can't find it, and he didn't fake it. If he hadn't known about Yao Lao's existence, he would have regarded it as a strange disease like Xiao Yan.
Just suck the old guy, you will always get your money back with interest.
Xiao Ding hummed in his heart, and continued to use the power of the system to cultivate. He couldn't find Yao Lao, and likewise Yao Lao couldn't find the existence of the system, he just thought it was a special bloodline power. Xiao Ding's cultivation speed dropped by half. He thought that now the system can swallow the fighting spirit that can swallow the void, and can also swallow medicine. Take the drug, let the old drug recover as soon as possible, I want to get the burning formula.
Xiao Ding secretly decided.
After being promoted to doja, he needs a high-level kung fu practice, and burning formula is the most suitable one. Although this exercise is the lowest level at the beginning, it can grow, which is much better than him going to the trouble of switching to a mysterious level exercise. He took all his money, took away the wallets of his two younger brothers, and brought them to a small market by himself.
He doesn't want any pills, and plans to just secretly buy medicinal materials to try.
He felt that medicine must include medicinal materials. His eyes moved to the stalls along the street. There were all kinds of medicinal materials, medicines, weapons, and even monster crystal cores. He stopped in front of a pile of ginseng and picked up one to observe. Ding, medicinal materials have been detected.
Meets the conditions for devouring, is it swallowing?
Xiao Ding asked calmly, Boss, how do you sell it?
The small ones are 10 gold coins each, and the large ones are 20 gold coins each.
The old man who set up the stall replied, taking a puff of dry tobacco. I'll buy more herbs, give me a discount. Xiao Ding only had a few hundred gold coins in his pocket, so naturally he wanted to buy as much as possible. If you buy more than gold coins, I'll give you a percent discount, percent discount for gold coins, and percent discount for gold coins. The uncle said bluntly, they basically sell medicinal materials with discounts for those who buy more. Xiaoding took some ginseng, angelica, and various medicinal materials. Most of them were tonics, and some were used to heal wounds and detoxify, about a dozen kinds. After spending all the money, he left with a pack of medicinal materials. Back inside, he asked the servant to prepare a bucket of hot water, and then took off the ring.
To determine Yao Lao's current situation, it is natural to try to avoid it in the name of taking a bath.
In the steaming water, Xiaoding picked up a ginseng and devoured it directly. A pure medicinal power appeared in the body without any impurities. After the medicinal power diffused, he felt warm all over. After practicing, part of the energy in the medicinal power was directly converted into battle qi, and the other part was absorbed by the body, which accelerated his absorption of battle qi.
It's really effective.
It should be because the system only swallowed the essence, otherwise I would basically have no effect if I only eat ginseng. Xiaoding glanced at the ginseng thoughtfully. The ginseng became shriveled and dull, without its original luster, just like rotten. He shook hands, and with a chirping sound, the ginseng was crushed into dregs and fell into the barrel. It's so brittle, it's completely rancid, without a bit of essence. Xiaoding was surprised. As expected, the system swallowed it. It was really clean, there was nothing left. Picking up the medicinal materials and continuing to devour them, wisps of pure medicinal power continuously entered the body. This medicinal power is more than 10 times that the body can absorb the medicinal power when simply taking the medicinal materials, or even more, otherwise the effect would not be so obvious. The value of the medicinal materials has also been brought into play more than 10 times, which is very suitable for a poor ghost like me. Xiaoding thought happily, and continued to actively absorb the power of the medicine. This is a tonic, and its medicinal power can not only strengthen his body, but also promote his cultivation speed, which is comparable to the power of the more precious pill. After trying the tonic, he devoured healing herbs and was still able to strengthen his body, and some hidden injuries in his body were also repaired under the power of the medicine. The most miraculous thing was when he devoured a kind of calming medicinal material. Its medicinal power made Xiaoding's head as calm as water, without any distracting thoughts, and his sense of battle qi became much stronger. He simply combined the absorption, just like a pharmacist combining different medicinal materials when refining medicine. He directly combined the medicinal power, which almost doubled the speed of cultivation. Half a day passed, and in the evening, Xiaoding stopped with a ruddy face. His cultivation base has increased a lot, and the medicinal materials have only been consumed by about 1/20th. This price is too cheap. He estimates that the value of the medicinal pill with similar effects is more than 100 times that of these medicinal materials, which is not something he can bear at this stage. Although I haven't used elixir yet, the effect of this method is better than taking elixir, and there is no negative effect at all. Xiaoding looked satisfied. What he devoured was the purest potency of the medicinal materials, and there are some toxins in the elixir, which are harmful to the body. Ordinary people can't eat too much. Comparing the two, this method can completely crush the effect of other people taking pills. Especially if he prepares medicinal materials in a certain ratio of elixir, and then devours them at the same time. The purest combination of medicinal power is probably better than the effect of the top-notch elixir. In this way, wouldn't he be able to replace the pill with a combination of medicinal materials? The only problem is that even the materials needed for the lowest level elixir are quite expensive, and a pair is estimated to cost thousands of gold coins, which he can't afford at the moment.
Isn't there a little rich woman?
Xiaoding let out a smirk, got up from the bucket, washed away the medicinal residues on his body with water, put on his clothes and ring, and swaggered to Suner's room. He didn't throw away the ring, ready to give Yao Lao the illusion that he was relying on drugs to solve his problems.
Wu, it smells like medicine. Brother Xiaoding, what are you doing?
Suner pouted her rosy cherry mouth, pinching her nose very uncomfortable. My brother has been feeling a little unwell recently, so he took a medicinal bath. Xiaoding smiled awkwardly. He was probably used to soaking in the medicine dregs, and he didn't notice how strong the medicine smell was on his body.
Brother Xiaoding, are you sick?
Suner let go of her nose. Her big eyes felt distressed. She stretched out her short hand, ran to the bed and tiptoed to touch Xiaoding's forehead. It's okay. If you encounter a small problem during cultivation, just take a few doses of medicine and you'll be fine. Xiao Ding rubbed Sun'er's head. Come on, carry out the daily task. No, brother Xiao Ding, you don't feel well, so you don't need to wash Sun'er's tendons and marrow. With her little hands behind her back, Sun'er shook her head like an adult. Your brother and I have a profound cultivation base. Helping you wash your tendons and cut your marrow is just a pediatrics. It will not waste much fighting energy, but how long you can bear it. Xiao Ding grinned, pressed Sun'er to sit down, and began to wash his tendons and marrow.
Sun'er's beautiful eyes showed emotion.
Although she was very peaceful in Zhao's house, she had no relatives after all, and Xiao Ding's concern made her heart very warm.
Half an hour later, Xiao Ding wiped off Sun'er's sweat.
Thinking of his purpose of coming here, he coughed. I heard from my father that Sun'er has a lot of pocket money, so I wonder if I can lend some to my brother?
Sun'er smiled and looked at Xiao Ding. I'm only 5 years old, is my brother willing to borrow money?
Facing the eyes like autumn water, Xiao Ding felt a little embarrassed, but he had a thick skin and recovered quickly. My brother doesn't treat Sun'er as a child, but as a younger sister, so I don't see you anymore. Sun'er's smile became stronger. Xiao Ding's trust made her very happy. She touched her body with her little hand, took out a black card and handed it to Xiao Ding.
Thank you, Sun'er, I will definitely return it to you.
Xiao Ding pinched Sun'er's face and took the black card. Lending money to my brother, Sun'er has a request. My brother is not allowed to pinch his face again.
Sun'er got rid of Xiao Ding's clutches and smiled slyly.
Well, don't pinch your face, let's touch your head next time, good night. He walked out of the room, leaving Sun'er pissed off. Looking at the night, he smiled and felt very relaxed. Originally, he came here to prevent Xiaoyan from wasting his fighting spirit on Sun'er, but after getting along with Sun'er for a year, Sun'er is so cute, he also regards this as a relaxing and recreational activity after daily cultivation. The limit of the black card is dash, which is enough for a period of time. He took the card and went back to practice. With a large sum of money, Xiao Ding did not rush to buy the medicinal materials needed for the elixir, but instead bought cheap medicinal materials as much as possible to devour. He felt that he should take it step by step. Now that ordinary medicinal materials can meet his cultivation needs, if the medicinal power is too strong and exceeds the absorption limit of the body, it will be harmful instead of beneficial. As for ordinary medicinal materials, 200 to 300 gold coins can be used for a month, which is very cheap. Next, he tried to buy cheaper medicinal materials, and achieved very good results through combination, and the cost was reduced a lot. 150 gold coins a month is enough. By devouring the medicinal materials, his cultivation speed was still % faster than the normal speed under the condition that Yao Lao's influence was removed and he cultivated 2 doji cyclone at the same time. The money borrowed from Sun'er is enough for him to use for a long time, and Xiao Ding continues to develop wretchedly. Time flies, 2 years have passed. Xiao Ding came to 13 years old. During this period, Xiao Ding seldom went out. Apart from warming and nourishing Sun'er's meridians and participating in some family activities, he was basically practicing. Under his influence, the second and third younger brothers practiced very hard, and their cultivation improved a lot faster. On this day, his cultivation level broke through again, reaching the level of an 8-star fighter. Due to the influence of Yao Lao's absorption of Do Qi, he has been promoted to 7 stars in the past 2 years, which is much better than Xiao Yan, who would have regressed originally. Xiao Ding looked at the medicine dregs all over the place, but frowned. In fact, as his cultivation level increased, the Do Qi provided by the system also increased. At level 18, the Do Qi absorbed by the system was more than 3 times the amount of heaven and earth energy absorbed by his normal cultivation. However, the increase brought by the medicinal power of ordinary medicinal materials is decreasing at a faster rate, which makes his cultivation speed relatively slower. And I owed Sun'er money for 2 years. If I don't pay him back, I'll be old.
It's time for Yao Lao to come out to work and pay back the money. He thought about it and made a decision.
After taking a shower to remove the smell of medicine, he put on his clothes, went to his room, and looked at the black ring on the table. You have sucked my fighting spirit for 2 years, so you should react a bit, right? He said coldly, planning to force the medicine out today. According to his estimate, the other party is probably awake. Under the original circumstances, although the old man only showed up after absorbing Xiaoyan's fighting spirit for 3 years, with his cautious character, he must have awakened long ago. His cultivation base is much higher than Xiao Yan in the same state, and he has absorbed more energy from the world. 2 years is enough for this old man to recover. Seeing that there was no response, he sneered, "If you don't come out again, I will give this ring to the strong for research."
If you can't fight the spirit, you can fight the king.
It just so happens that my Xiao family and the Nalan family have a good relationship, and the fighting king of their family is very willing.
Study this strange thing that can swallow people's fighting spirit.
As soon as he said this, the ring trembled immediately. Hey, little friend is really careful, wise as a fox. The old man is so careful, you can still find the source of the disappearance of fighting spirit. An old voice sounded, and a transparent figure floated out like green smoke, with a helpless expression. At this moment, he looked at this kid strangely in his heart. He didn't understand that he had smoked for 2 years. How could this kid still practice so fast?
And found him, what the hell? Xiao Ding's expression was calm, and he couldn't see any panic. He looked at Yao Lao. It turns out that you are a soul body. You can exist in this state. Presumably you used to be a strong man, maybe you were a pharmacist?
Little guy, you were so smart. I never thought that there would be a dragon in Phoenix like you in this border town. Yao Lao looked at Xiao Ding in amazement. It was the first time he met such a smart young man. The other party faced him calmly. He thought he couldn't do it in the same situation.
It's all about reading more books.
Xiao Ding grinned. He really dared to fool this old man by reading a book. Although he knew the background of Yao Lao, he still asked, "Tell me, what is your background?" Yao Lao sighed. "My surname is Yao, you guessed right just now. The old man used to be a strong man, and he was really a pharmacist. He encountered some accidents, his body was destroyed, and he had to sleep in this ring. He had no choice but to breathe. Please forgive my little friend's vindictiveness. The old man has no malicious intentions. I know, you don't look like a villain, but you have to make up for sucking my fighting spirit for 2 years." Xiao Ding got straight to the point. He didn't want to push the old man too much, he just asked for benefits directly.
Yao Lao breathed a sigh of relief. If they want benefits, they can still cooperate. He smiled kindly. "What do you want, little friend?"
"You would rather be exposed than absorb my battle chi to recover, which means that you should be out of your wits.
Now that you can still wake up, what do you think is the value of this kind of life-saving grace?" Xiao Ding asked meaningfully.
Yao Lao secretly scolded the little fox, still smiling on the surface. "Indeed, little friend is my savior. As long as I have something, you can do whatever you want."
"Naturally, I want the most precious thing in your body. It's best to use exercises or something like that."
"I'm short of an advanced exercise."
"You seem to be very powerful. Do you have a heavenly exercise?" Xiao Ding said unceremoniously, pointing at Fenju. "You are really welcome." Yao Lao said unhappily, "Where can everyone have the heavenly grade kung fu?"
"I think you have. Why, you can take out what you said just now, but now you can't bear it." Xiao Ding looked sideways at Yao Lao, "Looking down on you." Yao Lao was so angry that he blew his beard and stared. "I really don't have a heaven-level kung fu, but there is a kung fu that may be even more mysterious than the heaven-level kung fu, and it is also the most precious kung fu that I think I have. But let me tell you in advance, the risk of practicing kung fu was very high, and the old man didn't dare to practice it back then.
That's all. If you don't dare to cultivate, maybe I can. Take it out and have a look." Xiao Ding showed the appearance of a newborn calf not afraid of tigers.
"Young man, once you understand the situation of this exercise, you probably won't say such things." Yao Lao shook his head, took out a simple black scroll, and said with a complicated expression, "This is a skill that I have worked hard for, and it is very risky to practice." Xiao Ding grabbed it, and the scroll turned into information and flooded into his mind.
Yao Lao was stunned. "Won't you wait for me to finish talking about the risks first? Since it's a skill you've worked so hard to obtain, it's naturally extraordinary. I can't help but practice it even if it's risky. Why bother talking nonsense?"
Xiao Ding shrugged and quickly absorbed the information about the exercises. Yao Lao shook his head helplessly. "You guys are overconfident, don't blame me if you die from practice." As a result, he saw Xiao Ding practice directly with his eyes closed, and he was very angry. He kindly wanted to remind him that this guy didn't appreciate it. Xiao Ding is naturally not afraid of the danger of Fenju.
His brother can practice this thing without a system, so what is he afraid of if he fails?
After being promoted to doja, he had to practice exercises, but Xiao Ding refrained from practicing his family's exercises before, just waiting for the Fenju. As he rotated Fenju, the two cyclones in the Dantian accelerated, and the color of the fire attribute cyclone became darker and turned pale yellow.
The wood attribute cyclone is still green and has not been changed to fire attribute.
Xiao Ding was not surprised. He was different from ordinary fighters. The power of attributes in his body was bound to the system. Fenju could only change the way he cultivated his fighting chi, but could not change the attributes. In other words, the cyclone he cultivated is actually a storage point after the system devours power. Opening his eyes, he said with a smile, "Next, I will make medicine for me when I have time, and it will be regarded as a part-time job to pay the rent."
Old Yao's face darkened. "Isn't this burnt enough, old man?" "Of course it's not enough, and aren't we cooperating? You use my power to recover your soul power, and I get some rewards from you. You don't lose money." Xiao Ding took it for granted. "What a little fox, the old man owes you, okay." Yao Lao regretted that he couldn't help swallowing the fighting spirit of this little fox, and felt like he had fallen into a big pit with no bottom. "Yao Lao, don't worry, I'm a good person, you won't lose money if you follow me." Xiao Ding said something solemnly. Yao Lao was dumbfounded. Why do these words sound like a gangster talking to his younger brother? "Are you sure you are a good person?" He gave up some thoughts, threw out a prescription, left a sentence, and returned to the ring depressed. "Go and buy these medicinal materials first. The old man can only refine low-level medicinal liquid with his current strength." Xiao Ding glanced at the prescription, and sure enough, it was still the Foundation Establishment's spiritual liquid. This shows that Yao Lao is indeed very weak, otherwise he should be able to refine more advanced medicines. He has his own system to devour energy, so he doesn't need to rely too much on pills and the like, and let the medicine grow old to refine medicine, mainly because he wants to make money. In this Dochi continent, except for the golden belt of murder and arson, this alchemist is the only one who can make money quickly. Holding Suner's card, Xiao Ding came to the market again and used the last sum of money to buy the required medicinal materials. Due to the lack of money, after discussing with Yao Lao, the age of some materials only reached the minimum level required by Yao Lao. When he got home, he closed the door, put the herbs on the table, and yelled, "Old Yao, come out and work." Yao Lao floated out, his head was smoking, he was so angry, this guy really can't treat him as a servant, still working? Xiao Ding crossed his arms and smiled jokingly, "You are not open-minded enough, why do you always get sullen all day? The old man really owed you in his previous life." Yao Lao rolled his eyes, was too lazy to bicker with Xiao Ding, picked up the medicinal material, raised his hand with a puff, a white flame burst out, and began to refine the essence of the medicinal material. Xiao Ding watched quietly. Is this the cold fire of the bone spirit? Just looking at it feels extremely dangerous, and it is indeed the most powerful thing in this fighting spirit continent. Boy, do you want to learn? Seeing that Xiao Ding was watching seriously, Yao Lao raised his head and said inscrutably, "If you want to learn, worship me as your teacher." "No, it's a favor you owe me for teaching me how to make medicine. I'll call you senior at most." Xiao Ding shook his head. He has his own plan, and he can't start apprenticeship now. After all, the two sides are not familiar enough, especially since he has threatened Yao Lao. It's not too late to say goodbye when the time is right. "You boy, do you know how many people in this Duki continent want to worship me as a teacher? If you line up, you can go from here to the Warcraft Mountains." Yao Lao stared. "I don't know, you don't need to say it, and I don't want to hear it." Yao Lao swears that he has never seen a guy with such a cheap mouth, which makes him want to hit someone. Sullenly, he refined the foundation building spirit liquid, then put it into a bottle and threw it to Xiao Ding. "Drug bath absorption, this thing is only suitable for fighters. With your cultivation base, pour some more and barely use it well. The old man's soul power is too weak right now, so he can't refine two advanced ones for the time being." "No, I'm going to sell this one. Make money first and become a little rich man." Xiao Ding glanced at the light green liquid medicine and smiled badly. "The next step is to borrow chickens to lay eggs." Yao Lao frowned when he heard this. "You are the chicken, are you trying to exhaust this old man to death?" In this way, refining 10 servings of psychic liquid a day, isn't it easy for you, a high-level pharmacist? The old man just recovered. Okay, let me show you, 5 servings a day? Up to 3 copies. It's okay. At this stage, having 3 copies should make a lot of money.
Xiaoding smiled and held the foundation establishment essence, and Yao Lao felt that he had talked too much. He doesn't know much about the market in this small city, let alone 3 shares a day. 3 shares a month are enough to make Xiaoding rich. This time to deal with high-grade liquid medicine, Xiaoding didn't go to street stalls or ordinary markets, because those places were phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme not enough to eat, or lacked confidentiality. As a last resort, he dressed up and came to Middle's auction house. As the auction house run by the 3 major families of the Jiama Empire, this place can be regarded as the most luxurious place in Wutan City. The resplendent building is crowded with people, and it is extremely lively. Xiaoding appeared in black clothes and a cloak covering his head. He is relatively burly and well-developed. He is only 13 years old now, and his height is already about 1.7 meters. After covering his whole body, he looks almost like an adult. However, he still made some camouflage, added booster pads to his shoes, and stuffed cotton in his clothes, making him look a little fat. In his previous life, he had seen some of the world, but this kind of place could not restrain him. Xiaoding ignored the guards at the door, and strode into the auction house with his head held high. The cloak covered some of his sight. Xiaoding collided with a soft but elastic body as soon as he entered the door, and a faint fragrance came from his nostrils. Oh, it hurts. The latter whispered softly, hurriedly staggered back clutching his forehead, and was stabilized by Xiaoding's big hand holding his fragrant shoulder. Excuse me. Xiaoding apologized, and at the same time looked at the person in front of him at a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme distance. Seeing the other person's appearance, his eyes could not help but lighten up, feeling very surprised. This is a girl who is about his age, and also more mature than her peers. She is wearing a short red skirt with a silver belt, her willow waist is full, her chest is bulging, revealing a touch of snow white, her thighs are long and straight, without a trace of fat, like carved from beautiful jade. Her hair is black and soft, her eyebrows are slender and slightly curved, her eyes are long and narrow, with a misty luster, her red lips are moist, her skin is snow-like, with a little baby fat, making people unable to bear to look at her more. I have to say that this girl is not very old, but she has a sexy and enchanting aura all over her body. She looks very mature, but it is also mixed with a girl's lively and lovely temperament, which is quite attractive. Well, in front of sexy, cuteness is really not enough. Sooner's cuteness is similar to that of kittens and puppies, and this kind of sex appeal belongs to the special impulse of men towards women. Being scrutinized by Xiaoding's gaze from top to bottom, Yafei blushed slightly, and hurriedly took a step back. It's okay, I was running too fast just now, so I didn't pay attention. You are from Middle Auction House, I'm not familiar with this place, can you show me the way? Xiaoding dropped the mark of Mitre Auction House on the girl's shoulder and asked casually. Okay, what do you need, honored guest? Yafei suddenly showed a gentle smile. She was learning to receive guests here recently, so she simply practiced with this person. Sell things. Xiaoding looked away and observed in the hall. Sir, please. Yafei skillfully led the way. I still don't know your name? For the first time, Xiaoding was a little moved by his peers and began to inquire. You can call me Yafei. The girl pursed her lips and smiled, youthful and moving. Yafei. Xiaoding paused, and couldn't help but take a few more glances. It turned out that he was a core member of the middle family, no wonder he was so beautiful. Is there any problem? Yafei keenly noticed some changes in Xiaoding's eyes. No, it sounds nice. Are you interested in making friends? Xiaoding subconsciously began to flirt with his sister. Yafei is still young, this is not appropriate. Yafei smiled awkwardly. Xiaoding's soul is an adult. At this moment he covers up his appearance and makes Yafei feel like an adult, not a teenager of the same age. It's okay, we'll get to know each other soon. Xiaoding smiled indifferently, took out a medicine bottle and put it in Yafei Xianxian's hand, and they came to a place called Treasure Appraisal Room. An hour later, Yafei sent Xiaoding out with enthusiasm and respect. She watched Xiaoding leave and whispered, "This Ding Xiao is actually a pharmacist.
I didn't realize it at all before. It seems that I want to become an auctioneer and I have a lot to learn. This client must be maintained well, maybe it can help me become an auctioneer.
Xiaoding turned around to make sure no one was following him, and touched the ring. Yao Lao, no one is following.
You are really cautious, not only to make sure, but also to let the old man make sure. Yao Lao appreciated it quite a lot. Mother-in-law, what, is there any? No. Yao Lao was depressed again. That's good.
Xiaoding quickly took off the cloak, and took out the straw mats for the feet and the cotton to change the body shape.
Yao Lao, put it away for me. Do you think I'm a locker here? Otherwise, why don't you raise rats while you're empty inside? Yao Yao always gnashed his teeth. You won't be so stingy, can't you just put something? Xiaoding teased. I'm afraid you can't do it?
Yao Lao had no choice but to put away Xiaoding's things, making up his mind to recover as soon as possible and leave this annoying little guy. Xiaoding suddenly felt lighter, and he took the money to buy some materials on the way. This time, more than 3 gold coins were auctioned for the foundation establishment's spiritual liquid, which was enough to buy more than 20 medicinal materials, and he spent all of it, excluding the part that had to be returned to Suner. Among them, the Warcraft crystal nucleus and some medicinal materials were bought directly at the auction house, and the rest were ordinary medicinal materials. After buying enough, he came to an inn. Yao Lao, start work. Xiaoding took out the 21 pieces of medicinal materials that he sold for the foundation building liquid, and sat down on the chair.
Do you want to exhaust the old man to death and get the old man's inheritance directly?
The medicine always floated out with a dark face, and there was faint smoke from his forehead, and he was obviously in a bad mood.
Didn't it mean 3 servings a day? This is the amount for a week. You can take it every day, or you can do it all at once.
Xiaoding shrugged. Why do I feel that you are quite angry? Yao Lao squinted at Xiaoding. This old man is the top pharmacist in the mainland. In the past, even Dozone came to invite me.
I have no interest in talking to him. Is it necessary for this old man to have a good temper?
Then you have to take advantage of the low state at this moment to cultivate your temper.
Xiaoding took it for granted.
Yao Lao's face froze, and he almost twisted his neck.
Isn't this guy shocked that he ignored Dozone? Actually let him raise his temper?
Xiaoding didn't bother to pay attention to the angry Yao Lao, looked at the medicinal materials on the table, thought of today's harvest, and sighed. I have to say that the things you refine are really profitable. The value is more than 20 times that of the raw materials.
I have never seen such a profitable one.
If we cooperate more, maybe you will be the richest man in Wutan City in half a year, 10 years.
Rich as an enemy. You may be as rich as an enemy, but this old man will definitely become a dog.
Yao Lao replied angrily, picked up the medicinal materials and started refining. No, I'll give you plenty of time to rest.
How about spending half of your day refining medicine and taking 1 day off every week?
Xiaoding thought of 996, and thought it was very suitable for Yao Lao. After all, Yao Lao didn't need to eat and drink. Old Yao's beard flew up, and he stared at Xiaoding. This old man is a distinguished alchemist, not a coolie miner.
If you despise me so much, do you believe that I will leave immediately? Hey, I'm doing this for your own good. Make more money so that I can buy the things you and I need.
I improve quickly, and you recover quickly.
Xiaoding speaks earnestly. Yao Lao frowned, feeling that it was indeed beneficial, and then he shook his head. Why does this old man feel that you want to sell me and ask me to count the money for you? How can you think so? Would a pure person like me cheat you, an old man? Xiaoding retorted.
I don't know, but purity must have nothing to do with you.
If you were pure, would you go to a little girl's house every day to give someone a massage?
Yao Lao squinted at him again, very much like a husky, with a look of contempt on his face.
Old Yao, you're not pure. You peeped at me and didn't say anything, but speculated randomly.
I'll treat Suner as my younger sister.
Even if you have any thoughts, they will only be possible after the parents grow up. Xiaoding speaks righteously.
Now that Suner is still young, who would have any thoughts about a little girl? So he didn't have any thoughts at all, and regarded her as a little sister without parental care. But if Sooner grows up, he can't guarantee that he won't eat the grass beside the nest.
TCH, with your mouth, I think you can become the king of mouth fighting. Yao Lao became more and more contemptuous. Do Wan? You underestimate me too much. His dream is #1 in the world.
Xiaoding held his head high, with a confident expression on his face. Yao Lao felt sick when he heard that. He quickly turned his head to concentrate on refining the medicine, and muttered, "This old man has lived for so many years, and this is the first time I have seen such a brazen person like you." Xiaoding didn't care about it, and said calmly, "I don't have a thick skin, and I don't care about what these vain names do. I don't do anything to deceive teachers and destroy ancestors, and anger people.
It doesn't hurt to be thick-skinned."
Yao Lao shook his head when he heard this, but he also felt moved. Sometimes he was really too self-conscious, missed a lot of things, and left a lot of regrets. He couldn't help but smiled. What's wrong with him? He actually agrees with what a rascal said. Glancing at the medicinal materials, he said, "The old man should only make 3 parts, and the rest will be refined tomorrow."
Okay, clean up after you finish practicing, and I'll practice.
Xiaoding didn't patronize the old man, took a sip of tea, and started to practice on the spot. This made Yao Lao nod slightly. This kid has a bit of a stinky mouth, and he is still very down-to-earth and hard-working, but unfortunately he can't be his apprentice, at most he can be a friend. Still, Xiaoyan is not bad, he should be more obedient and obedient. There is no difference without comparison. Yao Lao somewhat misses the previous owner of the ring. If he absorbs Xiaoyan's fighting spirit, there will be nothing wrong with him, and he can still fool that little guy around.
Seeing that this little fox was really practicing, he was a little unhappy. Aren't you interested in watching this old man refining medicine? This is something most pharmacists in the world can't even dream of. In the future, if you refine it every day, I guess you'll be sick. Miss this time? Xiaoding replied indifferently. The medicine is old and unhappy. Some people think that his alchemy technique will make you want to vomit. Depressly finished refining the liquid medicine, he raised his head and said, "It's over." Too lazy to pay attention to Xiaoding, he turned into a puff of smoke and returned to the ring. "Quite fast, I think it can increase your workload." Xiaoding opened his eyes, giving full play to the oppressive spirit of capitalists. This old man doesn't want to talk to you, and even wants to throw you a strange flame. Yao Lao hummed in the ring. "Okay, you continue to shut yourself up." Yao Lao was secretly sullen when he heard this. He felt that he might really be autistic if he continued like this. Xiaoding jumped up and put away the foundation establishment's spiritual liquid, muttering joyfully, "With an income of gold coins a day, I will soon be the richest man in Wutan City." He left in a low-key manner. On the way home, he found an alley and took off the cloak, stuffed it into Yao Lao's ring, and returned to normal. After walking a few steps from the other side, I suddenly heard a banging sound and a slightly immature shouting. No need to look, he knew it was a group of children fighting. He curled his lips, a bunch of little kids. Not interested in these kids fighting, he stepped forward to leave. "Xiaoding, if you have the ability, stop and don't run away." With a cold shout, a figure in the alley next door rushed out to stop him. This is a boy of 13 or 14 years old, handsome and pale. "Yo, I'm still an acquaintance, Galio, which kid are you bullying?" Xiaoding crossed his arms, jokingly looked at Galio, who was slightly taller than him. This guy is 1 year older than him, and he likes to be competitive and go shopping in brothels. He came to trouble him before, and he was pressed to the ground and cried. Looking at it now, I haven't seen you for 2 years, and my self-confidence seems to be bursting again. Galio was seen as taking a step back. He was no match for Xiaoding 2 years ago. If it weren't for the presence of several fighter-level servants and Xiaoding being single, he would not dare to be so arrogant. "Brother Ding." Amid some weak voices, several teenagers with bruised noses and swollen faces came out, followed by a long-legged girl. This girl is only 11 or 12 years old, her long legs are white and round, she is already very attractive. She has full breasts and a good face, a beautiful girl who looks like a real girl. Behind him is a boy who is about the same age as Xiao Yan, with 2 panda eyes. "Xiao Yu, Xiao Ning, are you free to fight with him?" Xiao Ding was speechless, feeling that the child bullied by Galio belonged to his family. "Brother Ding, he is the one who wants to tease my sister. Xiao Ning angrily pointed at his elder sister Xiao Yu. What kind of teasing? I saw something on her leg and wanted to wipe it off for him. Galio sneered, I invite your sister to go shopping, it's fine if you don't know how to flatter me, but you dare to scold me? Xiao Yu spat, who wants to go shopping with you? How come she doesn't know what kind of guy this Galio is? This bastard is only 14 years old, and he has harmed many young girls in Wutan City, she can't avoid this kind of person. It's very kind, come on, I also have dirty things on my legs, wipe them off for me. Xiaoding pointed to his thigh and looked at Galio indifferently. This guy took the initiative to come to the door and bullied his Xiao family members. He must teach him a lesson today, there is no need to be polite. Galio's eyes were gloomy, and he said to a strong man beside him, fuck your mother, I want to beat you up a long time ago, Tinio, give me a good deal with this kid. The most burly man among the three fighters came out with a fierce look on his face, and slapped Xiaoding directly on the head with a slap as big as a cattail fan. His arms were as thick as Xiaoding's thighs, and there was a faint white light, which was fighting spirit. Before the slap fell, a strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme blew Xiaoding's hair and pressed his clothes against his body. Brother Ding, be careful. Xiao Yu's red lips parted slightly, this is a 3-star fighter, even if she heard that Xiaoding might be promoted to a fighter, she still felt that it was very dangerous. Boom! A crisp sound. Xiaoding casually slapped the brawny man crookedly, and then there was a cracking sound. The strong man's leg was broken by Xiaoding's step, twisting and breaking to the side. What? The strong man who was aggressive just now screamed, but soon his voice stopped abruptly. Xiaoding punched him in the face, teeth and nosebleeds flew out, and he fell back and fell to the ground. Xiao Yu and the others were stunned, they didn't expect this strong man to be defeated so easily. Galio, do you think that with 3 fighters under your command, you can get back on the field? Hey, I didn't want to bother with you trash at first, but since you're so ignorant, I'll give you another memory. Xiaoding mobilized the wood cyclone, his fighting spirit shook, and he shook off the blood from his fist. Galio was terrified when he saw it, and said sternly, you don't come here, I still have 2 fighters. 2 trash. Xiaoding sneered and rushed over. Bang bang bang. Click. The sound of being beaten and the sound of bones breaking came one after another. Xiaoding's strikes are very ruthless. His fighting style combines the fighting methods of his previous life, and he only targets the vulnerable parts of people. The result is broken joints and bloody noses. The 2 so-called fighters fell to the ground and screamed in the blink of an eye while Xiao Ning and the others were dumbfounded. Damn it, you're really a fighter. Galio's eyes were extremely jealous. He had been looking for an opportunity to investigate Xiaoding's reality for the past 2 years. As a result, this guy hid at home and rarely came out. He only met today, and he was even more powerful than his subordinates. Oh, it's so sour. Your uncle and I reached the 9th stage of Dochi 2 years ago. Is it difficult to break through to Doja? Xiaoding sneered and walked over slowly. Galio showed a look of fear, and retreated in a panic. No, you can't hit me, I am the young patriarch of the Jala family. Snapped. The response to him was a slap, and the whole person was slapped into the air, fell to the ground and rolled twice. Galio vomited blood and teeth, his right cheek became red and swollen in an instant, and his words leaked, Xiaoding, It's you, the young patriarch. He was slapped on the other side of the face and was stunned. Well, it's symmetrical like this. Xiaoding, who was somewhat obsessive-compulsive, nodded in satisfaction, caught a glimpse of Xiaoning's panda eyes, and punched Jia Liao in the eyes again. One punch and one panda eye made Galio's eyes stare. Little friend, don't mess with my Xiao family from now on. I'm really not interested in bullying trash like you. Xiaoding patted Galio's face like a pig's head, and after he finished speaking, he put his knee on Galio's chin, and the latter flew up with a stream of blood, fell on several dog legs, and fainted. There were also Xiao Ning and others watching the play nearby, all of them were frightened by Xiaoding's ruthlessness. Xiaoding clapped his hands, turned around and left leisurely. He muttered in his heart. Why did I bully the children again? It's too unreasonable. Next time I want to bully, I have to bully adults.
Xiaoding doesn't have any sense of accomplishment, and Galio is too weak for him, just like an adult comparing a child.
May I ask what sense of accomplishment does an adult have in bullying a child? Unless it is a psychopath, who would be happy to do these things? Ding! Brother Ding!
In the crisp voice, a pair of long legs chased after him. Xiaoyu stood tall and tall, with a beautiful face, blushing at the moment, eyes worshipping, shyly said, "Thank you, Brother Ding, for helping us. Your boy met a little beauty again, this is the second one today, good luck."
Yao Lao teased secretly. Being old and disrespectful, who told you to peek at beautiful women? Xiao Ding complained. Could it be possible for the old man to shut himself up even though he's fine? Yao Lao retaliated.
Xiaoding didn't bother to pay attention to the old man, looked at the bright red and sexy lips of this cousin of the same race, and thought to himself that this long-legged beauty was not in the third generation, so it was not impossible to consider. Watched by Xiaoding's deep eyes, Xiaoyu's face became more rosy, he held the hem of his clothes with both hands, lowered his head uneasily, very attractive.
It's nothing, we are all of the same family, so I naturally want to help when I see it.
Xiaoding smiled, go back quickly, strength is the foundation, next time it will be more interesting if you can solve a pervert like Galio by yourself.
Well, I will work hard to practice. Xiaoyu felt Xiaoding's big brother's concern and was very happy. Her younger brother Xiaoning looked into panda eyes and asked curiously, Brother Ding, how old are you? For you who haven't reached Doja, is a few stars important?
Xiaoding glanced at the latter, let's gather Dojichi first, don't waste time on fighting. After finishing speaking, he strode away, and the Xiao family members who had been taught a lesson behind him were thoughtful.
Hey, the difference between the Xiao clan and the Gu clan and the Soul clan is too great.
Except for one Xiao Yan, the talent of the others is too average. When they leave Wutan City, they will disappear. Xiaoding couldn't help sighing when he thought about Xiaoyu's brother and sister's fighting spirit cultivation. You can't just wait for me to activate Duty's bloodline, you have to use some resources to train the clansmen. Xiaoding thought about it, and went back to the room and said to Yao Lao, next, I will work overtime and refine an extra foundation building liquid every day. Yao Lao came out with a look of grief and indignation, do you know how to respect the old and love the young? The old man is in such a weak state, look at it, it has become transparent, and you still want the old man to refine it? Letting you work overtime is the conscience discovery of an excellent capitalist. Xiaoding said seriously, the more you refine, the more rewards you will get. What the hell is a capitalist? He doesn't sound like a good person at first glance, and he still has a conscience? Yao Lao curled his lips, I don't practice, so you can find whoever you like. You still dare to strike, believe it or not, I sold you? Xiaoding's expression was not good. You sell it, the old man would rather die than be squeezed by you. Yao Lao raised his head and chest, with an indomitable appearance. How about I let you absorb, % more doqi than the original one? Xiaoding gave the conditions blankly. I'm too tired, I have to add a little, %. Yao Lao took a look at Xiaoding and was moved. After he wakes up, he can recover by himself, but if Xiaoding offered to provide fighting energy for him to absorb, the recovery will naturally be faster. Make a deal. Xiaoding smiled. Yao Lao was suspicious, why do I feel betrayed by you little fox again? Are you always at a disadvantage? No. Then why would you sell you? It seems so. The medicine boss felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't find any problems. Xiaoding secretly smiled, he has now reached level 18 of the devouring system, and the devouring ability of the system is 18 times that of his. He can get 18% of the doqi consumed by the system, which is 3.24 doqi absorbed by him in a normal state. What Yao Lao absorbed was the level of doqi he absorbed when he was a one-star fighter, even if it was increased by %, it would not have much impact on him. All the medicinal materials are given to you. You can refine them all at once, or you can refine them 4 times a day. Xiaoding said something, took off the ring and let Yao Lao arrange it himself. He took a copy of the foundation building liquid to practice. Let the servant fetch a bucket of water and pour the foundation establishment liquid into it. The water turned turquoise with a light fragrance. Thump! Xiao Ding jumped in and sat cross-legged, and began to practice.
Ding, the liquid medicine has been detected, which meets the requirements for phagocytosis. Meets the conditions for devouring. Is it swallowing? Not devouring for now.
Xiao Ding was not surprised that the system could swallow the foundation-building liquid. Whether it is medicinal materials, medicinal liquids, medicinal powders, or elixir, they are all medicinal in nature, and the system can swallow them. He didn't devour it immediately, mainly because he wanted to compare it. This is the first thing he got from a pharmacist, so it is necessary to do an experiment. That is, devouring medicinal materials and devouring this refined medicinal liquid. What is the difference? He first absorbed the power in the liquid medicine normally, and immediately felt the power of the medicine enter the pores. His whole body was warm, and the speed of absorbing doqi was much faster.
It's a bit gentle.
After all, this is a person who is suitable for the realm of fighting spirit.
I am now an 8-star fighter, and the effect is much worse.
After practicing for a while, he stopped.
I don't know what the effect will be after the old medicine is refined and then purified systematically.
Xiao Ding was born with anticipation and chose to be devoured by the system. The system quickly fed back a stream of pure medicinal power, which spread in the body, and immediately he felt warm all over, and then became hot, like a flame burning in the body. Xiao Ding frowned. The power of the medicine was more than doubled. The spiritual liquid that was originally suitable for the realm of Dojichi, after being swallowed by the system, directly rose to a higher level, suitable for him as a fighter to practice. There is still a purification effect, but not much. After all, Yao Lao has also been purified during refining.
Xiao Ding was a little curious that he devoured the medicinal materials directly. Would there be such an effect?
It's not enough. The prescription contains a magic beast crystal core, and the system cannot swallow the magic core for the time being.
Xiao Ding came back to his senses, but he went and secretly took a medicine to try.
Recalling the order of the different medicinal materials when Yao Lao refined them, he let the system devour them and absorb them together. The final effect is somewhat similar to that of the Foundation Establishment Essence Liquid, which can speed up the absorption of doqi, but the gap is too large. It doesn't seem to work. It's better to directly swallow the medicinal liquid refined by the alchemist. Xiao Ding threw the medicinal materials back, no longer tried, and continued to absorb the psychic liquid for cultivation. 3 days later, as a powerful breath was conceived in Xiao Ding's body, after spreading, a gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme was formed. In the turbulent water, Xiao Ding let out a mouthful of turbid air and opened his eyes. With the assistance of the system, the power of the medicine has been purified a lot, and I can reach the 9-star fighter in one go. Not bad. Xiao Ding shook hands, feeling a lot of vindictiveness in his body, and looked satisfied. Little fox, come here and let the old man suck. Yao Lao's voice came over. What's the hurry? I'll let you inhale 3 days at a time. Xiao Ding pouted, got up, put on his clothes and walked over. When he entered the door, he saw Yao Lao proudly pointing to a pile of medicinal materials. Boy, do you want to try to refine the medicinal materials yourself?
Tell me, it's not that I won't teach you.
Xiao Ding twitched his cheeks. He knew that the old guy mistakenly thought that he wanted to refine medicine and was embarrassed to say, but in fact it was not like that.
You're thinking too much.
I'm just looking at the difference between soaking the medicinal materials directly and using your refined medicinal liquid.
It seems that you still have some skills, and you are not pretending. Yao Lao was silent, and then his voice became louder. Are you questioning the old man's alchemy skills, or are you insulting the old man?
If you think so, maybe you have both, he.
Xiao Ding's words distorted Yao Lao's anger.
You're bloated.
Xiao Ding pointed to Yao Lao's body that was enlarged like inflated air, and said righteously, there is a sky beyond the sky. You can't rest on your laurels and think that your level of refining medicine is the best in the world. Maybe I will surpass you soon. Yao Lao originally listened to the first half of the sentence, but the second half made him curl his lips in disdain. If you can surpass me, this old man will give you this strange fire. Okay, you are so generous, I will write it down first.
Xiao Ding gave a smirk, and found that Yao Lao had already refined 70 copies of medicinal materials, which would cost million in gold coins. This is worth the entire family property of the Xiao clan. Maybe they won't be able to spend so much money all at once. Xiao Ding smiled and praised, you have practiced so much in one day, and your old efficiency is not bad. Don't make up for the old man, let the old man make up for his fighting spirit. Yao Laosheng was afraid that Xiao Ding would increase his dose again, so he looked vigilant. Row. Walking over to put on the ring, a sense of fighting spirit rushed in. Suck it. Yao Lao shrank his pupils, feeling the do qi that disappeared in Xiao Ding's body nearby, and said in surprise, "You can absorb the energy of heaven and earth without meditating?" "Yeah, is it hard?" Xiao Ding asked back. "The system can absorb do qi all the time, so much that he can't absorb it and store it all." "Damn it, your boy's soul power is not strong enough to split his mind. Could it be a talent?" Yao Lao stared wide-eyed, absorbing the energy of heaven and earth in a non-cultivation state. Even if it is a low-level do qi, it can hardly be said to be a do wang, so he was very surprised. "Look, it's rare and strange. It looks like you have never seen the world. Brother is a genius, so you can't judge it with common sense." Seeing Xiao Ding's smug look, Yao Lao was not angry, but thoughtful. "No wonder you practice so fast. It turns out that you have a special physique." The old man said how it feels like your body is like a bottomless abyss. Yao Lao couldn't help but look at this kid more, and muttered, "I never thought that such a monster like you would appear in such a frontier place. Why do I feel like you're scolding me?" Xiao Ding squinted. "The old man doesn't want to talk to you." Yao Lao blew on his beard and went back to restore the ring. He didn't bother to talk to this kid, otherwise he would get angrier. Xiao Ding shrugged, took some copies of the foundation building liquid, and went to the second brother's residence first. Xiao Li is 11 years old this year, with slender and soft eyebrows, somewhat like his mother. Because Xiao Ding likes to develop steadily, the two younger brothers also practice every day. Xiao Li's cultivation base has reached the 8th stage of fighting spirit, and his cultivation speed is second only to him. "Brother, when are we going to go out for a walk? I've been holding back for the past 2 years." Seeing the eldest brother, Xiao Li said the same thing more than once. "Let's talk about reaching the 9th stage of fighting spirit." Xiao Ding felt that the second brother's cultivation base was a bit low, and no matter what, he should have reached the 9th stage of fighting spirit at the age of 11. "It's a bit difficult. I've only reached the 8th stage, so I'm not as good as you, big brother." Xiao Li smiled wryly. He had worked hard enough, but he was still not as good as his elder brother. Even the third brother's cultivation speed is faster than him, which makes him a little stressed. Xiao Ding didn't blame the second brother. He is a person with a system. The higher the level, the faster he can practice. The third brother Xiao Yan is actually the most talented person in the Xiao family fighting emperor. His speed is comparable to when he had the assistance of the system. Xiao Li didn't have anything, and his talent was about the same as his. It's very rare to reach the 8th stage fighting spirit at the age of 11. So I'll bring you something, use it secretly, don't tell others. Xiao Li's hand mysteriously took out a medicine bottle and asked his servants to fetch a bucket of water. After opening it, he took a drop of foundation building liquid and threw it into it. "Brother, this is..." As soon as Xiao Li smelled the fragrance of the medicine, he felt that it was not easy. "Ordinary liquid medicine, your brother and I refined it, go in and practice it," Xiao Ding said lightly. This immediately aroused Yao Lao's dissatisfaction. "Little fox, you are shameless, even the achievements of the old man should be kept for yourself." Xiao Ding couldn't answer it this time, and watched his second brother go in with a calm expression. After Xiao Li practiced for a while, he found that the absorption speed of do qi had increased a lot. He quickly opened his eyes in shock. "Brother, this..." "Don't ask too much, the elder brother won't harm you, just add 1 drop each time to practice, don't let me down." Xiao Ding patted his second younger brother on the shoulder, and spoke earnestly. "Ah." Xiao Li's feminine eyes were slightly red, and he nodded solemnly. "That's it, I'll send some to Xiao Yanzi, you have to work hard, don't be caught up by the third child." Xiao Ding smiled, asked his second brother to continue practicing, and closed the door to leave. Next door, Xiao Yanzi was lazily lying on the grass. He is over 8 years old now, and he is still a young lady, but his dark eyes are full of maturity that is rare for children, and he is distracted. Seeing his elder brother approaching, he quickly jumped up like a spring, clutching his buttocks. "Brother, don't move your feet, I'll take a rest, otherwise practicing all day will be boring to death." In the past 2 years, his elder brother urged him to practice, and he phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme kicked him when he was lying on the grass and missing his time on Earth or his mother.
Sixth stage of fighting spirit, not bad.
Xiaoding felt the cultivation of this fellow and cheap brother, and nodded in satisfaction. Now that he didn't waste Do Chi to temper Suner's meridians, this kid's cultivation improved a little faster. It can be seen that women do affect drawing swords, oh no, the speed of cultivation. As for him, I'm sorry, there is a system and it doesn't affect him.
Is this not bad?
In 2.5 years at the earliest, I will be able to reach the 9th level of Do Chi, and I will definitely break your record by then.
Xiao Yan said confidently.
Boy, Zhuduan is just the beginning, you will never catch up with me. Xiaoding rubbed Xiao Yanzi's head, and handed over a bottle of foundation-building liquid.
Adding a drop to the water and soaking it for practice is good for the body. What is this?
Unconvinced, Xiao Yan curiously opened it and found that it was a liquid medicine.
It's for basics, go back and practice.
Xiaoding kicked Xiao Yanzi's ass and told him to go back to his room to practice.
He came to a courtyard some distance away.
To be honest, this courtyard is better than the one they phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme in. It is quiet and peaceful, faintly reflecting the extraordinariness of the occupants.
Give it to both younger brothers, this possible future daughter-in-law can't forget.
Xiaoding looked at the courtyard and murmured in his heart. Little fox, you actually use the things that the old man worked so hard to refine to please the little girl.
You really have bad intentions.
There is a powerful guy inside, if you are not afraid of being exposed, just continue to hurt me. Xiaoding reminded in a low voice. Yao Lao immediately shut up and became quiet. He strode over, and soon saw Suner, who had grown a lot taller and was so cute. 7-year-old Suner is still a bit baby fat, with black and bright hair, big and bright eyes, and long eyelashes. She has a small cherry mouth, skin that is more than snow, wearing a light blue dress, full of vitality and beauty, like an elf.
Brother Ding, why did you come here today before it got dark?
Seeing Xiaoding, Suner smiled, her eyebrows were as delicate as crescent moons.
Can't brother come earlier?
Xiaoding walked over and wanted to pinch Suner's face, but the girl smiled and avoided her, but was still hugged by him.
Scratching Suner's armpit, the little girl giggled. Xiaoding kissed Suner and said, Brother, I'll show you something nice.
A few minutes later, there was a bucket of water in the room, and Suner sat in it blushing. She was only wearing a belly band and shorts, perhaps precocious, and looked a little shy. Xiaoding has so many abnormal thoughts about the little girl at this moment, and there is not much difference between girls and boys at this time. Waving his hands to urge Suner to practice. Little girl, why is she blushing? Quickly practice and see.
Brother Ding, Suner is no longer young.
Suner shyly said, Can you stop looking at me? Xiaoding was stunned, and found for the first time that Suner seemed to be a little mature. He underestimated Suner, or was confused by Suner's lowly appearance. In fact, Suner was born with the ability to know because of her strong bloodline, and her cognitive ability has completely reached the adult level at this moment. If it wasn't like this, he wouldn't have come to Zhao's family to seek the Tuasha ancient emperor Jade at a young age. Xiaoding didn't know that Suner had learned a lot about men and women recently, so he curled his lips indifferently. Little girl, why are you shy? If you want to be shy, you have to take off your clothes. Suner blushed even more, pouted, Brother Ding, you'd better turn your head away, or I won't be able to concentrate.
All right.
Xiaoding didn't make fun of Suner anymore, and turned his head to let Suner practice quietly.
Soon, Suner also felt the effects of the liquid medicine and knew it was not ordinary.
Although she is not in the ancient clan, she is intelligent and taught secretly, so her knowledge is not bad.
Don't ask too much, just treat it like a brother thanking you for lending me money back then.
Xiaoding patted Suner's head, and took out a card. This is for you. You can use this liquid medicine to cultivate in the future, and your foundation will be more solid.
Brother Xiaoding. Suner was a little moved. The value of this liquid medicine must be far more than the money Suner lent you. Suner's thoughts are priceless. What is this liquid medicine? Xiaoding waved his hand. Next, are you going to practice by yourself, or should I watch you practice? Suner found herself being stared at by Xiaoding again, and said with a ruddy face, Brother Xiaoding is so nice, shouldn't he have ulterior motives for Suner?
Not now, but sooner will definitely be a great beauty when she grows up, maybe she will be when the time comes.
Xiao Ding laughed, which made Sooner shy. He didn't make fun of it, let Sooner practice hard, then turned and left.
Shortly after he left, a shadow appeared in the house.
Ling Ying muttered, "This kid, you can really speak."
"Old Ling, please call him young master." The cute and amiable Sooner suddenly became more majestic, and corrected Ling Ying's disrespect. Ling Ying was slightly startled. Miss really valued Xiao Ding, and also, in this Xiao clan, only Xiao Ding cared about Mississippi. He responded with a wry smile, and then picked up the liquid medicine to check. After taking a drop, his pupils constricted. "My good fellow, this liquid medicine is not simple, it is not made by ordinary people.
Whether it's good or not, I'll use it."
Sooner held her head up, very happy.
"Miss, this liquid medicine is really not simple."
Ling Ying looked at the medicine bottles solemnly. "I have seen a similar elixir refined by the medicine refining masters in the clan, but it is not as good as this." Sooner was also surprised. She knew the level of the medicine refining masters in the clan, and that was something her father would attach great importance to.
Could it be that beside brother Xiao Ding, there is such a person? "Miss, do you want to check?"
Ling Ying said, and then shook his head worriedly. "It may be dangerous for me to go."
"It is definitely not easy for a pharmacist of this level. Maybe it is from other clans."
"It is best to tell the master."
"Need not."
But Sooner shook her head. "Brother Xiao Ding gave me this medicine regardless of the risk, he has no bad intentions at all, and the people behind him will not do anything harmful." Her eyes glowed, and she seemed very happy. "Brother Xiao Ding also met a nobleman. He is so talented, and his future achievements will definitely not be inferior to the self-righteous geniuses in the clan. No, he will surpass them." Sooner was very happy in her heart, thinking about some things. Her face turned red.
At this moment, Xiao Ding's position in Sooner's heart is irreplaceable.
Ling Ying thought for a while, and felt that it was indeed the case. It was really rare for Xiao Ding to give the ladies something good right away, so he wouldn't threaten them. He turned into a phantom and dispersed, leaving a bottle of medicinal liquid quietly on the table.
"This girl is really not simple. By the way, how do you know that there is an old guy beside her?" Back in the room, Yao Lao couldn't help but speak.
Inferred. Xiao Ding can never say that he knows the plot, he made a reasonable guess. The older generations of the family are very polite to this girl. She is not of the Xiao family blood.
She can lend me a large sum of money at a young age. All this shows that Sooner's background is not simple.
Such a little girl stays in the Xiao family.
There are no servants, so how can there be no protection in the dark?
As expected of a little fox, so you wash people's scriptures and cut marrow every day, just to see that this girl is not simple, and treat her as a child bride?
Yao Lao smirked. "No, don't talk nonsense, I'm not that kind of person."
Xiao Ding didn't admit it. His plan was at most a nurturing plan, definitely not a child bride full of feudal atmosphere.
TCH, you don't think about her in the future if you have the ability. The old medicine doesn't believe it. Xiao Ding didn't dare to answer. A future peerless beauty like Sooner can still eat soft rice. He must have an idea. "Hey, look, you kid treats her like a child bride."
Yao Lao finally encountered Xiao Ding's embarrassment, and attacked him unceremoniously. "He has bad intentions at a young age, it's a pity that he has a Chinese cabbage."
"You are a pig."
Xiao Ding heard that Yao Lao was scolding himself in disguise, and said angrily, "What if I treat Sooner as a child bride-in-law? We are not related by blood."
"Look, admit it." Yao Lao smirked. "How can one be enough?"
"I think the long-legged beauty and the plump beauty from the auction house are both good."
"You can consider it.
This way, you can make up 3 and 4 more, which is the standard 3 wives and 4 concubines."
"Disrespect the old man."
Xiao Ding rolled his eyes. "But I can indeed accept your opinion.
In the future, if others say that I am a fool, I will say that you taught me." Yao Lao was speechless. "Don't talk nonsense, when did this old man teach you this?" "It's what you taught anyway." Xiao Ding held his head up, mindlessly throwing the pot away.
"He really has an idea. Yun, Medusa, Zio Yixian, Xinglin, these are not exactly 4, what a coincidence."
You little fox, your mouth is too convoluted, and your skin is too thick. There is really nothing I can do about you. Yao Lao was so depressed that he went back to him as he talked. After arguing with Yao Lao for a while, Xiaoding continued to practice. He asked Yao Lao to cultivate while absorbing the dou qi absorbed by the system, which was one level lower, without being affected in the slightest. After a week in a row, Xiaoding consumed 2 portions of spiritual liquid, and his fighting spirit improved a lot. It's just that I am a bit of a prodigal, spending, gold coins a week. Dinger, are you there? When Xiaoding felt a little wasteful, a thick and loud voice came from outside the door. Xiaoding went to open the door, and his father Xiaozhan, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, was standing outside with a serious expression. Father is looking for me because of Galileo? Xiaoding guessed. Since he is the eldest and more mature, and his father has always been strict with him, he doesn't care too much. Normally, you won't come to him. You kid beat people to the point of crying, and Galabai was furious. The whole city of Wutan was talking about it, and you kid is still acting as if nothing happened here. Xiaozhan teased, with admiration in his eyes. This son is neither arrogant nor impatient, which made him very satisfied and at ease. He stretched out his face for me to hit, but he was ashamed to cry. Xiaoding curled his lips. It seems that father is not looking for me because of this. You kid is too smart sometimes. Xiaozhan sighed, and then turned serious. This time there is indeed something very important to you. When you were taking care of Galileo, you defeated 3 fighters by yourself. Your strength and talent shocked Wutan City, and you were also recognized by the Misty Cloud sect. They want to take you as an apprentice. After Xiaoding heard this, he frowned and muttered, it's a bit of a loss. Cleaning up the trash has exposed my strength. The Misty Cloud sect is a colossus of the Jiama Empire. If you can join such a top-notch sect, there is no need to hide it. Showing off your talents can get them to value you. Xiaozhan shook his head. He suddenly patted Xiaoding on the shoulder. His eyes glowed. Good boy, you have been promoted again, 9-star fighter. He looked a little excited. The 13-year-old 9-star fighter. An ordinary person at this age who can become a doju is considered a top genius, and my son is about to become a dosher. And the other 2 sons were not bad. Phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals or either / phoneme. It's so cool that the 3 sons are so competitive. Xiaoding's expression was calm and he had no pride. If Yu Yao hadn't been absorbing dou qi for the past 2 years, he would have broken through to dosher long ago. He said, Father, do you recommend me to go to the Misty Cloud sect? Well, but you still have another choice now, and that is Canaan College. Xiaozhan nodded, and then explained, Misty Cloud sect is different from Misty Yun School. It adopts a mentoring system. In the future, you will have the opportunity to control a part of Misty Yun sect's power. Most of Misty Yun School will have to leave after graduation, but the level is higher than that of Misty Yun sect. It is higher, and they will not come to recruit students for more than half a year, but the Misty Cloud sect will come soon. It depends on how you choose. What choice does a child make? I want it all. Xiaoding chuckled. Since each has its own advantages, there is no need for him to be entangled, and no one said that one cannot enter Canaan Academy after joining the Misty Cloud sect. Xiaozhan was stunned. It can still be like this. It seems that it is not impossible. I can join the Misty Cloud sect to enjoy some resources first, and go to Canaan Academy if I have a higher level of cultivation. As long as I meet their conditions, I should accept it. Xiaoding smirked. Yunyun's big beauty, Xian's little beauty, and fallen heart flame, all of which should not be missed. Seeing the older son's wretched smile, Xiaozhan was suspicious. What bad idea are you thinking again, kid? No, I'm wondering who will accept me as a disciple. I don't know if it will be the new master of Misty Cloud sect. Xiaoding returned to normal. He felt a little embarrassed. As expected of the old man, he actually noticed his dirty thoughts. I don't know about this. Anyway, they value you very much. Be prepared. It is estimated that you will arrive in 2 days. Xiaozhan said earnestly, although you are young, you are mature and stable. I still rest assured that you will go out and deal with your own affairs as soon as possible. I'll be back. Phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals FN often / phoneme. Xiao Ding promised.
I'm going to arrange to receive the big shots from the Misty Cloud sect. The ones who came this time are at least elders.
Xiao Zhan left in a hurry. You're too greedy, why waste your time going to Misty Cloud sect? Wouldn't it be good to go directly to Jian Academy? There's a great opportunity for you there. Yao Lao floated out, but he didn't quite agree.
It's too far away, let's wait a few years to talk about it. Even if there is a chance, it should not be something I can digest now.
Xiao Ding shook his head.
He said rationally, maybe I can just leave, but there is no one to take care of me at home.
Yao Lao looked at this little fox and appreciated a little more than usual. You really take care of your family. You can't care about your family. What if your daughter-in-law is abducted?
Xiao Ding shrugged his shoulders, guarding against day and night. Family thieves are difficult to guard against. He has been in charge of Xiaoyan for the past 2 or 3 years. Who knows what will happen if he goes to Jianan Academy? Maybe the third brother picked up the hoe and started digging the walls and eating the grass beside the nest without saying a word. Yao Lao, who had shown admiration for Xiao Ding just now, rolled his eyes and cursed. It's worthless, women will only affect your cultivation speed.
So you are still single now, without a wife?
Xiao Ding squinted with contempt on his face. Yao Lao was so angry that his soul and body swelled again. Xiao Ding's words and this look in his eyes really made him want to hit someone. He took a few quick breaths, tried his best to control his emotions, and flung his sleeves away.
The old man really doesn't want to talk to you.
He was afraid that if he continued to fight against this kid, he would not be able to resist.
The defense is broken.
Xiao Ding smiled triumphantly, and went out to bid farewell to Sooner and the others. When Sooner learned that Xiao Ding was leaving, her eyes were red with anxiety. Xiao Ding's heart ached for the pear blossoms in the rain. He promised to come back phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme after he settled down in the Misty Cloud sect, and after coaxing the little girl for a while, he calmed down the little girl. Xiao Yan was very happy when he heard the news. He congratulated and said, "Brother, you have to take care of yourself when you go to Pengchang Wanli. This big brother is finally leaving, no one will kick his ass in the future, huh?
Little Yanzi, don't think that you can play after I leave.
I will let my father continue to strictly control you and come back phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme to check your cultivation results." Xiao Ding kicked Xiao Yan, and left a sentence that made him depressed.
He finally found his second brother to talk about it.
The second child, Xiaoli, was happy for his elder brother, but also a little stimulated, and prepared to work harder in cultivation, so as not to lag behind his elder brother too much. After talking to the 3 closest people, Xiao Ding hurried to the auction house. He should keep some more foundation building liquid, and exchange it for some money by the way. Arriving at the middle auction house, not long after entering the door, Yafei, who was already considered plump, immediately greeted her. She is wearing a short red skirt today, showing her white and slender legs. Her chest is bulging, sexy and enchanting, gorgeous and moving, with a smile that captivates all living beings. "Mr. Ding, please come to the VIP room with concubine." In the face of this distinguished guest, Yafei attaches great importance to it, and this will be an important bargaining chip for her promotion in the Mitre auction house. Xiao Ding admired the sexy scenery and sighed in his heart.
It's so tempting before it's fully grown, but when it matures, who can resist it?
Well, this time I'm going to sell more spiritual fluids to exchange for medicinal materials.
Xiao Ding revealed his plan so that Yafei could prepare mentally in advance.
No problem, sir, you are the VIP of Middle Auction House, we will try our best to provide you with the resources you need. Yafei smiled like a flower. This VIP traded in the auction house, the bigger the amount, the more credit she has. Enter the VIP room and sit down, and soon an old man with gray hair comes over. He is Gu and I, the appraiser of this auction house, and said politely to Xiao Ding, "Master Ding, how much spiritual liquid are you going to auction this time?"
15 copies, and I hope that you will buy them first. I'm in a hurry, and I can't wait for you to finish the auction.
Xiao Ding leaned back on the chair with a rather forceful tone.
15 copies. Gu and I was surprised and a little embarrassed. If you buy so many medicinal liquids at once, maybe. No problem. Yafei immediately agreed.
Gu and I glanced at the little beauty who came down from the middle family to exercise, and said nothing. "Sir, we will purchase your spiritual liquid according to the last auction price.
Do you have any other needs? Yafei smiled and said.
She would rather take risks than make friends with this mysterious alchemist.
We need some medicinal materials, see if you can get them together.
Xiaoding threw out a piece of paper, which contained some materials for refining high-grade medicines except for the foundation-building liquid. Yafei stretched out her slender hand to pick it up, her beautiful eyes glanced at it for a moment, her red lips parted slightly, revealing her white teeth. We have all these, and we will prepare them for sir right away, please wait a moment. She hurriedly sent someone to organize the medicinal materials and calculate the cost.
Ah.
Xiaoding looked at this sexy and beautiful girl. You are very nice. Next time I pass by Wutan City, I will come to see you.
Thank you, sir, for your trust. Yafei burst into a smile, making Xiaoding admire her beauty and delicacy.
Soon, Xiaoding got a pack of medicinal materials and 30 gold coins, and left without staying. Back home, Xiaoding said, Old Yao, work hard and refine some foundation-building spiritual liquid, as well as high-level spiritual liquid suitable for my second brother. Strange, your second brother is not very suitable for using the foundation-building liquid.
As a fighter, how can you use it to break through?
Yao Lao flew out with a puzzled face. This is what he has always wanted to ask. My constitution can make full use of the potency of the medicine and absorb more, which is equivalent to increasing the concentration of the medicine.
Xiaoding explained calmly.
TSK, it's really a resource-saving physique, suitable for poor ghosts. The old medicine is speechless.
I'm not poor now. In this city of Wutan, which of my peers can get more than 30 gold coins?
Xiaoding retorted proudly.
This is the hard-earned money you got by squeezing the old man. What can you be proud of? Yao Lao hit him unceremoniously. That's mine too.
Xiaoding didn't care, shameless. Yao Lao cursed, took the medicinal materials, and began to refine the medicine. When Xiaoding was preparing to leave, the news that he, the young master of the Xiao family, would be favored by the Misty Cloud sect spread like wildfire, shaking the entire city of Wutan. Ordinary people are amazed, but the two families are in a bad mood. Once Xiaoding joins the Misty Cloud sect, no one in Wutan City will dare to compete with the Xiao family anymore. For a while, all forces were adjusting their attitudes towards the Xiao family, and many small families sent congratulatory gifts one after another to make friends. In the past 2 days, the Xiao family welcomed 2 guests. Xiaoding came to the welcoming hall and saw an old man and a man in black robe. The old man's face was wrinkled, he was wearing a white robe, and there were cloud patterns embroidered on his chest, which made Xiaoding feel very scary, as if his fighting spirit was substantive and difficult to resist. Father and the elders of the Xiao family were all extremely respectful, and they didn't even dare to sit still. It can be seen that this old man's status and strength are definitely elders of the Yunlan sect. But this person was very polite to the man in black robe beside him. The man in black robe was wearing a hat to cover his face, and lowered his head slightly, very mysterious. Xiaoding couldn't feel any breath.
Unfathomable.
This was Xiaoding's first feeling. He could at least feel the horror of the old man in white robe. This person had no sense at all. It seemed that there was a vacuum around him. He was not in this world. He understood that this was due to the large gap. The very quiet black-robed man raised his head after Xiaoding appeared.
Brush!
Xiaoding's eyes blurred, and the man in black robe appeared in front of him. His bright eyes seemed to be shining, and he grabbed his hand. He was startled. He had no time to react. This person is so fast to know, so beautiful. Under the black robe, a flawless, peerless and perfect face was revealed in front of his eyes. Her skin is as smooth as snow, her willow eyebrows are slender, her phoenix eyes are as bright as stars, her icy muscles and bones are noble and glamorous, which makes people afraid to look at her more. She looks to be about 20 years old, her body has just matured, she has the innocence and cleanliness of a young girl, and the charm and sexiness of a mature woman. It is really fatal. Xiaoding sighed. This person was so beautiful that he was a little suffocated. He must be the beautiful Yun Yun, right? Yun Yun didn't care about what Xiaoding thought of her appearance at the moment. The light in her phoenix eyes flickered. She was very shocked. It's rare that a 13-year-old 9-star fighter can meet such a genius in this border town. Her voice was like pearls on a plate, clear and sweet, carrying the majesty and nobility of a superior, spreading throughout the reception hall. Xiao Zhan is fine, he has always known the details of his eldest son, but the elders of the Xiao family, as well as the elders from the Misty Cloud sect, all stared wide-eyed.
9-star fighter.
The elder of the Xiao family swallowed his saliva, feeling a little bit bitter. There is such a monstrosity coming out of Xiao Zhan's lineage, who casually crushes his offspring. Some thoughts in his mind were blown to pieces, and he was speechless for a while. The others were more excited.
A peerless genius was born out of nowhere and was favored by the Misty Cloud sect.
The Xiao family would definitely take this opportunity to soar into the sky.
The elder of Yunlanzong also swallowed his saliva and sighed.
Even in the history of the sect, no one has achieved it, but this child has achieved this level in a place where resources are scarce.
The talent is a bit scary.
Under normal circumstances, in the Jiama Empire, those who can reach the 8th stage of Doqi earlier are very outstanding talents, and those who can become Doju are considered geniuses. Every year you become a fighter, your talent level can rise to a higher level, such as general, medium, superior, top. It is rare to be able to become a fighter at the age of 13 in this place. However, Xiaoding has already cultivated to 9 stars, and he is also a peerless genius who meets once in 100 years in the entire Jiama Empire.
The foundation is very solid, without external force.
Yun checked Xiaoding's situation, and her beautiful eyes flowed. Little brother, how old were you when you became a fighter?
Sister, you can just call me younger brother, why add a younger brother? Xiaoding is dissatisfied. How can a man say he is small? Aren't you making me bigger? Yun asked back.
You are true, but my smallness is not true. Xiaoding subconsciously glanced at Yun's exquisite figure under the black robe. It is a bit fuller than Yafei. This frightened Xiaozhen so much that his face turned pale and his eyelids twitched.
Ancestor, do you know who is standing in front of you? The new head of the Misty Cloud sect.
The most powerful genius of this generation in the entire Jiama Empire, Yun.
Bang!
Yun didn't expect this kid to dare to tease her, so she shuddered immediately. Where are you looking?
Answer my question.
She thinks this kid is a genius, but he is too out of tune, and he must train him after he brings him back.
Oh, it hurts.
Xiaoding covered his head, and hurriedly replied, I just broke through when I was 11 years old, and I was promoted to 9 stars in 2 years. I feel a bit rubbish, and I can't compare to you, senior sister. Xiaoding knew he was wrong, so he decisively changed his name to senior sister, so as not to be beaten again. This woman was beaten so painfully that tears almost came out of his eyes.
9 stars are still rubbish for 2 years?
The corner of the great elder's mouth twitched, feeling that he was being insulted.
Not only him, besides Yun, who can compare to Xiaoding? Are they not as good as garbage? Bang!
Xiaoding was hit again, and it was symmetrical with the previous one, forming 2 big bumps, which can be regarded as a towering head.
Why are you still beating me? Xiaoding was wronged and burst into tears.
He really cried, it hurt so much, he couldn't control his tears.
Sure enough, you can't disobey this kind of woman. If you can't win, you can only get beaten. I didn't become a fighter when I was just 11 years old, aren't you scolding me?
Yun's eyes are very dangerous, staring at this somewhat confused young man. Also, I will be your master, don't call me senior sister.
Ah, you are so young, not much older than me, so you are not suitable to be my master?
Xiaoding covered his head, tried his best to stop the instinctive impulse to cry because of the pain, and looked surprised. He really didn't want to become a teacher and apprentice with such a beautiful woman. Although there were seniors like Yanguo and his aunt as role models, he felt that there was still a lot of resistance.
I am much stronger than you, so I am not qualified to be your master?
Yun was a little displeased.
She is a mighty Dowang, and she is not qualified to teach a doja?
Didn't you say that breakthrough fighter is slower than me, and I will soon catch up with you? Xiaoding rolled his eyes and smiled confidently. He has some ideas about Yun, so he can't let Yun become his master. Although there were cases of apprentices marrying masters, most of them were tragedies, and he didn't want to cause too much trouble and let Yun bear some worldly eyes.
Quite ambitious.
Yun smiled. Well, let's make a bet. If you can break through to Master Do before returning to Misty Cloud sect, I will personally ask the teacher to accept you as an apprentice. How about it?
Okay, I will definitely become your junior. Xiao Ding readily agreed. The white-robed elder of Misty Cloud sect has a strange expression on his face. Does this kid know how quickly Doja breaks through to Do Master difficulty and how quickly they return to the Emperor?
From here, take a slightly more advanced flying monster back to the Imperial capital, and you can get there in at most 3 days. How could this kid break through in 3 days? Knowing this, Yunyun smiled. This kid is definitely her apprentice. When the time comes, she will train this kid to be honest.
Dinger, be serious. This is the current suzerain of the Misty Cloud sect, not some big sister next door. Xiao Zhan reminded.
I know that's such a beautiful and powerful woman. Who else could be besides Yunyun Do Wang, who recently moved the Jema Empire? Xiao Ding smiled. How could he not be able to grasp such things after reading so many books? Yunyun couldn't help but look at Xiao Ding more, of course not because Xiao Ding said she was beautiful, but because of the wisdom and maturity that Xiao Ding revealed at the moment.
Is it possible that this guy is really sure to break through? Impossible.
Its cultivation base is still phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to breaking through, not so fast. Yunyun believed her own feelings, and said to Xiao Zhan, Patriarch Xiao, if you have no objection, I will take him to the Misty Cloud sect. No problem, this kid is just a bit mean, you can hit him casually, you're welcome. Xiao Zhan said with a smile. Xiao Ding was speechless. This is really his own father, just hit him casually. He hurriedly said respectfully, Prestige beautiful sister, I apologize for my behavior just now, please forgive my ignorance.
Yunyun's face twitched. Didn't you say that you are not young, why are you young again?
Xiao Ding said righteously, my experience and life experience are too immature compared with yours.
I will learn more from you, beautiful sister. Yao Lao almost burst out laughing in the ring. Finally someone can take care of this kid, what a joy.
If it weren't for the fact that this woman's ability is really not simple, and his soul power is still too weak, otherwise he would definitely float out immediately and laugh in front of Xiao Ding. Yunyun looked sideways. This guy was really different from any boy she had ever seen. But the more this guy does this, the more out of tune she feels, and she really needs to beat her up when she goes back, otherwise she will be dishonest.
Xiao Ding asked politely, Sister, when shall we leave? Right now.
Yunyun smiled playfully, and said to the elder in white robe, You stay here to deal with the matter here, and I will take him back first.
Yes, sect master.
In a daze, Xiao Ding followed Yunyun and sat on an eagle-like flying beast. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine slash phoneme howled, and the earth was quickly swept away. After looking at it for a while, he felt that the speed of this monster might not be slower than the plane in his previous life, so he swallowed. Beautiful sister, what level of monster is this? A fourth-order beast, with its speed, can reach the Misty Cloud sect in about 2 days. Yunyun's voice was cold, as if this monster was nothing.
TSK Tisk, it's equivalent to fighting spirits, rich and powerful.
He already knew that this magical beast was raised by the Misty Cloud sect, and it was specially used for transportation. All the demonic beasts that carry him are at a level higher than his father's, which shows how powerful the Misty Cloud sect is.
How long are you going to hold me?
Yunyun turned her head and glanced at Xiao Ding, who was hugging her waist as if afraid of falling. Although in her eyes this is an inconspicuous little brother, but he is also of the opposite sex, and he looks tall, which makes her a little uncomfortable.
I'm afraid of heights.
Instead, Xiao Ding hugged him a little tighter. A faint fragrance came from his nostrils. Yunyun's hair rubbed against his face from time to time, a little itchy. He enjoyed it very much. Yunyun's body tensed slightly, and she snorted, There's enough space for 3 people to sit on it, so what's so scary? The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine slash phoneme is so strong, I'm afraid of being blown down. Xiao Ding rubbed Yunyun's back in fear. He really didn't intend to take advantage this time. He did it on purpose and felt comfortable doing it this way.
Yunyun blushed, and then said coldly, Then you should exercise more, boom.
Her hair fluttered, and a powerful battle energy was released, which easily shook Xiao Ding away and flew backwards.
Fuck!
Xiao Ding complained involuntarily, feeling himself being blown up by the strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine slash phoneme. He hurriedly grabbed the rope on the eagle's back. Whoosh! He fluttered like a straw, almost parallel to the eagle's back. At this time, Heiying unexpectedly made a turn on purpose, and Xiao Ding was thrown to the other side.
Beautiful sister, save me. Xiaoding was afraid that the rope would break, so he screamed in fright. This can be regarded as the practice before getting started. My Misty Cloud sect is located on the top of a mountain. Disciples phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme need to use flying monsters to do things. You need to get used to it. Yun Yun folded her arms, taking the time to appreciate Xiaoding's embarrassment. Who is sitting like this on a flying monster? It's like walking someone. Xiaoding was depressed. He could only mobilize his fighting spirit and struggled to go back along the rope under the high-speed flight. In the strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine slash phoneme, the pressure on him was very heavy. Even if Xiaoding was a 9-star fighter, it took a lot of effort to get back on the eagle's back. He was gasping for breath, his arms were sore, and his legs were a little weak. He subconsciously wanted to hug Yun Yun, but he still felt that the beautiful woman's waist felt more secure. P.S. I haven't asked for a ticket yet. I hope you can vote for it if you like it. The recommendation ticket is free, you don't lose money, I earn it, I'm happy. If you hug me again, believe it or not, I will kick you out? Yun Yun holds her head high, her stunning beauty is breathtaking. Hearing this, Xiaoding could only grab the wooden frame on the cushion inside. My mother said that the more beautiful the woman, the more dangerous it is, so please don't deceive me. I thought you were praising me. A smile appeared on the corner of Yun Yun's mouth, and the whole sky was shining brightly. Beautiful sister, you are shining. Xiaoding exclaimed, it seems that people are so beautiful, they really shine. Euphoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme use this to coax other little girls? Yun Yun gave Xiaoding a white look, full of charm. I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, take a look in the mirror. Your skin is rosy and white. It really seems to be glowing. Xiaoding spoke uprightly, this is really not a joke, the beautiful scenery he saw is like this, Yun Yun at this moment is like a fairy in 9 days. Grumpy. Yun Yun said angrily, but with joy in her eyes, which woman doesn't like people to praise her beauty? Don't say that Xiaoding's words are very good. She pointed to her side, come here and sit down, the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine slash phoneme is less here, but don't hug me anymore, it's not good to be seen. There are no outsiders here. Xiaoding muttered, not daring to stretch out his hand, slowly crawled over and sat behind Yun Yun. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine slash phoneme here is indeed a little weaker, and the frontal phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine slash phoneme is blocked by Yun Yun. At high speed, Yun Yun is hardly affected. There is a circle of cyan fighting spirit on her body, which blocks the strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine slash phoneme. Her clothes and hair are not messy, she looks calm and calm, like a goddess in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine slash phoneme. This is the strong man, which made Xiaoding yearn for. Beautiful sister, I want to pee. Xiaoding spoke suddenly. Yun Yun's otherworldly aura disappeared immediately, and she turned her head and stared, hold it a little longer, and wait for He Yunying to rest before solving it. I was scared to pee just now, beautiful sister, don't shake me out like this in the future. Xiaoding complained. Yun Yun couldn't help but glanced at Xiaoding's crotch, and then hastily withdrew her gaze. You lack high-altitude exercise, so when you get used to it, these things won't happen in the future. The beautiful sister gave me this little black eagle so that I can practice more? Xiaoding was quite envious that he could fly home in 2 days with this flying monster. Do you think you are qualified to own a flying beast? As long as it is given by you, who dares to say that I am not qualified? Don't pretend to be a tiger. I miss home. Now there are 2 young brothers and a younger sister who need to be taken care of. My mother leaves early and my father is very busy. As the eldest brother, I have to go home. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme. Xiaoding showed a sad look, which made Yao Lao secretly despise him constantly. Yun Yun's eyes suddenly softened a lot. This brat was playing tricks, presumably to protect himself and his family. She said softly, I can lend it to you when you go home. Thank you, beautiful sister. Xiaoding clasped his fists together, and then asked curiously, I don't know how the beautiful sister's family is like? No, I was an orphan since I was a child.
Yunyun's eyes were dim, and she didn't want to mention these things.
You are more pitiful than me.
Xiaoding was a little distressed, thinking that if he didn't come, Yunyun's heart would be stolen by Xiaoyanzi, and he would phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme alone in the future. He felt it was a pity.
I must give Yunyun a home, so that she will not be alone anymore.
Xiaoding felt that he had another reason to marry Yunyun as his wife.
I want you to be pitiful?
Yunyun's face was slightly cold, which was a subconscious psychological defense. I'm sorry, I shouldn't ask you these things, but if I become your junior brother in the future, you will have one more family member, and I will take good care of you. Xiaoding patted his chest, vowing firmly.
You take care of me? Yunyun curled her lips. Remember, you will be my apprentice. No, I will break through before going back.
After Xiaoding finished speaking, he closed his eyes and practiced on the eagle's back. Yunyun's face changed slightly, and her heart was a little touched. Where did this guy get the confidence to be her junior? She frowned and reminded, if you want to sit still here, you need to hurry up. It's best not to practice stupidly, and be careful not to go crazy.
I thought you cared about me.
Xiaoding chuckled, but concentrated his attention and really started to practice. With the dou qi accumulated by the endless devouring system, Xiaoding doesn't need to deliberately absorb the energy of heaven and earth and the void at this moment. This means that he can focus most of his attention on gathering battle qi, and before breaking through, cultivating battle qi is just a process of accumulation. It is not difficult to absorb low-level heaven and earth energy, that is, dou qi, and refine it into dou qi. Xiaoding has been practicing for so long, and he is familiar with the road, so he entered the state at high altitude.
This guy is really in the mood.
Sensing the slowly condensed power in Xiaoding's body, Yunyun's beautiful eyes were full of brilliance.
Her flying monster is a bit special.
Due to the pursuit of speed, it is not big, with a simple cushion on its back. Xiaoding's cultivation base is very low, and he has to hold the cushion with both hands without relying on her. Even in this situation, he can still enter the cultivation state. She roughly understood why Xiaoding was able to reach this level at such an age. Such concentration and control are very rare among peers. With extraordinary talent, but also such a heart and determination, it is difficult not to be outstanding. It's just that no matter how good this kid is, doesn't she believe that he can break through in such a short period of time in this state? After a while, Yunyun said, "Stop practicing, go down and rest for 2 hours before setting off." She patted He Yunying's neck, and the latter let out a cry and began to lower its height. Xiaoding opened his eyes and smiled. Are you concerned about me? It was time to rest. When I came to Wutan City, it flew for a while. Yunyun's expression was indifferent. You can practice at the same time as you talk, and you still don't go crazy. Can you use two things at once? Almost. Xiaoding guessed that he had a strong soul power, and he also exercised deliberately at ordinary times, so he could indeed be distracted from work. At this moment, He Yunying dived rapidly. Xiaoding's expression changed. He could no longer cultivate. He stopped and held onto the cushion tightly so as not to be thrown off. When approaching the ground quickly, He Yunying suddenly slowed down, making Xiaoding want to vomit. He landed with Yunyun, his legs trembled, and he was a little unstable. It's the same for the first time. Yunyun said something expressionless, and threw a pill at He Yunying. Are you hungry? I have dry food here. Not hungry, I will continue to practice. Xiaoding sat cross-legged on the grass, and the dou qi accumulated in the system surged out from the black hole in his dantian, directly reaching the limit he could absorb. The cyclones of the two big fights sped up their rotation, absorbed them crazily, and rushed towards the peak of the 9-star fighter. Okay? Yunyun sensed the violently fluctuating energy of heaven and earth nearby, and found that these energies were being absorbed by Xiaoding's body at a speed far faster than that of Doja. The speed at which this energy absorbs the energy of the heavens and the earth has completely reached the level of a Doshur. Yunyun was shocked again. How did this guy do it? Is there any special blood? Yunyun thought to herself. It was the first time she felt that Xiaoding was full of mystery, and couldn't help but stare in a daze. Xiaoding has now reached level 19 of the system, and the speed with which the system fully absorbs dou qi is 19 times faster than his own, completely reaching the level of a Doshur. The system now divides him 19%, and Xiaoding can get an additional
361 times of Do Chi.
Adding his own doubling, even if he doesn't take pills and has 2 cyclones, his cultivation speed is about twice the normal state. The system can absorb Do Chi 24 hours a day, but Xiaoding does not practice all the time. So about a quarter of the Do Chi accumulated every day was originally intended to be given to the old man to recover, but now he used it temporarily. With the Do Chi of the Dosher class and the accumulated Do Chi, his speed was temporarily increased to 3 times the normal speed of cultivation. The meridians all over his body burst into pain. Xiaoding tried to maintain the limit state as much as possible, constantly refining Do Chi. What he absorbs is the Do Chi devoured by the system, which is transformed and purified by the system, which is much purer than what he absorbs directly. In addition, he himself also absorbed more pure grudges. As time passed, the Do Chi accumulated in the system was continuously consumed, and his Do Chi whirlpool became more and more complete. After reaching a critical point, the cyclone spins up abruptly. The Do Chi nearby was attracted by his body, and rushed towards him at a sudden speed. Xiaoding was not in a hurry to absorb it. These energies are too mixed. If he absorbs them hastily, it will affect the purity of his grudge, or even fail to break through. He still let the system devour the external Do Chi first, and then injected the devoured fire attribute Do Chi and wood attribute Do Chi from the black hole deep in the Dantian into the 2 large cyclones respectively. How is it possible? This is about to break through. Yun Yun, who had been observing Xiaoding's movements, opened her red lips, revealing her silver teeth, a little dumbfounded. Looking at Xiaoding's flushed body, she pondered, is this guy using the power of his blood to forcibly reach the limit cultivation state? She closed her eyes, and wanted to probe with her soul power, but found that Xiaoding was like a black hole, bottomless and nothing could be detected. What kind of blood talent is this? I've never heard of it. Yun Yun held her chest in thought. After the Do Chi and Xiaoding's Dantian reached the limit speed, a drop of liquid energy appeared in the fire cyclone and the wood cyclone at the same time. This liquid seemed to be very heavy. After dripping, the rapidly rotating Do Chi whirl gradually slowed down, and at the same time a much stronger aura was conceived from Xiaoding's body. 1-star fighter. Under the limit state, Xiaoding made use of the accumulated Do Chi to make a strong breakthrough. In the devouring system, Xiaoding's authority level has been raised again, reaching level 20, and the fighting spirit provided by the system at every moment has reached 4 times that of himself. However, under the new realm, he has a greater need for the fighting spirit of the 2 attributes. Drops of liquid energy continue to condense out, the color of the 2 cyclones is getting darker and darker, and the energy accumulated in the system is quickly consumed. He directly absorbed the energy devoured by the system at this moment, and the liquid energy condensed speed decreased, advancing steadily. At the same time, he also began to absorb the battle energy by himself, creating a gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme around him. His absorption speed doubled, coupled with the system's devouring speed more than 3 times, made the energy of the surrounding world several miles restless, forming circles of violent phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme. Just after breaking through, the rate of absorbing the energy of the heaven and earth has increased again, and the 9-star great fighter is no more than that? Yun Yun was frightened. She was afraid that Xiaoding would absorb too much and kill herself. At this moment, Xiaoding is enjoying the benefits of a breakthrough. A large amount of Do Chi was refined into pure energy and circulated in the meridians of Xiaoding's whole body. These elevated battle Chi washed his bone meridians, which was equivalent to washing the tendons and cutting the marrow, allowing his body to improve rapidly. As the meridians widened and became tough, the pain caused by the large amount of Do Chi accumulated in the body quickly dissipated. Xiaoding's face calmed down, his pain turned into enjoyment. He began to consolidate his realm, and realized the strength of Dosher. The worry in Yun Yun's eyes dissipated. Fortunately, this guy didn't blow up because he absorbed too much energy. If it really blows up, she will still feel a pity. After all, this is the top talent she has ever seen. Even if it is herself, she is somewhat inferior at the moment. The 13-year-old Dosher is not even as good as she is, and when she reached Dosher, she also relied on a lot of resources from the Misty Cloud sect. This young man is all on his own. If Xiaoding knew Yun Yun's thoughts, he would probably answer in his heart that he relied on cheating.
At this moment, the skin of Xiaoding's whole body was faintly glowing, and under the influence of the powerful aura, his clothes swelled slightly as if inflated, his hair fluttered, and his momentum was majestic. He opened his eyes, his pupils were shining brightly. It was already dark at this moment, a fire was slowly burning, and the beauty was beside her, her slim figure swaying with the fire. Seeing a pair of starry eyes looking at him, Xiaoding smiled at the beauty who was always by his side. Am I handsome? Oh. His answer was a slap. Xiaoding was directly knocked to the ground. He felt that Yunyun's hand was not as slender and soft as it looked, but like a steel hand, which hurt his head. A mere little Doshi, what are you proud of? There are big Doshi, Doling, and Dowang above you. Yunyun gracefully withdrew her jade hand, and found that beating this guy was very cool. I have worked hard to break through, can't I be proud? Xiaoding was very wronged, and asked curiously, speaking of beautiful sister, am I handsome or not? Yunyun's eyes were not friendly, do you want me to beat you up? Ahem, just kidding. Xiaoding quickly changed the subject, I have become a fighting master, can I call you senior sister? Yunyun was stunned for a moment before thinking of the bet. She sighed, let's call it that for now, but I'm not 100% sure that the teacher will accept you. I don't think he can refuse such an excellent disciple like me. Xiaoding held his head high, very confident. That old man in Yunshan has never seen a 13-year-old Doshi. As long as you become Yunyun's junior, you can pursue this senior sister openly in the future, hee. Excellent, yes, I can't refuse. Yunyun sighed, and smiled at Xiaoding, if you are willing to be my disciple, how about this black cloud eagle for you? She still wants to accept Xiaoding very much. Once Xiaoding becomes a strong man in the future, it will be a kind of honor. I think your master can give me something better. Xiaoding smiled slyly. Little slicker. Yunyun shook her head and took out a piece of jerky, eat something, and leave at dawn. Senior sister, wait a minute, I haven't peed yet, I'm suffocating. Xiaoding then ran into the grove and made a hissing sound. After settling this matter, he came back to look at this beauty who seemed to be otherworldly, and asked curiously, Senior sister, you are so powerful, do you want to shit and pee? As soon as he thought that such a beautiful woman would do this, he felt kind. Yunyun's pretty face turned black when she heard this, she had the nerve to answer what this guy asked. Seeing Yunyun's expression, Xiaoding suddenly said, oh, so I have to pull. Whoosh! Yunyun became angry from embarrassment, and approached like a teleportation, grabbed Xiaoding's ear, and said angrily, what things are you thinking in your head all day, can you be more normal? It hurts, it hurts. Xiaoding begged for mercy, and said aggrievedly, isn't it normal to eat, drink, and scatter? I'm just wondering if the strong need to do these things. In the case of being beaten, Xiaoding still learned about the strong man's eating and drinking. In fact, at the level of Dowang, one can get rid of ordinary physiological needs to a certain extent, but if it is eating and drinking, it still needs to be excreted. Well, Yunyun beauty naturally needs it too. After eating the jerky, Xiaoding realized that it took him a long time to break through, and Yunyun didn't interrupt him just to hurry. I'll just take a rest and fly back to Misty Cloud Sect. Yunyun said something, seeing the sky was slightly white, jumped on the black cloud eagle, and took Xiaoding soaring into the sky. The moment it broke through the clouds, a piece of golden sunlight fell, rendering the clouds into a golden ocean. Yunyun stood on the eagle's back, overlooking the sea of clouds. Her phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme fitting white dress made her figure concave and convex. Under the golden light, her complexion was as calm as water, noble and elegant. What are you looking at me for? Yunyun glanced at Xiaoding who was lying on the cushion and tied herself up with a rope. Look at the beauty, you are more intoxicating than this sea of clouds. Bah, you're so glib at such a young age. Xiaoding and Yunyun didn't say a word, the time passed quickly, and the destination quickly drew closer. In the center of the Jiama Empire, a majestic mountain range passes through the capital. The name of this mountain is Yunlan, and the sect on it also has this name. For thousands of years, it has been detached and surpassed the empire. Above the snow-capped peaks, the sound of eagles pierced the sky, and a group of black clouds fell from the sky.
The resulting strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wind slash phoneme blew away the clouds and mists in the mountains, revealing many elegant buildings. On the mountainside and at the foot of the mountain, there are lush vegetation, filled with clouds and mist. There are various pavilions, and medicine fields are distributed among the mountains. Many disciples of the Yunlan sect in white walk among them, and occasionally flying monsters fly by in the sky. Good place. Xiao Ding, who was also dressed in white, admired it, feeling that this place is like a fairyland on earth. Except for the abrupt military camp not far from the foot of the mountain, this place can be regarded as a paradise. When you stay for a few more years, you won't find it so pretty. A cold voice sounded in her ears. Yunyan slightly nodded to the elder who came to greet him respectfully, and handed He Yunying to the elder to take care of him. Follow me. Yunyan grabbed Xiao Ding's back collar, and a pair of transparent blue wings popped out of nowhere from his back. The powerful vindictive fluctuations caused the space to fluctuate slightly. Dochi transforms into wings, the symbol of a fighting king and a strong man. Before Xiao Ding could look any further, with a wave of his wings, he was lifted into the sky with a bang. Sect Master, this is. The elder who took Haiyunying looked at the direction that the suzerain took this boy who had just met in surprise, quite curious. In the depths of the Yunlan Mountains, on a peak with the thickest snow, Yunyan fell, and glared at Xiao Ding who was hugging her in embarrassment. Can you be a little promising and hug me again? My clothes are of poor quality, if they are torn off, they will turn into meat paste. Xiao Ding let go of Yunyan's long legs, stood up and shrank his neck. Hiss, it's so cold. Yuner, the teacher is in retreat, didn't you tell me not to disturb? A slightly dissatisfied old voice came from the ice and snow, and then a thought that made Xiao Ding's soul tremble swept across. What? Some old voices were full of surprise, and then the gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wind slash phoneme on the snow peak suddenly disappeared, and an invisible coercion enveloped it. Brush! A white shadow appeared behind Xiao Ding, and behind him there was also a pair of blue wings, much larger than Yunyan's, as if materialized. This person is white-robed and white-haired, with an airy temperament, ruddy complexion, no wrinkles. If not for his old voice and white hair, it might be difficult to imagine him as an old man. He is Yun Shan, the former suzerain of the Misty Cloud sect, one of the top 10 powerhouses in the Jiama Empire. A few years ago, he passed the position of suzerain to his apprentice Yun Yun, trying to break through the Do sect. Just like Yun Yun saw Xiao Ding for the first time, Yun Shan was also shocked at this moment, even a little unbelievable. Do Shi's cultivation level. Kid, how old are you? He asked breathlessly. This kid looked young, but some people's faces were born immature. 13 years old. Yun Yun liked seeing the teacher like this very much, so she replied with a faint smile. What? Yun Shan's eyes widened, and the dusty aura was gone. Like an old man seeing a peerless gem, his eyes sparkled. He grasped Xiao Ding's hand and inspected it carefully, and confirmed that it was really a Do Shi, and the bones were not fully formed. Good boy, genius, even better than Yuner. What's your name? Yun Shan smiled and looked amiable. Xiao Ding, the Ding who promises everything. Xiao Ding is neither humble nor overbearing, and the current Yun Shan has not been affected by the Soul Palace, so it will not be extremely vicious. The more Yun Shan looked at it, the more satisfied he was. He stroked his beard and smiled. Xiao Ding, what a name, where are you from? The Xiao family in Wutan City, his grandfather's name is Xiao Lin, you should have heard of the teacher. Yun Yun introduced it on her behalf. Xiao Lin, it turned out to be his grandson, but it's a pity that he died young, otherwise he would have a chance to become the fighting king. Yun Shan recalled some past events, and sighed. He has a talented junior, and I'm afraid he will be even more famous than those fighting kings in the future. Maybe it's notoriety. Yun Yun muttered, with this guy's temperament, it is unlikely that he would gain a good reputation. Senior sister, you are prejudiced against me. Xiao Ding was speechless. Did he look like a bad guy? How could he bring bad reputation to his ancestors? Sister? Yun Shan was surprised. Yuner, you didn't accept him as an apprentice. He's too talented. I think it's more appropriate for you to accept him, teacher. It's hard for Yun Yun to say that she lost the bet with this guy. That's it. Yun Shan nodded. That's right, these boys are more talented than you, and they may catch up with you in a few years. At that time, the disciples will have higher cultivation than the master, which is quite embarrassing. Yun moved her red lips, wanting to refute, but thinking of this guy's situation, she still didn't have the confidence to speak out. Because it is really possible for Xiaoding to catch up with him, the probability is relatively high. The apprentice has met the teacher. Xiaoding judged the situation and directly saluted Yunshan. He is happy in his heart. Yunshan is his teacher. One is that his seniority is high enough, and Yunyun's generation, many things will be convenient, hee. Secondly, as Yunshan's apprentice, in Yunlanzong, his status is basically second only to Yunyun and Yunshan, and it can also give the Xiao family another big backer in name. It's much better to be a senior sister and younger brother with Yunyun than to be Yunyun's apprentice. At least he doesn't have to worry too much. Alright, from now on you will be my second disciple. Yunshan laughed loudly, and said to Yunyun, although Dinger has been accepted as a teacher, but Yunner, you also know that as a teacher, you need to retreat and break through, and you, a senior sister, will teach him his cultivation in the future. Yes, teacher, I will teach my younger brother well. Yunyun nodded respectfully. Hey, teacher, I'm officially getting started. Do you have any gifts? For example, the flying monster of senior sister is very good. Xiaoding spoke cheekily. Yunshan looked sideways, and upon hearing this, he could see some of Xiaoding's nature. He was not angry. Let your senior sister choose a flying mount for you, it's nothing serious, don't come to find me as a teacher. After finishing speaking, he reminded with a smile, listen to what senior sister says, and be strict with Yunner. After speaking, he turned into a white shadow and disappeared into the ice and snow. This is the end. Xiaoding was stunned for a moment. This old man is going to be a hands-off shopkeeper. Otherwise, what else do you think? It's very rare for the teacher to be able to spare time. Yunyun gave Xiaoding a blank look. The level the teacher was trying to break through was very difficult. Let's go, I'll take you to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lib/phoneme in the sect. Hey, senior sister, you see that I have really become your junior brother, don't you mean it? Do you want a fist? Yunyun, who has always been calm and gentle, was turned into a violent senior sister who could make a move at any time by the chatty Xiaoding Sheng. This made many people who knew Yunyun's character along the way dumbfounded. They were very curious about who this boy was, who could be treated like this by Yunyun, who has always been calm. Then, they saw that the suzerain personally arranged the boy's residence, and lived next to him. This attracted the attention of the entire sect. Soon, Yunyun summoned the members of the sect and personally announced Xiaoding's identity at the meeting. In the huge square, all the people who were curious about Xiaoding's identity fell silent when they heard this news. They finally understood why the suzerain treated this young man, and what followed was shock. This person turned out to be the apprentice of the old suzerain, the apprentice of the suzerain. The most important thing is the 13-year-old Dosher. In the entire history of Yunlanzong, it is estimated that no one has achieved it, even the founder of the sect, it should not have achieved it. Pervert, I'm 13 years old and haven't become a fighter yet. Someone smiled wryly and looked envious. As for jealousy, due to the huge gap between status and talent, they dare not be jealous anymore. Not to mention Dosher, as long as you can become a Do at this age, you will be trained as the core elite of the sect, and even have the opportunity to compete for the next suzerain or the position of the Great Elder. An old man standing on the stage lamented that he is the Great Elder Yunlang of this generation, second only to the suzerain in strength and talent. The patriarch is not as good as him. Doesn't this son have a chance to surpass the patriarch in the future? Someone said something, which immediately made many elders and disciples gasp. What is the existence of the grandfather? That is a well-known existence on the entire continent. When the patriarch was still alive, the Misty Cloud sect was a top-notch power in the mainland, with infinite glory, and people still miss it to this day. If this genius can reach the level of the patriarch, even if they don't surpass it, their Yunlan sect can flourish again. Everyone became excited and looked at this peerless genius one after another. Xiaoding felt that his surroundings were getting hotter, and he was stared at by many scorching eyes. He was not nervous, but smiled at Yunyun calmly. Senior sister, look, everyone thinks I'm handsome, and they can't take their eyes off them. Yunyun's head was full of black lines, and she clenched her fists. Why is this guy so narcissistic? If it weren't for the fact that most of the elites of the sect were here, she would have to take into account the image of the suzerain, otherwise she would definitely beat this guy up. Xiao Ding's words also made many elders and disciples roll their eyes, feeling that the disciple of the old suzerain was a little out of tune. TSK, are all geniuses this weird? A middle-aged man who looked quite gentle smiled at Xiao Ding. He was the most distinguished elder of the Misty Cloud sect, the #1 alchemist in the Gemma Empire, and Gu He, the Pill King. Because Xiao Ding is the younger brother of the person he admires, he also has a good impression of Xiao Ding. He is Gu He, the elder of our sect who is in charge of refining medicine. You call him Big Brother Gu. Introduction to Yun Yun. Brother Gu, it's the first time we meet, do you have a gift? Xiao Ding said with a chuckle, everyone wants a gift. It is estimated that Furukawa is the richest here. It would be a waste if such a fat sheep does not collect some wool. Little brother, you are really welcome. Furukawa laughed, and took out a bottle of elixir. This is the third-grade elixir Guyuandan I refined. It not only strengthens the foundation and cultivates the essence, but also improves the cultivation of some dosher. This is a gift for Brother Xiao. Already. Thank you, Brother Gu. Xiao Ding accepted it with a smile, and then looked at the great elder. The latter didn't know whether to laugh or cry, touched the ring on his finger, and took out a sword. Martial nephew, welcome to join our Yunlan sect. Thank you, great elder. Xiao Ding took it happily and observed the precious sword. It is simple in style and engraved with cloud patterns. When he drew the sword, there was a clang, and the cold light overflowed. The blade of the sword appeared like a pool of spring water, the whole body was light blue, without any blemishes, and the blade was like a mirror surface, reflecting wisps of brilliance. Next to the hilt of the sword, the two ancient characters Qinglu are inscribed. Qinglu sword, a good sword. Xiao Ding's eyes were shining. He personally likes swords very much, and he didn't intend to conquer the world with just one hand. Well, this elder is not bad. With himself, he won't be killed by Xiaoyan again. As long as you like it. The great elder smiled kindly, feeling a little distressed secretly. This sword is one of his most precious collections, and he is usually reluctant to use it. But thinking that this son will become a great weapon in the future, it should be a huge profit to make friends in advance. Seeing that King Pale and the first elder had expressed something, the other elders also took out gifts to welcome the suzerain's junior brother. Under Yunqing, this is my heart. Under Gu Yi. Little martial uncle, I am a disciple of the 10th generation. A group of people introduced themselves while giving gifts. Yun Yun frowned slightly. Originally she just wanted to introduce Xiao Ding so that everyone could get to know each other. As a result, this guy turned this into a gift-giving event. Seeing Xiao Ding's face almost dying of laughter, Yun Yun wanted to hit someone. Yao Lao's face is also dark at the moment. This guy stuffed all the gifts he received into his living space, making his space smaller again. How disrespectful to an old man like him. But at the moment, there are a group of masters outside. He dare not swear, for fear of being discovered. In the lively atmosphere, everyone from the elders of the sect to some clever disciples expressed their opinions one after another. A face-to-face meeting plus a welcome meeting ended when Xiao Ding accepted the gift softly. Afterwards, Xiao Ding was dragged away by Yun Yun, who was suppressing his dissatisfaction. In the depths of the sect, two quiet courtyards stand one above the other, with the snow-capped mountains behind them, and the clouds rolling and relaxing ahead, with a wide view. The uppermost courtyard is the residence of the suzerain Yun Yun, and the small courtyard below is Xiao Ding's. The distance between the two is less than 100 meters. Senior sister, what are you pulling me for? I want to get acquainted with all my classmates. Xiao Ding was carried by Yun Yun like a chicken, quite depressed. Don't put your mind on these mundane things, and practice with peace of mind is the right way. Yun Yun threw Xiao Ding aside and said coldly. I know, but this is a normal human relationship. I will repay them when I get rich in the future. Xiao Ding murmured, looking at Yun Yun today. Her black hair was tied into a noble phoenix hair ornament, and she was wearing a green palace attire, adding some dignity and majesty, and her beauty was a bit unearthly. Only this time, the next time is not an example. Yun Yun hummed. Next time definitely. Xiaoding promised, then grinned, but this time, senior sister, you haven't given me a gift yet. I am the suzerain, and I am his senior sister. I have to be gentle and not hit people. Yun persuaded herself in her heart, but she saw that Xiaoding didn't want to be beaten. As a senior sister, you should teach your mentor and younger brother well. Bang bang bang. Yun couldn't bear it anymore, she pressed Xiaoding and beat her up. If you want a gift, you know you want a gift, can you be a little bit promising? Xiaoding resisted subconsciously, and released his battle energy, which turned into a layer of gauze-like energy, but he collapsed as soon as he touched Yun's fist. Yun beat Xiaoding, and felt much better. In fact, she didn't object to Xiaoding accepting the gift, she just wanted to hit this guy because of his cheap appearance. Zone, the suzerain. A faint voice sounded from behind. It was an elder who spoke. He never thought that the suzerain, who had always been calm and glamorous, would have such violence. Yun blushed, like a little girl who did something wrong, and gave Xiaoding an embarrassed look. She took a deep breath, regained her nobility and elegance, turned her back to the elder, and said coldly, I'm training my younger brother's muscles and bones, what do you want? Exercise your muscles. The elder gave Xiaoding a weird look, he didn't dare to ask more questions, and replied respectfully. Sovereign, a letter from Nalan Jia from the Nalan family. He said that his granddaughter is extremely talented and wants to send him to the Misty Cloud sect to practice. How old is his granddaughter? Under 8 years old. What's the hurry, wait 2 years, I'm not interested in taking care of children. Yes. When the elder went back to reply, Yun glanced at Xiaoding, who had a bruised nose and swollen face. Does it hurt? It hurts, my mother never hit me, you are the first woman to hit me. Xiaoding burst into tears in pain. I want you to piss me off. Yun gave Xiaoding a blank look. Am I mad at you? Xiaoding was stunned, didn't he ask for a gift, why did Yun get so angry? Alas, he really didn't understand what this woman was thinking. Yun took out a bottle of medicine and applied it to Xiaoding herself, and said lightly, in the next 2 years, I will try my best to teach you on behalf of the teacher. This kind of beating will be very common. You should be mentally prepared. Home, don't run around. Beatings are common? Xiaoding was speechless. You're not a girl, so naturally I won't treat you gently. Yun had a deep meaning, shook her jade hand, waved at Xiaoding like a fist, and threatened, if you don't obey, I will beat you into a pig's head. Xiaoding remained silent, this senior sister is different from what he imagined, why is she so violent? Shouldn't she be a big sister who is as gentle as water? Xiaoding wants to cry but has no tears. Frightening Xiaoding, Yun walked away with long legs in a good mood. Ah, finally someone can take care of you, kid. After Yun left, Yao Lao laughed heartily. Boy, you don't know how cheap you are, don't say you are a beautiful senior sister, I want to beat you many times. Xiaoding was depressed, he didn't expect Yao Lao to take pleasure in other people's misfortune. He asked curiously, I'm really so cheap that you can't help but want to hit me? You're pretty self-aware. Yao Lao hee, it's better to keep your mouth closed, it will be much better. Xiaoding smiled awkwardly, went back to his courtyard silently, took out a bottle of foundation building spirit liquid, poured it directly into the bucket, and began to practice. After practicing overnight, all the bruises on his body disappeared, and the medicinal liquid was completely consumed. After breaking through to Doshur, this liquid medicine is basically useless. Xiaoding muttered. Are you still not satisfied with the liquid medicine that should have been useless in Doja? Yao Lao floated out, waved his hand, and a wave of soul force spread, sealing off the surrounding area. The beautiful senior sister next to Xiaoding is 2 phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme here, so he has to be careful. It's time for you to refine Yun pill. I think it will be faster if you practice with the pill. I don't dare to refine medicine here, don't you have the Guyuan pill that Gu he gave, it's enough for you to use it for a while. Alright. Xiaoding is also worried that Yao Lao will be discovered by Yun Shan, and even potential people from the Soul Palace may have something to do with Yun Shan. Once it is leaked, Yao Lao will be miserable. He thought of something and asked Yao Lao, do you have any fighting skills for body training? Yes, what do you want this fighting skill for? It's enough to be able to bear the beating after practicing. It hurts too much for the senior sister to beat someone. Yao Lao rolled his eyes when he heard this. It's your own mouth that is too short, which makes other beauties can't stand it.
Don't talk about it, I want the best.
Xiao Ding also wants to have a strong physical body. Now as his level gets higher and higher, the system distributes more and more grudges to him, which is beyond the limit of his physical body. He had to improve his physical body so that he could better digest the excess Do Qi. A copy of Do Qi with all Do Ling's cultivation levels in exchange. Yao Lao said the price, and squinted at Xiao Ding. The old man knows that your physique can store excess Do Qi. You were able to break through overnight last time because of this talent.
It's easy to give this old man some extra.
Xiao Ding was not surprised. With Yao Lao's soul power, it was not difficult to detect the sudden increase of Do Qi in his body.
What grade?
Mysterious rank is advanced, enough for you to cultivate to Do Huang. It's too expensive, at most a master level Do Qi, otherwise I'll ask the beautiful senior sister to ask for a similar fighting skill, even if it's a little worse, it's enough at this stage. Okay, you have to spend a lot of time for the old man to cultivate at the Do master level. Yao Lao was originally a lion who opened his mouth wide, so that he could bargain with Xiao Ding. He took out a yellow scroll, slapped it on Xiao Ding's forehead, and it turned into a stream of information pouring in. Golden body technique, constantly tempering the skin and flesh with fighting energy, to achieve the effect of indestructible diamond, not bad. After Xiao Ding finished digesting, he nodded with satisfaction. The Xiao family doesn't have any advanced fighting skills of the Xin level, and even the Misty Cloud sect doesn't have a few. If it weren't for the fact that there are relatively few fighting skills of this kind, the old man doesn't care too much.
Maybe the old man can show you an Earth level 1.
Yao Lao said proudly. This is deliberately pretending to be coercive. As a result, Xiao Ding didn't pay attention to it at all, and closed his eyes to digest this body training fighting skill. The golden body technique is divided into 4 levels, which are iron body, copper body, silver body, and golden body, corresponding to different realms after the flesh is tempered. To put it simply, the skin and flesh will change color under cultivation, first turning black, then from black to red, then from red to white, and returning to the original at the time of great achievement. He immediately mobilized his battle energy and injected it into the flesh, and the flesh in a normal state quickly turned red as if it was burning red.
It's itchy and hot.
Xiao Ding practiced for a while and couldn't bear it.
After stopping, the skin under normal conditions is slightly darkened.
You can soak in the foundation building liquid to cultivate, and the effect should be better.
Medicine old reminder. Let me try.
Xiao Ding took out 2 bottles of foundation building spirit liquid and poured them in, then sat inside and practiced. Soon his whole body turned red, and the water in the barrel was steaming. The medicinal power of the foundation building liquid was not converted into battle chi by Xiao Ding, but directly absorbed by the body. As a result, his skin became more itchy and hotter, and this foundation building spiritual liquid accelerated the cultivation of the golden body technique. Xiao Ding could only grit his teeth, try not to stop as much as possible, and practice quickly with the help of medicine. This kid, the willpower is really good. Yao Lao originally wanted to say goodbye to this kid and let Xiao Ding experience the refreshing feeling, but he didn't expect the other party to hold back after realizing that it was beneficial.
Koku. After practicing for a while, the water in the barrel actually boiled.
If it wasn't for the fact that Xiao Ding's cultivation base was not too low, and he was separated by the vindictive gauze, he would be able to boil himself.
It's too hot, I can't stand it.
Xiao Ding couldn't bear it anymore, jumped up and rushed outside, ran to the snow peak, and rolled around in the snow for a few times before he felt comfortable. Next time, apply the liquid medicine on your body, and then come here to practice. Xiao Ding touched the snow on the ground and found an ice cave on the mountain peak, and immediately felt that there was a good place to go.
What are you doing here naked?
Yun Yun's angry voice suddenly appeared from the side, making Xiao Ding tremble in fright. Yun Yun didn't know when she appeared, she was staring at Xiao Ding who only wore underpants.
I'm practicing.
Xiao Ding straightened his face, the cold is good for me to practice a fighting skill.
Yun Yun was suspicious, looking at Xiao Ding's reddened skin. Isn't it cold to practice here?
When I practice my fighting skills, my body will become hot.
If you don't believe me, look at it. Xiao Ding performed the golden body technique, and his skin immediately turned red. Strengthen the fighting skills of the physical body? Ah.
I didn't expect your Xiao family to have such fighting skills. Yun Yun didn't think much, and waved to Xiao Ding, "Come here, starting today, I will teach you formally." Xiao Ding jumped up and quickly came to Yun Yun. My Yunlan sect is best at fighting skills and exercises with phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme attributes. It's a pity that your physique is not of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme attributes, otherwise your power will be much stronger after training. Yun Yun said with regret, "I heard that your Xiao family has intermediate level Xian level exercises?" Well, my Xiao family's Wild Lion Angry Gang is a middle-level Xian level phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme attribute technique. That's right, it can be seen that your Xiao family has had a good time before. Yun Yun nodded slightly. Of course. Xiao Ding really wants to say that my Xiao family is one of the 8 ancient clans, and even Emperor Do has appeared before, so the scenery is infinite. Yun Yun didn't care about Xiao Ding's complacency, and asked, "You are cultivating Wild Lion and Angry Gang?" "No, but my skills are not bad, so I don't need to switch." Xiao Ding shook his head. Fenja's evolutionary technique was the most suitable for him, and he also looked down on Yun Lanzong's technique. "Okay, since you have already practiced quite a lot of fighting chi skills, it would be a waste of time for you to change them again. I will teach you fighting skills directly." Yin Yin frowned. She had checked Xiao Ding's do chi before, and it was very average, so it can be seen that the kung fu he cultivated should not be at the Xian level. She didn't know that this was an illusion created by the superimposition of 2 kinds of cyclones. Xiao Ding's kung fu practiced was actually only at the lower level of the yellow rank, which is the level of high-end goods that most people might look down upon. You really don't want to learn? You will regret it later and want to switch to another major, but it will take a lot of time. If you don't want to learn, senior sister, you can teach me fighting skills. Xiao Ding smiled confidently. My skills are quite special. All right. Seeing Xiao Ding's insistence, Yun Yun didn't ask any more about the skills, and threw out a scroll. You are a poor-mouthed person, and you are easy to offend others. I will teach you the fighting skills of escaping first. Xiao Ding twitched his face, and awkwardly took the scroll, with his name written on it. Aftermath of the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme. This is the top body fighting skill of my Yunlan sect. Its rank has reached the high level of Xian rank. When it is cultivated, it moves like the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme, leaving only a little afterimage. Yun Yun said arrogantly, learn it. If someone wants to beat you in the future, just run away. Xiao Ding curled his lips. Thank you for your concern, senior sister. I hope I won't encounter such a thing. You have a bad attitude. Yun Yun stared at Xiao Ding. And what you said is wrong. Now you will encounter something that requires you to escape. Yun Yun greeted directly with her fist. Xiao Ding dodged the punch in a panic, and said with a headache, Senior sister, I haven't finished reading this yet. It's okay, get used to running away first. Yun Yun clenched her fists. Without using any fighting spirit, she continued to punch Xiao Ding's eyes with a straight punch. Xiao Ding couldn't help punching back, and he was miserable in the end. Fist to fist, he was directly sent flying by Yun Yun. Even if Yun Yun doesn't use Do Qi, with her Do Wang cultivation, her physical body is far stronger than Xiao Ding's. Xiao Ding could only be beaten, and tried his best to resist and evade. In the case of being beaten, Xiao Ding had to use the body skills on the scroll. He found an opportunity to browse through the whole book of fighting skills, which focuses on how to use fighting energy to change the airflow around the body, and move according to the trend. Soon, his figure became erratic, and he used the mountain phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win / phoneme to speed up his actions, making it much easier to dodge. Come, feel the power of the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win / phoneme. Seeing that Xiao Ding was slippery, Yun Yun raised her hand to grab it, and the air twisted and turned into a gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win / phoneme to disrupt the nearby airflow. The skills that Xiao Ding had just learned were immediately abolished, and soon he was punched, causing him to grin his teeth in pain. Yun Yun grabbed Xiao Ding and beat her up. Xiao Ding couldn't run in the end, and lay on the ground with his panda eyes on his face.
Senior sister, you are lying. How can you use your fighting spirit? Don't you also use fighting spirit?
Yun gracefully withdrew her jade hand. Look, I'll show you a demonstration. After finishing speaking, her slender figure flew out like catkins, and before Xiaoding could appreciate it, she suddenly accelerated. An afterimage was left on the spot, which disappeared in Xiaoding's line of sight, and Yun had already appeared in another direction. As soon as Xiaoding's sight was caught, Yun turned into an afterimage again, and in this way, with Xiaoding as the center, four shadows appeared nearby at the same time. He opened his mouth slightly, amazed in his heart. This speed is so fast, the naked eye can't catch it. Brush! Yun appeared in front of Xiaoding again. Her breath was steady, without any panting, her arms were folded, her figure was plump and prominent. How are you? Have you learned? Xiaoding was stunned. Senior sister, did you learn it after reading it once? No, but your talent is better than mine. I thought you would do it once. I have to look to the other side. You continue to take 2 steps? Xiaoding's eyes rolled. He was going to look more seriously this time. He couldn't just see the figure. Digest it first. I still have some important matters to deal with in the sect. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Yun waved her hand, dropped a bottle of liquid medicine for bruises to Xiaoding, and turned into a gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme and left. Looking at the medicine bottle in his hand, Xiaoding sighed. When will this day be so bad? Who can resist the violent teaching method of senior sister? If you were respectful from the beginning, maybe they would teach you very gently. Yao Lao jokingly said. Stop talking sarcastically, you must have seen the skill she showed just now, teach me quickly. Xiaoding didn't see clearly at first, but after listening to Yao Lao's words, he immediately had a solution. The old man is not your teacher, why teach you? The medicine is old and quits. You haven't paid the rent for the past few days. Xiaoding squinted at the ring on his hand. Yao Lao was depressed, and murmured, I know to take advantage of the old man. He said he didn't want to, but this matter was nothing to him, so he pointed out a few words. Dozun's foresight is much sharper than Xiaoding's. A small mysterious level fighting skill is like a child's play to Yao Lao. He directly told Xiaoding the experience after dismantling Yun's movements, and after finishing, he did not forget to say proudly, in this small place, this fighting skill is not bad, but in a big place it is just so. Do you have agility beyond this fighting skill? Xiaoding asked. Hey, the old man didn't pay much attention to training these things, but he knows some top-notch physical combat skills, which are definitely better than those taught by your beautiful senior sister. Yao Lao coughed. His body fighting skills are not much better than this. In fact, if his body fighting skills are strong, his body will not be destroyed. Xiaoding curled his lips. He didn't continue to damage the old medicine, and seized the time to absorb experience and practice this phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind-wine/phoneme catkin afterimage. He didn't want to be beaten all the time. Under Yao Lao's guidance, Fengshu Remnant Shadow gradually started to practice. After a whole morning of practice, he returned to the courtyard, ate some food and continued to practice Do Qi. The next day, he still couldn't escape Yun's clutches, and was still pressed and beaten, but he lasted much longer. After half a month in a row, under Xiaoding's full strength, he was able to leave an afterimage on the way, which is still far from Yun leaving 4 afterimages at the same time. However, in this case, if Yun didn't use her fighting spirit, she wouldn't even be able to touch Xiaoding's clothes, which shows that his level is still very good. In just half a month, the afterimage of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind-wine/phoneme and catkins has entered the level of mastery. Yun was very satisfied with this. She felt that this was worthy of Xiaoding's level of genius. She continued to teach Xiaoding the defensive fighting technique Fingbi and the offensive and defensive fighting technique Fingpu. These 2 fighting techniques are relatively simple, and it took Xiaoding more than a few days to complete each. Yun continued to teach the fighting skills Sifang Fingbi with the ability to trap people and the aggressive fighting skill split phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind-wine/phoneme spin dance. These 2 profound level fighting skills are more difficult, and Xiaoding had Yao to guide him, so it took a little longer, a month in total. Apart from fighting skills, Xiaoding's cultivation base also improved at a faster speed. 2 months passed. It is summer now, and there are still some snow residues on Yunlan Mountain, and the exposed rocks are mottled. Xiaoding sat cross-legged in the ice and snow, his skin was black and red, and he was steaming. After stopping, the old skin peeled off, and the new skin turned completely dark, with a little bit of metallic luster, like steel. This is exactly the realm of the iron skin. Xiaoding's flesh strength has improved a lot, and he was beaten even more. Recently, Yunyun didn't feel much pain when she beat him when she was teaching fighting skills. On the contrary, Yunyun worked every day, which also promoted the improvement of his golden body technique. He estimated that if he went up to another level, Yunyun would not be able to hurt him with just fists. After the training was over, Xiaoding opened his eyes, which were bright, and he glanced at his dark skin, with a strange expression on his face. If the toughness of the skin and flesh hadn't really improved, I would feel like I was tanning on this mountain. Xiaoding muttered. There is no need to doubt, the skin and flesh will indeed change after practicing this body training in fighting skill. Now your buttocks are all black. Yao Lao Yuyu said something. You won't peek at me, will you? Hey, how could this old man peep at you? Your pants were torn when you practiced fighting skills a few days ago. No one can see it. Your beautiful senior sister can also see it, and it's not just the buttocks. Xiaoding smiled awkwardly, touched his butt subconsciously, and was a little embarrassed when he thought of the incident that his clothes were cut by the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine slash phoneme blade when he was practicing the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine slash phoneme splitting dance fighting skill a few days ago. Even Yunyun blushed at that time, but she didn't come to teach him for 2 days. Aren't the senior sisters here today? What's there to be shy about? I haven't fully grown up yet. I won't be shy until I'm fully grown up. Xiaoding looked at the empty snow mountain and muttered. Usually at this time, Yunyun would appear like a goddess in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine slash phoneme. Boy, what you said is ambiguous. Yao Lao smirked. Those with impure thoughts think wildly. Xiaoding squinted. Forget it, the senior sister won't come today, I'll go back and continue to practice, anyway, I'm about to break through. In the past 2 months, although he spent a lot of energy in practicing fighting skills, his cultivation base did not drop much. Now you can try to break through to a 2-star fighter. On the ground, Xiaoding walked like the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme, leaving an afterimage on the spot, and the main body was already 10 meters away. Then it continued to flash, leaving another afterimage. Xiaoding floated down the snow peak and returned to his courtyard as if his feet were not touching the ground. My lord, breakfast is ready. The old servant arranged by Zongman has already prepared food, and respectfully said to Xiaoding who returned. Ah. Xiaoding nodded. After eating and drinking, he closed the door and sat cross-legged in the yard to prepare. Because it is under the snow peak, a row of green bamboos is simply planted in the yard, and the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme blows slightly, making the rustling sound, which makes people feel peaceful. Xiaoding looked at it for a while, thinking of his family members whom he hadn't seen for more than a month, and felt a little miss. In the past, while he was cultivating hard, he could also beat his 2 younger brothers to amuse Sunner. Now, he was beaten by Yunyun. In contrast, thinking about it is a bit depressing. No, I have to go out for a walk or go home. Xiaoding felt that going on like this was too boring. My cultivation base is not bad now, and I will slip away when I break through to 2 stars. Thinking in his heart, Xiaoding sorted out his thoughts, closed his eyes, mobilized the do-qi accumulated during this period, and started to break through. During this period of time, Yao Lao did not refine medicine. Although he paid for the golden body technique in installments, Xiaoding actually did not increase the do-qi he gave. He deliberately accumulated some to break through. Using this do-qi, the cyclone in Xiaoding's dantian rotated rapidly, and droplets of do-qi condensate appeared. The condensate of the fire attribute is yellow, and the condensate of the wood attribute is emerald green. Especially the wood cyclone, the medicinal power absorbed by Xiaoding was basically transformed into wood do-qi, making the wood cyclone much stronger than the fire cyclone. The 2 cyclones each condensed 10 drops of liquid do-qi in one breath, and Xiaoding's aura was smoothly raised to the level of a 2-star fighter. Ding, congratulations on reaching level 21, add a free attribute, and enable the devouring type, different fire. Xiaoding's heart was shocked, he didn't expect that the devouring type activated this time turned out to be a strange fire. Good guy, there is a system to devour the strange fire, I can save it and swallow it slowly.
His eyes glow.
My own system can be regarded as a devouring treasure, and the devoured things will be processed once, so it will be much easier for him to absorb. Dangerous things like swallowing different fires would be much easier for him, and there was no need to go all out. The third attribute is the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme attribute. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme helps the fire, and what I practice in the Misty Cloud sect is basically the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme attribute fighting skills, so I can give full play to their power. Xiaoding already had a choice, and directly set the third attribute as the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme attribute.
After completion, the system panel changes.
Owner, Xiaoding level, 21 cultivation, 2 starfighter attributes, wooded fire, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme devour upper limit, 21 times sharing ratio, 21% types of devouring, dochi, drugs, different fires? To be unlocked, devouring attributes, wooded fire, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme and Xiaoding's Dantian, a black hole is mysteriously hidden under the cyclone, except for Xiaoding, no one can find it. At this time, a new source of power was born, showing a light blue color, like a star twinkling. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme attribute dochi swallowed by the system was injected into this spot of light, and it quickly turned into a blue cyclone. The third cyclone, the cyclone of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme. The airflow near Xiaoding was affected, forming a whirlwind, and the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme attribute fighting energy between heaven and earth was absorbed, and this new whirlwind was strengthened.
What?
Yao Lao floated out and looked at Xiaoding in amazement. I'm not mistaken, why is this kid absorbing the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme attribute fighting energy, maybe? He sensed it carefully, and his face changed greatly. Damn it, he really has an extra attribute, how is it possible?
In this fighting spirit continent, under normal circumstances, a person has one attribute, and some people with mutated souls have two.
He has never heard of people with these three attributes.
Is this the awakened bloodline again? What kind of weird bloodline can be compatible with multiple attributes? Won't it continue to increase in the future?
Yao Lao's complexion changed, and he found that he could not see through this kid more and more. As far as I know, there is no such bloodline among the 8 ancient clans. Yao Lao's eyes flickered. At his level, he could come into contact with the top groups in the Do-Chi continent, such as the ancient races with the blood of Emperor Do. Even he comes from one of the ancient races, the Medicine clan, who are good at refining medicine. Among the other 8 ancient races, there are the Soul clan who is good at soul means, the Ancient clan who is strong in fighting spirit, and the Yin clan who is proficient in fire control.
But I haven't heard of this ancient race that can control multiple attributes. Could it be a longer bloodline? Yao Lao was thoughtful.
The 8 ancient clans are the 8 major races that survived in the late antiquity of the Do-Chi continent. It was only because their ancestors broke through to Do-Di later that they were able to remain strong in the era when Do-Di was rare. In a more ancient era, there were not only these 8 ancient races, but there were probably many more powerful ones. If this kid is really awakened by the ancient blood, it will be really amazing. Yao Lao admired in his heart, he could see how terrifying this bloodline was. Another attribute, one cyclone, even his mutated soul has only one. This kid actually has 3 attributes, 3 cyclones, and his strength is at least 3 times that of the same level. No, 1 plus 1 plus 1 is definitely not just as simple as 3 times, it is at least 4 or 5.
No wonder he doesn't want to worship me as a teacher.
Maybe it's the arrogance awakened in his blood that makes him unwilling. No, this kid just worshipped Yunshan as a teacher. He must think that I'm a soul and body that is easy to bully, humph. While Yao Lao was thinking wildly, Xiaoding continued to practice phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme cyclone for a while. Due to the large gap between the new cyclone and the other 2 cyclones, it is difficult to quickly raise the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme cyclone this time. It will take some time to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme the gap. The most important thing is that this time one more cyclone consumes Do-Chi. Xiaoding found that his speed dropped instead. The dochi provided by the system is now more than 4 times, plus his double, a total of more than 5 times. If the 3 cyclones are divided equally, 1 cyclone will get 1.8 times, which is nearly 3% slower than the times of a starfighter. Only by raising a few more stars can it exceed the speed before recovery. It seems that he has to devour medicinal materials and different fires, and use other methods to speed up his cultivation. The effect of different fire is better. Xiaoding thought about this, finished his training, and found that Yao Lao was staring at him. His eyes seemed a bit resentful. What kind of eyes are you looking at? It makes me shudder. Xiaoding folded his arms subconsciously, looking alert. Adore me as your teacher, I will give you all the old man's fighting skills and alchemy skills. Yao Lao was bewitched, he really liked Xiaoding's talent this time. Give them all? Xiaoding's eyes lit up, and he immediately got up and saluted. I've seen the teacher. During this period of time, I have become familiar with Yao Lao, and it will be a matter of course for me to become a teacher, and both parties will feel at ease. Don't you think about it? Yao Lao was speechless. You rejected this old man before. That refusal was considered my reward from the teacher for teaching me how to make medicine. Now the teacher still gives me fighting skills for free. I really can't refuse this temptation. Xiaoding chuckled, this cheap teacher is not for nothing. He is going to look for the strange fire next, and it is best to go further with Yao Lao. Otherwise, it would be a disaster if Yao Lao blackmailed him when he was in danger. You are really shameless, the old man is a little regretful and impulsive. Yao Lao came to his senses with an unhappy expression on his face. It's late, teacher, hurry up and give me a new fighting skill to practice. Xiaoding stretched out his hand like a gnawing old man. In fact, getting along during this period is the key. Both parties are considered to be familiar with each other's personality, and it is a matter of course for them to become masters and apprentices. If Xiaoding had worshipped Yao Lao when he forced him out, Yao Lao must have had scruples. Now that Yao Lao took the initiative to speak up, he was naturally willing to teach him, and Xiaoding could learn with peace of mind. No, the old man is your teacher, not your servant. How can you give it as soon as you ask for it? Yao Lao raised his head with a proud expression. How about providing the Do Chi equivalent to a Do Master's absorption every day to honor you? Xiaoding directly used his trump card. Insufficient sincerity. Yao Lao shook his head. Xiaoding rolled his eyes. Yao Lao, what strength have you recovered to now? Have you reached the king of fighting? Where is it so fast? Yao Lao denied it. That's Douling? A little bit. Based on your old skills, you don't have to be afraid of meeting the king of fighters. Then I will have a powerful guard when I go out to roam. Xiaoding muttered. Yao Lao stared. What are you talking about? No, there is a good guarantee. Xiaoding corrected his words. Isn't it only natural for teachers to protect students? You think the old man doesn't understand your little thoughts? Yao Lao squinted at Xiaoding. One day I just want to take advantage of this old man. If it weren't for your talent, it wouldn't be too bad. I wouldn't want to accept a little fox like you as an apprentice. What is bad? Have you seen me do bad things? Xiaoding rolled his eyes straight away. I'll give you a headquarter of dochi at the master level every day, but it's only for 2 months, otherwise it will affect my cultivation. He will be on his way most of the time in the future, and the dochi absorbed by the system already surpasses that of ordinary great dosher. Moreover, according to normal standards, doja can practice up to 10 hours a day. He did some calculations so that he could almost help Yao Lao to recover more without affecting his cultivation. That's not the case. It's just the fighting spirit of the dosher level. The old man also has arrogance. It won't depend on you to recover. Who sucked my fighting spirit for 2 years before? Xiaoding pouted. You know that this old man is already comparable to fighting spirits. Do you want to be beaten? Yao Lao resolutely learned from Yun Yun, and after a while forced Xiaoding. A ball of white strange fire appeared in his hand. The power of this strange fire enveloped Xiaoding. The biting cold made him feel like he was about to be frozen, and the next moment it turned into scorching heat. Xiao Ding subconsciously operated the golden body technique, and his skin was immediately filled with a layer of metallic luster. But under the double sky of ice and fire, Xiao Ding was still suffering to the point of death. Ding, bone spirit Lunhui is detected, which meets the requirements for devouring. Devouring? Xiao Ding didn't dare to devour it, so he smiled awkwardly. Teacher, I was wrong, I was just joking just now. You have to take good care of your apprentice, can you not do anything? Yunyan's method is still easy to use, and you will become polite immediately. Yao Lao took back the strange fire proudly, pointed at Xiao Ding's forehead, and transmitted the message with his soul power. An aggressive fighting technique appeared in Xiao Ding's mind. Octopus collapse, advanced fighting skills of the mysterious rank. Xiao Ding didn't expect Yao Lao to be so generous, and he only came here with this fighting skill. Yu Kid has practiced all kinds of long-range attack fighting skills and sword skills during this period of time, but there are no melee attack fighting skills. It just so happens that you have practiced body training fighting skills. This fighting skill requires a strong physique, which is very suitable for you. Yao Lao said, with a proud expression on his face, don't look at it as a high-level mysterious fighting skill, but it has a special attack method, which can be superimposed with dark energy, and the attack power is very powerful. If you practice well, the eightfold dark energy will collapse in one breath, and the power can be overwhelming. Fighting skills lower than the earth level. After speaking, he waited for Xiao Ding to be surprised, only to find that Xiao Ding was very calm. He froze for a moment. Why don't you express it? You are always so powerful. What is it to use a low-level fighting skill comparable to the earth level? In the future, there will definitely be real low-level earth-level fighting skills, and even intermediate and advanced fighting skills. Face, eh? Xiao Ding took it for granted. Yao Lao was depressed when he heard that this kid was too calm, which made him lack a sense of accomplishment. Digest it yourself. He disappeared in a puff of smoke. Xiao Ding smiled and secretly said, I even know most of your old fighting skills, so why would I be surprised? He got up and started preparing things for travel, really wanted to go for a walk. One is Yunyan retreating, he is quite boring by himself. The second is that the cultivation base was low before, and now it is almost possible to go out for a walk and travel. In the Dochi continent, especially the Jiama Empire, Doshur is fully qualified to travel. After one day. What do you guys do with so many seasonings and cooking utensils? Yao Lao was dissatisfied very quickly, and you have a vow, and you still throw it to the old man? Cough, I'm used to it, let it go first, next time I will definitely let go of my own ring. Xiao Ding hadn't received the precepts before, and kept all his things at Yao Lao's place. The last time the sect met, someone gave the precepts, but he hadn't reacted yet. As for preparing seasonings and cooking utensils, I don't want to just eat tasteless barbecue in the wilderness. He said something and came to Yunyan's courtyard. Senior sister is about to break through, no wonder she hasn't come to see me these 2 days. Xiao Ding suddenly thought that it was because Yunyan looked at his butt and felt embarrassed to face him. He could only go to the great elder and tell him that he was going out and needed a flying monster. Yunlang frowned after hearing this. Martial nephew, the suzerain doesn't allow you to go down the mountain at will. What? Xiao Ding was puzzled. This is to protect you. Now the entire Jiama Empire, and even forces outside the empire probably know that our Misty Cloud sect has accepted a genius like you, and it would be very dangerous to rush down the mountain. Yunling shook his head. It's okay. Xiao Ding had a headache. He understood the worries of Yun and others, but if he continued to stay on the mountain, his cultivation speed would be a bit slow. You'd better practice with peace of mind. You may be able to walk down the mountain for a while or two when you become a master. Yunling smiled. This genius broke through to 1 star in just 2 months, and will definitely surpass the suzerain to become the youngest Dohuang or even Dohuang in the Jiama Empire. What if I slip out? Xiao Ding spoke suddenly. Yunling looked sideways. If you have the ability to sneak out, I can't catch you, so what can you do? But I advise you not to run around, this mountain is safe, and there are a lot of resources to provide, why go out? Xiao Ding didn't say anything else, he was determined to go out this time. Qinglian's inner fire must be devoured as soon as possible, and he also needs experience. Seeing Xiaoding leaving silently, Yunling frowned even deeper, and arranged for the elites in the sect, recently, strictly guard the passages in and out of the sect, and then send someone to watch, so that he can't sneak out. Xiaoding returned to the residence, and said to Yao Lao, help me sneak out at night. It's only been a while, and you won't be called a teacher anymore? The old medicine is dissatisfied. You and I know as long as we know, there's no need to care too much, teacher. Xiaoding chuckled. Why are you in a hurry to go out, kid? With your cultivation speed, it is estimated that you will become a great fighter within 2 years. When you go to Canaan Academy, there are good things waiting for you. Yao Lao didn't really suggest that Xiaoding run out. I have been cultivating hard for nearly 10 years, and cultivation alone is not enough. Without real fighting, my cultivation level will be poor. Xiaoding smiled wryly. Improving one's cultivation is one aspect. Battle experience and experience are also very important things. It is difficult to obtain too much in the Misty Cloud sect. You can see far, kid, okay? I will help you escape from prison tonight. Yao Lao smiled appreciatively. What is jailbreak? Xiaoding didn't expect Yao Lao to learn from him and like to hurt others. He deliberately asked, do you have any suggestions for places to practice? Warcraft Mountain Range. And then? I'm going to stay for a while longer. The Great Tagore phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme, where the conditions are more difficult, you can achieve a good exercise effect, and the environment is more suitable for you. If you have to choose the hardest one, and the skin of the people there looks similar to mine. Xiaoding couldn't help but glanced at his iron-black skin. Why does the old man think that the latter is your reason? Yao Lao joked, with your skin color, no one in the Tagore phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme is as dark as you. Bronze in no time. Xiaoding is depressed, he is a black man now, no wonder Yao Lao has never practiced this thing before. At night, the bright moon hangs high. Xiaoding put on a black robe. If he didn't have eyes, with his skin color, he would be so dark that he couldn't see anyone at all. He left the yard secretly and found that the checkpoints for going down the mountain were much stricter. Even if he was too dark to see, it would be difficult to slip past. Don't look at it, there are still several checkpoints on the way out from your side, and there are experts watching. It's not easy to leave. Yao Lao joked. What should I do? Jump off a cliff? ? Just go and dance, the old man will help you. Xiaoding thought for a while, but he could only see the cliff area, where the clouds and mist rolled, and he didn't know how deep the cliff was. I can't see anything clearly, so be careful, my iron skin can't stand being dropped. Xiaoding gritted his teeth and jumped off the cliff. The moment he flew into the air, a powerful force surged into his body. He couldn't control his body, flexibly tapped a few times on the almost straight cliff, and fell down quickly obliquely. After a dozen or so breaths, Xiaoding landed safely in the deep valley. Okay, go northwest, there is no one in this direction. After Yao Lao's voice whispered in his ear, Xiaoding regained his freedom and looked up, but it was still full of mist. Without any hesitation, he cast the afterimage of the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind/phoneme, leaving behind a shadow that disappeared in a blink of an eye. The next day, the servant who was in charge of Xiaoding's food didn't wait for anyone, so he told the steward, which quickly alarmed the elder. He immediately sent someone to conduct a secret search, and there was no sign of Xiaoding in the Misty Cloud sect. This kid really slipped away. Yunlang was surprised, he was just joking yesterday, he didn't think Xiaoding could slip away. It turned out to be a slap in the face today. He thought helplessly, both the suzerain and the old suzerain are retreating, so we can only suppress this news first, and hope that nothing will happen. Yunling had no choice but to try his best to keep outside forces from knowing that Xiaoding had run out. Half a month later, in Mo City on the edge of the Tagore phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme, Xiaoding in a black robe put on the mask he had just bought. This mask is a fox, which looks a little cute, but also a little bit of a punch. As for why I bought the mask, the main reason is that it is too dark, even in this phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme city. If phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often/phoneme attracts attention.
In the past few days, he phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme heard things like you see that person is so dark and why is he so dark, so he had to buy a mask to put on. This time I won't reveal my identity. Xiao Ding muttered. You are so dark now, I guess few people will associate you with the peerless genius of Misty Cloud sect. Yao Lao joked. This is better, I don't want to be targeted by experts. Xiao Ding shrugged, no matter whether it was inside or outside the Jiama Empire, there must be people who didn't want him, a peerless genius of the Misty Cloud sect, to grow up. Once his whereabouts were known, it would be really dangerous. Putting on the mask, Xiao Ding started wandering the streets. He has been in marching for 2 days. On the first day, he was familiar with the general situation, and on the second day, he bought a small courtyard as a place to stay. Today I am going to take a closer look and find the store opened by Dohuang Heibadong. This Haibuodong and the remnant map of the Jinglian demon fire in his hand are very valuable, since he is here, he must not miss it. Due to the hot weather in Machang, the high temperature will make people wear less clothes. Many of the men are shirtless and dark-skinned, while the women show their waists and legs, and their wheat-colored skin is healthy and sexy. The buildings here seem very simple, many of them are made of stones, and there are various types of shops, but they seem a little deserted. He grabbed someone and threw a bag of gold coins. Take me to the best map store in Machang. This is just an ordinary person. He weighed the bag of gold coins in surprise, and took Xiao Ding to an old shop without hesitation. Ancient picture. Seeing the name, Xiao Ding smiled slightly and strode into it. You are really smart and know that you must have a detailed map to go to the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert slash phoneme. Yao Lao appreciated it, but he didn't know that Xiao Ding came here deliberately. Xiao Ding soon saw the white-haired Haibuodong, who was making maps, and many maps in the shop were hand-painted by him. This primitive drawing technique made Xiao Ding look at it a few more times. Seeing that the other party did not respond, Xiao Ding picked up a map to browse. In fact, he was looking for residual pictures related to the Jinglian demon fire. There is a big difference between the old picture and the new one, and because it is still a remnant picture, Xiao Ding quickly identified a dilapidated wooden frame in the corner. He pretended to search nonchalantly, but he actually didn't know what the remnant picture of Jinglian Yaohua looked like. You kid came to see what these old pictures are doing. There are many changes in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert slash phoneme. It is best to buy new pictures, which will be more accurate. Yao Lao spoke secretly. Xiao Ding has already mastered the method of secretly communicating with Yao Lao, and said, the new map will probably give up some places that are not so important now, and it will not cost much to buy the ancient map for comparison. It also makes sense, as you like. Wait, the residual image on your left hand is a bit interesting. After being reminded, Xiao Ding's eyes fell on the top. The messy lines make it difficult to connect with the map. The maps there are broken and not for sale. When Xiao Ding touched this thing, Haibuodong looked up, revealing the scar on his face. Find me a complete map of the Great Tagore phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert slash phoneme. Xiao Ding dropped the remnant picture casually, which made Yao Lao couldn't help saying, this thing is not simple, it's best to buy it. People don't sell it, but you still want to buy it. Doesn't it arouse suspicion? Then forcefully buy. I'm a good person, how can I do forced buying, why don't you come? The old man is doing it for your own good. This residual picture may involve news of a strange fire. There is no need to pay too much attention to it. I know, but you are still old, I have no experience. Xiao Ding didn't want to do anything, even if he was sealed by Queen Medusa, he still has the strength of fighting spirits, and he is still a lot worse. Did you see that he is not simple anymore? Yao Lao was suspicious. He can have something that you always fancy. And I can detect it as soon as I touch it. Do you think he will be simple? Xiao Ding asked back. What a little fox. Yao Lao said helplessly, you guessed right, this person is indeed a bit powerful. I originally wanted to make you suffer, but I will do it again. Since you are so cowardly, let me do it. Come on, I'm not talking now, it's already made him a little suspicious. Xiao Ding urged. He didn't answer Haibuodong's question, but instead looked at him, already alerting him.
The old man knows. When Yao Laoking didn't reach Xiaoding, he directly used his soul power, and a strong aura surged. A gust of cold phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine slash phoneme came out of nowhere in the room. Hai Buodong's hair fluttered, he squinted his eyes. You want to do it? Sorry, this map is a bit valuable, it's mine now, if you want it, come and grab it. Xiaoding spoke shamelessly. Hai Buodong's cloudy eyes looked at this fox-masked man, only a pair of black eyes could be seen, and he felt that he deserved a beating. Let's do it, defend your sovereignty over remnant map. Xiaoding hooked his hands, the provocative gesture made Hai Buodong's eyes filled with killers, and a terrifying chill erupted from his body instantly. He got up and pressed the switch. Boom! The door is closed. Young man, you're new to matching, don't you know that there are some people here who can't be offended? Hai Buodong's tone was cold, and an astonishing chill erupted from his body, causing the temperature in the store to drop suddenly, like falling into an ice cave. The powerful aura is like the cold winter phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine slash phoneme, crushing Xiaoding unceremoniously. But at the next moment, a circle of deep white flames appeared outside Xiaoding's black robe. The extreme scorching heat and icy power made Hai Buodong's icy aura as fragile as mist, and instantly disappeared. Hai Buodong, who had already condensed dozens of ice thorns with his hands, shrank his pupils and trembled. How is it possible? He just felt that Xiaoding's aura is also in dosher. Even if this person has something to hide, he can't hide so much. The flames pervading the opponent's body made him instinctively frightened, and his soul trembled. Who are you? There should be no one like you in the Jiama Empire, and I have no grudge against you, right? Hai Buodong's eyes were filled with fear. He didn't have any confidence to take down this fox-masked man now. A layer of Do-Chi armor quickly appeared on his body, like it was made of ice crystals. This is a method of fighting Chi to protect the body that only the Great Dosher has. What are you talking about? I'm a bad guy now. Don't be afraid of the bad guys who rob you. Come and beat me. If you can kill me, it's your job. If you can't kill me, you have to pay the price. Xiaoding stood proudly. Hai Buodong sneered, you want to steal something, but you still have to pay the price? No way, who told me to be stronger? Xiaoding looked at Hai Buodong, you look so old-fashioned, it's not bad to be an old housekeeper for me. You kid is still provocative. Believe it or not, if the old man doesn't help you, let him really beat you to death? During Yao Lao's ridicule, a wisp of bone spirit cold fire popped up, appeared in front of Hai Buodong, and instantly expanded. Hai Buodong's pupils shrank, and the condensed ice thorns were burned as soon as they met him, and then the power of extreme cold erupted, directly freezing Hai Buodong, who was about to use other methods, into a popsicle. Old medicine is fine, as soon as it comes, use the trump card. Xiaoding was slightly surprised. This person's strength is not simple, and he might escape if he doesn't go all out. Moreover, the old man doesn't want to hear you shamelessly provoking others. Yao Lao answered lightly. If he used other methods, this Hai Buodong could be considered to have the strength of fighting spirits. He has only recovered to the level of fighting spirits now. The opponent is familiar with this place, maybe he can use the location to escape. Even if he couldn't escape, he would have to fight back and forth a few times if he moved without using the strange fire. At that time, with Xiaoding's sloppy mouth, he didn't know how many mocking words he would say, and he didn't want to give this kid a chance to pretend. Why don't I liven up the atmosphere, otherwise it would be cold and boring here. Xiaoding was slightly embarrassed, looking at Hai Buodong who was frozen by the strange fire. There are probably good things on him, do you want to drain them? Didn't you just say that you don't want to be a bad guy? It's all done, so why don't you show mercy? That's right, but this person is not simple. He has the cultivation of Do Huang, and he is so weak after being sealed by some means. Don't go too far. If he tries his best, you may explain it here. It is good. Aren't you surprised? I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme a lot, like there are treasures under the cliffs, and there are hidden masters in the alleys. There are many books written. Well, when you are old, there must be another situation. There may be a grandfather in the ring. What kind of books do you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme every day? It's not serious at all.
Yao Lao was speechless. He is about to break free from the ice. The old man should strengthen it. You can negotiate with him. The old man's mouth is not as sharp as yours. Click. After all, Haibuodong was an ice-type fighting emperor, and Yao Lao's ability to suppress different fires was limited. When Xiao Ding and Yao Lao chatted secretly, cracks appeared. Xiao Ding raised his hand, and the ice layer suddenly thickened. You'd better not struggle, or I may accidentally freeze you to death. Xiao Ding warned. If you want to kill, just do it. Haibuodong, are considered a big shot in the Jiama Empire. I haven't seen any scenes before, so I won't be afraid of you. Haibuodong sneered, but once I die, you will never get the other half of this fragmented map. I didn't say I wanted to kill you, why are you excited? Xiao Ding curled his lips. I just said that I want you to be my housekeeper. When will I kill you? He waved his hand, and the ice layer on Haibuodong's body melted instantly. Haibuodong was trembling with cold air all over his body. You are a strange fire, right? Ordinary flames or battle chi can't be so terrifying. Almost. Xiao Ding was non-committal. Haibuodong was silent for a moment, feeling that this person was a bit special. He snorted, forget my lack of strength, you can take this fragmented picture and go. You think I'll give up another piece? Xiao Ding smiled and looked at Haibuodong. You have a seal on your body, I can help you remove it, the price is the other half of the map, and I will be a housekeeper. He is not very interested in remnant pictures, but he is new here and urgently needs help from a local. Haibuodong is a good candidate. You actually saw it. Haibuodong's eyes changed, and he was slightly startled. I admit that your ability is higher than mine, but it's not necessarily better than when I was in my prime. I am a pharmacist. Xiao Ding raised his head. Is this reason enough? Haibuodong was short of breath, thoughtful. No wonder, it's a pharmacist who can control the strange fire. He believed some of them. According to him, pharmacists who can possess different fires are rare in the entire group of pharmacists, and they are basically advanced pharmacists. At least, the number one alchemist of the Jiama Empire, Pill King Furo, never had a strange fire. Most of the alchemy recipes that I searched for can be refined by this person. Seeing Haibuodong's heartbeat, Xiao Ding smiled. How about it, everyone gets what they need, and at the cost of another piece of residual map and being a housekeeper for me, you can get your strength restored. You've made a lot of money. But I lost my freedom. Haibuodong frowned. I don't want to be your servant for the rest of my life, 10 years at most. No problem, but I guess you will cry and beg me to let you continue to be the housekeeper. Xiao Ding shrugged. As long as he grows up, some people will follow him. I don't believe Haibuodong can resist the temptation. Impossible. I, Haibuodong, advocate freedom and have always been alone. I have never joined any force, and I will never be your servant for the rest of my life. Haibuodong snorted coldly, his expression proud. Xiao Ding curled his lips. Except for this, do you have any news about other different fires? I remember that there is one in the Tagore phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme. Haibuodong suddenly said, you came here to find this kind of strange fire. Xiao Ding nodded. I'm here to practice and get a kind of strange fire by the way. Don't you have a strange fire? It's really greedy. Haibuodong sighed slightly. The heavenly flame just now belonged to my teacher, and it was my teacher's idea to shoot it. I don't have any heavenly flame yet. Xiao Ding shook his head. What did you confess me to, kid? Yao Lao was terrified. He was a spirit body, and he was stared at by the soul temple, so he didn't dare to expose it. I will show up sooner or later. Do you think he will doubt it? Besides, what I'm talking about is distraction. Think about how powerful the person can be. Does he dare to mess around? Xiao Ding replied calmly. Yao Lao thought for a while, and there was indeed nothing wrong, so he didn't say anything more. Haibuodong was really shocked at this moment. The existence of splitting thoughts probably surpassed Dozong. He had never seen such a person. He was puzzled. You are not from the Jiama Empire? You don't need to know too much about these, you just need to know that I want this kind of strange fire now. Xiao Ding is not going to say anymore, at least his true identity should not be revealed at this time. Haibuodong tactfully didn't ask any more questions, and took out a map.
This is the place where the strange fire that I investigated may exist.
I hope it can be helpful to you.
His tone seemed quite polite. It wasn't that he became the housekeeper of this person, but that the other party might have a master who was above Dozun, and the forces behind him were definitely not simple.
Teacher, do you see that? This is your face, are you happy? Xiao Ding teased secretly. Why are you happy?
You are taking advantage of the old man.
Now the old man only wants to beat you.
Oh, I'm your apprentice, isn't this justified? I, Xiao Ding, will definitely handle whatever you want to do in the future.
For example, as long as your enemy is strong enough, I can kill you right now. Gone.
Xiao Ding almost patted his chest to reassure.
Let's talk about it when you have the ability.
I'm afraid that I will be squeezed dry by you before I wait. Yao Lao replied indifferently, but was still a little moved in his heart. Having been with this guy for a while, he knows roughly when he's joking and when he's telling the truth. Although this sentence is a bit suspected of bragging, it is not a perfunctory word. Xiao Ding looked at the map for a while, and said to Hai Buodong, "Come on, come home with me, now you are my butler, responsible for all kinds of chores. You still haven't said how to solve my seal."
Hai Buodong was depressed.
Have you found a solution yourself? I found a prescription that has reached the 6th grade and needs to be refined by different fires.
You. If your teacher is also a pharmacist, you should be able to easily refine it.
However, I am still collecting materials, so it will take some time. Hai Buodong didn't count on this person. He is now sure that Xiao Ding himself is just a fighting master. Even if he can refine medicine, he is not good enough to refine what he needs. But the strong man behind this person can suppress his existence by relying on distractions. His physical strength must be terrifying. If he is a pharmacist, his level of refining medicine will definitely far exceed that of alchemy King Furukawa. Even if not, it wouldn't be too difficult to find a high-level alchemist with different fires.
Give it to me after collecting it, and I promise to refine it for you.
Xiao Ding waved his hand nonchalantly, making Hai Buodong completely convinced that this is a young generation who came out of a big force to practice. Young people of ordinary power don't have this vision, and they don't even blink their eyes when they hear the 6th grade elixir, and they don't care. After walking for a while, Xiao Ding came to the small courtyard he just bought. Its phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the Tagore phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert slash phoneme. I heard that Snake Girl is not bad. Xiao Ding pushed open the door and said casually. Hearing this, Hai Buodong recalled some past events inside. Every man who comes to the Tagore phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert slash phoneme will be interested, but this snake human race is not simple. I was planted by Queen Medusa of the snake human race. I'll help you clean her up then.
Xiao Ding chuckled. Hai Buodong showed an expression that men could understand. Do you want some snake man women to serve you, sir?
They are indeed unique, but the price here is very expensive.
No need, the snake's tail is too aggressive.
Xiao Ding shook his head, looked at the empty courtyard, and said, but I need some maids to take care of this place.
I'll look for it tomorrow.
Hai Buodong reckoned that Xiao Ding was used to being served, so he wasn't surprised.
Xiao Ding pondered, I heard that snake people and humans can have offspring?
Yes, but the chances are very low, and this kind of people are very miserable.
They are not recognized by snake people, and they are also discriminated against by normal people.
Hai Buodong nodded, and said how pitiful this special human being is. Then I want this kind of girl to be a maid, who has the style of the snake human race, but does not have a snake tail. Go find it, don't be too old, preferably under 10 years old, or over 6 years old, so that you won't with too much thought. It is easier to manage and do things. Xiao Ding said lightly, he actually wanted Hai Buodong to find Qinglin. This is a very good seedling, and very suitable to be a child bride. I didn't make it clear just now.
The chances of snake people and humans having offspring are very low.
You have asked so much, my lord, I'm afraid you won't be able to find them in a while.
Hai Buodong smiled awkwardly. Look slowly. Next, I will go out to practice for a while.
You should take care of this yard first. Xiao Ding shook his head. Whether it was the strange fire or the green scale, he never thought that he could find it in a short time. Experience is what he wants to do most now. After practicing for nearly 10 years, he has also cultivated a lot of fighting skills. Now he urgently needs to master them and improve his actual combat ability.
My lord doesn't need me to follow? Hai Buodong asked. Need not. Xiaoding is going to experiment with some things, so it's better to be alone.
Okay, be careful, my lord. There are many dangers in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme, and sometimes it is impossible to guard against them. In addition, you must be wary of the snake human race. They hate the human race very much. Basically, they will strike when they meet. After speaking, Hai Buodong gave some more information, which described the monsters in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme, survival skills, and various special environments, which were more practical.
Thank you.
Xiaoding took the materials in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read/phoneme them all night, recharged his energy in the early morning, and set off directly at dawn. Leaving Macheng is basically a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme, with yellow sand flying all over the sky, forcing Xiaoding to wear a face mask. The scorching temperature made Xiaoding take off his clothes, and walked forward in only his underpants, sweating all over his body after walking too far. It can't be like this, the water loss is too fast. Xiaoding frowned, and hastily released the vindictive gauze clothes to isolate the outside phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme and sand, and activated the golden body technique to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals claws close/phoneme some pores to reduce water loss. Looking at the boundless yellow phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme, Xiaoding smiled wryly. He knew that the rest of his life would be completely boring, and at most he would talk to Yao Lao. Walking on the sand neither fast nor slow, there was a sudden movement in the yellow sand, and a poisonous snake shot out. Clang! Xiaoding drew his sword. With a scoff, the poisonous snake was chopped into 2 pieces and landed on the sand and twisted. The conditions here are difficult, and there are still many living creatures surviving, so we must be careful enough. Xiaoding walked towards the poisonous snake. This is a rare ingredient. He was going to peel the skin and cramps to make snake soup. It would be very delicious. His naring brought a lot of things, even in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme, he could make a delicious meal. The poisonous snake is still alive, twisting its body to bite Xiaoding. Xiaoding's skin was black, and he let the poisonous snake bite him, and his teeth were broken. With a pinch of his fingers, the snake's head deformed. Xiaoding took out the dagger and quickly disposed of it. After collecting the materials, he continued to move forward. Next, he encountered poisonous scorpions hiding in the sand, vultures diving and attacking from the air, and a large number of gerbils. These attacks were very abrupt, which trained Xiaoding's reaction well. Of course, most of the time he was faced with endless deserts, and the monsters attacking him were a bit rare, which was one of the few joys. At noon, Xiaoding stopped by a mound, took out firewood, seasonings, and pots and pans, and began to cook snake soup. While waiting for the snake soup, Xiaoding spread out his hands, releasing different grudges. The left hand is green, which is a wood-type grudge, and the right hand is a yellow flame, burning blazingly. Xiaoding looked at the firewood burning under the pot. According to the principle of mutual generation and mutual restraint of the 5 elements, wood can make fire, and my wood attribute fighting energy should also make the fire attribute fighting energy stronger. He controlled a wisp of wood attribute fighting energy and injected it into fire attribute fighting energy, and soon the flame in his right hand increased significantly, and the burning became more and more intense. After trying to confirm that there is no mutual restraint, Xiaoding slowly approached the 2 groups of grudges. Call. The flame, which was originally the size of a fist, exploded to the size of a head in an instant, and its power was more than doubled, and it continued to expand. Xiaoding threw out his grudge, and with a bang, a hole was blasted out of the sand. This is just the power of battle chi. If it is used with fighting skills, the power will be even more terrifying. About 3 times the power. Yao Lao Pao came out, looking enviously at the result. You are probably the only person in the whole world who can integrate battle energy and improve explosive power by yourself. Is there any fighting skill for the fusion of fighting spirit? Xiaoding asked. The old man said, you are the only one, and everyone else needs the cooperation of multiple people. I can't practice this kind of fighting skill at all.
What can I do if I want it? Yao Lao shook his head. Then you can only figure it out yourself.
Xiao Ding murmured, his younger brother could create a bomb like Buddha's Fury Fire Lotus by rubbing different fires. He is still the 5 elements, and it will not be too difficult to fuse them together. With a wave of his hand, green fighting energy and yellow fighting energy appeared, suspended in the air, and then he condensed a cloud of blue phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme attribute fighting energy. Good boy, the power of the fusion of the 3 types of battle chi is probably a bit scary. Yao Lao's eyes lit up, and he watched expectantly. Xiao Ding didn't speak, and controlled the fusion of 3 fighting chi, first wood and fire, making the flames formed by the fire-fighting chi soar. After the addition of the fighting spirit of the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme, the speed of the explosion suddenly accelerated, and the destructive power was bred, and Xiao Ding himself was somewhat unable to control it. He had no choice but to throw it out, and the battle energy containing green, yellow, and blue lights merged into one, and immediately formed a dark green whirlwind, which fell 10 feet away, and then exploded. Boom! Under the deafening sound, the sand blasted away, forming a large crater over 10 meters. The power of fusion battle energy is so terrifying. Xiao Ding was surprised, but broke out in cold sweat. He had thought about merging in the Dantian space before, but fortunately he didn't do it, otherwise he couldn't control it and would blow himself to pieces. The destructive power of your fighting spirit is no less than that of a great fighter with all his strength. Yao Lao looked at Xiao Ding quietly. Your bloodline is really scary. You are born with the talent to leapfrog and fight, but it is a bit dangerous. If you are not careful, you will lose your cultivation. No wonder it disappeared in ancient times. Ancient time? Xiao Ding was stunned for a moment. Did this old man think too much? At most he had the blood of the Xiao clan, not the blood of Emperor Do. Could he have other ancient blood? Well, the ancient times were very glorious, far from being comparable to what is available now. Your terrifying talent definitely came from a certain powerful bloodline at that time. Yao Lao was determined. Except for the blood, he couldn't think of any other possibility. Maybe. Xiao Ding is non-committal. His system is also considered a special talent. It is not impossible to use it as a bloodline. You'd better not reveal this bloodline power to others easily, as it is easy to be targeted by others. Yao Lao reminded, there are all kinds of evil methods in this world, which can directly plunder your blood power. I know that even if I use this kind of fusion fighting energy in the future, I will try to hide it as much as possible. Xiao Ding nodded. Now he has experimented in vitro, which proves the frighteningness of merging fighting energy. However, there is also a problem, that is, it is very difficult to control. You must have a strong soul force, and you can't make mistakes. Otherwise, it will explode suddenly like just now. It's okay outside, but if it's inside the Dantian, it's tantamount to committing suicide. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind / phoneme attribute battle energy is the most unstable. After joining, the fusion battle energy is easy to explode. Xiao Ding recalled the situation just now, and decided to combine the fighting energy of wood and fire first, and put the fighting energy of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme attribute later. Once he can fuse more stably, he can cast the vindictive version of the Buddha's Wrathfire Lotus, which may not be as powerful as the pure different fire version, but it is safe and controllable, and can be cast many times. After all, what is fused and exploded is just battle chi, and it recovers very quickly. Xiao Ding waved his hand, and blocked the flying dust with his vindictive gauze, so as not to affect the snake soup that was being stewed. He sat cross-legged on the ground, released a wisp of fighting energy in each of his left and right hands, and began to try to control the stability of the fusion fighting energy. One green and one yellow vindictiveness merged to form yellow-green vindictiveness, which expanded rapidly. A light flashed in Xiao Ding's eyes, and his soul force exploded, trying to control this wisp of battle energy as much as possible. At this time, the advantages of Fenju are revealed. This technique itself swallows the strange fire, and it can be evolved by fusing the power of the different fire. It is also possible to replace it with battle chi. Combined with his own experience in Fenju, Xiao Ding used his soul power to stabilize this fused fighting energy. It stopped expanding, but began to shrink, turning into a more pure new fighting energy. This is considered to be the first generation of fusion do chi. Xiao Ding continued to control it while sensing the change of this power. If he can control this fusion battle chi like other single attribute battle chi, his experiment will be considered a success. Only then will he be able to fully utilize the benefits of the 3 doji cyclones. Otherwise, he would have 3 times the dochi of an ordinary person, and would be very suitable for practicing the 3 attributes corresponding to dochi. For the improvement of combat effectiveness, the boost of 3 separate cyclones is not too great. Yao Lao looked enviously. This is talent. Even if he practiced the yellow rank kung fu, he could still cultivate the pure battle chi that can only be cultivated by the mysterious kung fu. When Fin devours the different fire and evolves, this kid's grudge will go one step further, and it will always be one level higher than normal. Couldn't it be that with earth level exercises, maybe one can cultivate the battle chi that can only be cultivated by practicing heaven level exercises? Yao Lao lamented. In his opinion, among the 8 ancient clans, no one could match this kind of blood power. Even the strongest soul in ancient clans today, in terms of pure fighting spirit thickness and purity, should be inferior in the future. It's a pity. If you have your own bloodline corresponding to the inheritance of the ancient strong clan, it will be much easier to cultivate, but now you have to figure it out by yourself. Yao Lao regretted. The road I walk out by myself is far stronger than following others. Sooner or later, my road will reach the pinnacle of this world. Xiao Ding believes that he is now fully exploiting the benefits provided by the system. As far as these 3 major dochi whirlwinds are used well, the power of fusion dochi will be more than 5 times that of ordinary dochi, and it can completely stand out from the crowd. There will be new cyclones born in the future. If he continues to integrate other attributes of fighting energy, his fighting energy will definitely reach 10 times the power of the same level. At that time, it will be commonplace to fight over the next level, and it will be very easy. Ambition, the old man is looking forward to how far you can go. Yao Lao smiled, and vaguely saw in his heart that one day in the future, this kid would beat the arrogance of all races to doubt his life just by relying on his fighting spirit. Without disturbing Xiao Ding's practice, Yao Lao prepared to return to the ring to continue recovering. This kid grew up so fast, he decided that he had to recover quickly, otherwise he might be caught up by this kid. Yao Lao, show me the snake soup and stir it with a spoon. Xiao Ding tilted his head to remind him that he can still speak now that he is merging fighting chi, which shows that the pressure is not too great, and the fighting chi fusion of the 2 attributes is still within the control range. The old man won't eat your snake soup. Why should I show you? The medicine is old and unhappy. Because you are always a soul body and cannot steal my snake soup, I asked you to take a look. Xiao Ding laughed jokingly, and his mouth started to be beaten again. You kid, you know how to bully this old man. Yao Lao blew on his beard, but still opened the pot with a spoon and stirred it. It's so fragrant, it's a bit affecting my fusion of battle chi. Xiao Ding took a deep breath, his stomach became more and more hungry. Don't talk, just practice yours quietly. Yao Lao stared. Now he can only watch but not eat. This kid is still talking about it in front of his face. Isn't this torturing him as an old man? Xiao Ding smiled and calmed down to practice. The fused fighting energy in his palm gradually stabilized, turning into a wisp of yellow-green fighting energy, which looked similar to the fighting energy of the other 2 attributes. But if you sense it carefully, you can also find that the energy contained in it has increased a lot. Although it has not doubled, it is also beyond the ordinary grudge. There are some losses in the fusion, which must be reduced or even eliminated. Xiao Ding frowned. This is obviously his strength. Fusion still has wear and tear, a bit unreasonable. He continued to try to reduce the loss, but the speed was very slow, and it could not be solved in a while. It's almost done. If you don't eat meat, it will melt. Medicine old reminder. Only then did Xiao Ding stop. Looking at the sky, it was almost dark. He had been practicing all afternoon. He flicked the fused grudge into the ground, and then thought. There was a muffled sound, and the sand bulged upwards, as if a monster was about to burst out of the ground. In the next second, the sand exploded and flew all over the sky. Your fusion dochi can easily explode, and its destructive power is considerable. Yao Lao looked at the exploding sand and soil, and was looking forward to the effect of this kid's fusion battle chi against the enemy. Fighting chi with a single attribute will basically not explode, unless a certain fighting skill is used, and this fusion fighting skill has different attributes. As long as Xiaoding needs it, it can be split to form an explosion.
It's powerful and dangerous. Xiaoding was not too happy. If this kind of power cannot be used like an arm, there will be potential danger. He got up and went to dinner, looked at the delicious snake soup, smiled, and began to eat. At the same time, in the Yunlan sect, a powerful aura gushed out from the mountain and spread rapidly, causing the disciples of the sect to sink their minds. The suzerain's strength has improved. Sect master is too powerful. When many people talked about the breakthrough in the suzerain's strength, the elder still bit the bullet and told Yun Yun the news that Xiaoding had slipped away. Hearing the news, Yun Yun's originally good mood suddenly disappeared. She had a dark face. Is there anything wrong with the mountain? What is this kid doing? Not sure, I have sent someone to Wutan City to check, but he didn't go back. Yun Long smiled wryly. Yun Yunlu frowned slightly. Has the news spread? Not yet, I have blocked the news as much as possible, but it is not ruled out that some forces have obtained the news through certain means. Yun Ling replied uncertainly. Then just ignore him, this guy can run out, so it's not easy to get into trouble. Yun Yun asked the elder to go down, and suddenly squeezed her hands. Xiaoding, it's best not to be caught by me, or I will beat your father so hard that you can't even recognize him. Xiaoding sneezed, touched his stomach, and said with satisfaction, it tastes really good, let's start practicing now. He put away the pots and pans, then set up a tent and entered it to practice. Taking out a bottle of medicinal liquid that Yao Lao specially refined for him to aid in body training, Xiaoding took out the wooden barrel and soaked it in water for cultivation. That's a luxury in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme, and even with repeated use, he'd have to go phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often/phoneme to find water then. I don't know how effective your new body refining liquid is. Xiaoding looked at the pitch-black water, walked in and sat down. His whole body was itchy all over, as if insects were scratching his flesh. Xiaoding's face twitched, he gritted his teeth and quickly performed the golden body technique. His flesh and blood soon became hot, like steel burning red. In this state, he felt a burst of coolness, and the strange medicinal power melted into his flesh, which accelerated his improvement of the golden body technique. After practicing until midnight, the water in the bucket miraculously became clear, and Xiaoding's black skin had strands of copper-colored light, which meant he was stepping into the next realm. After finishing the golden body technique, Xiaoding began to practice fighting qi, and released the fighting qi stored in the devouring system to speed up the speed of his fighting qi. From this night onwards, Xiaoding formally practiced bitterly in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme, groping for the skills of integrating fighting energy, practicing fighting energy in various fighting skills, occasionally having some actual combat. 3 months later, Xiaoding shed a layer of skin, and his black skin turned into bronze, looking healthy and strong. He has a strong figure. Several months of training have allowed him to gain 8-pack abs. He has a handsome and sunny face. He is much taller than in Wutan City, and he is already about 1.7 meters 5. The skin returned to a relatively normal color, and in addition to the heat in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme, he didn't even wear a mask, walking back at a leisurely pace. In 3 months, he has gained ample experience and gained a lot. In terms of experience, he has gained a lot of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme survival experience, actual combat experience and experience in integrating grudges. In terms of cultivation, apart from the golden body technique being upgraded by 1 level, Do Qi was also increased by 1 star, becoming a 3-star fighter. Of course, he also almost vomited after staying in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme, and couldn't help it, so he chose to go back home. Yao Lao, isn't the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals rut/phoneme I took too remote? The people I met are really pitiful. Xiaoding can only talk to Yao Lao now, feeling a little depressed. It's not normal to meet a lot of people in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme. Yao Lao replied indifferently, well, when we talked about people, quite a few people came over. Xiaoding looked into the distance. On the scorching sand, the air was distorted, and the scenery he saw was somewhat blurred. Soon, there was a rushing sound of camels, and more than a dozen camels were running quickly.
The caravan, it's rare, but it seems to be running in a hurry. Xiaoding was quite happy at first, but soon realized something was wrong. He noticed that the sky opposite him suddenly dimmed, and having had a similar experience, he immediately cursed, turned around and ran away.
Sandstorm.
He encountered a sandstorm again, which is considered the most terrible weather in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme, bar none.
Its degree of danger is second only to quicksand.
In fact, quicksand can be avoided, but it is very difficult to avoid sandstorms completely.
The best thing to do is to find a place to hide.
Look, the old man said that when you meet a lot of people in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme, it's probably not a good thing, right?
Yao Lao joked, and seized the opportunity to tease.
I think of the last time you encountered a sandstorm and were almost buried in the soil and suffocated to death. It was the old man who helped you crawl out.
I do not want to hear.
Xiaoding used his fighting skill, the afterimage of the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind/phoneme, and the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind/phoneme attributed fight exploded, and the speed suddenly increased, turning into an afterimage, faster than a camel running. He quickly ran to the nearest place protected by rock and soil, and hid in a huge stone cave on a mound before the sandstorm came. There are already many people who hid here because of the sandstorm, and there are even snake people, which have already occupied most of the cave.
Xiaoding glanced at the snakemen and several human races.
Both camps have great fighters, so they are not easy to mess with. He walked in silently and leaned against the entrance of the cave. The sandstorm outside chased after it, and the sky and the earth were dim. People are as insignificant as ants in front of this kind of celestial phenomenon.
Ding ding dong.
The bell of the camel rang, and the caravan that we met just now also came here. 20 or so people jumped off the camel, let the camel stop in front of the cave, and hurried over. Most of them only came in. There was not enough space at the entrance of the cave, and 2 people couldn't get in. They didn't dare to be squeezed by the team with big fighters, so they focused on Xiaoding. One of the pockmarked faces cast a glance at Xiaoding, suddenly grabbed it with one hand, and said arrogantly, "You, get out."
Xiaoding was furious. "You are late and let me go?"
He was buried by the sand in the last sandstorm. How could he go out to seek punishment this time? There was a flash of copper on his body, and he slapped his hand when he raised his hand. With a bang, he slammed back the hand that was stretched out. Okay? The 7-star fighter had a pockmarked face and looked fiercely, looking sideways at Xiaoding coldly. "Boy, you still have some skills, but it's not enough.
Are you going to obediently go out by yourself, or should we throw you out?"
Immediately, several figures came over, including Doshur and Doja.
There were so many people.
Why, do you think I'm easy to bully by myself? Xiaoding's eyes are cold. These guys are bullying and fearful. He despises this kind of people the most.
Everyone has companions, but you don't.
If you don't bully, who do you bully? Beside the pockmarked face, a greasy middle-aged man with cross-eyed eyes was not ashamed, but rather proud, holding his head proudly. He raised the whip in his hand. "Boy, just get out if you are sensible, we don't want to see blood." Both the snake people and the other group of people watched indifferently. Before this natural disaster, they had never met each other before, and no one was interested in meddling in other people's business.
Sounds like a handout.
Xiaoding narrowed his eyes slightly, and glanced at these people coldly. There is one 7-star fighter, and this cross-eyed fighter is a 5-star fighter, and there is a 3-star fighter, and the others are all fighters. He is not afraid of meeting anyone alone, but there are too many people. Then do him first. He stared at the most powerful pockmarked face, and directly bullied himself forward, condensing the fighting energy of wood and fire on the fist, and at the same time activated the fighting technique Golden Body Technique. In this crowded place, the Golden Body Technique is most suitable for phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme combat, allowing him to burst into the strongest state instantly. At phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme range, Ma Zilian didn't expect that Xiaoding would dare to face so many of them and dare to make a move. Caught off guard, he subconsciously raised his hand to grab Xiaoding's fist. Amid the sound of a dull collision, Pockmarked Face felt that this kid was extraordinarily strong in fighting spirit, and unexpectedly loomed above him. The most important thing was that a brute force rushed over, making his face flushed, and even though he had mobilized all his fighting spirit, he was still beaten back, waving his hands in an attempt to stabilize himself.
Damn, dare to do it. He was still swearing as he backed away.
However, this punch was just Xiaoding's temptation. Taking advantage of his pockmarked face to retreat, his left fist followed and shot out secretly.
8 extremes collapse.
He sighed in his heart, and the fusion of fighting energy was concentrated layer by layer on the left fist. The bones of his arm crackled, and instantly hit Mozi's chest that had no time to defend. The latter's pupils shrank, and it was too late to block it, so he could only protect his body with fighting energy as much as possible. But some of the thick fighting spirit gauze clothes on his body seemed to be non-existent, and they shattered under the force of the fist in the blink of an eye. Xiaoding practiced 8-level bun for 3 months, combined with the power of the golden body technique, he completely leaned on the opponent's chest. The ribs were as fragile as rotten wood, and they were broken with a click. The chest where the fist was located was sunken at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the clothes were shattered into slag. The most astonishing thing is that the clothes on the back corresponding to the fist were also blown off. He has already achieved a small success in Bajabang practice, with a full triple destructive power layer by layer, easily destroying the internal organs and penetrating the back.
Bang!
Mozi flew out, knocking out the 2 people behind him, and fell outside the cave.
Puff!
Mozi vomited blood, and there seemed to be pieces of internal organs in the blood. After vomiting blood, his face turned completely pale. The 2 fighters who were hit by him were also vomiting blood, and they were completely affected, which shows the horror of the punch just now. The others were frightened. Even the snake human race and the human great fighter of the other 2 teams looked at Xiaoding in surprise.
Fortunately, Xiaoding has a strong body, bronze skin, and looks more mature.
No one would have thought that he is less than 14 years old, otherwise he would definitely be shocked. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme and sand were flying outside, and the pockmarks on the ground vomited a few mouthfuls of blood and ate a lot of sand. He pointed at Xiaoding, tremblingly said, how dare you sneak attack me?
Why, don't you accept it? Get up and hit me."
Xiaoding chuckled. He just wanted to take care of this most powerful guy by surprise.
One punch can prevent hundreds of punches.
Only by restraining these people can they avoid being besieged.
Poof.
Mozi was seriously injured, his internal organs were damaged, and at this moment, he was furious again. His heart pulse was broken, he rolled his eyes, vomited blood, and died.
Brother Ma.
The people next to him hurried over to check. Xiaoding still doesn't know how terrible his Bajabang is. He thought this guy passed out, curled his lips and looked at the others. Is there anyone else who told me to get out? The cross-eyed young man showed fear, and he didn't dare to do it lightly. He was not sure what other means this person had.
Brother Ma is dead.
A horrified scream sounded outside, making everyone tremble. This dosher was beaten to death by this boy face to face.
What a terrible fighting skill.
The white-bearded old man who had been sitting and resting inside took a breath, looked at the boy whose expression changed. It's not easy.
Good to die.
The great fighter of the snake human clan sneered, and stared at Xiaoding slightly coldly. This boy has such strength at such a young age. If there is a chance, it is best to kill it, so as not to threaten their snake human race in the future. The people on the cross-eyed side were startled and angry, glaring at Xiaoding angrily, and did not dare to make a move for a while. Xiaoding was speechless at the moment, even a little nervous. He looked at Mozi who was not moving. He's dead.
Yao Lao, he didn't pretend, did he?
No, I was beaten to death by you, which is a bit miserable. Xiaoding was silent. He didn't expect that the first time he killed someone was here. He didn't intend to kill in the first place.
Boy, is there a psychological burden for killing a bad guy? Yao Lao joked.
It's the first time, I can't get used to it anyway. Besides, I didn't want to kill him. I can only blame you for giving Bajabang too much power. Xiaoding was helpless. This has nothing to do with the old man. It's you who still use the golden body technique and the fusion of battle chi.
With so many methods superimposed, even a big fighter can't handle it. Yao Lao couldn't help complaining.
Xiaoding was embarrassed. It seemed that he really used too much force. He sighed, and said to the angry human, "I'm sorry, I'm a little stronger, I didn't expect him to be so weak."
This sentence from the heart pissed off the person on the other side. Grass, it's too much. It's just to fight for a position, as for killing people? Facing the questioning, Xiao Ding remained expressionless. Killing is killing. If you are not satisfied, you can do it. Let me explain first that my fist can easily kill people. If I kill another one, you don't have to squeeze in.
When this guy said it, all the people on the opposite side turned pale and looked at each other, but no one dared to take the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme. Brother Lou, there are so many of us, what are we afraid of? Somebody wants cross-eyed to take the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme.
Cross-eyed pointed outside, "Get out and guard Brother Ma's body, others come in."
He sneered in his heart, "More people are useless, if someone wants to beat him to death, it is not difficult at all, no one can stop him." The latter burst into tears, but did not dare to refute, and obediently went out to eat sand. The last few people moved the stone at the entrance of the cave to block some phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win slash phoneme and sand, and the cave became quiet. Only the whistling phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win slash phoneme remained.
"Little friend, there is a lot of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win slash phoneme and sand at the entrance of the cave, come here."
The old man with white beard suddenly spoke kindly to Xiao Ding, wanting to make friends with him. Xiao Ding bluntly walked over and sat down, glanced at the beautiful woman in veil next to the old man, and did not speak. The old man smiled and said, "The old man is named Wooden Talisman, this is a lady from our family, I don't know how to call you."
"My surname is Ding."
It turned out to be Xiaoyu Ding. "I don't know if Xiaoyu will go to Maching next time.
We can go together." Fu Bo the veiled woman seemed a little dissatisfied.
Xiao Ding was naturally not interested in following, and declined politely, "I'm used to being alone, forget it." Xiao Ding took a few more glances at the woman. 28 years old, with a graceful figure, an indifferent look, eyes like stars, and a noble temperament. There are more than a dozen guards around her, and a big fighter is following her.
She seems to be a woman of some status.
No wonder she can still maintain aloofness when facing a handsome man like him.
Xiao Ding thought narcissistically.
Good luck, you kids stayed in this phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert slash phoneme for 3 months, and finally met a beautiful woman.
Yao Lao joked, and then? Xiao Ding asked back. "This is your business, I don't care about it, hee hee."
Yao Lao smirked. Am I the kind of person who is interested in seeing a woman, but this young lady is indeed a bit attractive wearing a veil. Xiao Ding hasn't seen a beautiful woman for a long time, especially when he saw a beautiful woman like Yunyan every day before. In the past few months, let alone a beautiful woman, he would look more phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme at a woman. The woman in front of him is not much worse than Yafei, she is very attractive.
"Uncle Fu, I heard that the Misty Cloud sect produced a peerless genius?" Yadia's red lips moved slightly, her voice was cold and pleasant.
Xiao Ding was surprised, he didn't expect to hear himself from outsiders.
Mu Fu noticed the change in Xiao Ding's expression, and said with a smile, "Xiao Ding also understands something? I've heard some rumors that this genius is suave, handsome, and has fascinated many women."
Xiao Ding didn't blush and didn't brag. "Humph, most likely they are also good-looking."
Yao Ye sneered.
Xiao Ding heard the hostility, and guessed that this person came from a force in the Jiama Empire that was not very good at dealing with the Misty Cloud sect.
"Miss, this person is not simple.
I heard that he became a fighting master in his early 13s.
Even the master and the others were alarmed. The Wooden Talisman shook his head.
Yadia's phoenix eyes changed. How could it be so powerful, isn't it bragging?
Probably not. Miss, you are studying nearby during this time.
I don't know how much the parties in the imperial capital have changed because of this young man. The Wooden Talisman sighed. Hey, the Misty Cloud sect has taken in another good apprentice. I'm afraid it may be possible to restore the glory of the past.
Yao Ye sighed, her expression complicated.
She aspires to become the empress of the Jiama Empire, but she knows that even if she becomes an empress, she will have to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme under the shadow of the Misty Cloud sect forever. Now that the Misty Cloud sect has accepted a peerless genius, it is even more impossible for her to get rid of this state. I'm hungry, let's have dinner. She didn't want to continue thinking about it, so she took out the dry food and ate it. Ding Xiaoyu, I don't know how old you are? While eating jerky, Mufu asked curiously. I am 18. Xiao Ding added 4 years to himself so as not to frighten this beauty. My 3-star fighter is already very good. The eyes of the wooden talisman glowed. I don't know if my little friend is interested in joining the army. I can recommend it. These words made Xiao Ding thoughtful, but he still declined politely. Forget it, I am lazy and not suitable for joining the army. They didn't notice that when the wooden talisman said to join the army, the eyes of the big snake human race master on one side flashed, and then he gave Yao Yi a greedy look, making people think that he was greedy for beauty. At this time, Xiao Ding took out the pots, pans and firewood, lit the fire in front of everyone, and then used the vindictive gauze to isolate the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine slash phoneme and sand outside, and started to cook some broth to drink. Little friend will enjoy it very much. The wooden talisman praised that people who walk in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert slash phoneme basically don't bring these things, let alone spend a lot of battle energy to protect food from sand and dust. The conditions in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert slash phoneme are tough, so you have to take care of yourself. Xiao Ding smiled lightly, this was one of his few leisure moments every day. Yao Yi glanced at it, curled her lips, it's not worth wasting time on this kind of thing. Xiao Ding smiled and didn't explain much. He used the vindictive gauze to protect food, which can be regarded as a practice of vindictive control, which he discovered by accident. One time, when the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine slash phoneme and sand were relatively strong, he ate all sand, so he had to use the fighting chi gauze to insulate him. Later, he found that in the process of maintaining the fighting chi gauze, his control over the fighting chi had improved. Not only is it to control fighting spirit, but it is also good for the exercise of soul power. Since then, he has started to consciously use his grudge to do these things. As for consumption, it is not a big deal with the assistance of the devouring system. Boy, you have a lot of water, bring me some. There was a cold voice behind him, and the great fighter of the Snake People clan crawled over, his eyes were cold, and his tone was unquestionable. The guards around Yao Yi immediately grabbed their weapons, and stared at the snake human race's big fighter vigilantly. Since there were more than a dozen snake humans behind the snake human race, they did not move rashly. Xiao Ding turned his head and glanced at the snake human great fighter who was still taller than him even though his lower body had a black snake tail. Why should I give it to you? Because I am a big fighter, you are just a small fighter. The triangular snake eyes of the snake human great fighter looked down at Xiao Ding. Don't think that you are so powerful just because you killed a 7-star fighter with a sneak attack. As long as I think, I will kill you face to face. You can try. Xiao Ding stood up. He is soft but not hard, this guy speaks well, he doesn't mind giving some water. But to force him, sorry, Didosher, he just wants to see how powerful he is. Courageous enough. The snake human race great fighter grinned, and a substantial dark green grudge burst out from his body, forming a terrifying coercion, crushing Xiao Ding unceremoniously. Xiao Ding's body sank slightly, and the 3 cyclones in his dantian accelerated their rotation. Especially in the middle of the wood cyclone and the fire cyclone, a mass of yellow-green do chi energy liquid trembled, releasing powerful power to fill the meridians. He firmly blocked the cold aura of the snake human race master, releasing the yellow-green fighting spirit, and he was not afraid at all. Snake people, yellow sand is flying all over the sky outside, everyone is avoiding natural disasters. If you do it, I'm afraid it will collapse here, and everyone can't hide. The wooden talisman opened his mouth coldly, as a way of expressing his support for Xiao Ding. He secretly said to Xiao Ding, little friend, you are too young and arrogant. These snake humans are vicious and have many people. I really don't want you to fight. If you have extra water, there is no loss if you give it a little water. If not, I can help you, how about it? When Xiao Ding heard this, his heart warmed slightly. The old man watched him fight with pockmarked faces before, but he still opened his mouth when facing the snake human race, which was fine. The strength of this snake-human tribe is far higher than that of the people who were dealt with just now, and he doesn't want to really do it, otherwise he will definitely be forced to flee into the sandstorm. He said lightly, "Just say please, and I'll give you a big bag of water." The snake-human race great fighter glanced at the wooden talisman fearfully, and said unhappily, "How about some water, please?" Xiaoding took out a big water bag with a cold face and threw it over. "These are enough for you to use. Count you acquainted." The big fight master of the snake-human clan got the water, and immediately became arrogant again. Xiaoding laughed mockingly, ignored it, and turned to deal with his broth. Soon, the snake people drinking water muttered, "Why does this water taste weird?" It's normal for the water in the phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals desert / phoneme to have a special taste. Another snake man explained. "You're so bad, boy, give them the bath water." Yao Lao laughed and teased. He saw that the water Xiaoding gave was for medicinal baths, which was equivalent to bath water. Seeing more than a dozen snake men drink his bath water, Xiaoding was happy, and he felt that this was more refreshing than beating each other. He secretly replied, "Not only do we have to let them drink the bath water, but we also have to find a chance to let them know." "You seem happy?" Yao Ya looked strangely at Xiaoding, who was drinking broth and laughing secretly. This guy was forced to give him water. Why was he so happy? She was keenly aware of something, glanced at the water bag of the snake-human race, thought of something, and rolled her eyes at Xiaoding. Well, she thought the water Xiaoding gave was mixed with urine. The sandstorm lasted overnight and stopped at noon the next day. It's like pulling off a curtain, and the sky after the sandstorm is extraordinarily clear, just like a mirror. The sky is high and the earth is far away, and the sky is as clear as washing. Xiaoding was in a good mood watching it, and felt the urge to fly to the sky. Wait until the big fighter, go see if you can get that flying fighting skill. Xiaoding smiled slightly when he thought of the treasure contained in Qingshan town. Nonsense! The unlucky ghost who was ordered by the cross-eyed to stay outside got up from the camel and vomited sand frantically. The snake people looked at him and the beautiful woman Yao Yi coldly, not knowing what they were thinking. Xiaoding clasped his fists at the wooden talisman. "Goodbye by fate, farewell." After speaking, he ran away in a flash, coward. Yao De thought that Xiaoding was afraid of being besieged by the snake-human race, so he ran away in a hurry. As a result, she saw Xiaoding suddenly stop 100 meters away, turned around and looked at the snake man with a smirk. "Snake people, I forgot to tell you that what you drank was my bath water last night. I don't know how it tastes." As soon as this was said, everyone froze for a moment. Yao Ya blushed slightly. She realized that she was wrong. At that time, how could Xiaoding have the opportunity to urinate? If he urinated in advance as a water source, the smell should be obvious, and the snake people would not be unable to taste it. Mofu couldn't laugh or cry. Does this kid still take a bath in the phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals desert / phoneme? It's a bit extravagant. The cross-eyed side is gloating. This kid is still provoking the snake-human race. Isn't he courting death? The snake-human clan was so angry that they were tricked by this human kid, and it was passed back that they still have no face to gain a foothold in the clan. This human must be killed. Boy, I will cut you into pieces and make you regret coming to this world. The snake-human race great fighter roared to the sky. His anger erupted like the fighting spirit in his body. With a bang, his grudge exploded, and he suddenly turned into a snake shadow and shot at Xiaoding. The other snake men followed closely, gnashing their teeth one by one, their eyes full of murderous intent, wishing they could eat Xiaoding alive. "Ha, let's see if you can catch up with me." Xiaoding let out a big laugh, released his grudge, and disappeared as an afterimage. As soon as he left, a snake-shaped energy screamed and blasted at his original position, and the cold and powerful destructive force instantly smashed a big hole. In the flying dust, the snake-human great fighter appeared with a murderous face, staring at Xiaoding, who was quickly going away with gloomy eyes. "You can't run away." He disappeared again, and Snake Shadow began to chase after Shadow, but after Shadow was faster, and quickly got rid of most of the snake people. Seeing the two pursuers disappearing into the phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals desert / phoneme one after the other, Yai curled her lips. This person really doesn't think it's a big deal. He obviously didn't say anything, so he can leave safely. This shows that he is very confident, and he is sure that the snake people will not be able to catch him. Mufu sighed.
you are so young and frivolous. This person's future is definitely not easy. Miss, you should take the initiative, maybe he will do things for you. Let's talk about it when he is alive.
This kind of person who likes to make troubles may kill himself at any time.
Yao Yi curled her lips. We'd better go back to the imperial capital as soon as possible, I've really had enough time in the border area this time.
She looked at the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme with indifferent eyes. The snake people have been active near the border in recent years, so I have to remind them to be careful. The wooden talisman nodded, looking worried. Indeed, this group of snake people shouldn't be here, after all. It's very phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme to our border city. Brother, you died so badly, we will definitely avenge you. At this moment, Cross-Eyed dug out Pocky Face's body from the sand and howled pretendingly.
Yao Ye glanced at it with disdain, then turned and left gracefully.
Miss, these people seem to belong to a chamber of commerce in Maching, and they are quite powerful in the local area.
Mu Fu whispered.
It has nothing to do with us. The one with the headache is the one surnamed Ding, but his talent is indeed very good. If the end of the road ends, our people can give him a chance.
Yao Ye held her head high, as noble and elegant as a swan. Yes, I will arrange it.
In the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme, Xiaoding found that the snake human race master could still keep up. He smiled, and used the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme attribute fighting spirit to display the afterimage of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme catkins. A blue light flashed on his body, and his whole body seemed to melt into the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme, and his speed accelerated again, leaving 3 afterimages in a row, easily opening the distance. After a few breaths, Xiaoding's figure could not be seen by the snake human race master.
Damn it, why is this human being's physical combat skill so powerful? I can't even catch up with a big fighter.
The snake human race master stopped angrily, and did not chase anymore.
He has more important things to do.
He thought he could deal with this person casually, but now that he has no chance, he will not be foolish enough to continue chasing him. Commander Mo's several fighting masters from the snake human tribe chased after him, and looked at Mo Wei, who had stopped in surprise.
This kid is a little slippery, and he won't be able to catch it for a while.
First, cooperate with the commander of Yenya to find that girl. If he can catch her, he can exchange a lot of resources for our snake tribe.
Mo Wei said coldly, and returned with his men. The direction of pursuit happened to be the direction where Yao Yi and the others left. This snake man doesn't have the willpower.
He stopped after only a few miles. I also want to take this opportunity to practice my fighting skills.
Xiaoding appeared on a tall sand dune, watching the return of the snake people, a bit regretful.
Ever since he accidentally killed a 7-star fighter last night, he was sure that only a big fighter could put him under pressure without endangering his life.
This big fighter of the snake human race is a very good training partner. Isn't it enough to practice this kind of body fighting skills when you are on the road? Yao Lao said something lightly. It's different.
This snake man is like a mad dog I met on the street.
All he wants to do is bite me to death.
Only in this case can I stimulate more potential. Xiaoding shook his head. There is still a big difference between being chased by the enemy and running by himself.
Taking out the map to identify the direction, Xiaoding murmured suspiciously, it's strange, the direction these snake people are leaving seems to be Maching. Isn't it a human city over there? Are they not afraid of being targeted if they get 2 phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme?
He didn't think much about it. It should be to meet up with other snake people. Let's bypass these guys first. Xiaoding walked for a long time, and returned to the correct phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals route/phoneme. Suddenly someone ran over from the front. Taking a closer look, it turned out that it was the wooden talisman and the young lady who had just bid farewell in the morning. The two looked embarrassed at the moment. The young lady had disheveled hair, and the wooden talisman looked injured.
Who's after them?
Xiaoding reacted, and then a flaming red figure chased after him.
So fast.
He took a breath. The speed of the red shadow made his scalp tingle, and he couldn't see clearly for a while.
Yao Lao suddenly said in a deep voice, "Don't watch the show, you boy. This is a fighting spirit. You are not an opponent. Hurry up and leave. This old man will not want to help you solve this kind of unreasonable disaster. Hearing this, Xiaoding managed to see the red shadow clearly. It was actually a snake man. The red fighting spirit on his body was beating like a flame. Without hesitation, he turned and avoided to the side, not wanting to wade into the muddy water. Being able to provoke a fighting spirit-level snakeman is not an easy matter, and it is not something he can bear. If he could not bother Yao Lao, he still wanted to avoid trouble as much as possible. When he turned around, the wooden talisman also saw it. Little friend, can you help us? The wooden talisman was grabbing Yao Ye's arm, fleeing frantically, and secretly transmitted a voice to Xiaoding. What can I, a little fighter, do to help? Xiaoding was speechless, and accelerated his speed. I hope little friend can. Before he finished speaking, Do Ling, who was chasing him, stared at Xiaoding and sneered, It seems that I am confused, can a dosher help you escape? He jokingly said, Princess Yaoya, why bother to resist? I just invite you to sit in the snake tribe, and I won't hurt a beauty like you. Xiaoding was secretly startled. This woman turned out to be Yao Yi, the eldest princess of the Gemma Empire. He thought she was just an ordinary member of the royal family. Since she was a princess, why did a big fighter follow her? Could it be that she ran out secretly like him? Forget it, it has nothing to do with him. Even if these two are caught, they won't die, so what do? Shouting things phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme attribute doji cyclone exploded, speeding up and leaving. I'll see how long you can run. Yenya sneered, not in a hurry to take down Yaye and the others. The prey was already fleeing to the depths of the Tagore phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert slash phoneme, so it could save some distance. Commander Yenya, this kid is with them, we can't let him go. A dark figure chased after him, pointing at Xiaoding bitterly. A group? Yenya's strong eyes fell on Xiaoding. He runs very fast, he is regarded as the top genius of human beings, let's kill him conveniently. Xiaoding felt cold all over, he felt the fatal crisis instantly, and frowned, I have nothing to do with them. It doesn't matter now, I just want to kill your genius. Yenya looked at Xiaoding mockingly, if you want to blame yourself for being unlucky, just happened to meet me. Grandma, why don't you just let you drink the bath water, and there will be retribution so soon. Xiaoding stared at Mo Wei and complained, causing the latter to turn pale. Yenya looked at Mo Wei thoughtfully, I don't care what is going on, anyway, you have embarrassed the snake people. It was my fault. Mo Wei bowed his head, feeling ashamed. I'll give you a chance to kill him with my own hands. Yenya became a little interested, and his eyes danced. Whoosh! With a flick of his tail, his speed suddenly increased, forming a sound boom, directly spanning hundreds of feet, surpassing Yao Yi and the two, and catching up with Xiaoding. As soon as he raised his hand, a materialized snake-shaped grudge rushed towards Xiaoding as if it had come alive. Xiaoding felt that the snake-shaped grudge was more terrifying than being stared at by a real snake, so he rolled on the ground to avoid it. Being bombed amidst the rumble of sand and earth, the powerful airwave spread, Xiaoding couldn't dodge it, and was forced to bounce in the air before landing. His escape was also interrupted. Is this Do Ling? Xiaoding looked at the snake-human Do Ling who was already standing in front of him, and sighed in his heart. He can rely on body fighting skills to make himself as fast as a great fighter, and even the snake-human great fighter can't catch up with him. But in front of this Do Ling, the gap is still too big. Facing someone's random blow, even if he could dodge it, the explosion would still affect him. Boy, I'll give you a chance to survive. Fight him to the death and kill him to survive. With his hands behind his back, Yenya said that he wanted Xiaoding and Mo Wei to fight, but in fact he wanted Xiaoding to die. Mu Fu and Yao Yi were originally in the middle, but they were forced to stop at this moment, unable to escape. Seeing Xiaoding who was involved, Mu Fu apologized, little friend, I wanted you to help us spread the news, but I didn't expect it would affect you. If I'm unlucky, I'll pay you back for speaking for me last night. Xiaoding is not in a hurry for the time being, since this Do Ling wants to play tricks on him and let him fight this great dosher, he doesn't have to face Do Ling for the time being. Yao Yi looked at this man's calm appearance, he didn't seem to have much fear, for the first time he felt that this man was a bit special, and he admired him. Because she was already very flustered at the moment, even a little desperate. Boy, can't you run now? Mo Wei crawled over, looking down at Xiao Ding with cold eyes. You should thank Commander Yin for allowing you to die at the hands of a great fighter. You talk too much bullshit, just do it. Xiao Ding had already focused on this opponent at the moment. It was the first time he had fought against a big fighter. He didn't know the result, he was looking forward to it very much. As for whether the snake-human fighting spirits will let him go after the winner is decided, there is no need to think too much about it because there is always medicine. Regardless of whether the opponent lets go or not, he still has at least one whole card. Boy, before I kill you, I will tear your mouth apart and let you drink my urine. Mo Wei's eyes were gloomy, with strong killing intent. Hey, do you snake people also pee? You thought you only shit like snakes. Xiao Ding, who was about to do something, suddenly became interested. It seems that your part is similar to that of a human, isn't it? There was also a snake man face twitching among the people present. This man was impatient just now, and wanted to act quickly, so that they could appreciate his straightforwardness and calmness in the face of danger. As a result, in the next second, he asked such a question like a fool, and his style of painting completely changed. Bah, this man is not serious. Yao Yi secretly spat. Why am I not serious? This is a sacred desire for knowledge. I want to understand the physiological structure of the snake-human race. Maybe I will have a snake-human wife in the future. Xiao Ding retorted. He felt that these questions were very serious to him. Why was he not serious? Human boy, you have successfully aroused my urge to crush you to death. Yenya stared at Xiao Ding. This was the first human being who dared to ask this in front of him. He impatiently ordered, Mo Wei, kill me immediately, I don't want to hear him talk. Yes, Commander. Mo Wei crawled towards Xiao Ding with a murderous look. Don't worry, you haven't answered the question yet. Do you want to pee? And are the women of your snake-human race similar to human women? Xiao Ding has always had evil thoughts about Queen Medusa, and wants to learn a little knowledge in advance. Your brain is really different from normal people. Yao Lao muttered secretly, who the hell cares about these issues at this time? I care? Xiao Ding was surprised. Yao Lao, aren't you curious? By the way, do you know? Yao Lao. Xiao Ding looked at Mo Wei. Is it difficult to answer? Fuck you. Mo Wei couldn't take it anymore, and turned into a black phantom and rushed out. Forget it, I'll ask later. Xiao Ding mobilized his fighting spirit. His skin was copper-colored and shiny. He took a step, and instantly collided with Mo Wei. As soon as the two touched each other, they each retreated a few feet, drawing the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme into a ravine. It turned out to be evenly matched. Yao Ye's eyes narrowed, a little unbelievable. A 3-star fighter can actually confront a 2-star big fighter head-on. This kid has a lot of background. The wooden symbol murmured. Mo Wei shook his numb arm. A look of shock appeared on his face. He was merciless, but was blocked by this kid. Did you not eat? Your strength is so weak? Xiao Ding sarcastically said that he likes talking loudly, and when he meets this kind of opponent who can threaten him, he must use verbal attacks. It is best to let the opponent lose his mind due to anger. I said, I will tear your mouth apart. Mo Wei's dark green fighting spirit hovered in his hands, turning into a piece of armor to protect his chest and back. Do Qi condenses armor, which is exactly the method of a great Do Shi. If Mo Wei reaches a 9-star Do Shi, the Do Qi armor can cover all parts of his body. At the same time, his nails suddenly became sharp, and outwardly formed into inch-long materialized sharp nails. He waved his hand, and with a piercing voice, he cut through the air, forming 5 white marks. This is a kind of fighting skill that allows a great fighter to form the fighting energy that is enough to transform armor into sharp nails, and barely achieve the fighting energy that can only be completed by fighting spirits. Earth Devil's Claw. Suffer. Mo Wei shouted, and flicked his tail on the ground, like an arrow from the string, waving his claws, blocking Xiao Ding's retreat left and right with his dark green and cold claws. Watch me smash my claws for you. Xiao Ding urged the golden body technique with all his strength, and the copper-colored light shone brightly, as if he had become a bronze man. He was not afraid of the opponent's sharp claws at all, and he punched the cold claws. Click.
The dark green nails were actually broken. Xiao Ding's fist was as strong as a weapon. Without any injuries, he smashed his claws unstoppably.
Damn!
Mo Wei's fighting skills were broken, and he grabbed Xiao Ding's shoulder with his other hand angrily. With an elbow strike and a broken sound, the energy nails on his hand shattered again. Xiao Ding leaned on his shoulder, and Mo Wei groaned, and was knocked back directly. His brows were erected and his expression was ferocious. This kid's whole body was as hard as copper and iron, so he couldn't find any flaws, and he suffered a disadvantage inadvertently. Seeing that Mo Wei didn't have the upper hand, Yanya's expression also became serious, with a strong murderous intent in his eyes.
After crossing a large realm, this kid can still compete with Mo Wei.
If he grows up, he may become a serious problem for the snake people. Why is he so powerful?
Holding a saber, the slender and attractive Yaoye covered her red lips with shock in her eyes.
Originally, I thought it would be good if Xiao Ding could barely block the attack of the snake-human great fighter, but I didn't expect that he could still have the advantage. He has practiced body training fighting skills, and he is invulnerable all over his body. His strength is boundless, and his physical strength is especially stronger than that of the opponent. The wooden talisman was thoughtful, and then sighed, unfortunately, the gap in cultivation still exists, and the durability is not as good. It is not good for him to continue fighting. Hey, it's a pity that such a genius. Yayi felt very regretful. She felt that even if Xiao Ding could beat the snake-human great fighter, the Douling next to him would definitely not let him go. If it were her, she would rather kill Xiao Ding to prevent this person from growing up.
Old man, who said I can't last long?
Xiao Ding heard what the wooden talisman said, and turned around to refute.
Yaoye, who was looking regretful, froze. Is this guy still in the mood to care about this?
Xiao Ding's ease caused Mo Wei to be greatly insulted. His face turned blue and white, and he looked at Xiao Ding with resentment. It's just rough skin and thick flesh, it will tear you apart. He crossed more than 10 meters in a flash, smashed down with both hands, and at the same time drew the tail of the snake towards Xiao Ding.
Bang bang bang!
Xiao Ding received the fist steadily, and he kicked back the snake's tail that was whipped out, kicking off some of the snake's scales. The kicked leg landed on the ground. Xiao Ding quickly bounced up, the other foot caught up and stepped on Mo Wei's chest.
Boom!
The fighting spirit exploded, and the powerful force kicked Mo Wei out, falling 10 feet away uncontrollably. Mo Wei rolled twice on the ground, flexibly bounced up and stabilized his body, and watched cracks spreading beside the footprints left on the fighting spirit armor on his chest.
His face couldn't help but gloomy. This person's physical strength is so terrifying that it can even threaten his fighting spirit armor.
You have a tail, I have 2 legs, and you still want a sneak attack? Xiao Ding sneered. He realized more and more the benefits of a strong physical body. The current copper body is tougher than fighting spirit armor, and it doesn't consume much fighting spirit. He seems to be invincible by nature, waiting for the opponent's flaws.
Now, the flaw appeared.
Taking advantage of the opponent's loss, Xiao Ding disappeared from the spot in a blink of an eye, and caught up with the opponent in a teleport, his fist smashed like a hammer.
Bang bang bang!
Fists and palms collided, and the aftermath of the powerful doqi spread, forming a gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme around them, rolling up a large amount of sand and dust, which somewhat affected the sight. At this moment, he removed the golden body art infusion doqi, and was not in a hurry to use Baji Bang, and was ready to decide the outcome at the critical moment. But in a few rounds, he has figured out the situation of this snake-human racemaster, and he estimated that it will not take long to decide the winner. In terms of physical strength, they are almost the same, but his defense is strong, and the same punch hurts the opponent. In terms of battle chi, what he is now mobilizing is fire and wood fusion battle chi, which is a little less pure in terms of purity, but the gap is not that big. Being able to form an advantage in combat is mainly because his body is invulnerable, so he doesn't need to worry too much. He also has advantages in body skills and can avoid attacks. As a result, the snake-human race great fighter suffered a disadvantage. After colliding with Xiao Ding for a while, Mo Wei's fist was red, swollen and damaged, dripping with blood, and there were more and more cracks in his fighting spirit armor.
If you continue, you are likely to lose.
Xiao Ding, however, became happier as he fought more and more. His face was rosy, his whole body was boiling with energy and blood, the luster from the golden body technique gradually faded, and its power became stronger and stronger.
This made Mo even more uneasy.
He suddenly gritted his teeth and spit out a mouthful of blood. He performed some kind of secret technique to stimulate his potential, and his fighting spirit boiled up. With a loud noise, he knocked Xiaoding into the air for the first time, and his dark green fighting spirit was so thick that it turned black, like poisonous snakes dancing around.
Die!
He growled lowly, and slashed out his claws frantically, leaving traces on Xiaoding's body, which even Xiaoding's copper body couldn't completely block. Xiaoding didn't panic, he switched from offense to defense, staring at his opponent with piercing eyes. At this moment, the opponent's explosive potential, speed and destructive power in turn have the upper hand. Mo was like a crazy poisonous snake, attacking very fast, leaving a lot of cold lights in the air, and kept grabbing Xiaoding. Xiaoding's clothes were torn, revealing his bronze-colored skin. Except for the scratches on his body, he was not injured at all. When Mo's offensive reached its peak, Xiaoding let out a breath, and then took a deep breath. The grudge above his fist was secretly condensed. When the yellow-green battle energy accumulated to a certain level, Mo's offensive flourished and then declined. Xiaoding's eyes lit up. He seized the opportunity to take a step forward, and punched Huanglong directly.
Octopus collapse. The fist containing multiple strengths hit Mo's chest, and the destructive power exploded.
The cracked fighting spirit armor persisted for an instant and completely shattered. Amid the sound of bones breaking, Mo's chest was sunken. However, his attack also hit Xiaoding's body, and what he uttered was the sound of gold and iron. Both of them felt that their defenses could block the attack, and wanted to blow their opponents to pieces.
The result was that Mo was inferior to Xiaoding.
Baji Bang's multi-strength force not only shattered the battle chi armor, but also invaded his body like a sea wave, breaking bones and injuring internal organs. On the contrary, Xiaoding's body was full of light, blocking Mo's full blow. Except for the extra palm print scratches, there was no injury.
Aha! Mo flew upside down, blood flowed out of his mouth uncontrollably.
He looked unwilling, he couldn't kill this person with all his might, instead he was injured, even his fighting spirit armor was blown off.
What kind of monster is this? It's too abnormal.
Mo was completely hit, he vomited blood continuously, and was a little bit out of his wits. Whoosh! Seeing that this guy's self-confidence was blown, Xiaoding stepped on the ground, stabilized his retreating figure, and rushed forward with a whoosh.
Bang!
Mo was punched, and he blocked it with his arm, but was still sent flying.
Bang bang bang!
Xiaoding used both fists and palms, hitting Mo's body like a storm, all of which contained multiple strengths, causing Mo to spurt blood.
A long-term defense is bound to lose.
Under a burst of violent attacks, Mo's arm was broken, and he couldn't help screaming. Then he was punched in the chin, and was sent flying by Xiaoding's uppercut, and then his foot bounced up and smashed down hard.
With a bang, Mo sank into the sand and was trampled by Xiaoding, unable to move. He'd actually won.
Yaoya stared blankly at Mo who was trampled by Xiaoding like a rotten snake. This is a great fighter, defeated by someone who was only a fighter. If this child grows up, his achievements will be limitless. As the wooden talisman said, he glanced at Yenya, whose expression contained anger and killing intent, and felt that it was a pity. They have special identities, being targeted by this fighting spirit, at least they still have a chance to survive, so why does this kid survive?
Clang!
Sensing the killing intent behind him, Xiaoding did not kill Mo directly, but took out the Qinglu sword that had not been used all this time, and pointed the sharp point at the opponent's throat. If you move again, your head will be lost. The struggling Mo stiffened, showing humiliation. Yenya, who was about to kill Xiaoding, also temporarily stopped mobilizing his grudge waste.
Yenya couldn't bear it any longer, and cursed bitterly, "I'm really embarrassing to your Black Snake tribe."
Mo felt ashamed, but he still didn't want to die, so he said sternly, "If you have the ability to kill me, you won't be able to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme.
No hurries?"
Xiaoding looked at Yenya. "This Master Do Ling doesn't want to end up personally fighting me as a dosher, does he?
Let him go, you can go."
Yenya's face was cold. If this Mo belonged to his tribe, he might have dealt with him directly, but the other party was a descendant of a big man from the Black Snake tribe, so he didn't dare to mess around.
Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? You made up a game yourself. You wanted him to kill me, but I won. When I took him down just now, you were ready to do it. Xiao Ding disdains. I'm afraid you'll kill him. Yenya walked slowly towards Xiao Ding. You are a very talented human race, you should have a lot of background behind you. I will not kill you, I will release him immediately. This waste is the elite of the Black Snake tribe. If you kill him, I'm not just here to trouble you. If you get closer, he will die. My sword is very sharp. Xiao Ding was unmoved. Even with a flash of sword light, Mo Wei dropped an arm up to the root. Blood spurted out. Mo Wei screamed, his face paled quickly, and he no longer dared to doubt Xiao Ding's words. Look, my sword is very sharp, I didn't lie to you. Xiao Ding smiled, as if he didn't care about the severed arm. Yenya stared at Xiao Ding coldly. It's ruthless, you go, if he dies, the whole snake tribe will hunt you down. Xiao Ding walked over and crushed off Mo Wei's other hand, lifted it up amidst the other's screams, and left without hesitation. Yao Yi moved her lips. Can this person leave safely? When Xiao Ding walked away, Yenya suddenly turned around and came in front of them in a flash. The viper-like vindictiveness penetrated into their bodies, blocking the meridians, and the two of them turned pale and fell limp to the ground. Take it, return trip. Yenya ordered his subordinates to take down Yao Yi and the wooden talisman. He stayed for a while, and chased after Xiao Ding in the direction he left. Douling was very fast. He caught up with Xiao Ding and found that the latter was dragging Mo Wei's tail. His face twitched, and he followed secretly without saying a word. He was sure that Xiao Ding would not dare to kill Mo Wei, and when this kid let Mo Wei go, he would kill him with lightning speed. Yao Lao, should the red snake follow? Xiao Ding asked secretly. Your boy has a good grasp of people's hearts. He really followed, just waiting for you to get rid of the unlucky ghost. Yao Lao jokingly said, it seems that this guy's identity is really not simple. Oh, this black snake seems to be my umbrella. Xiao Ding took a glance and found that Mo Wei was staring at him resentfully. Look at what? Bang bang. Xiao Ding kicked down with both feet, and the latter was kicked unconscious, his mouth crooked. Yao Lao, why don't you kill the guy who followed secretly? Xiao Ding suggested. The old man doesn't want to do it. Yao Lao refused. A Douling, don't you always have it in your hands, and we kill it and share the spoils equally? Xiao Ding didn't want to get away at this moment, but actually wanted to kill people for money. You take it for granted, kid. There can be people from 2 tribes in this snake race. Do you think there are other fighting spirits nearby, or even stronger ones? The boss of the medicine is always more sophisticated and very cautious. Also, there may be other snake-human powerhouses nearby. It's strange, what are these guys doing near the human territory? Xiao Ding felt that it was not normal. He had known in advance that it was unlikely that there would be powerful snake people around here, otherwise he would not have come here to practice. Maybe they want to start a war with the human race. Yao Lao answered casually. If there is a war, it will be enough to kill that Princess Yao Ye directly, why bother to threaten her? Xiao Ding thought about it, and suddenly a flash of light flashed in his mind. Old Yao, do you think it might be a different fire? They are looking for a different fire. He realized that this nearby location coincided with the possible existence of the strange fire provided by Hai Buodong, but in fact he also knew that the strange fire was probably nearby, so he was going to come here to try his luck. What do the snake people want the different fire to do? Isn't this thing poisonous to them? Yao Lao didn't quite agree. My old man guesses that they just want to start a war, and arresting that Yao Yi is also trying to extort some supplies before the war. Xiao Ding didn't say anything more. He knew from God's perspective that Queen Medusa needed a strange fire to stimulate the evolution of blood, but Yao Lao didn't know. Besides, his guess may not be completely correct. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Let's talk about getting out of trouble now. Are you following secretly? Are you trying to kill me? Xiao Ding suddenly stopped and turned his head, and spoke to the deserted phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme. Except for the monotonous yellow sand and whistling phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine/phoneme, no one answered. Don't pretend, I can detect you. If you continue to follow, I can't let him go. Xiao Ding didn't say any more, and continued to drag Mo Wei forward. Yenya felt that Xiao Ding was deceiving him,
so he ignored it and continued to follow secretly. As a result, Xiaoding never let him go. Yenya couldn't bear it anymore, and turned into a phantom and approached. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind/phoneme wall. Xiaoding's voice echoed, the air twisted between the two, and a huge phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind/phoneme wall condensed, blocking Yenya's body. But this only made the latter pause slightly. Yenya easily tore through the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind/phoneme wall. But after this delay, Xiaoding's sword had already landed on Mo Wei's neck, and there were bloodstains. He had to stop, his face livid. When did you let him go? Just let it go. You'd better disappear in front of me now, or I might be so scared that I can't hold the sword steady and accidentally make a cut. Xiaoding was expressionless, but the blood under the sword was getting more and more. Humph! Yenya turned around angrily, and walked away in a flash. What is this guy's identity that makes a Douling take it so seriously? Xiaoding muttered, and continued to move forward. As time passed, Yenya became more and more impatient. He is a majestic fighting spirit, but because a fighting master is timid, he is really upset. See if I can sneak attack, I'm too lazy to waste time with this kid. Yenya Ju performed a secret technique, his body turned into a fiery snake, and plunged headlong into the sand. Soon the sand calmed down, and Yenya approached Xiaoding concealed in the sand. As long as you give him a chance to strike, you can definitely kill this kid directly and solve all troubles. Soon, Xiaoding's brows twitched. He was much stronger than his peers in soul power, and he sensed some danger. What's going on? I have a chill down my spine. Does the snake man really want to do something? Xiaoding was in doubt, and asked Yao Lao, is it? The sensor is very sharp. Yes, he has sneaked into the sand behind you, and he probably wants to sneak attack. Yao Lao's soul power was far stronger than Xiaoding's, and he directly determined Yenya's position. Grandma, you still have a sneak attack against me as a dosher, do you still have the morals? Xiaoding cursed secretly, Yao Lao, hurry up, kill him, now he's underground, you won't make much noise. Let the old man make a move. In addition to half of the loot, you have to give the old man some energy from the world to supplement consumption. Although Yao Lao didn't like to take the initiative to attack, now is indeed a good opportunity. When the underground guys launch a sneak attack, he will be forced to do it. Sooner or later he will strike, he is naturally willing to strike first. The next moment, Yao Lao's power entered Xiaoding's body and released it through him. Underground, feeling the target phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme at hand, Yenya's eyes showed a tyrannical look, and sneered, boy, your time of death has arrived. The sand broke open, and he rushed out of the ground suddenly with a strong fighting spirit. He thought he could appreciate Xiaoding's panic, but what he saw was a pair of ruthless eyes and a cloud of white flames, as if he had been waiting for a long time. What? The moment he saw the flame, Yenya, who was covered in flame-like dou qi, felt cold all over his body, and a strong sense of crisis emerged spontaneously. Whack-a-mole. Xiaoding said something at this time, fisting with both hands, like a hammer hitting Yenya at the same time. Bang! His hands were in severe pain, and the fusion dou qi released was like a wave hitting a rock, and it would collapse at the touch of a touch. You boy! Originally, Yao Lao only set off the strange fire, intending to kill Yenya directly, but the boy bumped into him on his own initiative, and he had to use a little strength to help stop him. Boom! A powerful force erupted, causing the sand to explode into a large pit, and part of the sand shot straight into the sky. Xiaoding, who was supposed to vomit blood, just swayed and stayed on the spot, but he also managed to block Yenya, making him lose the chance to escape. A large expanse of strange fire successfully enveloped it. First, an extremely cold force froze it, and then an extremely hot force cracked its body, directly burning it into flying ash at a speed visible to the naked eye. What? Tang Douling's Yenya only had time to let out a shriek and scream, and in the blink of an eye, it was wiped out in ashes. Xiaoding, who was covering his hands and grinning, was frightened by this scene, as if he was watching a death scene in a movie. He swallowed his saliva. This is too fierce. One is by surprise, which is equivalent to bumping into him by yourself. In addition, you and him will temporarily exhaust him and lose the chance to escape. Otherwise, there will be a chance to jump twice. Yao Lao said the reason, and joked,
you are not afraid of death, dare to accept his attack. Isn't it because you are here? I also want to see how strong Do Ling is. Hey, the gap is indeed a bit big. With your help, the skin is broken. Xiao Ding looked at the bleeding fist. This was the first time the golden body technique was broken. Don't be so weird, your body strength is abnormal enough, not much worse than him. If the old man borrows your body, you can use your full strength. Yao Lao urged, go quickly, the old man always thinks that killing him might cause big trouble. Xiao Ding picked up the opponent's only remaining ring, thought of something, raised his hand to form a seal, and displayed his fighting skills. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind/phoneme push. The cyan grudge exploded, forming a huge cyan tornado, blowing towards the center of the battle. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme was blown, quickly blocking the big crater, and erasing the traces at the same time. Yes, cautious enough to know how to deal with traces. Yao Lao appreciates it. This is called anti-tracking. Xiao Ding smiled triumphantly, and continued to drag Mo Wei away. He speeded up this time and ran non-stop for most of the day, grinding off Mo Wei's skin. He woke up several times in the middle of the pain, and was knocked out by Xiao Ding again. When approaching Ma Cheng, Xiao Ding stopped. Mo Wei woke up again, his whole body was in severe pain, but he didn't dare to speak, he was already terrified by this person's torment. A few questions for you. Knowing that he woke up, Xiao Ding said coldly, what background do you have? My father is Mobaz, the leader of the Black Snake tribe. Mo Wei replied hastily, fearing that he would be beaten if he spoke too slowly. It turned out to be a descendant of King Do, no wonder that guy cared so much. Xiao Ding was stunned. Second question, what are you looking for? Mo Wei's pupils shrank. How do you know we're looking for something? Xiao Ding was secretly delighted, he didn't expect to be cheated out. He said coldly, you are looking for something, have you found it? Mo Wei was even more surprised, this was their secret act, how did this human being know? Hey, it's really possible that you guessed it right, it's strange. What are these snake-human races looking for different fires, are they looking for death? Yao Lao muttered. If you don't answer, you don't want this hand. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either /phoneme. Xiao Ding raised the sword in his hand, as if to cut. I haven't found it yet, I just determined the approximate location, and it was sensed by the queen, just let us secretly lock the specific location. Mo Wei replied in a panic. Xiao Ding's face changed slightly, has Queen Medusa been looking for the strange fire so early? That's right, Xinglian's core fire is underground, so it's very difficult to find it. Even if you can sense most of the locations, you still have to dig 3 feet and inch by inch to find it. Boy, you are lucky. It seems that someone is looking for you. Yao Lao joked. Are you going to let me go to the tiger's mouth to snatch food? Xiao Ding said unhappily, no, it should be said that Shiko snatches food. It is indeed a bit troublesome, but if you want a different flame, it is estimated that this is relatively the easiest to obtain. Yao Lao was also a little helpless. Where is the area you are searching now? Xiao Ding continued to question. We just started searching, which is where the sandstorm happened. What is it specifically? Xiao Ding still asked a little more, what if it wasn't a strange fire? It seems to be a top-notch fire attribute baby, located underground. I don't know exactly what it is. Mo Wei shook his head. Xiao Ding felt that Queen Medusa was looking for the strange fire, but she didn't mention it for the sake of confidentiality, so as to avoid leaking the news. It seems that your guess may not be completely correct, maybe Queen Medusa is looking for some fire attribute medicine. Yao Lao muttered, he tended not to, after all, the blood of the snake-human race is not suitable for different fires. Then what's the matter with you attacking Yao Ye? Xiao Ding asked another question. It's easy to cover up our real purpose. Mo Wei replied, if you want to blame, you can blame this Yao Ye for running to the border. It seems that he wants to control the army on the border. When the elders found out their tracks, they arranged for us to catch him and take them as hostages in exchange for some good things from the Jama Empire. Mo Wei's answer made Xiao Ding figure out the ins and outs, and nodded, well, I understand, you can go at ease.
With a flash of cold light, Qinglu's sword chopped off Mo's head. Xiao Ding lifted the sword, blood dripped, revealing the smooth blade.
Mo stared wide-eyed, unwilling to die. He couldn't understand how he said so much, showing that his father was a fighting king. Why did this human dare to kill him? I know you don't understand why I still want to kill you.
Xiao Ding looked indifferent. It's true that you have Do Wang's father, but rather than letting you go, I think you should be killed, because I believe that once you get away, the first thing you will do is let your father kill me.
It's decisive enough. This is your first official killing, and you're doing pretty well. Yao Lao rarely affirmed Xiao Ding's approach. This kind of enemy really cannot be left behind. Still a little nervous,
Xiao Ding turned his head. He didn't really want to see the bloody scene, and said secretly, Yao Lao, destroy the corpse and wipe out the trace.
A mass of dark white flames flew out, turning the corpse into fly ash.
Except for the ring, nothing remained. Although many traces have been erased, the old man recommends that you do not come into contact with the snake human race for a short time. This race may be able to distinguish you by smell.
Yao Lao warned.
Well, I will keep a low profile. I killed a Do Wang's son and a Do Ling. The snake race will probably be shaken for a while. Xiao Ding nodded, took the loot, and dealt with some traces to make sure there was no problem, and then drifted away. This time he put on the fox mask and returned to the courtyard of Moqing in one breath. Hai Buodong was sitting in the courtyard drinking tea leisurely. When he saw Xiao Ding coming back, he got up quickly. My lord. Well, I'll stay here for a while.
Xiao Ding nodded. The maid hasn't been found yet?
After scanning around, Xiao Ding did not find the person he was looking for.
Cough, there are no age-appropriate ones for now.
Hai Buodong smiled awkwardly. There are a few in their teens. Do you want them?
Just ask for one. I can't ask you to make tea and pour water.
Xiao Ding wasn't too entangled. Qing Lin would probably appear in stone Moqing instead of Moqing, so Hai Buodong could look for it to avoid missing it.
I'll make arrangements now.
Hai Buodong heaved a sigh of relief, as long as Xiao Ding didn't make things difficult for him.
That's it, I'm going to take a rest.
Xiao Ding returned to the room, lay down on the bed and fell asleep. He didn't sleep well in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme, and when he came back, he encountered a fierce battle and was exhausted from running all the way back.
Now this sleep was particularly sweet.
While Xiao Ding was sleeping soundly, there were many Snakeman powerhouses haunting the Tagore phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme. They were all alarmed by the disappearance of Do Ling. Fighting spirit level in the snake human tribe is already regarded as an elder, second only to a few fighting kings, and can be regarded as the mainstay of the snake human tribe. Such an existence suddenly disappeared, and the nearby elders naturally came to investigate immediately. They used various methods, but still couldn't find Yenya, and finally determined that something happened.
There are various indications that Yenya may have died on the way to track down a human teenager.
This made them feel weird. How could a Do Ling be killed by a Do Shi, unless it was other strong men?
Since Yenya's operation was arranged by the queen, they hurriedly reported the news to Queen Medusa.
Medusa, who was about to take a slanted sword because she was stuck in a bottleneck, came over quickly. In the monotonous phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme, Medusa has a noble temperament, flying over quickly with vicious wings. A slender snake tail behind her is purple, and the snake scales on it are exquisite and delicate. She was wearing a noble crown, her hair was black and smooth, flowing like a waterfall. She was wearing a cool short dress, showing a soft and boneless waist. Her chest was full and straight, and her figure was extremely proud, enough to make a man's mouth dry. Although she wears a scarf on her face, it is difficult to hide her temptation to turn all living beings upside down, which makes people even more imaginative. However, her eyes were so cold that people dared not look at them more. The eyes with slender corners looked down lightly at all the snake-human elders and even the tribal leaders. All of them bowed their heads in salute.
Yenya died here? An indifferent voice came out of Medusa's mouth.
She didn't care about the life and death of a fighting spirit, but this matter was related to the strange fire, so she came here to check it out.
Yes, Your Majesty, we have checked all the traces nearby, and we are sure that Yenya used his fighting skills to escape into the sand here, and he probably wanted to sneak attack someone.
A tall, strong man with a dark green snake tail answered. He is the leader of the Black Snake tribe, Moba's, and Imoe's father. He did not participate in the search mission originally because his son had an accident. The space fluctuates, and Medusa teleports from the sky and appears on the ground. She looked at the ground, as if she had found something. She stretched out her white and jade-like palm to grab the ground. While the sand was flying, a small piece of irregular crystals similar to crystals fell into his hands. Holding this crystal that seemed to be formed by melting sand and observed for a while, Medusa's eyes flashed. Yenya is dead, and it will disappear in ashes. Damn it, it must be someone from the Jama Empire. They not only killed Yenya, but also captured my son. Moba's was annoyed. Your son is more likely to be ill than good. This person is not simple. Stop investigating and let me deal with it. Medusa said lightly, looking at the crystal in her hand, which reflected her rapidly changing jealous eyes. In this crystal, she felt a terrifying fire attribute energy, which was even more powerful than the strange fire she sensed. If the guess is correct, this is also caused by a strange fire. The flames are wiped out, and the sand here is crystallized, all because of a strange fire. It is definitely not easy to control the existence of different fires, and it may be on the same level as her or even surpass her existence. She also had to be careful about this kind of thing. Before confirming the other party's situation, she tried not to investigate as much as possible and kept her spirits. The faces of the powerful snake-human race changed when they heard Queen Medusa's words. They didn't expect this matter to be so serious that even the queen paid attention to it. Your Majesty, my son. Moba's looked angry. You are not afraid of death, you can go and investigate. Queen Medusa looked at the latter coldly. Moba's realized the seriousness of the matter, and under Medusa's majestic gaze, he bowed his head and did not speak again. Next, except for the one who helped the king find something, everyone else will return. The princess who was just captured will bring something back and send it back safely immediately. Don't make too much noise. Medusa ordered, preparing to keep a low profile and avoid attracting too many people's attention. She is still not sure if the mysterious person who shot is also eyeing the nearby strange flames. If so, she is afraid that she will mobilize the power of the entire snake-human race. In Maching, Xiaoding slept until the next morning before waking up. He was exhausted and refreshed. Stretching and jumping up, Xiaoding opened the door, and Xiaoding saw a graceful woman in a plain green dress. This girl is about 14 or 15 years old, with a hairpin tied in her hair. She looks a little mature and plump. Bright red lips, seductive eyes, melon-seeded face, beauty mole next to willow eyebrows, snake waist and honey buttocks. She looks sexy and enchanting. She can be regarded as a beautiful woman. My lord, I am the new maid, Lume. The woman hurriedly bowed, not daring to look at Xiaoding. Xiaoding nodded and waved his hands. Go get me water, I'm going to take a bath and change clothes. Yes. The green eyebrow replied respectfully, and turned to prepare. Young master, are you satisfied? Hai Bodong walked over with a smile. Not bad, worthy of a handsome young master like me. Xiaoding nodded. Hai Bodong couldn't help but look at this bronze-colored boy. This was the first time he saw Xiaoding's true face, and he felt that it was very different from the fox mask he had seen before. He twitched his cheeks. I didn't expect the young master to be so young, and I think he is very talented. So. Xiaoding doesn't think that he is very talented. He thinks that he got what he is today because of cheating, otherwise his cultivation speed can't even compare with his third brother Xiaoyan. My lord is humble. Hai Bodong smiled. As for the prescription to undo my seal, I have found most of the materials one after another, but one of the medicinal materials is in the territory of the snake-human tribe. I dare not approach it, and I have to ask you to help me, my lord. What's the hurry? Wait until you get all the other materials together. Xiaoding himself dare not contact the snake people now. It is impossible to help Hai Bodong gather medicine. Yes. Hai Bodong wisely did not insist. Speaking of medicinal materials, next I will refine medicine in my spare time. You have some contacts in the local area. I will leave it to you to buy medicinal materials and sell them. Be mentally prepared. Xiaoding thought for a while. To be on the safe side, let Hai Bodong go to buy medicinal materials and sell pills, and he only cares about cultivation, no problem.
Hai Buodong was secretly delighted. Then go buy the first batch.
Xiaoding took out a piece of paper and took out all the liquid medicine that was no longer needed on his body, and asked Hai Buodong to sell it for the medicine. After Hai Buodong left, Xiaoding checked in the yard and asked Yao Lao to confirm that there was nothing wrong before going back to the room to take a shower and change clothes. The whole person took on a new look and asked Lemay to take out the dirty clothes and dirty water. Xiaoding said, "Old Yao, I have to formally learn how to refine medicine."
Yao Lao floated out, "Aren't you not interested?"
"I'm afraid that if you die in the future, no one will make medicine for me, so I have to prepare it in advance." Xiaoding's words made Yao Lao so angry that his soul swelled, and his head seemed to be on fire.
"Is there someone who curses you like this? This old man won't die even if you die." Yao Lao snorted coldly with a dark face. "Just kidding, you see you are angry again." Xiaoding laughed, and said seriously, "As your student, if you don't know how to make medicine when you go out in the future, wouldn't it be embarrassing for you?
I think you must not say that you are my apprentice outside, I am afraid of being scolded." Yao Lao squinted at Xiaoding. "With your character, if you become stronger in the future, you will definitely make a lot of trouble in the continent."
"I guess many people will scold you." "How come? You can't doubt my personality, I'm an honest man."
Xiaoding corrected, "Come on, I also want to exercise my control through refining medicine, and I hope to integrate the 3 kinds of battle qi. In the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme, he has successfully fused the fighting energy of wood and fire, and condensed a group of integrated fighting energy in Dantian. However, he has not yet mastered the perfect fusion of the 3 kinds of battle qi, and now he can only fuse them outside the body, not inside the body."
"You guys have a little vision."
Yao Lao nodded. "Refining medicine can indeed exercise soul power, and most alchemists' soul power is far superior to that of the same level." He waved his hand and took out a large ancient book. "Before refining medicine, first learn the types and properties of medicinal materials, this is the most basic."
"I know, but let's refine it first."
"I have seen you refine the foundation building liquid many times, and you still have some materials."
"Let me try it." Xiaoding is eager to try. "Do you really think you can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read/phoneme it a few times?"
Yao Lao rolled his eyes. "There are a lot of things to master here, and the Foundation Establishment spiritual liquid is a second-grade elixir, and you haven't even entered a first-grade elixir. Where do you have the confidence?" "It's nothing to try, and Dosher is fully qualified to refine second-grade pills." Now Xiaoding is determined to refine it by himself. The medicine was too old to resist, so he could only take out some medicinal materials, which were all needed for refining the foundation building liquid. "You are a novice, and you don't have a different fire, so you need to use the medicine cauldron."
"You can ask Hai Buodong to buy one."
Yao Lao remembered something. "It's too late, you must have a medicine cauldron, take it out and use it." Xiaoding was on a whim at the moment, and wanted to refine the medicine directly, not wanting to waste any more time. "The medicine cauldron of this old man is very advanced." "You're just being stingy, so bring it here, I can't spoil the medicine cauldron for you." Okay, old man, seeing how anxious you are, I guess no matter how advanced the medicine cauldron is, it won't work." Yao Lao angrily took out a black medicine cauldron, which was very extraordinary at first glance. Strange flame patterns were engraved on the sturdy medicine cauldron, wriggling as if alive, implying calm and heavy. "It looks really good, at least it's quite strong. Can this medicine cauldron be used to hit people?" Xiaoding laughed. "Fuck off, you are insulting the old man's medicine cauldron. If you want to refine it, do it quickly, otherwise the old man will take it back." Yao Lao said angrily, what was going on in this kid's mind all day? Using the black demon cauldron, which is the 8th on the heavenly cauldron list, as a weapon to hit people, not to mention him, any alchemist who sees it will be angry and want to curse. "Okay, I'll start now." Xiaoding was afraid of provoking Yao Lao to beat people with his hands, so with a thought, he released his vindictive energy in the palm of his hand, turning it into a blazing yellow-green flame, causing the temperature in the room to rise rapidly. He threw the flame at the medicine cauldron, and entered the cauldron from the mouth of the fire. Under the condensing of the flames by the black magic cauldron, Xiaoding's power and formidable power increased a lot, enough to refine things like magic crystals. Xiaoding picked up the medicinal materials and officially began to refine medicine, and the benefits of 3 months of experience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals desert slash phoneme were reflected. His soul control ability is already very good, and the fusion of wood and fire battle chi is the most suitable for alchemists. Xiaoding quickly entered the state. The essence of each medicinal material is refined, turned into medicinal liquid, and then fused in order. When entering the stage of refining the crystal nucleus of monsters, the speed slowed down a lot. After spending a lot of time melting it and extracting its essence, Xiaoding was also a little tired. This alchemy looks simple, but in fact it requires full attention all the time, and even a little negligence will phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals lead slash phoneme to failure, and it consumes a lot of energy. Even so, Xiaoding still made a mistake in the next step, and the medicinal liquid was burnt directly. Don't expect too much, it's normal to fail, and it's rare for you to do this for the first time. Yao Lao comforted him. He was very satisfied with Xiaoding's performance, even quite surprised. It is really rare to reach this level just by watching him refine medicine. Come again. Xiaoding took a deep breath, adjusted, and started again. Remind me too, don't just watch. One old and one young were bickering, and the refining process continued stumblingly. Half a day later, after fiddling with the medicine cauldron for a while, after 3 failures, a group of turquoise liquid with light fragrance was successfully refined. He tasted it. It tasted slightly bitter, but it was not bad. It's done, my talent is not bad, right? Xiaoding smiled with a sense of accomplishment. Yao Lao looked at Xiaoding drinking the foundation building liquid, and reminded, this thing is for external use. My body is strong, and it's okay to drink all of it. Xiaoding doesn't care. But maybe diarrhea. Yao Lao said quietly. Gollum. Xiaoding's stomach groaned faintly. He widened his eyes. You didn't say it earlier. You didn't give it a chance. Yao Lao laughed. It's good to have a long memory, so as not to take medicine indiscriminately in the future. Don't worry, I'm strong and I can't have a stomachache. Xiaoding let the system swallow the foundation establishment's spiritual liquid directly, which did not affect the stomach. Yao, who originally wanted to see Xiaoding having diarrhea, waited for a long time, but he didn't see Xiaoding going to the toilet, so he was a little disappointed. Xiaoding finished refining all the materials of the foundation establishment's spiritual liquid, and only started to study step by step and systematically after he was addicted to it. As life settled down, Xiaoding had more time to practice, and also had more opportunities to devour medicine to practice. In addition, the 3 months of experience gave him a solid foundation, and then his strength improved by leaps and bounds, much faster than before. He actually broke through to 1 star in a month, so fast that he himself was a little surprised. Strike while the iron is hot, spend another month and a half to increase 1 star, and reach the 5-star fighter in one go. In terms of refining medicine, he easily became a second-rank pharmacist, and he was a little short of reaching the 3rd rank. Even Yao Lao was quite surprised. In the morning, Xiaoding, who had broken through, was lying on the cool chair, enjoying the massage from the maid Mei. He squinted, looking at the phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals det data slash phoneme in his system while enjoying it. Owner, Xiaoding level, 24 cultivation, 5-star fighter attributes, wood fire, phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals wind wine slash phoneme devour upper limit, 24 times sharing ratio, 24% types of devouring, dochi, drugs, different fires? To be unlocked, devouring attributes, wood fire, phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals wind wine slash phoneme 24 asterisk 24% equals 5. 76 times, plus double the amount I absorb, after an average of 3 cyclones, each cyclone absorbs 25 times the energy of the world at the same level. It still feels a bit slow. Xiaoding found that he was not satisfied with this state, and he was a bit obsessive-compulsive. The system's new function of devouring different fires, it would be a bit of a waste not to swallow one of his different fires. In the past 2 months or so, the incident that happened last time should have calmed down among the snake people, right? Xiaoding thought to himself. He couldn't bear it a little bit. He wanted to get Qinglian's inner fire sooner. When the thought came to Dantian, 3 cyclones of the same size slowly rotated, and a lot of liquid energy was suspended in them. The newly added phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals wind slash phoneme attributed cyclone has already been promoted.
Among the three cyclones, a group of liquid energy that does not belong to any cyclone is suspended.
It is turquoise in color, and its attributes are not single, but three, and the energy it contains far exceeds the liquid battle energy in the three large cyclones. This is formed by the fusion of three cyclone forces, and it is the fusion of three attributes. While constantly refining medicine to improve his soul power and control power, Xiaoding not long ago successfully fused the fighting energy of the three attributes to form this group of special power. The strength of this power is more than 5 times that of a single battle chi, and according to Yao Lao's judgment, it is equivalent to the power cultivated by advanced Xin level exercises. One must know that the Fenju practiced by Xiaoding has not yet evolved by devouring the different fires, and its rank is only at the lower level of the yellow rank, but Xiaoding's fusion fighting chi has directly surpassed 1 rank. If Fenju evolves, the power of the three cyclones will become more pure. No surprises, the level of this fusion of battle energy will naturally increase. The most frightening thing is that if Xiaoding continues to incorporate fighting energy of other attributes, this improvement can continue, and it will be easy to cultivate fighting energy comparable to the earth-level exercises. After the power of the three cyclones is fused, my explosive power is no less than that of a high-level fighter, so I can carefully go over and investigate. Xiaoding thought for a moment, then stood up abruptly.
Son.
Green Eyebrow blushed for a while, looking at Xiaoding tenderly.
You woman is not serious.
Xiaoding glanced at this maid who wanted to sacrifice herself, although he thought it was very moving, but he didn't like this kind of utilitarian behavior too much. I'm sorry, it's the Green Eyebrow who overstepped the bounds.
Lu Mei's face turned pale, and she didn't dare to seduce Xiaoding again. Go back.
No blame, Xiaoding said lightly. He knew that this kind of woman could only depend on others, so he would naturally want to climb into his bed and get something substantial. Yao Lao, how has your strength recovered? I'm going to look for the strange fire again, I can't bear it anymore. Xiaoding secretly said that he had to rely on Yao Lao to take the risk to find the strange fire. Barely has the strength of a fighting emperor.
If you meet that Queen Medusa, I will give priority to running away. Yao Lao told about his situation.
Next, I will try my best to provide you with the energy of heaven and earth, and recover more.
Xiaoding gritted his teeth. Is it necessary to be in such a hurry? Your rubbish technique is of such a low rank.
If you hadn't possessed Fusion Do Chi, you would have been beaten to death by the snake human race great fighter last time.
Is it the old man's fault that you chose?
So hurry up and devour the strange fire, otherwise the basic strength will be too bad. Okay, I got it, be careful yourself, don't provoke enemies that the old man can't deal with.
Don't worry, I will be wretched. You were obscene. The yellow sand is long and the air is twisted.
A man in yellow robe fell to the ground, blending with the sand, even his skin was bronze, forming a perfect camouflage. Xiaoding quietly watched a group of snake people leaving in the distance. It has been half a month since he came here, and he met many snake people. Knowing that Medusa might be nearby, Xiaoding did not act rashly. What surprised him was that these snake people were evacuating one after another.
What's the matter, haven't you looked for it? Xiaoding was surprised. Maybe they found what they were looking for.
Yao Lao said, it seems that your trip was in vain, the other party is not looking for some strange fire.
I don't think it's that simple.
Xiaoding shook his head, looked at the quiet area in front of him, and continued to be a quiet Voldemort. Anyway, all the power devoured by the system has been recovered by Yao Lao, so he is not in a hurry to practice. As long as you get the strange fire, you can increase a few stars at once, and it's nothing to waste a little time. I said you kid isn't even prepared to devour the strange fire, so why worry? Yao Lao was helpless. Didn't I tell you that you need to prepare some pills and special materials to swallow the strange fire? If you don't prepare it, even if you get the strange fire, you won't be able to swallow it.
I think I can.
Xiaoding felt that this was inaccurate, and added, the power in my blood may be able to directly swallow the strange fire.
Impossible.
As far as this old man knows, no one can devour a different fire without external assistance, unless you are strong enough to crush the different fire, but at that level, you probably don't need a different fire.
Yao Lao subconsciously didn't believe it. I might be the first one like that.
Xiaoding said, suddenly his pupils shrank,
and he buried his head in the sand secretly. In the distant sky, a snake man suddenly appeared. This snake man is different from ordinary snake man. Xiaoding still feels very dangerous even separated by several miles. Yao Lao also noticed it with his soul induction, and said in a deep voice, "It's a high-level Do Huang, be careful. It's a female snake, it should be Medusa." Xiaoding tried hard to see clearly, but the distance was too far, so he could only distinguish the general situation. For example, the tail was purple and the chest was plump. It's weird. If the baby is really found, why would she still appear here? Yao Lao has some interest. Xiaoding found that Medusa was quickly blocked by the sand dunes, and frowned. "Yao Lao, can you guarantee that you will not be found when you approach her? As long as you don't get two phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme, and with your perfect camouflage, it should be fine." Yao Lao gave an affirmative answer. "Then go take a look." Xiaoding landed on all fours. With the help of Yao Lao, his breath seemed to disappear completely, and he quickly crawled across the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert slash phoneme. "You look so wretched, like a dog." Yao Lao joked. "I'm practicing hand strength." Xiaoding corrected. "There's no need to be so nervous. The old man's method is very clever. She can't find it outside a certain range." Boom! With a loud noise, Xiaoding was so frightened that he immediately lay down on the ground, and even Yao Lao became nervous. "Not attacking us." Yao Lao immediately said, "What are you doing attacking the ground, scaring us?" Xiaoding saw the flying sand and rocks flying in front of him, and he moved quickly phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the ground for a certain distance. Amidst the flying yellow sand, a peerless witch was withdrawing her jade hand that contained a powerful fighting spirit. He just took a quick glance, only seeing the back, and didn't dare to look more, but he was already amazed. In his impression, just the plump and sexy figure exudes the power of temptation, which makes people whimsical. Hey, this woman is digging a hole, she probably wants to go deep underground to find something. Yao Lao was very interested. The power of the fire attribute here is indeed much stronger than other areas. I don't know whether there are fire attribute treasures or different fires below. Medusa made a hole, looked back, and Xiaoding's heart beat faster. Under the slender and black eyelashes, the crystal eyes contain domineering majesty. Under the crown, 3,000 black hairs are scattered, shining with luster, bright head and nose, flaming red lips. Her face is unparalleled and seductive, not like anything in the world. This is a lively female goblin, the kind who can bring disaster to the country and the people. You boy, if the old man's soul power hadn't covered it up, she would have discovered your heartbeat, believe it or not? Medicine old reminder. Sorry, I was a little shocked by the appearance of this female fairy, I won't do it next time. Xiaoding was embarrassed. Medusa at this moment was at the peak of her beauty. Her domineering and noble temperament was better than that of Yin Yun, who was not a fighting emperor, and her sexiness and enchantment was better than that of her underage concubine. Aren't you just lustful? The old man still doesn't understand? Yao Lao joked. I'm young. Xiaoding curled his lips and changed the subject. She's in the cave. Medusa made sure that there was no one around, jumped into the hole made by Do Chi, and continued to dig down. She was in a bad mood at the moment. Originally, she was not in a hurry to dig the ground 3 feet to find the strange fire, but a mysterious strong man passed by the Tagore phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert slash phoneme, which made her feel a sense of crisis, and she was ready to find the strange fire as soon as possible. Only when she gets it in her hands can she feel at ease. Dull voices rang out from time to time. Medusa's mighty strength couldn't even stop the earth. Layers of sand and soil were constantly pierced, and soon reached the rock and soil layer, and continued to deepen. I didn't expect such a beautiful woman to work so hard to get a hole here. I really want to see her disgraced appearance with my own eyes. Feeling the earthquake, Xiaoding teased Yao Lao. It was a pity in his heart. If he had a mobile phone or something, he would have to take a photo of Medusa, send it to Moments, and tell everyone that beauties also have to work. You kid just think differently from normal people. Yao Lao complained, don't worry, he has fighting energy to protect his body. Even if the ground is full of mud, he can still be spotless. It seems that I also have to practice hard to be a handsome man. Xiaoding felt that there was another reason to become stronger.
The two were discussing in secret, and after a while, a scorching airflow rushed out of the hole.
Quickly, Medusa hit the magma layer. Xiao Ding praised, such a Do Huang powerhouse must be very powerful for mining.
Yao Lao didn't know how to answer the question, so he asked Do Huang to mine, and this kid figured it out. Soon, a colorful figure shot out, changed positions and continued to drill holes.
Xiao Ding waited for Medusa to leave, looking at the hole made. Go in and have a look?
Go and hide for a while, she will definitely not come back to the place she has already explored, so there is no need for the old man to spend his soul power to cover up for you. Yao Lao felt that Medusa couldn't find anything for a while, so he agreed to Xiao Ding's proposal. He brought Xiao Ding a few flashes to the entrance of the cave, jumped in, and soon the light disappeared. Going deeper into the smooth channel created by fighting chi, the temperature is getting higher and higher. Suddenly a red light appears. Xiao Ding saw magma. Xiao Ding had to stop, looked at the tumbling magma, and said with a smile, "Would you like to go in for a swim and check the vicinity?" "I want to go to you, this place has been searched by Medusa, there can't be any good things, I don't want to waste my energy." Yao Lao is actually the Do Huang now, and he can match the Do Huang only by relying on his bone spirit and strong soul power, and he doesn't want to waste his energy on unnecessary things.
Then I'll practice here, the energy of the fire attribute is quite abundant.
Xiao Ding felt that it was impossible for Medusa to find the strange fire right away, so he dug some rock and soil beside the passage to make room, sat down cross-legged and began to practice. In this deep underground, except for the sound of magma tumbling and the sound of Medusa digging holes, it is extremely quiet. 1 hole, 2 holes. Medusa dug a hole diligently and entered the ground to locate the specific fire.
Xiao Ding followed behind, hiding in the abandoned cave to practice.
This lasted for half a month, and Medusa found a fire attribute snake-like beast, beat it up, and finally found a clue to the strange fire. She made initial contact, but was forced to retreat by the powerful different fire.
The fluctuation of the different fire spread. Yao Lao noticed it.
Xiao Ding, who was practicing, was woken up by Yao Lao, who said excitedly, "Good guy, it's really strange fire, I can feel it."
"So fast."
Xiao Ding was startled. Let's go see if we can snatch food from the snake's mouth."
"Don't worry, Medusa will be at a disadvantage." "Hee, how can the different fire be so easy to get?" "Now the different fire is integrated with the magma and ground fire. The power is terrible.
Without the protection of things like Ice Spirit and Cold Spring, even if she is the fighting emperor, it can't be easily taken away."
Yao Lao smirked. "She's hurt? Anyway, it's a loss. It's gone now. It's probably to find something like a cold ice spring.
It seems that she, like you, is not fully prepared."
Yao Lao joked.
"I guess it's because you scared her last time, and you want to find the strange fire as soon as possible, for fear of being robbed by us."
"It's possible, but I still don't understand why she took the risk to seize the strange fire, and exchange it with the alchemist for elixir that can break through?"
Yao Lao guessed that he must have never thought of where Medusa was going to use the different fire to evolve into a colorful sky-swallowing python.
"Since she's gone, shall we go and see?"
Xiao Ding suppressed his excitement and said, "It's fine to see, but don't expect the old man to help you take it away. When this strange fire was at its peak, even if the old man had a strange fire, but now his strength is still a bit weaker.
Queen Medusa can't do anything about it for a while."
"I guess neither."
Yao Lao reminded beforehand, wait for both Medusa and alien fire to lose, before considering making a move.
"Okay, go check it out now." Xiao Ding didn't say much, got up and quickly rushed out of the cave, rushing towards the position Yao Lao sensed. Going out of the cave and entering the cave again, there are many staggered passages at the entrance of the underground cave, but the residual fluctuation of the strange fire is still there, like a bright light guiding Yao Lao forward. Soon, a familiar scene appeared. A piece of fiery red magma was gurgling and rolling, bursting out strings of sparks from time to time. This is a wide crypt, containing a magma lake, which is more than 100 times wider than the underground space encountered before. Xiao Ding felt that this place was very special at first glance, at least the energy of the fire attribute increased exponentially, and the scorching air made him subconsciously hold his breath. Jump down quickly, the fluctuation of the strange fire is restraining, and the old man will not be able to lock it if it is delayed for too long. Yao Lao urged, and released the bone spirit cold fire to wrap Xiaoding. Xiaoding thought that there was a double-headed fire spirit snake here, so he mobilized his fighting spirit with a little vigilance, and walked towards the magma lake.
As soon as he approached, the magma suddenly protruded somewhere. With a bang, a large piece of magma exploded, and a bloody mouth opened exaggeratedly, enough to swallow a child, and bit Xiaoding.
Hey, there are still living creatures, but they are injured, you should be able to deal with them. Yao Lao's attention has been on the strange fire, and he hasn't paid much attention to any abnormalities in the magma until now. Xiaoding had been prepared for a long time. He jumped on the ground, shot high like a cannonball, just avoiding the big mouth emitting a hot and foul smell. Looking down from a height, it can be found that it is a snake head filled with magma, and the latter is surprised that he did not sneak attack this human being.
8 extremes collapse. Xiaoding's fighting spirit was condensed to the limit, and he punched the snake's head hard. Bang!
The air explosion, the fusion of the 3 attributes of fighting energy combined with the terrifying explosive power of Bajabang, this moment is equivalent to a blow from a peak fighter, pouring it all down. The snake's scales were smashed to pieces in an instant, the snake's skin was split, and the fist was dented. The powerful force made it tremble violently, and it was knocked down on the magma while screaming, making a rumbling sound. This head was knocked out on the spot, but it didn't mean that the other party lost combat power. The rest of its head showed anger.
The woman just now was too strong, and it couldn't win. Couldn't it deal with this obviously weaker human?
With a twist of its body, a huge snake tail stretched out behind it, and an ejection shot came over. Xiaoding in midair knew that it was not easy to dodge, and quickly formed seals with both hands.
Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind/phoneme wall.
The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme with scorching airflow quickly condensed into a wall, blocking the tail of the snake.
Bang!
The snake tail paused, smashed the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme wall, and continued to fall.
The destructive power on it was much reduced. Xiaoding smirked, and Qinglu's sword appeared in his hand, and stabbed at the snake's tail. Puff!
The tail of the snake just hit the tip of the sword, and the blade pierced in. The severe pain caused him to quickly withdraw his strength. Xiaoding took advantage of the situation to escape, drew his sword, and fell backwards on the rock. A foot-long blood mouth appeared, and the blood continued to drip, causing the 2-headed fire spirit snake to scream in pain.
Xiaoding looked at the opponent's snake head and continued to attack without hesitation.
Cracked phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme dance. The turquoise fusion battle energy erupted, stirring the air, and condensed blue phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme blades in front of Xiaoding's body, which condensed together and turned in a spiral shape, and quickly pushed across. The painful fire spirit snake hurriedly opened its mouth, spit out a column of magma, and blasted it on the spinning phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme blade. The two sides were at a stalemate in attack. Xiaoding's fighting skills were obviously weak. However, due to the gathering of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme and fire forces, the strength of both sides was unstable, and they exploded in the next moment.
Boom!
In the deafening sound, the entire crypt space was ravaged by chaotic energy. Xiaoding hid behind a rock. Even with a copper body to protect him, he was still hot for a while. Facts have proved that when the power of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme and fire meets, it is really easy to explode. He muttered. Fortunately, he was cautious and did not let these two forces explode in his body. The remaining head of the 2-headed fire spirit snake was hit head-on by the explosion, and suffered another big loss.
It was a little dizzy at the moment.
Whoosh! An afterimage passed through the flying gravel, and the bronze color radiated all over its body, hitting it like a cannonball. It was punched again, its mouth was twisted, and it was a little dizzy. There was a look of fear in the vertical pupils, and it hurriedly plunged into the magma and slipped away.
This little snake is really miserable.
It was just cleaned up by Medusa, and you beat it up again.
I guess it will be suspected of snake life. Yao Lao was talking. No wonder it's in a bad shape.
Xiaoding suddenly realized that the 2-headed fire spirit snake gave him a lot of pressure, but obviously the reaction was not enough. It must have been suppressed by Medusa.
Go on, no one will stop you this time. Yao Lao unleashes the cold fire of the bone spirit, helps Xiao Ding to isolate from the high temperature, and officially enters the magma. Xiao Ding was quickly swallowed by the magma, and the cave became calm again.
In the fiery red world, Xiao Ding took a look at the deep white flames on his body, and it seemed that the nearby magma did not exist.
This old man will help you resist the power of magma. Go and come back quickly. First determine the location of the strange fire.
I can also contribute some strength. Feeling the hot magma nearby, Xiao Ding immediately controlled the devouring system to only devour fire energy. The devouring power equivalent to more than 20 times of his own was quickly formed, and the fire attribute energy in the magma quickly gathered towards his body, like strands of red light approaching, and then disappeared. More than % of the power belonged to Xiao Ding, who was instilled with medicine and recovered.
Ha!
Your kid can also absorb so much fire attribute energy at once, which can help the old man relieve some pressure. Yao Lao was amazed. He thought it was due to Xiao Ding's full power to activate the blood vessels. I'll use the absorbed power to restore you, and you can see how much is still consumed. Xiao Ding didn't keep these energies, and directly transmitted them to Lao Lao.
That's right, it's equivalent to instilling Do Qi into the old man by a senior big fighter.
After going back and forth, the old man hasn't consumed it for the time being, and can still accumulate some strength. Yao Lao praised, his bone spirit cold fire can also devour fire attribute energy, and the main consumption is soul power.
Then we can hold on for a while longer.
Xiao Ding started to move. Following Yao Lao's guidance, he dived quickly. The temperature and pressure continued to increase, and the fiery red magma became darker and darker. The old man's strength is starting to be consumed. Yao Lao said, however, the old man has completely determined the location of the strange fire. It is still in a state of restlessness and has not completely calmed down. His tone was unusually agitated. Xiao Ding didn't speak, but speeded up, purposefully sinking into the depths quickly. After a while, the light of the magma began to turn blue, and below him, a group of blue light sources appeared.
It really is Qinglian's heart fire. Yao Lao recognized it at a glance. You are lucky.
This strange fire ranks low, and you have a chance to devour it.
Of course, it is still in its prime at the moment. If you don't weaken it, you will be courting death if you devour it.
Xiao Ding didn't answer Yao Lao's words, because the system has already popped up a prompt.
Ding, the heart fire of Qinglian was detected. It meets the conditions for swallowing. Do you want to swallow it? He was surprised. The distance is so far, how can there be the power of strange fire? Didn't I just tell you that it is in a state of restlessness? The Qinglian Earth's heart fire is formed from the fire of the earth after countless years of compression and condensation. At this moment, it contains the energy of this land and can easily cause a volcanic eruption. Yao Lao explained, the Queen of Medusa just touched it and aroused its huge energy, so the power of the strange fire is still left here. Hey, wait, why are you absorbing the power of the different fire? Speaking of the latter, Yao Lao watched in surprise as the blue flames disappeared beside Xiao Ding. I can absorb fire attribute energy. Can different fires absorb it?
Xiao Ding said calmly, I feel that I can absorb the power of the strange fire around here. There is no danger.
Damn it, the power of this strange fire is much more domineering than ordinary fire attributed energy. You can actually absorb it. What kind of perverted bloodline is it?
Yao Lao was a little restless. No matter how powerful it is just a kind of power. Xiao Ding curled his lips, turned on the system's devouring power to the maximum, and crazily devoured the nearby strange fires. Although these strange fires are not the origin of Qinglian's inner fire, they are also different fires, but they are just rootless fires. But he can also absorb it, and the quality of this power is very high. After devouring it, his fire attribute grudge can also be rapidly improved. The essence of Fenju's ability to swallow the different fires and improve his rank is because the quality of the different fires is high, and the battle chi formed is naturally of high grade. He directly started to practice here.
You kid, just suck it, don't practice. Aren't you afraid that Medusa will come back? Not so fast, is it?
Xiao Ding has two things in one mind. While absorbing different fires to increase his fighting spirit, he can also communicate with Yao Lao at the same time. But the old man can't last long here, at most 2 hours.
Yao Lao is not in a good mood.
I'll give you some energy, hold on a little longer, I'll devour some power of different fires and go out to practice. Xiaoding immediately instilled all the energy of heaven and earth accumulated during this period of time into the old man. Up to 3 hours.
Enough. Xiaoding nodded.
The devouring power of the devouring system is still more than 5 times that of his, and he is absorbing it himself. The power of the strange fire accumulated in 3 hours is enough for him to practice for 16 hours. After the time is spent, Yao Lao is almost recovered, and he can come down to devour it again. Okay, but don't try your best, the energy of this strange fire is terrifying, be careful to blow it up. Yao Lao was still a little worried. After all, it was a strange fire, containing destructive energy. Ah! Xiaoding didn't say much, went deeper, and tried his best to absorb the power of the nearby strange fire. 3 hours later, the power of Qinglian's heart fire calmed down a lot, revealing her true face. In the vicinity of Xiaoding, due to the devouring of the system, there are much fewer escaping strange fires. He opened his eyes and looked at Qinglian's heart fire, which was no different from the real Qinglian. It's amazing, a ball of fire has turned into a special life. Xiaoding praised. It's not a big deal, those top-ranked strange fires still have intelligence. Yao Lao smiled and said, don't look, go back quickly, the old man can't hold on anymore, let's wait for Queen Medusa to pick it, our strength is still a little weaker now. Xiaoding didn't hesitate, turned around and floated up. Under the original circumstances, the Qinglian earth heartfire that Xiao Yan devoured was taken by Medusa at the cost of injury, and after being consumed by the Bing Linghan spring in Medusa's evolution, there was not much power left. Can be devoured. He can only rely on the system to devour at this moment, but the upper limit of the system's devouring power is more than 20 times the upper limit of his own absorbing power, which is equivalent to a low-level fighting king, and it can't be devoured all at once, even a drop in the bucket. If Yao Lao can persevere, he can indeed devour it if he spends more time, but it is a pity that Yao Lao can't let him stay here forever. Xiaoding left decisively and returned to the crypt. There is a lot of space here, and it is not difficult to find a place to hide. Yao Lao, if you face Medusa, can you run away? It's definitely okay to run, but it's best not to meet her when she is in her prime. If you don't know how to do it, you have to practice here. I'm too lazy to run away, I want to refine the different fire and improve it as soon as possible. Xiaoding sits cross-legged, rotates Fenju, and cultivates the cyclone of fire alone. In the black hole, traces of cyan flames flew out and entered the fire cyclone. Under the influence of the power of the strange fire, the energy of his liquid battle energy continued to shrink and condense, and the power contained in it became pure. Moreover, the strange fire itself contains a huge amount of energy, which makes his aura rise rapidly, which is much faster than the usual absorption of fire attribute heaven and earth energy. If you want to compare it with numbers, the power and purity of Qinglian earth heart fire is more than 10,000 times that of ordinary fire attribute heaven and earth energy. Even if Xiaoding is absorbing even a little bit, the speed of improving his cultivation base is dozens of times faster than usual. In just half a day, Xiaoding was promoted by 1 star. Absorbing all the strange fires devoured by the system in one breath, Xiaoding's cultivation base was raised to the level of a mid-6 star fighter. He opened his palm, and wisps of cyan flames jumped out, causing the air to twist violently, containing scorching energy. Your method is good. Although you didn't get the origin of the different fire, you quickly improved your cultivation with the help of the power of the different fire. Yao Lao praised, your current Fenju has evolved, which is equivalent to a low-level Shin level exercise. Well, I want to continue to absorb, how is your recovery? Xiaoding eats the marrow to know the taste, and feels that this thing improves much faster than swallowing medicine, so he doesn't want to miss it. Recover most of it, go ahead, and improve a little more before Medusa comes back. Yao Lao agrees with Xiaoding's approach. Okay, let's continue to pluck the wool of Qinglian's heart fire. Xiaoding smiled happily and jumped into the magma. Coming to the center of the earth, Xiaoding directly approached the body of the different fire. A green lotus floats quietly, and the roots more than 10 meters below are densely packed with root hairs, which are frantically absorbing the surrounding fire energy. There is no magma here, or the power of magma has long been absorbed by it. There are 8 lotus leaves, which are as crystal clear as jade. Among the growing flowers are 3-foot lotus stands, and a blue flame is burning in the center, which makes the space obviously distorted. A special life grows here, absorbing the power of the earth fire to grow. Xiaoding didn't get two phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme, but a trace of cyan flame floated towards him, then disappeared and was swallowed by the system. Your bloodline devouring power has increased again. Yao Lao was surprised. The stronger the strength, the greater the power of devouring. Xiaoding closed his eyes and practiced on the spot. The old man has not fully recovered, this time the time is less than a quarter of an hour. It is good. In less than 3 hours, Xiaoding left. Since the system level has been raised by 1 level and the devouring ability has increased, the number of strange fires devoured this time has not decreased much. A day later, he was promoted by 1 star again, becoming a senior fighter and reaching 7 stars. Taking advantage of Medusa not coming back, Xiaoding seized the opportunity to gather the wool, and returned to devour the strange fire again. Yao Lao's persistence time is decreasing, but fortunately, the system level is improving, and the number of different fires devoured is basically unchanged. With the increase in Xiaoding's cultivation base, the demand for the number of different fires increased, and he did not make a breakthrough when he came back for the 3rd time, and he only reached the 8-star fighter on the 4th time. And to reach 9-star fighter, it took 4 times. In less than 5 days, Xiaoding went from a 5-star fighter to a 9-star fighter. The speed is unbelievable. After frantically pulling the wool, even the light of Qinglian's heart fire dimmed a bit. In the Dantian, the fire-attributed fighting cyclone turned blue. It was a circle larger than the other 2 cyclones, and it could become a great fighter if it went any further. However, this step requires more energy than all the previous realms combined, and it cannot be broken through a few times. Xiaoding estimated that it would take more than 10 times. Come again. Xiaoding is full of ambition and wants to become a great fighter in one go. Stop, the old man can't take it anymore, he must rest for another day. Yao Lao stopped, with a bit of resentment. You kid is very happy, but I, an old man, are almost exhausted to death. Xiaoding smiled awkwardly. It's hard work, you are old, but you don't know when Queen Medusa will come back. I hope she will delay for a few more days. It depends on how well she prepared. If she goes back to collect the treasures against the different fires this time, it may take a while. Yao Lao said, I see that she is in a hurry, so she probably won't be able to solve it in a while. As soon as he said this, his tone changed. Someone is coming. Xiaoding's face was ugly. Why did you come back as soon as you said it? It seems that I can't continue to gather wool. What a pity. It's not Medusa, it's another Do Huang, who seems to belong to the snake-human race. Yao Lao was surprised. He didn't come in directly, but stayed outside. It should be the elder of the snake-human race. He is guarding outside. It must be ordered by Queen Medusa. This means that she will not be back in a short time. Xiaoding was overjoyed. It seemed it was a false alarm. Be careful, don't be discovered by him. Medicine old reminder. Ah. Xiaoding didn't move, he stayed where he was, absorbing ordinary energy from heaven and earth to cultivate. After 1 day. It's okay, after the rapid consumption and recovery of these few times of going in and out, the old man's strength has recovered a bit, and this time he can last for another half an hour. Yao Lao smiled and said, if you can break through to the great dosher, combined with the strength of the old man, you can also fight when you see Medusa. It's a pity that there is still a Do Huang. Let's do it by chance. Xiaoding didn't want to think about it so much, he just wanted to break through with Qinglian's heart fire. After going to the center of the earth many times, Xiaoding was familiar with the road and arrived at the fastest speed. A large number of blue flames flew towards him uncontrollably. Xiaoding's current system level has reached level 28, and the upper limit of system devouring is 28 times that of his own, and he gets 28%, which is 84 times. Now a 9-star fighter is stronger than a 5-star fighter, and the devouring power formed by the system is comparable to a high-level fighter king, which is a bit terrifying. Soon he turned into a blue figure. Strands of different fires were forcibly swallowed by the system, some of them were swallowed and stored by the system, and some were absorbed and refined by him on the spot. This time, Yao Lao persisted for 3.5 hours, and Xiaoding practiced directly for a whole day because of the power swallowed by the system. When he was refining the power of the strange fire, all the power devoured by the system was given to Yao Lao, and Yao Lao got better rest.
From this time on, Yao Lao's persistence time increased instead.
10 days later, the power of the fire cyclone in Xiao Ding's body reached its limit.
Yao Lao, I have to break through, help me slip out.
Xiao Ding didn't dare to break through here. The power of his fire cyclone at the moment is already comparable to the level of low-level Shen-level Kung Fu cultivation. The movement of breaking through is definitely not small. Leave from the fork, and I will help you cover up your breath.
Yao Lao replied.
Xiao Ding stood up, tapped lightly, and instantly turned into an afterimage, and his movement speed was more than twice as fast as before absorbing the strange fire. He quickly left the crypt, sneaked out through other passages, and then moved away from the area of the strange fire, to the depths of the outermost burrow dug by Medusa, and began to break through. Although there are 3 cyclones in his body, the upper limit of his cultivation base is determined by the strongest cyclone, and Xiao Ding can completely break through at this moment. He adjusted his state, concentrated and calmed down, and all his mind came to his dantian. At this moment, the fire cyclone is completely filled with liquid energy. If it wants to continue to grow, it must be condensed into a solid state, forming the energy core dojing of the Great Dosher.
Start breaking through.
He muttered silently, and the fire cyclone accelerated its rotation, forming a strong pressure to continuously condense liquid energy, and soon a thumb-sized cyan diamond-shaped energy crystal slowly emerged. With the formation of the Dojing, a powerful aura far surpassed that before erupted, and the substantive cyan duki exploded like a flame, forming a circle of solid armor on Xiao Ding's chest. Transforming fighting spirit into armor, this is a method unique to a great fighter. This energy armor not only covered the chest, but also quickly spread over most of the body, which was far wider than that of ordinary newbies. There are strands of flame patterns on the armor, which look extraordinarily miraculous, and the powerful power emitted is terrifying, causing the nearby rocks to crack. The aura of a volcanic eruption lasted for an instant, but was quickly restrained by Xiao Ding. Although this place is deep underground, he is still afraid of being noticed. Controlling the power after the breakthrough, Xiao Ding released the strange fire devoured by the system, and the Dojing and the Dantian shone brightly, forming an attraction, greedily absorbing and strengthening himself. 3 days later, Xiao Ding absorbed all the abnormal fire and fire-attributed heaven and earth energy stored in the system, and Dojing not only grew in size, but also appeared much stronger. His realm is extremely stable, and he has officially stepped into a 1-star fighter. This time, it took less than 10 months from the beginning of entering the fighting master to breaking through, which is much faster than the previous realm. To be precise, normal cultivation is too slow. But this time, relying on the wool of Qinglian's heartfire, he was promoted to Dedu Master in one go, which shows how beneficial the different fire is. He reckoned that if the power of Qinglian's heartfire would not be wasted, if it was swallowed up in this way, Xiao Ding would probably be able to reach the level of a fighting king. As for why it is not Do Huang, because he has not obtained all the power given by the system. A 14-year-old Dosher, there may not be a genius like you among the 8 ancient clans. Yao Lao sighed. Xiao Ding is now 14 years old, and he has already become an ordinary genius, and even 30 years old may not be able to do things, which is terrifying.
It's still far from Medusa, let's continue to gather wool. Xiao Ding chuckled, I'm also making it easier for Medusa to collect different fires.
If Iwa has wisdom and knows that you are pulling its wool, it will probably be the first to kill you.
Yao Lao laughed strangely. Too bad it doesn't.
Xiao Ding smiled triumphantly, returned with a good mood, entered the magma, and prepared to devour it again. Let me swim for a while and see how far I can persist.
A blue flame emerged from his body, easily isolating the magma.
Yes, the magma pressure here can also exercise your control over the power of the Great Dosher. Yao Lao agreed, and was not in a hurry to release Guling Lenghua. Xiao Ding released his grudge, and dived towards Qinglian's heartfire at a faster speed. The pressure of the magma was constant, and soon it was like pressing a mountain, and it had no dead ends. Xiao Ding had no choice but to distribute his grudge as evenly as possible to all parts of his body, and fight against the pressure of the magma with all his strength. As for the temperature of the magma, it doesn't have much effect. Xiao Ding's system can devour the energy of the fire attribute in a large area, and his grudge has been transformed into a strange fire, so he is not afraid of the magma.
When it was about halfway down, Xiao Ding couldn't hold on any longer. Yao Lao, you come. Xiao Ding was helpless. It's already very good, even Dou Ling may not be able to persist here. Xiao Ding appreciated it. Just when Yao Lao was about to release the bone spirit cold fire, suddenly the magma behind him fluctuated. There is something. Xiao Ding turned around cautiously. A fiery red figure rushed over. It was a two-headed fire spirit snake. Yo, you've recovered from some injuries, do you want to take revenge? Xiao Ding could tell what the other person was thinking at a glance. After more than half a month, this guy's wounds were basically healed, and his confidence was full again. At this time, a layer of dark white flames burned on his body, the pressure was greatly reduced, and he could recover this guy with all his strength. The two-headed fire spirit snake shrank its pupils when it saw the deep white flame, and thought of what happened back then. It turned around and ran away without hesitation. Xiao Ding, who was about to make a move, was speechless. The feeling guy sees that I have reached my limit, and wants to come over to pick up the leak and sneak attack in this magma. In the end, he didn't expect that you still have the strength of an old man. Last time, you were beaten up by you, who was only a fighter, and he was scared away. Yao Lao teased, it's quite smart. After all, there are two heads. Xiao Ding smiled, it's okay to be afraid, but let's do it. This is its home field. Even if I am much stronger than before, it will be a bit troublesome to deal with him. After all, the double-headed fire spirit snake is a strange species that can survive here, and it is very adaptable. If it is another fighting king, it is estimated that it will not be able to exert much strength under the pressure of magma. It will probably suffer a disadvantage against this guy. After confirming that the other party really left, Xiao Ding continued to dive and came to the side of Qinglian's heartfire. He directly approached the lotus platform, entered the cyan light curtain, and sat cross-legged beside him to practice. The system's devouring power was released, and Qinglian's heartfire seemed to collapse, and began to lose power obviously. Xiao Ding broke through to the great fighter this time, which brought the system's devouring power directly to a higher level. Although the upper limit this time is 28 times his, it seems that it is only twice as much as when he was a 9-star fighter. In fact, because of his breakthrough in cultivation, his devouring power has more than doubled directly. The terrifying devouring power made Qinglian's heart tremble uncomfortably, but she couldn't resist the power of the system. Excellent, the power of your bloodline has increased a lot, it is comparable to a fighting emperor sucking its power. Yao Lao was shocked, what kind of weird bloodline is this? As the strength becomes stronger, the power of devouring increases exponentially. It should last for a while, right? Xiao Ding also felt that the suction was a bit fierce this time. Sure, look at its roots, which are frantically absorbing the power of the earth fire to restore themselves. Medicine old reminder. Xiao Ding glanced down, the roots of Qinglian's earth heartfire were glowing, absorbing the nearby fire attribute energy while swinging. TSK, good stuff. If I stay here all the time, I don't think I'll be able to break through to King Dou in a year. Xiao Ding sighed. Difficult. Although things like ice spirit cold springs are precious, it is impossible for Medusa to gather the power of the entire snake human race to collect them in a year. Yao Lao sighed, hurry up and absorb it. When its strength weakens, you can take it away forcibly and swallow its source directly. Hey, this is equivalent to killing the chicken and picking the egg. Xiao Ding shook his head, this kind of Qinglian's heartfire in good condition can continuously absorb the power of the ground fire, allowing him to practice for a longer period of time. It's okay if this strange fire belongs to your family, but it's a pity that it has no owner, but you can try it at Canaan College, there is a strange fire that suits your wishes. Yao Lao smirked, wanting Xiao Ding to harm the second kind of strange fire. Wait a while and go. Xiao Ding nodded, closed his eyes and practiced. This time, Yao Lao persisted for 4 hours, and the system also swallowed more power of different fires, which made Qinglian's heartfire obviously dimmed. Xiao Ding went back to the crypt to absorb the abnormal fire accumulated in the system step by step, and his cultivation has improved a lot. He estimated that 2 more times would break through to 1 star, which was still a little more than the initial number of times. With the end of the second engulfment, Qinglian's heartfire dimmed again. Although it can absorb the ground fire to restore it, Xiao Ding's system devours it too violently, and 1 day is only enough to restore it to a few %.
When Xiao Ding was thinking of raising it to a few stars again, Queen Medusa came back.
Her Majesty the Queen. The elder Do Huang, who was guarding the entrance of the cave, saluted. Sorry to bother you.
Queen Medusa was expressionless, her eyes slightly tired. The ice-cold spring is very precious to Do Huang. Even if she asked the various tribes to help collect it in advance, and later she did it herself, it took nearly a month to barely get enough to deal with Qinglian's inner fire.
Fourth Elder, you continue to wait here and don't let anyone in. Queen Medusa gave an order, entered the cave, and quickly came to the crypt.
Her keen eyes scanned around, and with her amazing memory, she quickly located some abnormal traces.
The slender eyebrows frowned slightly, and Medusa muttered, "Did the fourth elder come in and fight the two-headed fire spirit snake?"
The magma rolled, and two snake heads emerged, yelling at Queen Medusa aggrievely.
Snake people are closely related to snakes.
Medusa quickly understood the meaning of the two-headed fire spirit snake, and her pretty face suddenly sank, covered with frost.
Someone else came here.
A strong killing intent erupted from her beautiful lavender eyes, and Medusa's tone was cold. Is he still here? The two-headed fire spirit snake nodded and turned to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme the way.
Boy, that little snake is leading the way for Medusa and is coming to find you.
It seems that he wants to take revenge.
After Yao Lao noticed it, he joked.
Fuck, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme the way. This guy is so cheap, if he can't win, he will find someone? Xiao Ding heard scolding the snake, and hurriedly got up to avoid it.
That's too late.
Yao Lao was helpless. This little snake is more familiar with this place than you, and Medusa has also noticed the traces you left. When Xiao Ding heard this, his heart sank slightly, and when he walked out of the dug rest space, he immediately felt locked in by a thought.
His expression changed. Yao Lao, can you win the fight?
There are two fighting emperors, a little nervous, but not too scared, and if she wants to leave, she can't stop her. Yao Lao replied confidently, for more than a month, he has been absorbing the Do Qi recovery provided by Xiao Ding every day, and the improvement is no less than Xiao Ding.
That's good.
Xiao Ding put on the fox mask and took out a set of white robes to put on.
It was very obvious in the magma environment, as if he was afraid that Medusa would not notice it.
At this time, a cold breath was like the coming of winter, making Xiao Ding stiff all over, and his soul seemed to be frozen. The terrifying coercion of the top Do Huang made Xiao Ding's pupils shrink, and he felt like he had encountered a natural enemy. He couldn't control his body and wanted to tremble, and lost the will to fight.
Damn!
A cyan light flashed in his eyes, the two cyclones sped up and rotated, the Do Jing radiated brightly, all fighting energy burst out, and the cyan abnormal fire was released, quickly dispelling the pressure that invaded the body. A set of cyan flame armor condensed, Xiao Ding returned to normal, looking solemnly into the distance. That's right, it's the first time I'm facing the coercion of the Do Huang and I won't be scared to pee, my mind is not bad.
Yao Lao praised.
He also released the bone spirit cold fire, and a layer of white flame quickly appeared on Xiao Ding's blue armor, which was a bit weird against the backdrop of the white robe.
Brush!
The space fluctuated slightly, and a soul-stirring and wonderful figure appeared out of thin air, with the purple snake tail twisting slightly. Medusa stood on top of the magma, illuminated by the red light. Her skin was more than snow, her complexion was ruddy, and she was extraordinarily coquettish and charming. Her small waist is tightly grasped, and her body is as soft as boneless, but it contains explosive power and is full of wild taste. The luxurious purple brocade robe was phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals claws close slash phoneme to the body, revealing exaggerated curves and full breasts. The collarbone was small and delicate, and the neck was slender and perfect. Cherry red lips are burning like flames, the nose is tall and sexy, the eyes are like lavender stars, the eyebrows are slender like willow leaves, and the black hair is like a waterfall, wearing a golden purple crown on the hair. Noble, sexy, enchanting, seductive. This can be said to be perfect. No man will not take a second look at such a seductive and alluring woman, even if she has a snake tail. It's so beautiful. Xiao Ding sighed. The beauty of this woman shocked him. It was the beauty that shocked him the most so far. This enchanting beauty made him feel as if he was being visually shocked, and the shock in his heart was no less than being locked in by his Do Huang aura just now. Medusa was looking at this mysterious man, especially the bluish-white flame on Xiaoding's body, with a murderous look.
Seeing the cyan color permeating the white flame, Medusa's chest rose and fell violently, and she said furiously, "Damn it, you took Qinglian's heart fire?"
She sensed Qinglian's fiery breath, and thought that this person took away what she had worked so hard to find. "Beauty, don't worry, the things are still there, I just absorbed a little ordinary strange fire." Xiaoding struggled to divert his attention from Medusa's appearance and temperament, and tried to keep his tone as gentle as possible, so as not to fight. He didn't want to fight with this beautiful but dangerous woman.
"Oh, that is, you haven't got it yet."
Medusa breathed a sigh of relief. Just now she saw that this person had not only a white strange fire, but also Qinglian's heart fire, and thought that the other party had taken the things away. Roar! At this time, the two-headed fire spirit snake swam over and roared at Xiaoding, feeling a bit like a fox pretending to be a tiger. "Little snake, go ahead, don't even brush your teeth, it stinks to death." Xiaoding curled his lips. The current two-headed fire spirit snake is too weak, and is no longer qualified to affect the dialogue between him and Medusa. "Your white flame is also a kind of strange fire, and it is the same as the breath of a fighting spirit who killed my snake-human race a few months ago." Medusa stared at Xiaoding and sneered, "You also came here because of Qinglian's heart fire, and you also followed me secretly, wanting to take advantage of it."
"Since the beauty is so smart, I have nothing to say."
Xiaoding shrugged, and said to Medusa, "Beauty, I won't beat around the bush, give me this strange fire. In return, how about I let you break through to Dozone?" "Boy, you dare to fool even the Do Huang."
"Do you know how precious the pill that can help people break through the Do Huang? You can't even afford it if you sell it." Yao Lao reminded me angrily.
"Foot her and stabilize her first, so I won't say grab her as soon as she comes." Xiaoding didn't change his face. Anyway, bragging doesn't need to draft, just fool one by one. And he knows the old level of medicine, and it is not impossible to do it in the future.
"Breakthrough Dozone,"
Medusa murmured, her star eyes moved slightly, and her breathing became short of breath.
"Dozone."
Saying this word would excite her, and this man had the confidence to let her break through. Looking at the strange fire on Xiaoding's body, Medusa narrowed her eyes. "Are you an alchemist?" "As far as I know, the most senior alchemist in the Jiama Empire is only at the 6th rank, and if you want me to break through, you must at least be a pharmacist. The legendary Pazone pill or an equally precious treasure will do, but no one in the Jialia Empire can take it out, and even if there is, they will eat it themselves."
"That's right, I am a 7th rank pharmacist. You can think about it, you will definitely not lose money."
Seeing Medusa's heartbeat, Xiaoding continued to fool around.
7th rank pharmacist, you actually come here."
Medusa looked into Xiaoding's eyes, trying to see if what this man said was true or false. Being stared at by domineering and majestic eyes, Xiaoding stared back, not to be outdone, greedily admiring the other party's delicate and unparalleled face. He heard that a man and a woman can develop feelings if they look at each other for long enough, but he doesn't know if it's true or not. Suddenly, Medusa smiled, as if it made the world pale, and the flowers looked down. It was really glamorous.
7th grade pharmacist, do you still need to be so sneaky?" Medusa smiled mockingly, and her aura instantly became extremely dangerous. Boom! A loud bang.
A purple light collided with Xiaoding instantly. A slender hand looked soft, but the explosive force shook Xiaoding back and smashed a large rock. The powerful aftermath spread, pressing the magma down, and the two-headed fire spirit snake screamed and rolled out, fleeing in a panic. Xiaoding fell into the rock. Even with the protection of Yao Lao's strength, he felt that his bones were about to fall apart.
This woman suddenly made a move.
He gritted his teeth, and a soul-stirring purple shadow appeared in front of his eyes again. His heart skipped a beat. White flames flickered, Xiaoding disappeared, and a white jade-like palm patted on the human figure he had left behind.
Boom!
The rock exploded like tofu, and was sunken several feet again, shattered in the palm, and shattered into dense spider webs nearby. Xiaoding appeared from the side of Medusa. His whole body was covered by white flames, and the blue flames were almost invisible.
Very violent.
He looked at it with lingering fear, but fortunately, Yao Lao reacted quickly, otherwise he would have vomited a few mouthfuls of blood when the palm came down. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoding kept as calm as possible, and said in a deep voice, "Woman, you're right, why do you do it?" The two attacks did not hurt the fox-masked man, and Medusa was no longer in a hurry. She gracefully withdrew her palm and watched Xiaoding crush the stone in her hand. Her voice was cool and alluring. A pharmacist of the 6th rank can invite the Do Emperor. If you are a pharmacist of the 7th rank, you come here to look for the strange fire without the protection of the Do Zone. It's a bit unreasonable. She sneered. If you are not lying, then there are other problems. Xiaoding sighed secretly. It seemed that his background was not strong enough, making people suspicious. That's right, under the original circumstances, Furukawa, the 6th rank alchemist, could ask Do Huang to find Medusa, and he was indeed not worthy of the status of a 7th rank alchemist. Medusa twisted her snake's waist, and the fine sand flowed out from her slender pale fingertips. Besides, even if you are a 7th rank pharmacist, it would be too dangerous to make a deal with you. I don't like to hand over the initiative to others, because I am not sure when you called a dozong and killed me right away. As expected of the queen of the snake human race, this idea is overbearing, but you think too much. I am reluctant to kill a beauty like you. Xiaoding saw that he couldn't fool around, and his tone was no longer polite. Wouldn't it be nice to take you home to warm the bed? Medusa's eyes turned cold, and then she smiled charmingly. Just to say this to you, I will not kill you today, and let you go to my snake tribe to be my son-in-law. I can think about it as a husband and wife with you. Xiaoding smiled. Okay, according to the habits of our snake people, as long as you can defeat me, it's not impossible to be a woman for you. Medusa smiled charmingly, her eyes rolled, full of charm, making Xiaoding hot for a while, feeling a little bit unable to control the prehistoric power in his body. At this moment, white light flashed in Xiaoding's eyes. Boy, you have been tricked by a beauty. She is deliberately seducing you and distracting you. Yao Lao's voice appeared next to Xiaoding's ear, making him shiver. At the same time, he turned around and punched out. A black figure had sneaked phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme at some point, like a poisonous snake, just about to sneak attack when this person was distracted by the queen's temptation. Who would have thought that this person seemed to be unaffected, and even noticed his approach, which surprised him. Boy, I'll let you see the real level, dash, bang. Yao Lao said triumphantly. The battle chi and strange fire in the palm of his hand were layered together, and he struck out fiercely. The white and cyan energy collided with the black vindictiveness of the elder of the Snake People clan. Boom! The space was violently distorted, and the sneak-attacking elder of the Snake clan screamed. He stared wide-eyed, watching his collapsed power visible to the naked eye, vomiting blood and flying backwards under the overwhelming force. Bang bang bang! There were 8 explosions faintly, and the snake-human Do Huan was thrown hundreds of meters away, smashing a hole in the rock opposite the crypt before stopping. On the way, gravel flew, energy turbulently raged, and the magma was pressed out by the airwaves to form a gully. The terrifying and destructive force cut off a layer of rocks protruding from the river. The snake-human fighting emperor remained silent for a while, apparently seriously injured and unable to fight anymore. Humph! When Yao Lao made a move, Medusa was not polite, and directly killed Xiaoding, and the purple icy fighting spirit had already enveloped him. Yao Lao, who had just repelled a fighting emperor with all his strength, did not have the strength in Medusa, who was stronger than him, to fight again, so he could only control Xiaoding's hands to block Medusa's attack. Bang! Xiaoding flew out again, directly hit the magma, sank more than 10 meters, and set off a huge wave of magma. The 2 different fires in his hands were torn apart layer by the purple fighting energy, and the fighting energy armor disintegrated instantly, and the remaining power still left 2 purple marks on Xiaoding's bronze arms. Even after suffering a big loss, Yao Lao didn't stop, and dodged with a bullet above the magma, avoiding Medusa's next pursuit. It hurts. Blood flowed from Xiaoding's mouth. Just now Medusa hit with all her strength, even Yao Lao's strength couldn't completely block it. Fortunately, his cultivation base and physical body were passable, he just vomited blood and was not seriously injured. Have you not taken this? Medusa failed in pursuit, and sighed slightly. This person's reaction and fighting awareness are very sophisticated. It's just that she was a little puzzled. Just now, she deliberately showed her natural charm, which really made this guy lose his mind. How could the other party avoid the sneak attack, and even seriously injured the 4th elder? She didn't know that Xiaoding had Yao Lao's help, and thought it was the other party's intention, just to get rid of another Do Huang's helper. Xiaoding spit out a mouthful of blood foam, snorted, and was evaporated by the magma. He clutched his arm that felt like it was about to break off, and complained, "Sure enough, a beautiful woman is too dangerous, and she's so ruthless." Medusa's face was indifferent. "Even if you take my helper temporarily, I won't let you get out of here." She has already found out the details of this person. Except for the fear of the strange fire, his strength is not as good as hers. As long as the other elders are dragged over, this person will not be able to leave.
How do you know if you don't try? Xiaoding turned around and ran away.
Medusa is faster, and when she catches up, she will attack violently.
Boom, boom, boom.
The collision between the two caused the crypt to rupture continuously. Large pieces of rubble fell, and the magma rolled endlessly. Xiaoding only defended but not attacked. He seized the opportunity to go out. He got out of the passage with great difficulty, and came outside.
Seal of the snake.
Seeing that this person might escape, Medusa immediately launched the snake-human secret technique while attacking. She once used this secret technique to seal a famous Do Huang of the human race. Even if this person has a strange fire that can remove the seal, as long as he succeeds, he will not be able to solve it easily in a short time. Following her formula, a cold vindictive energy turned into a blue snake, biting at Xiaoding. This sealing technique seemed to be alive. It was not destroyed by the strange fire in a short period of time, and it shrank a circle and got into Xiaoding's body.
Oops, I don't want to become like Hai Buodong.
Xiaoding's expression changed, and he exploded with all his strength, especially Qinglian's inner fire, to resist. But how can his strength be the opponent of the Do Huang's strength? He will collapse at the touch of a touch. Only the strange fire can resist a little more.
Bone Spirit Lunghua was mobilized back to resist, but Medusa's follow-up attack came.
Before Xiaoding's fate in being sealed, Yao Lao had to choose to resist, so that part of the sealing power broke through the final blockade and entered Xiaoding's body.
As soon as the little blue snake entered Xiaoding's body, it transformed into a cold force that blocked Xiaoding's meridians. Puff!
Xiaoding spat out a mouthful of blood, which turned into ice cubes as soon as it came out. However, Yao Lao's power is not affected, and he can still block Medusa's attack, but he needs to go all out, and has no intention of helping him resist the seal for the time being. He felt that if he continued to fight, even if he could leave today, he would have to be completely sealed.
Bang! With another blow, Xiaoding's mask was cracked, revealing part of his young face.
Medusa was surprised. She thought she was fighting an old guy, or at least a peer, but she didn't expect this guy to look very young. Xiaoding had already thought of something at this moment. He opened his mouth and hurriedly made the last effort. "Medusa, you are going to use this strange fire to stimulate yourself to break through. Do you know how dangerous it is? It is no different from playing with fire and setting yourself on fire." Medusa's eyes narrowed slightly. This person guessed her purpose unexpectedly. She couldn't help slowing down her offensive, and said coldly, "So what? This is my business, you don't need to worry about it. But I can increase your chances of success, as long as you give me the used Qinglian Dixinhua when the time comes." Xiaoding looked confident. "I'm a pharmacist, and controlling different fires is what I'm good at, but your attribute is Yin and cold, and you can't control it at all. Why should I trust you? When the time comes you will be able to completely control the strange fire and burn me to ashes." Medusa didn't believe her words, but stopped attacking, which meant she was interested. As long as the strange fire is in her hands and she takes the initiative, it is not impossible to consider this matter. And he was very afraid of this person's background, so he didn't think about killing him, but wanted to seal it up and dig out the details first before dealing with it. When the time comes, you can call the powerhouses of the entire snake-human race to guard. If I kill you, I won't be able to escape myself. Seeing Medusa stop, Xiaoding was secretly happy, and hurriedly said, "Yao Lao, hurry up, block the power of those seals."
Already doing it.
Yao Lao's power is entering Xiaoding's body, burning part of the sealing power. It's troublesome. Part of the power of the sealing technique has merged into your flesh and blood meridians.
I can't burn your meridians too, so I can only deal with it slowly," Yao Lao said helplessly.
Xiaoding frowned, but this is the best result. If Medusa attacks for a while, the meridians of his whole body will be sealed. He looked at Medusa. "If you have an idea, I'll come back to you after you get the strange fire, and we can talk about it then." After speaking, he left directly. Medusa didn't chase this time, because she found that the sealing technique didn't affect this person at all. and was probably burned directly by the strange fire. In fact, the opponent in her eyes is Yao Lao, who is in the soul body at this moment, and is not affected by the sealing technique at all. What she sealed was Xiao Ding, just a big fighter. Is the strange fire so terrible? I can't do anything with the secret arts of the snake human race. Medusa's beautiful face showed a look of fear, not only because she was afraid of this person's strength, but also because of the power of the strange fire. The power of Qinglian's heart fire is not much worse than this person's different fire. If she really gets to that point and wants to rely on the different fire to evolve, the success rate will be pitifully low. She sighed faintly, and her heart was shaken a lot. Maybe she really wanted to cooperate with this person in time to increase the success rate as much as possible. Anyway, this person already has a strange fire, and his understanding and control of it is far superior to him. Seeing the mysterious man who had disappeared without a trace, Medusa returned with a frown. Cough, cough. A man in black robes with disheveled hair and ragged clothes walked over, clutching his sunken chest, his face like goldpaper, coughing up blood continuously. Seeing Medusa, he was extremely ashamed and said, "Your Majesty, I am old." Medusa waved her hand, "I don't blame you. This man's strength and fighting skills are terrifying, and he also has a strange fire. It is very difficult for me to win. It is normal for you to suffer." The elder of the snake human clan smiled wryly. Yes, hey, the punch he turned around actually contained 8 levels of strength, and this old man couldn't stop it at all. This terrible fighting skill probably surpassed the Xian level. Queen Medusa's eyes moved slightly, becoming more apprehensive. With strange fire, earth-level fighting skills, seasoned combat experience, and he seems to be very young, this person is probably the arrogance from the center of Dochi continent. Thinking of the center of the mainland, Medusa showed yearning, but unfortunately she was the queen of the snake human race, and the powerful enemies from all directions could not escape at all. She took out a healing pill. If you heal your wounds here, the third elder will come over soon, and that person should not dare to come back. Yes. The fourth elder of the snake human race side, he is one of the last secrets of the snake human race, except for the danger of genocide, otherwise he would not show up. This time it was the queen who forcibly asked to come down here. I didn't expect to encounter such a terrifying existence. It seems that he has regressed a bit since he hasn't done anything for a long time. After the fourth elder took the pill to heal his wounds, Medusa also took a pill to restore fighting spirit. After adjusting for a while, she felt a strong breath coming, and she opened her eyes. The third elder is here. She also didn't expect that she planned to take the strange fire alone, but in the end, because of that person, the background of the two clans was alarmed. Without further delay, after communicating with the third elder, she jumped into the magma and came to the center of the earth. Seeing Qinglian's heart fire, she was surprised. The power of this strange fire has weakened a lot, and he has swallowed part of it. That's good, it's less difficult to collect. She touched the ring, and a stream of icy liquid appeared, which was the ice spring. Protecting her body with a spiritual spring, she officially attacked Qinglian's heart fire. The next moment, amidst the volcanic eruption, the underground magma boiled, and Medusa turned into a long purple snake with colorful snake scales in some places. With a blue flame curling around her tail, her body was scorched black, and she rushed out of the magma in a panic. The two elders stared dumbfounded. It turned out that the queen came here to find the strange fire. No wonder she forced out all the secret arts. Go, I'm hurt. It's not suitable to stay here for long. Medusa's snake scales were scorched black and cracked, and blood flowed out, making her extremely embarrassed. If it weren't for the protection of the cold spring, her tail would have been completely scorched. This time she thoroughly experienced the horror of the strange fire, and at this moment she has decided in her heart that as long as that person dares to come to her, she will ask the elders to help deter her and let him help her evolve. When Medusa took the strange fire and left in a hurry, Xiao Ding was also on the run. He didn't go back to play under the lights foolishly. He knew that if another snake human elder came, Yao Lao would not be able to keep him. Xiao Ding, the old man can't bear it anymore. You can run away by yourself. Yao Lao was exhausted. Fighting against the two Do Huangs had consumed a lot, and he had already entered a weak state, so he had to withdraw all his strength at this moment. Without Yao Lao's help, Xiao Ding immediately felt a chill in his body, like falling into an ice cave. The remaining seal level of the Do Huang class was still too high, which made him feel severe pain in the meridians all over his body, and his body became stiff. With a muffled grunt, he fell directly into the sand. I didn't expect Medusa's seal to be so powerful after most of it was destroyed. No wonder Hai Boidong only has the strength of fighting spirit. Xiaoding smiled wryly, and fell upright in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme, unable to move for a while. Fortunately, he was replenished with the power of System Devour, and his Do Jing and the two cyclones quickly recovered their strength, but when he mobilized his battle energy, his meridians were blocked, and he felt a sharp pain. The more he mobilized his vindictiveness, the more severe the pain became, causing his body to convulse and break out in a cold sweat. Xiaoding had no choice but to reduce his battle qi, and first mobilized Qinglian's heart fire to warm and nourish the meridians, so as to prevent the meridians from being frozen under the power of ice. He felt that it was hard work, and he couldn't solve it for a while, so he said boredly, "Yao Lao, can you still talk?" "The old man doesn't want to talk, and you won't die, so just lie down for 2 days. The medicine is old and weak. Didn't I want to give you some heaven and earth energy? Why, don't you want it? You also have? My blood can absorb the energy of heaven and earth at any time, didn't you notice? The old man is so tired that he wants to fall asleep. How can he care about whether you have absorbed the energy of the world or not?" Yao Lao muttered, "It seems that Medusa's sealing technique can't seal the power of your bloodline. Since you have extra, give some to the old man, and recover more as soon as possible to avoid accidents." "That's what I meant." Xiaoding instilled the power absorbed by the system into Yao Lao. Now he is affected by the sealing technique and some of his meridians have been sealed. His fighting energy is not running smoothly. Yao Lao is just exhausted. As long as Yao Lao recovers, even if Medusa chases him, he can still recover. Run. Well, that's great. Your bloodline is like a formation in human form that can absorb energy from the heavens and the earth. It's a good thing. Yao Lao couldn't help admiring the energy given by Xiaoding. It's good, it's just that it can't make me stronger all at once. Xiaoding thought that when he became Emperor Do, his relatives could become stronger directly, that is the way to improve by flying. You are not satisfied, kid. As far as your cultivation speed is concerned, there are few people in the major ancient races who can match it. Yao Lao felt that Xiaoding was pretending to be aggressive, and he was very disdainful. The two of them were talking without saying a word, and suddenly, amidst the jingling camel bells, someone else appeared. "Don't be afraid, the strongest is Dosher, but you can rub against the convoy." Yao Lao had detected the strength of the man, and he spoke calmly. After working hard for half a day, Xiaoding can only temporarily let a very small amount of fighting energy flow in his body. The speed is still very slow, but there is no problem with barely moving. He got up with difficulty, his mask was completely shattered, revealing his youthful appearance. "Who?" A team of more than 20 people came. Xiaoding's sudden appearance made them look alert, thinking they were enemies preparing to attack. "I have no malice." Xiaoding waved his hands hastily, sizing up the group of people. It looked like a caravan, but most of the people inside seemed to be mercenaries. What surprised him was that there were still snake people, but they were locked in something similar to a prison car. What was strange was that not only snake people were locked inside, but also human girls. Xiaoding frowned, this group of people could not be slave traders. The kid is sneaky, looking for death? The leading dosher had a knife scar on his chest, was shirtless, and looked at Xiaoding coldly. "How dare a small doja stop us?" Since Xiaoding has very little do qi in his body, in their feeling, Xiaoding is just a beginner and does not pose much threat to them. "Don't be nervous, I just want a ride." Xiaoding shrugged, "No matter where you go, take me for a ride, and I'll give you money, okay?" He doesn't want to stay in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme all the time now, for fear of encountering a strong snake human race. "No need, your money already belongs to us." Xiaoding was stunned for a moment. It seemed that he had met a group of robbers who liked to kill and set fire to the golden belt. He shrugged, "I don't want to do anything, you lock me up and sell me." Xiaoding's meridians are hurting all over at this moment. He really doesn't want to do anything, he would rather be arrested by these traffickers. "TCH, we don't want men, who the hell would buy you a stinky man?" The cold-faced dosher dismissed him, causing the others to laugh. "Ha, this kid is too cowardly, don't even struggle.
Is he going to take the initiative to enter our prisoner's cage?
It's been a long time, it's the first time I've met such a softie." All kinds of jokes made Yao Lao couldn't help complaining secretly, "Boy, you have been disgusted. If you want to ride a car for free, they won't give you a chance at all." Xiaoding's face turned black. He was actually looked down upon by others, curled his lips. "You don't even look at how handsome I am. Maybe any rich woman likes a masculine and handsome boy like me." Another burst of laughter. The leading Scar fighter was overjoyed. They were no longer interested in killing Xiaoding, and said disdainfully, "Hand over everything on your body, leaving only your underpants, and then take the initiative to roll into the cage for me."
Will there be too little left?
Xiaoding raised his hand, revealing several Na rings on his fingers. Since he didn't have high-level Na rings, Xiaoding wore a few more, each of which contained various things. The laughing crowd was immediately attracted, and their expressions became greedy. Na ring is very expensive in itself, and this kid has so many, the origin is definitely not simple. They looked at each other, killing intent appeared again. "This kid must come from a big force, we can't let him phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme, otherwise there will be trouble." The leader of the team, Do Shi, came over to Xiaoding with a long knife. "Boy, I was going to spare your life to see if I could sell it and open up the market, but you are so rich that I can only destroy your corpse to avoid got into trouble." Xiaoding looked at the grinning people, none of them were greedy and murderous, and he sighed, "It's all because I'm too rich, I scared you all." "Boss, this kid is weird." Seeing that Xiaoding dared to say such words at this time, without panic or fear at all, Do Shi with a gloomy expression immediately sensed that something was wrong.
"Your feeling is not wrong. I'm really wrong.
You said that it's fine for you to charge me a little toll for a ride, but you want to do a profitable business.
I don't know if you do this kind of thing, will you encounter iron plate one day?"
Xiaoding looked at the Do Shi, said with a blank face, and clenched his fists, "It's too painful to use fighting energy, let's try pure physical strength to deal with you." The leading fighter thought this kid was weird, and signaled to the three fighters, stared at Xiaoding with cold eyes, and waved, "Go and chop him up." Three fighters whose strength ranged from star to star surrounded Xiaoding with grim smiles, and the long knife in their hand reflected cold light, and slashed at Xiaoding. Seeing the big knife slashed at the neck in the blink of an eye, Xiaoding took a step sideways at the last moment, staggered the blade, and bullied himself to the side of the nearest three-star fighter. Bang! With a punch in the face, blood bloomed like a flower, and the opponent screamed, his head deformed, and he flew backwards. The knife fell to the ground, was kicked by Xiaoding, turned around and stuck in the chest of another two-star fighter in an instant, and a bloody knife tip pierced through the back. The third fighter was drenched in cold sweat with fright, and wanted to retreat, but Xiaoding, who was chasing him, gave him a kick, flew out and smashed the prison car to pieces. After finishing 3 fighters in 1 round, Xiaoding calmly looked at the shocked crowd and clapped his hands. "Come on, continue." The leading Do Shi took a deep breath, the scar on his chest was distorted, he squinted at Xiaoding, and sneered, "There is still a bit of brute force, you go together, you will be hacked to death." Kill. Suddenly 18 people rushed out in a swarm. Xiaoding's face changed, "It's really a group of people beating me up, do you have any morals?" He backed away hastily, turned and ran. Of course, he didn't want to escape, but to face as few enemies as possible. Who would stand stupidly and be surrounded by people? He ran sideways, turned and punched the fastest guy. The latter had a ferocious face, and wanted to cut off his hand with a knife, but Xiaoding was faster than him, and hit his chest first. Click! His ribs were smashed like rotten wood, and his chest was sunken into a pit bigger than a fist. His eyes widened and he vomited blood, and he flew out and knocked down several people. Hack him! The others took the opportunity to catch up. Xiaoding raised his leg and popped twice like a spring, and the two of them vomited blood and flew out again. The advantage of having a large number of people is reflected. There will always be someone who has not been defeated by Xiaoding, and seizes the opportunity to chop or stab Xiaoding. Ding! When? Their weapons were bounced off on the spot, even Xiaoding's bronze skin was not scratched, but his wrists were numb from the shock. What? So hard. The incisors' eyes widened. They didn't hold back just now. It stands to reason that this kid's flesh and blood can't stop him. Xiao Ding grinned, punched one, kicked two people. His strength was terrifying. Those who were hit had their bones broken on the spot, which was worse than being hit by a bull. Basically, they couldn't get up after flying out. Some key parts were hit, and they died immediately, without breath. This little bastard has cultivated special fighting skills, making him invulnerable. The leading dosher shrank his pupils, and said to his companion with a gloomy expression, "No more dead people, you go and kill him." At this moment, Xiao Ding was sure that these guys couldn't hurt him, so he simply picked up two knives and rushed into the crowd. Puff! With a slash of a knife, Xiao Ding directly slit the throat of one person, and fell down clutching his bleeding neck. Dang dang! Several weapons were chopped on Xiao Ding's head. Even if the hair fell off, there was still no blood. The person who did it was terrified. What kind of monster is this? Why can't it hurt at all? My hair! Xiao Ding cried out in distress, and angrily sliced across the knife in his hand, drawing bloody mouths. What? The three who chopped off Xiao Ding's head screamed, their internal organs fell out, and they fell to the ground in panic. Xiao Ding was like a hungry wolf attacking a flock of sheep, knocking a flock of lambs into disorder. He struck fiercely and showed no mercy. Especially after taking the knives of these people, it is even more bloody, and most of them are dead ends. In a blink of an eye, less than half of the dozen or so people remained. The dosher with a gloomy expression saw Xiao Ding's killing spree, and more than a dozen fighters couldn't stop him. Surprised, he didn't rush forward, but grabbed a handful of sand on the ground, and went around behind him to attack. He held a dagger in one hand, and his cold fighting spirit was condensed, like a lurking poisonous snake delivering a fatal blow at any time. Xiao Ding noticed the movement of this guy, turned around and kicked out a sharp sword that fell on the ground. Whoosh! This sword is very fast, no less than being thrown by someone, and it hits the target accurately. So fast to respond. The face of Dosher who was about to attack suddenly changed, and he had to dodge sideways. After this delay, Xiao Ding turned around and came to kill him. There was a sinister look in his eyes, and he raised his hand to throw the sand out. Xiao Ding didn't expect that this guy would use the method of a street gangster, so he hurriedly raised his hand and slapped him quickly. His palm was very fast and powerful, the air made a bang, and Xiao Ding directly slapped the palm, blowing the sand back in the opposite direction. Dosher, who was lowering his body and stabbing Xiao Ding's abdomen with a dagger, didn't expect this situation, so he had to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals claws close / phoneme his eyes and stab blindly. A layer of green light shone, and the dagger that was obviously smeared with poison rubbed against Xiao Ding's body and stabbed it. Xiao Ding grabbed it and turned back in the opposite direction. Click! What? The enemy's arm was easily broken by Xiao Ding like sugar cane, revealing the bone residue. Under the severe pain, he naturally couldn't hold the dagger. Xiao Ding grabbed it, stuck it in his heart, and was kicked out. You! The sneak attacker looked at the dagger on his chest, his face turned gray for a while, then he tilted his head, fell to the ground and died. With the dagger piercing the heart and the poison of sealing the throat at the sight of blood, he should have died the fastest among all the people present. Even though he is a fighter. Whoosh! There was a sound of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme in Xiao Ding's ears, and the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme behind his head made his hair cling to him. He didn't even look at it, and kicked in a roundabout way. Bang! He kicked something, there was a muffled sound, and a strong force came, making him take a step back. The guy who attacked him retreated even more, covering his red and swollen fists with an ugly expression, and looked at Xiao Ding with great fear. Who are you? This person doesn't seem to have much fighting spirit, but his body is invulnerable. Killing a fighter is like slaughtering chickens and ducks, he is really an iron plate. The one who killed you. Xiao Ding was also aroused fiercely at this moment, his skin emitted a copper-colored light, and rushed out with a whoosh. Bang bang bang! He punched in the way of Bajabang, and the senior fighter vomited blood in a few blows, then he slapped the fan and kicked it out. Click! Everything quieted down. Plop plop! The few people who were still alive were all guarding the prison car or dodged in time without doing anything. Now they all knelt down in fright, dropped their weapons, and dared not resist.
Forgive me. Don't kill me.
Not to mention them, even the snake man and the little girl in the cage were trembling and their faces turned pale. Give me the corpse, and then continue to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme the camel to where you are going. Xiaoding shook off the blood on his hands, appeared in front of the cage in a flash, and twisted the lock. Let's go, I don't sell snake people. Looking at the sexy female snake inside, Xiaoding said lightly. Thinking that Xiaoding wanted to kill them, the snake man hurriedly crawled out as if he had received an amnesty.
Get some water and food before you go.
Xiaoding reminded. His eyes fell on the little girl curled up into a ball. He sighed, and patted the little girl's head pityingly.
Don't be afraid, what's your name?
Green scales. The yellow sand was stained red everywhere, like bloody flowers blooming in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert slash phoneme. Every flower is formed with the life of an animal as nourishment.
A boy with a height of about
1.7 meters, and bronze skin shining in the sun looked at the little girl in surprise. The latter was timid, his voice was like a mosquito, he didn't even dare to look at Xiaoding when he lowered his head.
Say it again, what's your name?
Xiaoding said softly, gently stroking the little girl's messy hair with his palm. Perhaps feeling Xiaoding's tenderness, the little girl timidly raised her head, revealing a dusty little face. She looked only 6 or 7 years old, but her big eyes were particularly bright. She secretly looked at this big brother, and felt that it was different from the one who killed the gods and exterminated those demons just now. The big brother now seemed to have a sacred radiance, which made people feel very warm and not scary at all. She said her name again. I is called Xinglin. The voice was crisp and frightened, like a little white rabbit. Xiaoding patted his little head again, and murmured in his heart, I won't meet a little guy with green snake 3 flower pupils here, will I? Suddenly there was some broken hair in his hand. It was cut off by someone. The corner of Xiaoding's mouth twitched. He was sure that his hair was like a ghost shaving it. It was unsightly. Seeing the look in Xiaoding's eyes, the little girl misunderstood Xiaoding's dissatisfaction with his hairstyle being damaged as dissatisfaction with her. Her face became paler, trembling uncontrollably. Her big eyes were filled with tears of fear, and she hugged herself tightly. Big brother, do you want to kill Changling? What did I kill you for? My brother just has a headache and his hair is falling out. Xiaoding stretched out his hand helplessly, covered with broken hair. The little girl sobbed, Big brother, don't kill me, Xinglin can do anything. Seeing the weak and helpless appearance of the little girl, Xiaoding's heart was touched and he felt more pity. What kind of fate is this that makes a 6 or 7-year-old girl become like this? Under normal circumstances, she should be lying in the arms of her parents and acting like a baby. Xiaoding thought of Sooner, who was about the same age, but had a very different fate. He sighed again, and couldn't help touching his little face. Don't be afraid, brother killed the bad guys.
Thank you, brother.
Xinglin laughed so hard that she cried. Xiaoding patted her on the back, turned around and said coldly to the living trafficker, What's the matter with this little girl? My lord, she is not a pure human being, she is the sinful blood of the human race and the snake people. The snake people treat her as a low species, and we human race look down on her, so we want to sell her to the rich as a maid. Some stuttering words made Xiaoding's eyes move slightly. He really wanted to find Xinglin, not someone with the same name. Hearing this, Xinglin's face that was happy because she didn't have to die just lost the color again. She curled up with her head down, and at the same time tried her best to cover her arms and neck with her tattered clothes. It was as if she had shrunk into the shadows, returning to the moment when she was cast aside since she was a child. His own mother was captured by the snake man and gave birth to her by accident. But from the moment she became sensible, she knew that she was a different kind hated by everyone. Xiaoding looked at Xinglin, whose eyes were dim and full of tears, and faintly saw some characters he had seen in anime in his previous life. He held it in his arms. Xinglin's body shook, and he looked up to see Xiaoding's serious gaze. Some people will look down on you, but not including me. I think you are cute. Xiaoding touched Xinglin's head, opened her sleeves, and there were delicate blue scales on her snow-white arms. It's pretty nice, nothing to hate. Xiaoding looked calm, and said to Xinglin, You will follow me from now on and be my personal maid, but this name is not nice, how about calling it Xinger in the future?
Xinger.
Qinglin murmured. Light emerged from the depths of her dim eyes, and 3 small green dots appeared in rotation, adding a bit of strange beauty.
Sharingan, oh no, the Jade Snake 3 Hua pupil has awakened.
Xiao Ding muttered in his heart. Boy, this girl is not simple. TSK, what kind of shit luck are you, to meet a random girl as someone with special talent?
Yao Lao couldn't help complaining.
What kind of shit luck? This is called Fu Ji Tai Lai. I was injured by Medusa not long ago. Xiao Ding retorted secretly, and I really feel sorry for this girl.
No matter whether she is talented or not, I can't ignore her. It's no loss for me to take her back to be a maid. Okay, you kid is a good person.
Yao Lao smiled and said that he was still very satisfied with Xiao Ding's approach. A person can be shameless and obscene, but he still has to be gentle, otherwise he, a teacher, will be very afraid. Xiao Ding didn't talk nonsense with Yao Lao, and said to Qinglin, who had hope in his eyes, my surname is Xiao, and you will be called Xiao Qinger from now on, remember that. With one word, he made this girl his own family. Xiao Qinger, it sounds really nice, better than my original name.
Qinger laughed.
Your name, which you didn't take seriously at all, is no different from Taizhu and Ernyo.
Xiao Ding curled his lips. Didn't the name Qinglin come from the blue scales on this girl's body?
Brother, Qinger stinks, please let me go. Qinger was a little embarrassed because she saw the lice hanging from her hair and swinging on a swing.
It's okay, I'm a little dirty too, and your lice can't bite me.
Xiao Ding saw the little girl's embarrassment and smiled lightly.
A knife can't cut through his skin, louse? If you dare to bite it, your teeth will be broken.
Qinger's face turned red, but her heart was extraordinarily warm, and her eyes deeply reflected this special person. Xiao Ding asked others to dispose of the corpse, packed up the loot, and then let the living guy phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead slash phoneme the camel to move on.
He was sitting in the prison car, looking at the obedient people indifferently. You said that if you let me ride a camel at the beginning, wouldn't there be no need to die?
A few survivors wanted to cry, but they really wanted to say that who knew you were so powerful, and killed all of them who liked to kill and set fire. At this time, a louse jumped onto Xiao Ding's head and secretly bit it off. Puff! With a soft sound, it was ejected, and its body shattered in the air. Even if Xiao Ding didn't have fighting energy to protect his body, his skin and flesh were indestructible. He had a power to keep a leaf from touching his body. How could a small louse suck its blood? Little lice dared to provoke? Xiao Ding curled his lips and started killing again. He helped Qinger crush all the lice on her head to death. Then, he let Qinger eat something. The girl was frightened all the way. She endured hunger, but now she finally calmed down a bit, and soon after she had eaten her stomach, she dragged Xiao Ding's clothes and fell asleep. Sitting in the car, Xiao Ding closed his eyes and looked inside, frowning quickly. Some of his meridians are entangled with a strange blue energy, like maggots attached to the bones, hindering the flow of his fighting spirit and still corroding his meridians. With a thought, he mobilized the battle energy containing Qinglian's heartfire, and came to the sealing power. Laugh! The energy of the seal was burned by the strange fire, but it could only clear the surface, and those that invaded into the flesh and blood of the meridians were difficult to solve.
If he insisted on burning, the meridians would also be damaged.
It's a bit troublesome. Yao Lao, do you have any good solutions?
Xiao Ding was helpless. Conventional methods are not enough. Fortunately, there are ready-made ones.
This old man studies the prescription Haibuodong gave you to see if he can come up with a set of simplified pills to help you clear these seals. Yao Lao replied, you don't have to worry too much.
Your situation is different from Haibuodong. One is that your seal book is incomplete. The second is that you have the power of different fire.
As long as you keep the heart of Qinglian at all times, the fire circulates in the body, so it won't affect your strength too much.
Well, it's troublesome.
Xiao Ding felt that under the circulation of Qinglian's heart fire, the yin and cold air in the meridians were being slowly expelled. It would take some more time, not to mention full recovery, to ensure that half of the strength would not be a problem. He practiced all night, and the next morning, Xiao Ding opened his eyes, looked at Qinger curled up beside him like a kitten, and smiled. Qinger woke up and saw that he was holding onto Xiao Ding's clothes tightly. He was a little shy. Master, I'm sorry, Qinger overslept.
Sleep and sleep, we are still on the way, and you don't need to call me son. Xiao Ding smiled and stroked Qinger's hair.
No, Qinger is the young master's maid, so she can't go beyond the rules. Qinger shook her head, her experience made her feel inferior, she was very self-aware, and did not dare to have a relationship with Xiao Ding.
You girl.
Seeing the stubbornness in Qinger's eyes, Xiao Ding didn't say much, and asked casually, "Where are you planning to go?" "My lord, let's go back to stone phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme city. According to the distance, we should be able to arrive today." A young man who seemed very clever replied respectfully.
Stone phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme city.
Xiao Ding was thoughtful. This city is one word more than Maching, but its scale is much smaller than Maching. The most important thing is that if he hadn't come to this world, this is where Xiao Ding started from scratch, so this city still has some special meaning for him. A mercenary group, it is necessary to get one, and leave a way out. Xiao Ding stroked his chin and thought, he seemed to have the big backer of Yunlan sect and the old man Yao Lao. But he knows that these are easy to lose. Once the chief master of the Misty Cloud sect accepts the help of the guardian of the Soul Palace to break through, his personality will change a lot, and his personality will be directly distorted. Moreover, he has Yao Lao on his body, and he is the target of the Soul Palace. At that time, Yunshan, who is controlled by the Soul Palace, will not stand by his side. As for Yao Lao, sooner or later he will condense his physical body and leave the ring, and he will have no help at that time. While the time is still early, prepare more things and find a few more seedlings to cultivate, which is beneficial and harmless. He was going to count the little Dr. Fairy and Qinger, and when the time came to train them, even if the mercenary group wasn't good enough. The best mercenary regiment is one that has the most top-notch experts. Qinger and little Dr. Immortal must be cultivated first, and Zian from Canaan College can also be recruited. The older ones, Yao Lao and Hai Bodong, have already been appointed. Xiao Ding thought about the construction phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals root/phoneme of the mercenary group. He planned to have both the number and the elite phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals root/phoneme. It is best to establish a suitable system to ensure that talents continue to emerge. He recalled some mercenary systems in his previous life, and felt that the grassroots followed the militarized phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals root/phoneme, while the high level followed the elite phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals root/phoneme, implementing a dual-track system.
What is your origin? Have you murdered, set fire and robbed?
Xiao Ding suddenly asked.
My lord, I didn't do anything harmful.
I was originally a coachman, and they called me to take care of the camels. The most shrewd young man seemed frightened and hurried to promise. I have killed people. I was originally an ordinary mercenary, and I followed them to catch the Snake Man. A middle-aged, honest-looking man of medium build shyly talked about his situation. There were 6 people present, and they all honestly told their backgrounds. Some were human traffickers for money, some were forced in, and 2 were support staff. Relatively speaking, those guys who were not killed by him were vicious.
I won't kill you, but you have to do something for me next. He didn't directly recruit these people.
He felt that these people were too cowardly. Of course, there was no chance of change. It depended on the performance of these people. My lord, please order. The shrewd young man smiled obsequiously. We will definitely do as you say. I'm going to form a mercenary group next, and I need your help to do some chores, basically to set up the framework of the mercenary group.
No problem, we've done it in the mercenary group before and know what to do.
The shrewd young man patted his chest in reply.
What's your name?
Little Gui Shirlei.
Xiao Ding wrote down, how old are you?
25 is old. A 25-year-old 7-star fighter, his talent is not bad.
Xiao Ding nodded slightly. Remember, the mercenary group I created is called the Dingtian Mercenary Group.
You are the lowest standard for recruiting new recruits in the future.
Guo Shirlei was dumbfounded, and said awkwardly, My lord, this requirement may be a bit high, I'm afraid we won't be able to recruit many people.
He believes that his talent is still very good. He became a fighter at the age of 19, but it is a pity that he is too timid to fight.
The improvement in these years is not fast. It's okay, the mercenary group I want to build is a high-level mercenary group. Xiao Ding waved his hands and said calmly, remember the propaganda slogan, it said that there are third-grade pharmacists in our regiment, and there are advanced exercises and fighting skills, remember? Guo Shilei's eyes glowed when he heard it, refining pharmacists and fighting skills. These are the things that an ordinary person wants to touch the most. The elixir provided by the pharmacist can speed up the cultivation speed, and people like them who lick blood on the knife edge need various healing and hemostatic drugs, and the role of the pharmacist is even more important. If a certain mercenary regiment had a pharmacist, everyone would flock to it, not to mention that it was a third rank, many big families might not have one. To join the mercenary group, you must follow the rules I made. There will be training every day. I will sort out the details for you. Xiao Ding decided to militarize the training of the mercenary regiment, so as to create a team of mercenaries with strict discipline and the ability to fight bravely, so that they can play a role in the future. Yes, my lord. Guo Shilei was excited, he saw the opportunity, if he did good deeds, maybe this bad luck could turn into good deeds. Boy, are you still in the mood to engage in a mercenary group? Do you want to exhaust the old man to death? Yao Lao couldn't bear to speak, he vaguely felt that Xiao Ding created this mercenary group, and finally let him make medicine for hundreds of people. Will I be the kind of person who abuses the elderly? I am looking for an opportunity to practice alchemy. After all, I will soon become a third-rank pharmacist, and I will refine elixirs for them. Xiao Ding said with a smile, of course, high-level pills still have to grow old, so that they are worthy of your status. Yao Lao teased, you kid, after all, I still have to let the old man work hard. Being active once in a while is good for your physical and mental health. Xiao Ding laughed. Do you really want to create a mercenary group? Yao Lao objected a little, the old man thinks that you can just concentrate on cultivation, and there is no need to waste time on these things. I understand, but I need to leave a way out. In addition, I refined a lot of pills when I was practicing. If I sell them at once, a city can't eat too much. It's good to use them for internal digestion and train some people, and you don't spend too much time on it, you make strict rules and put those phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to you in charge. Xiao Ding explained. His mercenary group is going to be managed by his second brother Xiao Li, as long as you have an idea, the old man will not mention it. Yao Lao originally wanted to say that he still has a power, and you will take care of some of them in the future. But his own state was a bit embarrassing, whether he could go back alive was a problem, so he didn't care about it anymore. Xiao Ding shrugged, the mercenary group will be effective soon, and when the problem of the seal is resolved, we will go to Medusa to see if we can get Qinglian's heart fire. At that time, some people will be needed to help inquire about the situation of the snake people and avoid potential dangers. Well, you really have to be careful. If you want to make a deal with this woman, the old man has to continue to recover, at least another 3 months. Yao Lao's tone became serious. It's almost time for my eyeliner to build up. Xiao Ding nodded, and suddenly looked into the distance, a huge city appeared on the twisting phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert slash phoneme, like an ancient beast dormant. My lord, we are almost there. Guo Shilei came over to remind him attentively. Take the things left by your companions, sell them, and buy a piece of land as our foothold. Xiao Ding took out a bunch of things, all from the spoils of war. Guo Shilei and the others were terrified when faced with the familiar things in front of them. These are all belongings of their former companions, and now they are going to sell them with their own hands. I always feel a little weird. But in the face of this person, none of them dared to have an opinion. 2 months later. There are more than 20 people training in the most western part of Macheng. Start practicing boxing. These people are neat and very spiritual. This is a warm-up activity before daily training, and then they start boxing, sparring, and then carry out various weight-bearing, strength, and endurance training. Hai Buodong sat on a cool chair not far from the square, his eyes puzzled. Where did this kid learn this systematic training method? It feels very unusual. He didn't know that this was the essence summed up in another world over the years. It looked simple, but it was extremely effective. The most important thing is that these trainings can improve the obedience of mercenaries, so that orders are prohibited.
Not to mention training mercenaries. Using these experiences to train the army will definitely sweep the other armies in the Duki continent.
At the door, the words Ding Tian Mercenary Group were engraved on the huge stone.
Xiao Ding leaned on the stone tablet and quietly looked at the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert / phoneme in the distance. Under scientific training, with the accumulation of time, they will definitely be able to widen the gap between them and ordinary mercenaries. Now that the mercenary group is on the right track, I have to go to the snake people. Xiao Ding thought to himself. At this time, Guo Shilei came over mysteriously, and said in a low voice, "My lord, according to the investigation of our spies over the past month, there has been a lot of movement recently in the snake human tribe.
City."
Xiao Ding's eyes brightened slightly. It seemed that Medusa was guarding against him, and she probably went back with Qinglian's heartfire.
He nodded. "Well, very good, you continue to maintain the eyeliner of the snake people, don't be found out."
After the initial establishment of the mercenary group, he secretly bought some snake people with money this month, and directly investigated the internal situation of the snake people. This is much safer and more secretive than sending someone directly to investigate.
As for the snake man and the human race being enemies?
As long as they are willing to add money, some snake people are willing to do these things, yes, my lord. Guo Shilei retreated quietly. Xiao Ding secretly said to Yao Lao, "It seems that Medusa is almost ready.
Let's set off tomorrow. The journey will probably take a month." Yes, after all, you have to go to the area of the snake people to get a kind of medicinal material that can completely remove the seal for you.
Yao Lao agreed. During this period of time he studied Hai Buodong's prescription and found a simplified way to unseal Xiao Ding, just missing one medicinal ingredient. Go to the crypt halfway, there should still be residual strange fires to absorb.
Xiao Ding thought of Qinglian's anger, and added something.
If Medusa doesn't know what to buy, maybe there are still good things left, that is, the lotus platform that condenses the strange fire, and that thing is good for your cultivation.
Yao Lao also supported Xiao Ding to go and see again.
Xiao Ding clapped his hands, turned around and motioned to Hai Buodong, "Come here." Taking Hai Buodong into his courtyard, Xiao Ding said, "I'm going to go to the snake human race. You should take care of this place, especially Qinger, she must be fine."
"Yes, son." Hai Buodong's face brightened, and he said embarrassedly after answering, "I don't know about my medicine."
"I'll get it for you, don't worry." Xiao Ding originally needed the same kind of medicinal material, San Mandala, so he would definitely pick it.
"Thank you, son, don't worry, with me here, there will be absolutely no problems." Hai Buodong smiled and promised.
Xiao Ding waved his hands, walked into the room, and packed his things. It was almost done. He came to the next door and looked at the little girl inside from the window. Different from the Cinderella I saw at first, Qinger at this moment is cute and beautiful, with an oval face and white skin, just like a porcelain doll, sitting cross-legged and practicing quietly.
We still have to send this girl to the heavenly snake mansion, we can't waste her talent.
Xiao Ding thought to himself. He knew the power of the jade snake 3 Huatong, but he didn't know how to tap this talent, and he didn't have a suitable technique.
"Son."
Qinger was very sensitive, and when she sensed that someone was looking at her, she opened her eyes and showed a sweet smile. Xiao Ding walked in. "Come on, let's cleanse the tendons and cut the marrow today." Qinger walked over shyly, was picked up by Xiao Ding, sat on the bed and started. After washing the tendons and cutting the marrow, Qinger was sweating profusely and his face was ruddy. "Thank you, my lord. I'll be away for a while, please listen to Hai Buodong." Xiao Ding rubbed Qinger's face. "Cultivate hard, take a medicinal bath on time every day, and strive for you to reach the 3rd level of Doqi when I come back."
"Aha." Qinger nodded obediently.
After arranging all kinds of things, Xiao Ding set off in the early morning, and he first returned to the place where Qinglian's heartfire was at full speed. Revisiting the old place, it is still as usual here. Xiao Ding entered the magma and came to the core area. Qinglian's core fire has disappeared. Xiao Ding was not surprised, but looked at the rest of the rosettes with a smile on his face, as well as a little strange fire remaining nearby. Beside the lotus platform, there is a colorful snake scale scorched black with blood.
"Medusa is still injured," Xiao Ding muttered. "Change to a fire attribute Do Wang, and he can still carry it." Medusa was completely restrained by the strange fire.
It would be strange if she wasn't injured.
Maybe it was because of the injury that she didn't have time to take the lotus platform.
For Medusa, a Do Juan, these things are of little value, so I probably didn't even look at them. Perhaps, take something made of jade and chop it off. This thing can increase the speed of your fire attribute power training, but your bloodline already has the effect of absorbing the energy of the world, so it may not be very effective. I don't need it, it's definitely fine for my younger brother and Sooner to use it.
While speaking, Xiao Ding followed Yao Lao's instructions and removed the lotus platform.
Then a powerful attraction was born, absorbing the remaining strange fire. Making sure there was nothing to take, Xiao Ding left decisively. This time he went straight to the snake human area. Since it will take another month for Yao Lao to recover his strength before he is sure to deal with Medusa, Xiao Ding is not in a hurry, and advances while practicing. Half a month later, Xiao Ding came to an oasis and hid in the vegetation to practice. He sat cross-legged on the ground, fighting spirit was circulating in his body, the bronze-colored skin on his body was fading, showing faint signs of shedding.
Once the skin is successfully shed, he can step into the silver body realm of the golden body technique.
The time spent on this step will be doubled, and it will not be possible to break through for a while. However, Xiao Ding's aura suddenly increased a lot at this moment, and the powerful battle energy quickly subsided after erupting.
3-star fighter.
Xiao Ding opened his eyes, there was a cyan fire beating in his pupils, and his face was joyful. 2.5 months ago, he reached the peak of a 1-star fighter by devouring the strange fire, and broke through to a 2-star fighter within 2 months. Not only that, but he also took the time to upgrade the remaining 2 cyclones into fighting crystals to catch up in strength. This time, after devouring the power of the strange fire remaining in the center of the earth, and after half a month of hard training, he took advantage of the opportunity to step into the 3-star great fighter. He wouldn't be so happy with a normal 1-star breakthrough, this time it's because he has reached level 31 in terms of the authority to devour the system. With the thought of opening the system, he is looking forward to the new devouring type this time. Owner, Xiao Ding level, 31 repair, Samsung Big Fighter attributes, wood, fire, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme, attribute +1 devour upper limit, 31 times sharing ratio, 31% types of devouring. Fighting Spirit, Medicine, Strange Fire, Fighting Spirit Devour Attribute, Wood, Fire, Phoneme Alphabet equals IPAPH equals Wind Wine / phoneme, Attribute +1. It turned out to be Grudge. Xiao Ding was still very satisfied in his heart. Do Qi and Do Qi are both heaven and earth energy, but there is still a big difference between a low level and a high level. After all, it is Fighting Spirit that is absorbed above the fighters. Although the Do Qi absorbed by the system can also help him cultivate and assist Yao Lao to recover, but if it is replaced with Do Qi, the effect can continue to be greatly improved. That's right, the energy level of the world devoured by the system can keep up with my cultivation level. Xiao Ding thought that it would be even better if he could devour very high-level spiritual power and vitality in the future. He closed his eyes and let the system absorb the battle energy. Suddenly, the energy of the world fluctuated, frantically gathering towards his body. A devouring force equivalent to 9 times the energy absorbed by himself from the heavens and the earth enveloped several miles in an instant. Ha! The heaven and earth energy you absorbed has been upgraded. Yao Lao floated out in shock and stared at Xiao Ding with wide eyes. This time you absorbed fighting energy, and your blood has been further awakened? Well, this time I can absorb fighting energy on a large scale, and I can spend less time refining and purifying it when practicing.
Xiao Ding nodded.
Good guy, absorbing battle qi on such a large scale will increase your cultivation speed a lot.
Yao Lao was stunned and looked sideways at Xiao Ding. Now you are equivalent to the fighting energy absorbed by a low-level fighting king. For you to practice as a big fighting master, will you be exhausted? If you want to suck it, just say it. There is no need to worry that I will explode. You know that the power of my blood can store the energy of the world. Xiao Ding pouted.
Hey, this old man is helping you share the pressure of too much grudge. Yao Lao said righteously. Besides, he is fighting spirit to help the old man recover, so he can be more confident in facing Medusa this time. Don't worry, when I'm not practicing, I will give you all the Do Qi absorbed by my bloodline. If you can always recover to the strength of the Do Zone, this time it will be worthwhile to face the entire snake human powerhouse. Xiao Ding shrugged, and poured all the newly absorbed Do Qi into Yao Lao's ring.
Wow, it's so cool.
Yao Lao couldn't help but happily said, with the help of your Dawang level battle chi, the old man's recovery speed can be improved a lot. He went back happily to absorb the battle energy with all his strength. He seemed happier than Xiao Ding. Xiao Ding looked at the attribute options that could be added, and considered which one to add this time. It's best to have a big increase in each other. Let's just use the thunder attribute. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme, thunder and fire come out together. Who can withstand the fighting spirit of a single attribute? Xiao Ding followed the principle of mutual generation of attributes and mutual enhancement, and chose the thunder attribute with the most destructive power. This attribute is strong, but it means that you have to practice a new cyclone. Now the upper limit of the system's devouring has reached 31 times, giving him, % is more than 9 times more fighting spirit. Adding his own doubling is 10 times more grudge, giving the 4 attributes on average, and 1 attribute is 6 times stronger. This speed is more than twice that of ordinary people, but compared to before adding the cyclone, his cultivation speed is still reduced. Fortunately, he had figured out a solution a long time ago, that is to store some grudge during non-cultivation moments, but not too much. His current limit of cultivation speed for a single bucket crystal is 3 times, and the total amount is about 9 times. If there are too many, the body can't bear it. Maybe after the breakthrough of the golden body technique, this upper limit can be raised a little bit. After choosing the thunder attribute, Xiao Ding noticed a very rare but powerful force in the void. This thunder attribute has very little energy in the world, and it doesn't have as much energy as the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme attribute. I'm afraid it will be very slow to cultivate. Xiao Ding frowned. The amount of energy absorbed by the heaven and earth was not only related to the ability to devour, but also related to the ratio of the energy of the heaven and the earth. For fire, water, and earth, which are relatively large amounts of heaven and earth energy, absorbing them for the same amount of time, they can obtain far more energy than the thunder attribute. Now the power of the thunder attribute is considered to be among the 4 attributes he cultivated. The energy contained in the void has the smallest proportion. He estimated that it would take more than a year to condense the doji cyclone of this attribute into a dojing and catch up with other cyclones. Anyway, I don't have lightning attribute fighting skills, don't worry. Xiao Ding shook his head, trying to absorb it first. A trace of electric current appeared in the air around him, making his hair slightly fluffy. Just as he was about to condense the thunder cyclone first, Xiao Ding stopped when he noticed someone approaching. It seems that there was too much movement of absorbing battle energy during the breakthrough, which provoked the strong men of the snake tribe here. Xiao Ding came back to his senses, put on the newly bought fox mask, and a circle of flames danced out of his body. Just as he defended, several poisonous snakes shot out and bit him. Chi. The power of the different fire spread, and the poisonous snakes were charred and fell to the ground on the spot. Xiao Ding turned around and hit the side with his palm, and with a bang, he sent a snake man hidden in the vegetation flying out. P.S. Ask for a ticket. In addition, I would like to ask what you think is more appropriate for the next attribute. This is a snake man with a black tail who vomited blood from a blow from the air. Xiao Ding tapped his feet, turned into a shadow to catch up with the flying guy, and stepped on the ground with 1 foot. A little doe sure, dare to come and attack? Xiao Ding curled his lips in disdain, but his eyes were looking into the distance. Several great fighters appeared and surrounded them under the leadership of a snake-human clan Do Ling whose aura was stronger than his. Human, you are not small, dare to enter my snake-human territory. The snake-human Do Ling has a goatee, is a bit older, and is at the level of a 5-star Do Ling passing by. I want to buy some medicinal materials. You have mandala of sand here. Bring me some. I'll give you enough money. Xiao Ding looked at this Do Ling, and simply asked for the mandala of sand. Do not give? He can't win, and there is Yao Lao. It's been a long time since I met someone who dared to be so arrogant in our territory. The goatee's eyes gradually became cold and murderous, and a powerful fighting spirit surged in his body, making him turn black for a while. The substantive battle chi condensed into little snakes in his hands, just the kind of fighting spirit that Do Ling could do. The little black snake hissed and twisted in the hands of the goatee, full of danger. Seeing that Dou Ling didn't want to push him too much, and chose to fight directly, Xiaoding took a deep breath, and the fighting energy in his dantian burst out, breaking out of his body, and condensed a set of armor on his body. The Dou Qi armor covered Xiaoding's whole body, showing a turquoise color, formed by the fusion of Dou Qi, and its defense power was not inferior to this fighting spirit. However, Xiaoding's expression was still very dignified, and he had a strong fusion of Dou Qi, but this old man was also a Dou Ling of a higher realm than him, so he didn't dare to hold anything back. Whoosh! As soon as the power was mobilized, the energy black snake in the goatee's hand flew over. Xiaoding jumped, and formed a seal while dodging. Cracked phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine / phoneme dance. More than a dozen huge phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine / phoneme blades several feet long rotated and turned into spirals and pushed out horizontally, cutting the nearby vegetation into pieces with sharp force. Even the energy snake thrown by the opponent later was cut off by the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine / phoneme blade. Okay? Goatee sensed the threat and looked surprised. The attack of a big fighter actually made him feel dangerous. How did this person do it? He took a step back, a scimitar appeared in his hand, a large amount of Dou Qi flowed out, condensed on the knife, and then slashed the spiral phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine / phoneme blade fiercely. The light of the saber exploded and rushed straight for more than 10 feet, landing on Xiaoding's fighting skills, causing the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine / phoneme blade to tremble and be forcibly broken open. Of course, Xiaoding didn't think that a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine / phoneme attribute fighting skill could take down the snake human master. After he used it, he turned into an afterimage and approached the snake human from the other side. Whether it is Bajabang or Golden Body Art, if you want to exert the power of these two fighting skills, you must be phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals claws close / phoneme. Realizing that Xiaoding dared to approach him, the goatee grinned, turned around and slashed at Xiaoding. When the Qinglu sword appeared in Xiaoding's hand, and directly collided with the man's snake-shaped scimitar, causing a series of sparks to jump up. The goatee retreated slightly, looking at his scimitar which was trembling violently. He was surprised. This man is so strong, even a Dou Ling feels that he can't hold the weapon. The murderous intent in his eyes skyrocketed, the knife light flickered, and he fought against Xiaoding fiercely. The goatee sword is fierce and tricky, powerful and heavy, while Xiaoding's sword is agile and elegant, as fast as the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine / phoneme, each has its own merits. Jingle jingle. The swords collided, making a crisp sound, and the nearby grass and trees would be smashed to pieces in the blink of an eye. The two exchanged more than 20 moves in a blink of an eye, and the destructive force spread, smashing everything within hundreds of meters nearby. The retreating snake-human tribe was terrified to see that this human being could fight on par with the elders of their tribe. This person is a great fighter, his realm is completely lower than their elders, and they can still fight to a tie, which simply changed their views on the realm of a great fighter. The goatee who fought against Xiaoding could better understand how terrifying this person is. Not only does he not lose to him in terms of strength, but also in terms of fighting spirit. He can't suppress it with a fighting spirit. This shows that the other party's cultivation technique is far stronger than his own. Maybe it is an earth-level technique. Boom! The two exchanged blows and retreated at the same time. Who are you and where are you from? The goatee's eyes are full of surprise, and he can practice earth-level exercises. This kind of person's background is definitely not simple. Do you need to know this much? Xiaoding held Qinglu sword and was dressed in white clothes better than snow. His fighting spirit armor looked indestructible, and he was extraordinarily imposing. Since you don't say anything, don't blame the old man for being rude. If you are arrested, you will naturally be able to pry your mouth open. The goatee's expression sank, and his powerful fighting spirit surged like a tide, causing his hair to fly quickly. Snake-shaped hand. He grabbed Xiaoding fiercely. His fighting spirit turned into a ferocious snake more than 10 meters long, opened his mouth and twisted and bit at Xiaoding. The latter dodges, the big snake bites the ground, and a large piece of sand explodes directly. Xiaoding's eyes changed slightly, and a cyan flame appeared on the Qinglu sword, and he slashed at the snake's head fiercely. Chap! Amidst the huge resistance, the big snake transformed by battle chi failed to block the power of the strange fire, and was cut in half by a sword. This is Goatee looked at the burning cyan flame, his pupils shrank suddenly.
What kind of flame is this? Even his fighting spirit can't bear it.
While he was hesitating, Xiaoding rushed over with his sword in hand, and the power of the strange fire surged under the influence of the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme attribute grudge, covering his whole body, and immediately turned into a Vulcan. The goatee hurriedly swung the knife, but still felt a wave of heat coming, and all the fighting spirit in his body was being evaporated.
What flame? Could it be a strange fire?
He was terrified, and was very afraid of the blue flame released by this person, so he immediately chose to switch from offense to defense, hoping to win by consuming this person's fighting spirit. In his opinion, no matter how powerful a great dosher is, his fighting chi will probably be thicker than him, and sooner or later he will become weak. The power of Xiaoding's single dojing is indeed not as strong as his, but 3 dojing may be enough, not to mention that Xiaoding can also absorb the do-chi recovery provided by the system. After fighting for a long time, Xiaoding was still as imposing as a rainbow, but the goatee was a little embarrassed under the long guard.
Damn it, why is this person so weird? Is he still a great fighter?
Goatees are a bit skeptical of life. However, Xiaoding has never found a good opportunity to win this person. A 3-star fighting master and a 5-star fighting spirit, it is good to be evenly matched.
If you want to tell the winner, you will not be able to do it for a while. In the fierce battle, Xiaoding's improved strength during this period was fully utilized, and his skills were further improved. Yuashan, are you too old to wield a sword? You can't even take down a big fighter.
A seductive female voice suddenly appeared, with indifference and dissatisfaction.
Xiaoding's scalp was numb. He didn't even notice who was coming.
He stomped heavily on the ground, and retreated like an arrow from the string, but still had a cold force chasing after him, and he could faintly see a slim figure. He did not hesitate to cast Baji Bang, and shot out with all his strength, and with a bang, this man was much stronger than the goatee, and he flew out backwards.
A figure landed steadily on his original position, showing surprise.
Elder Uma, why are you here?
Goatee walked over awkwardly. If I don't come again, I'm afraid you will be taken down by him.
The man said in a charming voice, looking at Xiaoding with a pair of sexy eyes, and shook his hands. This guy's blow just now hurt me. 9-star Doling, my hand is almost broken by you. Xiaoding staggered and landed 10 meters away, interjected, and looked at this charming figure at the same time. With a fiery figure, the snow-white part is ready to come out, the snake waist is sexy, and the complexion is captivating. Only Medusa can overwhelm this female snake.
Oh, and an interesting guy.
Yume was amazed. This person could be so relaxed and calm in the face of 2 fighting spirits. She might have some trump cards. Elder Uma, this kid is weird, but I'm not letting the water go. Yushan touched his scorched goatee with a fearful expression.
It can be seen that this person has nothing to fear.
Yume is very smart. She sensed Xiaoding's self-confidence, and she didn't seem to be pretending to be with him.
She glanced at the distance. Does this person have any companions, and where is he hiding? Even she can't find it? Which faction are you from? What are you doing in our tribe?
Yume stopped behind Xiaoding in a flash. Her tone was dignified. Xiaoding saw that the woman guessed that he had a trump card, so he didn't seem to want to act rashly. He seized the opportunity and said, I just told this old man that I came here just to buy some sand mandalas, and I'm not interested in fighting.
Sneaky, who knows what your purpose is?
Yuashan still didn't believe it, because there were basically no human beings who came to make deals with them. Xiaoding directly took out a large bag of gold coins. I took out the money. If you want, you can easily make money. Isn't it nice?
If you want to make a deal with us, you must first be qualified.
In this way, you defeat me first, and the mandala of sand will give you a % discount.
You may still wanted to test this person's background.
Eldest sister, you are a dignified peak fighting spirit. Do you have the nerve to say this to me, a 3-star fighting master? Xiaoding was speechless. He had to go all out to deal with a 5-star Doling. This woman was much stronger. It was very difficult for him to win. Hearing this, Yume looked at Xiaoding curiously. You take off the mask, sister can think about it.
I'm afraid of making you handsome,
Xiaoding said shamelessly. Yume thought this person was very interesting, and said with a smile, don't worry, I'm a snake man, and I won't like your human race. Since you are so curious, I will give you a chance to admire my handsome appearance. Xiaoding didn't worry about anything, he took off the mask directly, revealing his youthful face. Even though his skin was bronzed, he looked more mature, he still looked like a teenager. All the snake people present showed surprise and looked at each other. They didn't expect this person to be so young. This person doesn't look like he's an adult yet, but he was able to fight against the elders without losing. Maybe it's because her face is tender, but her actual age is older? No matter what, these are young people, they must be younger than elder Uma. Yushan's face was cloudy, very ugly. This man was so young, it seemed that he was old and useless. Yume's red lips parted slightly, and her beautiful eyes shone brightly. How old are you? Ask me what my age is. Do you want to marry me? It's a pity that I don't like snake tails. Let's talk about it when you turn into a human form. Xiaoding likes Yume's upper body, but the lower body is a bit irritating after all. Okay, but only after I become a dozone can I transform into a human being. Yume giggled, fiddled with her hair, showing a dangerous look. There is another way, that is, I will arrest you and get married here. After speaking, the blue energy on her body exploded, and she still chose to do it. If she didn't force all the cards out of this person, she wouldn't easily give the mandala of sand. It seems that you can't trust the words of a beautiful woman. Seeing Yume's move, Xiaoding's eyes became indifferent, showing an impatient look. Yao Lao, it seems that this tribe does not have a fighting king, let's do it. Yume tested him, and Xiaoding was also looking to see if there were any more powerful people in this tribe, but they haven't appeared so far, so there is no need to hold back. They didn't beat you much, so hit me again, don't worry. Yao Lao chuckled, just now the old snake man hasn't forced out your full potential, this female snake man should be able to. To deal with this woman is estimated to be desperate. The corner of Xiaoding's mouth twitched, leaving behind an afterimage, dodging Yume's energy to catapult him one step ahead. This energy hit the bushes, making a chi-chi sound, not only turning them into powder, but also possessing the power of corrosion. Poisonous. Xiaoding's pupils shrunk slightly, he wrapped himself in fighting spirit and held his breath. It's pretty fast. Yume appeared behind Xiaoding like a ghost, forcing Xiaoding to turn around and stab with a sword, but was grabbed by the opponent's crystal-like jade hand. Xiaoding was surprised, he thought that the woman was holding the sword with bare hands, and then found that the opponent's fighting spirit covered the palm of his hand, like a layer of gloves. When the Qinglu sword was caught, several cyan energy snakes coiled up instantly, trying to trap Xiaoding's weapon. Laugh! Qinglian's heartfire erupted, directly burning the energy snake to smoke. What a powerful flame! Yume was amazed. She stretched out her other hand like a poisonous snake, and patted Xiaoding's chest. Golden body technique. Octopus collapse. Xiaoding immediately used two major fighting skills. The copper-colored light on his fist shone brightly, his physical strength exploded, Qinglian's heartfire burned on it, and at the same time, the fused fighting energy was continuously stacked together, like a huge wave released. Bang! When the fists and palms met, the air exploded, forming a circle of airwaves, and the soil on the ground sank 2 feet directly. Yume's face changed. This person's attack was much more domineering than the first time they fought, and under the overwhelming impact, she couldn't help but take a step back. She opened her palm hastily, and with a hissing sound, densely packed energy snakes appeared on her hands, and there were also colorful real poisonous snakes biting towards Xiaoding. Xiaoding was bitten by an energy snake on his chest, his battle chi armor was split, and all kinds of poisonous snakes bit his body, but at this time the goatee approached Xiaoding, slashed at him, and attacked directly. The energy snake, poisonous snake, and a 5-star fighting spirit's sneak attack were about to break through the defense and hurt him. Burst! Xiaoding resolutely detonated part of his fused fighting energy, and with a bang, the terrifying explosion force was released, and all the poisonous snakes were blown to pieces. The goatee was also forced to retreat. Solving troubles in this semi-self-harming way, even though Xiaoding practiced the golden body technique, his face turned pale and the corners of his mouth were bleeding at this moment. Seeing Yume who came to kill again, he knew he had to fight. Taking a deep breath, a blue-green whirlwind appeared in Xiaoding's palm. The power of the 3 attributes was no longer fully integrated, but began to split during the rotation, and the volume continued to expand. A series of blade-shaped forces form a spiral state, which generates fire. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme helps the fire, and instantly grows into a blue phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme blade spiral containing flames.
This power is very similar to Lifeone whirling dance.
In fact, Xiaoding is based on this fighting skill and uses the method of fusion fighting energy. To put it simply, this is his self-created fighting skill. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme and fire spiral. This fighting technique possesses the characteristics of the three major battle chi, including the rage of fire, the swiftness and sharpness of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme blade, and the endless vitality of wood attribute battle chi. The only disadvantage is that it is a bit difficult to control. When Xiaoding performed this fighting skill, he felt that his palms were about to be cut by the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme blades containing the power of flames. Facing this fighting skill, Yumei was even more stressed. Seeing the thing spinning rapidly in this person's hand, she immediately sensed the danger. She was startled and stopped attacking. Her fighting spirit emerged and turned into a thick armor, and she retreated to defend instead.
What are you running for? Let's talk about it after eating it.
Xiaoding took a step, the spiral of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme and fire in his palm expanded to the size of a millstone, shredded the air, turned into an afterimage, and blasted towards her quickly.
This fighting skill is so weird, how can it have multiple attributes?
Yumei's scalp was numb after being locked, and she wanted to avoid it, but found that she couldn't. She gritted her silver teeth, and quickly slapped out her hands, releasing her strong fighting spirit, forming two giant energy snakes circling each other. The whole body of this snake is dark blue, lifelike. It opened its big mouth to bite the spiral of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme and fire.
Click click.
As soon as the energy snake came into contact with the extremely fast spinning phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme blade, its head was chopped off, and then its body was crushed, leaving only its tail in a blink of an eye. Yumei's eyes widened. She didn't expect that she would be crushed by this strange fighting technique when she hit with all her strength. She retreated in a hurry, but was still hit by the expanding spiral force.
Click click.
It was like the power of a cutting machine constantly cutting through Yumei's vindictiveness. Even the vindictiveness armor was hard to stop. The rotating phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme blade carried Qinglian's heartfire, not much different from a red-hot knife, and Yumei's peak Douling level fighting spirit disappeared as quickly as tofu.
Chi.
Her hair was cut off and burnt to nothing in a blink of an eye, and there were bloodstains on her snow-white arms, which were then scorched black. The scorching, sharp, and endless fighting skills were constantly pushed horizontally, which made Yumei's face turn pale in fright, and the snake's tail twisted at a high speed, trying to escape.
Burst.
Seeing that the strength of the fighting skills was weakening, Yumei might dodge. Xiaoding had a thought, and decisively removed all controls. The three kinds of power can be gathered together, it all depends on Xiaoding's control. Now that this control power is lost, the energy that was originally running in an orderly manner immediately becomes chaotic. The flame instantly engulfed the vortex, and then spread suddenly, turning into a circle of energy waves.
Boom!
A huge energy vortex exploded, and the shock wave mainly hit the front, engulfing Yumei completely. The inverted cone-shaped explosion area spread, covering hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye.
The nearby vegetation first shattered, then burned, and cracks appeared on the ground.
Some snakemen were blown away, screaming and vomiting blood while still in the air. Their bodies were cut with wounds by the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme blade, and then they became scorched black under the power of the flames. The power of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme and fire wreaked havoc on them at the same time, making the destructive power reach a terrifying level. Even Yueshan, the Douling, was beaten to pieces by the aftermath. His eyebrows and beard were blackened, and he retreated in embarrassment. Although Xiaoding was behind the cone-shaped explosion area, the airwaves were still tumbling, dust was flying, and he retreated a few feet to avoid it. Yumei, who was hit head-on by this force, was naturally very miserable. Her battle chi armor persisted for a moment before it shattered, and then her clothes stepped into the footsteps and were burned under the envelope of flames.
Aha!
She vomited blood and flew backwards, her arms were scorched black, most of her hair disappeared, and only a small piece of clothing was left that covered her arms. Originally a charming beauty with a skin that can be broken by blows, in a blink of an eye, it was as if she had just come out of the fire, with scars all over her body. Puff! She vomited blood continuously, with pain on her blackened face. She fell hard to the ground and was seriously injured. Elder Uma. Yushan couldn't believe that Yume, whose cultivation base was much deeper than her own, was beaten like this by this kid. Whoosh! Xiaoding appeared behind Yume, who was covered in smoke, and sat down, with the sharp blade of Qinglu sword stuck in her neck. You are defeated. Yume was extremely ashamed and angry. She was actually sitting by a human being and threatened. Why, not convinced? Feeling Yume's violently trembling body, Xiaoding sneered, it's you who insisted on forcing me, who can be blamed? If you want to kill, kill. Yume gritted her teeth. She was defeated by a great human fighter in front of so many people, and she was so ashamed and furious at this moment. I can't bear to kill you, and I have to exchange things with you. Xiao Dingyun glanced at the goatee who was leaning over. You'd better go and find me 2 mandalas for harvesting sand, otherwise your tribe will lose an elder. Yushan's face was livid, looking at the sword clinging to Yume's neck. He was really not sure that he could save someone under the sword. He suppressed his anger. Okay, I'll ask someone to get you the mandala of sand. Don't hurt her, otherwise you won't be able to get out of here. You haven't figured out the situation. I'm threatening you now. Do you want to take a gamble on whether I can leave after I kill her? Xiaoding sneered. His subordinates have found out that the strong men from the various tribes of the snake people were summoned to the holy city. In a short time, there might not be a Dawang class in this place. Even if the Dawang came, he would still be able to leave. Yuashan's eyes were gloomy, thinking of Dawang who had left in the tribe. He could only hold back his anger, and said coldly, go get the mandala of sand. Although this kind of medicinal material is quite precious, they are a big tribe after all, and they still have some in stock. When Yume wanted to say something, Xiaoding slanted his palm down and knocked her unconscious. Continuing to sit on Yume's body, Xiaoding thought about measuring the destructive power of the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme and fire spiral. A large pit was formed nearby, and there were circles of spirals in it, as if dug out by a huge spiral. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme blade. As for Yume, who was hit, her whole body was blackened at the moment, and she also had a series of hideous wounds. After the blood flowed out, she was scorched, which looked extremely scary. Looking at this scarred back, Xiaoding felt like destroying a work of art. Your fighting skills almost chopped her up. Yao Lao was dumbfounded. Anyone who was weaker would probably be a piece of scorched black flesh. Well, I didn't expect the power of the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-wine/phoneme blade to cooperate with the different fire to be so powerful, and her power seems to be completely unstoppable. Xiaoding was also a little surprised. This was the first time he had burst out with all his strength and used it in a specific way. Think about it carefully. There is still room for improvement in your fighting skills. If you can concentrate your strength to one point, your power will be much stronger. Yao Lao suggested. It's so easy, look at my hand. Xiaoding opened the palm that used the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-wine/phoneme and fire spiral, and there was a spiral scar on it, which was also scorched black. It means that your physical body is not strong enough, and your control is not enough. Old medicine evaluation. Take it easy. Xiaoding is helpless, his fighting skills really need to be polished. Soon, the snake people returned with 2 yellow herbs, and many snake people soldiers came over at the same time. Surrounding Xiaoding with 3 circles inside and 3 circles outside, Yushan said in a deep voice, let him go first. I said, you are not qualified to ask me to do something. Xiaoding stood up and lifted Yume up. Give me the herbs. To be honest, Xiaoding didn't think so much. These guys always push him, and now there is no psychological burden. Yushan clenched his fist, on the verge of eruption. Give it to him. Old Yao, are you okay? No. After confirming that the medicinal materials were normal, Xiaoding put them into the ring. The Snake Man soldiers immediately surrounded him, full of murderous aura, ready to strike at any time. Can I let it go now? Yuashan is on the verge of eruption. Instead, Xiaoding stopped panicking and shrugged his shoulders. You see, it's right to deal with me honestly at the beginning.
You guys just don't know the truth that peace is the most important thing. Need you teach us how to do things?
Yushan's face was gloomy, and his fighting spirit seemed to be boiling, ready to be released at any time.
Aren't you willing to listen? Then I'll go, goodbye.
A circle of white flames appeared on Xiao Ding's body, and he jumped up from the ground with a bang to a height of hundreds of meters, easily leaped over the surrounded snake-human clan, and landed 100 feet away.
Impossible.
Yushan didn't realize for a while, how could a big fighter jump so far? This guy is not a frog. The most important thing is that the other party still has Yume. No matter how light such a woman is, she still weighs hundreds of catties. Seeing Xiao Ding leaving an afterimage after landing, Yushan roared angrily, chasing him. We must not let him go. A group of snake men rushed out screaming, chasing Xiao Ding like mad dogs.
Catch me?
Xiao Ding glanced back, fighting spirit exploded under his feet, and the afterimage of the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme fluttered to the peak state in an instant, and the speed increased again.
Whoosh!
Amidst the piercing voice, Xiao Ding only left a back view for the many snake men. In the fast-moving gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme, a piece of broken and charred cloth was flying. Yushan flew by in a flash. Seeing Xiao Ding leading a person whose speed was still faster than him, he was furious. Damn, why does this kid run so fast? He definitely has physical skills. He glanced at a shredded piece of cloth and continued his pursuit. Yume is the most talented member of their tribe, and she is likely to become the leader of the tribe in the future, so no accidents can happen. After Xiao Ding ran for a certain distance, he still felt a little affected by holding Yume in his hand. He looked down and almost had a nosebleed. The moon charm that was covered by a piece of cloth before is now completely exposed. Although it is not dark, but a certain part is still white. He shook his head to get rid of some evil thoughts, and wanted to get rid of this woman. Thinking that the other party was naked, it would not be good to just throw her away, so he slowed down and stopped. The figure is really good. Xiao Ding swallowed his saliva, took out a long robe, and put it on for Yume.
Aha!
Yume woke up with a frown. Seeing Xiao Ding's movements, her eyes whitened immediately.
What are you doing?
Xiao Ding smiled awkwardly. I'm doing a good deed.
This robe is for you, no thanks.
After speaking, he turned around and slipped away. Only then did Yume realize that she had nothing to cover her at the moment. However, the snake-human race was open-minded and didn't care too much about these things. On the contrary, they were quite surprised that Xiao Ding would cover her body with a robe.
Damn guy!
Yume gritted her teeth. Seeing Xiao Ding running away in a blink of an eye, her mood was very complicated. From beginning to end, she was the one who forced the other party. In the end, he failed. This man didn't kill her, and even covered her body, which is very rare. She didn't know that Xiao Ding didn't kill him. The main reason was that he was afraid of offending the whole tribe, and would be targeted by a group of snake people, and his whereabouts would be exposed before he reached the holy city of the snake people, which would affect his acquisition of the strange fire.
Yume, are you alright?
With a whoosh, Yushan caught up and stopped suddenly.
Seeing that Yume was alive, he breathed a sigh of relief. Except for being seriously injured, I can't die.
Yume struggled to get up, and tightened her white robe. Go back, I can't catch up with him.
Yeah, he ran so fast with you, without you, he couldn't catch up even more.
Yushan was helpless, and didn't notice that Yume's face was a bit strange. Xiao Ding ran for tens of miles in one breath, and then slowed down after making sure no one could catch up.
Yao Lao, what do you think?
How about what?
Yume's figure.
You're a little dishonest.
I've passed the age of having sex with men and women. Now I'm only interested in pills. Women don't mean much to me. Yao Lao is not in a good mood.
Admiration, I may never be able to achieve your level in my life, and now my mind is full of white steamed buns.
Xiao Ding sighed. No prospect, isn't he just a snake man?
Yao Lao despised and disdainful. Well said, I have to experience more, so that I can be like you. Xiao Ding is serious.
What are you talking about? The old man is not as philandering as you are.
Yao Lao corrected him, and then shared his own experience. Hurry up and refine the medicine. Once you refine the medicine, all women will be forgotten.
It should be you who came to refine the medicine.
Once you get the mandala of sand, you must quickly remove the power of the incomplete seal. Xiao Ding took out the medicinal materials.
Find a remote place first. This simplified version of the elixir is also a 5th grade medicine. It can be refined to avoid accidents. It is good.
Finding a hidden place, Yao Lao quickly refined the elixir that would lift the seal. After Xiao Ding took it, the medicinal power entered the meridians and flesh, forcing out the hidden power of the seal. Combined with the power of his strange fire, it was quickly and completely eliminated. Without the influence of the seal, the grudge in Xiao Ding's body began to circulate smoothly and quickly returned to its peak state. The strength is not affected, but it is a pity that I am still far from qualified to fight Medusa in person. Xiao Ding muttered, and glanced at the scar on his hand. Yao Lao, my cultivation speed of the golden body technique is getting slower and slower, is there any way to speed it up?
Still slow?
Yao Lao rolled his eyes floating on the side. It takes a little over a year to reach the peak of the 2nd level.
Believe it or not, it will take 10 years for another person? But my cultivation base is improving fast, and the golden body technique is indeed a bit slower now.
Xiao Ding had no choice but to rely on the power of different fires to improve a lot recently, but the golden body technique was hard work, and he did not break through quickly. The body quenching liquid is already the limit you can absorb, and you can only rely on other external forces to speed it up.
Yao Lao pondered, thought of something, raised his hand and took out a black object.
This is a wide dagger, as tall as a man, and looks like a door panel, or a ruler, with special patterns engraved on it, simple and thick, quite extraordinary. Put this thing on your back, it will have some effect on your physical training ability, and it will also help suppress your fighting spirit that has been raised too fast recently.
Xiao Ding's eyes moved slightly, and finally Yao Lao took the initiative to take out the mysterious ruler. He knew that Yao Lao had this weapon, but it was hard to say, let alone this weapon. He couldn't tell in advance what Yao Lao had. This is made of flame meteor black iron. It is relatively heavy and can put your physical body under pressure at any time.
In addition, it has a suppressing effect on fighting energy, which will help you cultivate more pure fighting energy.
Yao Lao introduced it, and threw it away casually.
Xiao Ding caught it, and his body sank. Even if he was mentally prepared, he was surprised by the weight of this thing. You must know that he has specially practiced body tempering fighting skills. Apart from the heaviness, this thing also exudes a special power, directly suppressing his fighting spirit, making people uncomfortable for a while. He swung it vigorously, and there was a whistling sound in the air.
This weapon is also equipped with an earth-level fighting skill.
You are busy practicing the golden body technique now, and I will teach you in a while.
It's okay, I have time to study.
Don't worry, you have to solve some problems, otherwise the impact will be great.
Yao Lao looked serious. Your talent is extraordinary and your bloodline is strong.
This is an advantage, but it is also a disadvantage to a certain extent. Shortcoming Xiao Ding was thoughtful. That's right, let me tell you, the old man, other people's vindictiveness is easily exhausted, but you can't. Yao Lao said enviously, because your body is absorbing fighting energy at any time, this leads to a problem. You don't have to worry about exhausting fighting energy, and you will waste fighting energy habitually, understood, it's just that I don't use battle energy efficiently. Others use 1 point of battle energy as 2 points, and I consume it casually. Xiao Ding knew that he was just like a local tyrant. Relatively speaking, he was not bad at fighting spirit.
Yes, next you need to use the suppression of this weapon to improve your control over fighting spirit.
This will be of great benefit to you in practicing fighting skills and fighting against enemies in the future. Well, I'll first divide the grudge into 10 parts, and then divide it into 100 parts, 1000 parts, and carry out precise control.
Xiao Ding accepted Yao Lao's opinion.
He even felt that not only battle chi, but also physical strength should be precisely controlled, so that he could use as much force as he wanted. If micro-level control can be achieved, the combat effectiveness should rise to a higher level.
With a heavy body, Xiao Ding officially entered the polishing stage.
A while ago, the breakthrough was too fast, and the seal of Medusa poured cold water on him, but now he is taking the initiative to change himself. Xiao Ding felt that his cultivation had entered the deep water area, and he was no longer as casual as before.
He slowed down his forward speed, and walked in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert slash phoneme step by step with a mysterious heavy ruler on his back, like an ascetic monk. This journey took more than a month before Xiaoding came to the holy city of the snake people. Xiaoding's state of mind is much calmer at this moment, his breath is perfectly restrained, and there is no wave in the ancient well. His eyes were long and deep, calmly looking into the distance. A huge city is located in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert slash phoneme, and there are a large number of boulders scattered around it. Through the stones, you can see heavily armed snake-human soldiers patrolling from time to time. It's hard to get in with this heavily guarded appearance. Xiaoding moved his shriveled lips and spoke solemnly. This time, unlike Xiao Yan, who had Furukawa phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme someone to assist him, he could only rely on himself and Yao Lao. You are here to trade with Medusa, just go there. Yao Lao said calmly. Xiaoding's face brightened, you always seem to be quite sure. After all, it takes one more month to recover, and this period of time is all about fighting spirit to help the old man recover. If it is not for the state of the soul, the old man can be stronger. Yao Lao said proudly, let's go, even if all the snake-human race emperors come out today, I don't want to stop you from getting Qinglian's heartfire. Domineering. Xiaoding grinned. A circle of white flames appeared on his body, and amidst the fluctuations in space, he flew into the air directly. Xiaoding's eyes widened, startled, damn it, you've really regained your dozone level strength. If you don't use fighting spirit to fly with wings, you must at least be dozone. Barely achieved, the fighting qigong you provided is indispensable. Yao Lao smiled lightly. I think it's better not to be so high profile, and don't scare Medusa. Xiaoding shook his head. Then keep it. Yao Lao agreed, and released his power to condense a pair of energy wings behind Xiaoding, with white flames dancing on them. With a flap of wings, Xiaoding disappeared, leaving behind a sound of breaking through the air. On the tens of meters high city wall, several snake-human race kings gathered together, overlooking the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert slash phoneme. What does Her Majesty mean by calling us over without saying who you are guarding against? A fiery red snake man with an impatient face, he is the leader of the 8 major tribes of the snake-human tribe, the Yen snake tribe. It's time to talk, we can't waste everyone's time like this, there are still many things in my tribe. The Do Wang with ferocious double heads agreed. Mobus, the fighting king of the Black Snake clan next to him, looked at a sexy figure. Hua Snake, we have been here for almost 2 months, what is it, can't we talk about it now? The one he watched was the captain of Queen Medusa's guard, responsible for the defense of the entire city. Didn't I explain to you that some strong people might come here? Hua Shir frowned, I don't know exactly who it is, and what happened because of it. Then how long will we have to wait? Another Do Wang named Nan Snake muttered. Why are you in a hurry, since it is the queen's order, we must strictly abide by it. Yin Shi, who seemed to be the oldest snake man present, spoke up, suppressing everyone's dissatisfaction. Whoosh! At this time, they heard a sound in the air, which was the sound of the strong flying through the air. Yen Spur, who was still complaining just now, suddenly looked up and saw a white shadow flying towards them. His pupils shrank, the Do Huang powerhouse. Mebaz narrowed his eyes, it's human, but wearing a fox mask. I didn't expect that just after mentioning this, there will be a strong man coming. Nan Snake's expression became serious. At the same time, a powerful coercion shrouded them unceremoniously. All the fighting kings present were very depressed, and their faces changed, this person is so strong. It is definitely not something they can resist. Alert! Hua Shir said solemnly, go and inform Her Majesty the Queen. Good morning, all handsome men and beauties. Xiaoding stopped suddenly and greeted Do Wang on the tower. He grinned. The new mask paid attention to comfort, and the mouth and eyes were not completely covered. With his smile, his white teeth were exposed, shining brightly in the sun. Flying all the way, he experienced the joy of flying, and he was in a good mood at the moment. However, what answered him was a pair of vigilant eyes, as well as arrows and spears glowing with cold light, as if they would attack if there was a disagreement. Xiaoding smiled awkwardly, don't be nervous, I'm a guest, here to trade with your Queen Medusa. We never trade with humans. Hua Xie replied coldly.
Look at you, this is too closed, and you don't know how to communicate and trade more.
This is the way to reduce misunderstandings and strengthen yourself.
Xiaoding shook his head. These snake people are still in a semi-primitive society, too closed and exclusive.
Are you teaching me what to do?
Amidst the icy voice, a purple figure appeared in the air, and the purple wings with colorful light behind them were extremely beautiful.
Today's Medusa is wearing a cool brocade dress, revealing some of her white arms and smooth and delicate belly.
She has a water snake waist, tall chest, vermilion lips and white skin, long hair tied with blue silk. Her complexion is cold and noble, and her starry eyes are emotionless,
rejecting people thousands of miles away.
Even though this was the third time seeing Medusa, Xiaoding was still amazed.
This kind of woman, I guess I will never get bored looking at it for the rest of my life.
Xiaoding praised sincerely, I haven't seen you for a few months, and you look much more beautiful.
I thought you were praising me. Medusa looked at the fox-masked figure.
Dressed in a white robe and carrying a strange thick black sword, he is even more invisible than last time. It seems that you have received too many compliments, and you have no feeling. Xiaoding muttered, then let's get straight to the point, I will help you evolve, and then give me the strange fire.
Different fire, evolution? Could it be possible for the queen to be?
Mebas and the others were shocked, and then very worried. With the help of different fire evolution, escape from death. This person dared to say that he could help the queen evolve, and they expressed doubts. First refine a 7th grade elixir in front of me, and I believe you have the ability to help me.
Medusa was already prepared. Xiaoding felt embarrassed.
Even if Yao Lao could refine 7th grade pills, he didn't have any medicinal materials on him, and even the medicinal materials for 5th grade pills were consumed not long ago. He didn't change his face. Yes, but you will provide the medicinal materials.
No. Medusa is straightforward. You don't have medicinal materials, so why don't you let me find them? Xiaoding frowned. Oh, aren't you a senior pharmacist? You don't even have the ingredients for a 7th grade elixir?
Medusa sneered, it seems that you have no ability to help me.
Xiaoding was expressionless, I'm poor now, is that enough reason? Are you lying to the little girl, a high-level alchemist will be poor? Medusa smiled, very cold and beautiful.
She waved her flawless jade hand. In the holy city, 3 powerful auras shot up into the sky, and quickly broke through the air to encircle them.
Aldo Huang. Medusa looked domineering, if you can't refine the 7th grade elixir today, you don't have to leave. Stay for you to be a man? Xiaoding laughed instead, Medusa's overbearing left him no choice.
Yes, I said, as long as you beat me, it's not impossible to consider.
Medusa smiled seductively, and then she found that the person in front of her disappeared into thin air.
Oops. The beautiful smile retracted, she sensed something was wrong, and subconsciously moved her position.
Brush.
Xiaoding usually appeared behind Medusa in a teleportation, and the original fighting spirit wings disappeared, just standing out of thin air.
Medusa felt cold all over, turned around and punched out without hesitation. Snapped.
Xiaoding stretched out his hand to catch her, and held her fist in his palm.
Medusa's powerful fighting spirit was burned by white flames in front of Xiaoding.
He pulled hard, and Medusa slammed into his arms uncontrollably.
Impossible.
Medusa's face turned pale, and the other hand slowly slapped out, but the result was the same situation, not to mention not hurting Xiaoding, but making her own hand lose its freedom. Medusa's hands were controlled, and when she was about to bump into Xiaoding, he threw her backhand directly to the ground.
Boom! The stone slab outside the city wall instantly turned into tofu, and the next moment a white fire shadow fell from the sky and hit the same position again.
In the deafening explosion, a large crater over meters was smashed into the ground, gravel flew in all directions, and dust shot into the sky.
Everyone was stunned.
The queen, who was still noble and majestic just now, was smashed to the ground after meeting her face. The situation is very bad. Yao Lao, you are too unsympathetic.
In the dust, Xiaoding looked at Medusa, who was vomiting blood at his feet, and secretly complained about Yao.
I don't have a woman in my heart, so I'm naturally ruthless.
Yao Lao calmly replied, "Don't you dislike snake tails? Do you still feel distressed? I can just look at the upper body."
Xiao Ding said with a wicked smile. This woman is not simple, and it is not easy to surrender. As Yao Lao said, he started again and shot 3 white flames towards the sky.
Bang bang bang.
In the flying dust, the 3 elders of the snake-human tribe groaned and backed away. Their fighting spirit was quickly burned by the bone spirit's cold fire.
They frantically resisted, terrified in their hearts. What kind of power is this? It's terrifyingly strong.
Boy, Medusa's power has been sealed by the old man, so let's snatch the heavenly flame directly. Yao Lao grabbed the pale-faced Medusa, and it was all due to surprise that he could solve it so quickly this time. Medusa felt the opponent's suddenly much stronger aura. Even if she was the peak fighting emperor, she felt completely suppressed.
Dozone.
How could this person be Dozone? She hadn't expected it at all, otherwise it would be impossible to get so phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoning to him.
It doesn't look like it will go well.
Xiao Ding glanced at the 3 elders who came from the snake-human race. Although he was a little embarrassed under the attack of the strange fire, he did not lose his fighting power.
There are too many of them, and it seems that they have to take Medusa as a hostage again, making me look like a robber.
Xiao Ding muttered, helplessly grabbed Medusa, and flew towards the temple in the city.
Release Her Majesty the Queen.
The second elder of the snake-human race yelled, but this person didn't pay attention at all. He must have gone to find the strange fire, chase after him.
The 3 major fighting emperors flew out as after-images, leaving everyone at a loss.
They seem to be crowded, but they don't know what to do at the moment.
Queen Medusa was captured by this mysterious man. Could it be that they attacked the queen together?
In the snake-human temple, the strange fire is like a bright light in the dark night, guiding Yao Lao to come. Passing through a palace, in the depths of the temple, Xiao Ding saw Qinglian's inner fire again. In the white mist, the blazing blue flame was trapped by a pool of icy cold springs, as if alive, changing into a lotus shape for a while, and a small snake for a while. A transparent energy shield trapped it, making it impossible to rush out. Xiao Ding put Medusa down, and joked, "You haven't used it to evolve for so long, it seems that you don't have enough confidence. If it were you, would you dare to set yourself on fire?" Medusa asked back, as expected of a queen. After the shock just now, she calmed down so quickly. "Well, I'm unlikely to do such a thing, it's a complete gamble." Xiao Ding nodded, and said with a little regret, "Now you know that I am not joking with you.
I am really a pharmacist."
Alas, there is a lack of trust between us after all, and it is impossible to trade again.
I underestimated you.
Medusa was not reconciled, and she arranged for the strong men of the clan to gather in the holy city, just to deal with this person with absolute certainty. But this person is Dozone, so strong that no one can help her for a while. Several powerful hometowns are chasing after us.
Medicine old reminder.
Xiao Ding turned around to take precautions. For old women came to kill, and the strength of the leader reached the peak of Dohuang, and the remaining 3 were also middle and high-level Dohuang. They are the last heritage of the snake people. Even Yao Lao had to be careful. He didn't want to fight with these 4 fighting emperors, he said. There are so many of them, I don't have an advantage. It's still the old way, threaten them with Medusa's life. Let's talk about it after taking the strange fire. Xiao Ding was about to speak. Yao Lao exclaimed, "Not good." There was the sound of clothes being torn apart behind him, followed by a sudden burst of ferocity. When Xiao Ding turned his head, Medusa had long since disappeared, and a huge purple long snake rushed towards Qinglian's heartfire.
Is it difficult for her?
Xiao Ding's face changed drastically, and he scolded, "Woman, are you courting death?"
Click.
The shield that trapped the strange fire was broken, and the cyan flame surged, engulfing the purple snake in an instant. This woman is so crazy that she evolved with a different fire at this time. P.S. There are 4 elders of the snake people who are fighting emperors, which comes from chapter 747 of the original book 4 Elders.
Original description: compared to Jia Xingtian and Hai Buodong, these 4 auras are stronger than them.
Of course, these 4 people have not broken through to Dozone, but are at the peak level of Do Wang. As for why in the original book, when Yun Yun and Guilai snake race wanted Qinglian's heartfire, the 4 elders didn't make a move. It may be a bug,
or you can make up your own mind to find the reason. For example, they don't think it is a genocide crisis, there is no need to take action, or they don't agree with Medusa's adventure.
He didn't expect that Medusa would cast a secret technique and transform into a snake body to get rid of Yao Lao's control, and directly rush into the strange fire.
It was too late for Yao Lao to keep him.
A circle of purple energy diffused and turned into an enchantment to stop them.
As soon as the cyan flame erupted, a shrill scream emerged from Zisha's mouth.
Xiao Ding's scalp tingles when he heard the pain of burning his body. He admired this woman for the first time. How ruthless it is to dare to do such a thing.
Her Majesty the Queen. The four elders stopped anxiously, but they couldn't do anything.
Xiao Ding sighed, "Why is that so? I have no intention of killing you."
Medusa has no energy to reply.
She struggled in the strange fire, wanting to die in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme again. Her body was split open in the flames, dripping with blood, and soon turned into scorched black, and even the snake scales were shattered. In front of this kind of flame that is so masculine and powerful, even though she is the pinnacle fighting emperor, her physical body is extremely fragile, being burned at a speed visible to the naked eye, and rapidly shrinking.
Yao Lao, help her, or she will really be wiped out. Xiao Ding couldn't bear it.
What do you care about her?
Is it possible that your kid still likes her? Yao Lao joked.
I don't know, maybe I admire her courage to fight. Besides, if she really dies, these four fighting emperors have no scruples, and they will definitely go crazy. Xiao Ding smiled wryly. If he was only greedy for Medusa's beauty before, now he admires her inner quality.
It makes sense.
The four fighting emperors and a group of fighting kings went crazy, which is indeed a bit scary. Yao Lao agreed, however, the old man can at most control the intensity of this strange fire, and I'm afraid I can't do much else. You can treat her as a special medicinal material to refine medicine, and add more energy. I think it is feasible.
Xiao Ding offered advice. Hey, interesting, why didn't the old man think of it before? The top pills have spiritual wisdom, why can't the old man refine spiritual things?
Yao Lao got excited, controlled Xiao Ding's body to take a step, and the bone spirit easily burned the barrier with cold fire, and came to the blue flame.
Damn, what else are you going to do? The great elder of the snake race was furious.
If you don't want her to die, just shut up. Xiao Ding snorted coldly, go and get the top tonic and healing medicine in your clan, I will help you save her. Looking at Medusa who was losing consciousness, Xiao Ding muttered, crazy woman, I don't take your strange fire for nothing, just help me. Yao Lao had already acted, and the cold fire of the bone spirit gushed out, directly suppressing Qinglian's heart fire, controlling it, and following him to mobilize. Then he took out the most precious medicinal material on his body, refined it into a liquid medicine, and threw it directly on Medusa's bruised body. Medusa, who was about to lose consciousness, was like nectar after a long drought. Her withered body greedily absorbed the power of the medicine. She opened her eyes and took a hard look at Xiao Ding.
This person is actually helping her. What are you looking at?
Absorb the power of the medicine quickly, otherwise you will be injured and forcefully break free from my blockade, and your condition will not be good. If you don't rely on external assistance, you will definitely be a moth to the flame, and you will die. Xiao Ding snorted, cursing, what the hell, I don't have the idea of forcing you to jump into flames at all.
If it spreads in the future, won't it make people think that I, a big man, actually forced you, a woman, to death?
The four elders saw that Her Majesty seemed to have really benefited, and looked at each other for a while, wondering whether they should stop this person. What are you doing in a daze? I don't have any medicinal ingredients, why don't you go get them quickly? Do you think I can replenish enough medicinal power for such a big snake with my meager wealth? Xiao Ding turned his head and shouted, to be honest, he was really depressed, who would want to snatch Qinglian's heart fire and force Medusa to jump into flames? The great elder of the snake human clan frowned, and gritted his teeth when he saw Her Majesty the Queen dying. Get the medicine quickly. Now they really have no choice but to act like a living horse doctor to fight for this chance of life. They first took out the precious medicinal materials on their bodies, and let Xiao Ding choose, and then went to search the inventory. A large number of precious medicinal materials are accumulated, making the hall full of medicinal fragrance. Human, if Her Majesty the Queen dies, we will kill you. The great elder of the snake human race said in a deep voice. Shut up and disturb me, maybe your queen will die soon. Xiao Ding reprimanded him. He was in charge of speaking, and Yao Lao was in charge of saving people, but in fact it was not affected. The great elder of the snake human tribe was furious, but he glanced at the queen whose snake body had shrunk again, and could only hold back his anger without saying anything. The top medicinal materials were refined by old medicine, turned into pure liquid and injected into Medusa's body, which made the fragile body finally rejuvenate. In addition, Yao Lao controlled the power of Qinglian's heart fire, which greatly reduced the burning power. Although the evolution is still going on, it is not as intense as before.
Open your mouth and eat this ball.
Xiao Ding saw that there was already a lot of liquid medicine given outside the body, so he asked Medusa to swallow some. In his opinion, the effect of swallowing it should be better.
Medusa looked at Xiao Ding with a complicated expression. "Why hesitate, you crazy woman?"
Xiao Ding said unhappily. The latter looked aggrieved, and now her muscles and bones were burned, and she couldn't open her mouth at all.
"Yao Lao, it seems that we have to break up." Xiao Ding noticed.
The old man knows. A wave of soul power fell, helping Medusa to open her mouth, and the inside was completely black, showing the horror of the strange fire.
Whizzing!
A large mass of pure healing medicinal liquid was injected and spread rapidly, allowing Medusa's collapsed internal organs to gain energy and strength to continue. As time went by, all the available medicinal materials were melted into Medusa's body, but it still couldn't prevent her body from being burned. All kinds of medicinal liquids can only help Medusa persist for a while, but cannot change the result of the destruction of its body by the strange fire. Evolution continues, and Medusa's body shrinks to a certain extent, directly turning into an empty shell. The flesh and blood inside was burned, and only a tenacious vitality persisted.
This old man can only do this.
Whether she can survive or not depends on herself.
Yao Lao stopped.
Xiao Ding watched quietly, and muttered, "At first I wanted you to be my wife, but it turned out to be so crazy, I was a little scared, brush." The elders on one side looked over and were very angry.
This human actually misses their queen? What are you looking at? How can you old women understand my mood?
Xiao Ding curled his lips, and with one sentence, the faces of the four great fighting emperors turned ashen, offending all of them. At this time, the life force in the snake's body suddenly became much stronger, and then the snake's body split apart with a crackling sound. In the cracks, brilliant colorful rays of light suddenly bloomed, like divine light, gorgeous and beautiful. Xiao Ding's heart sank as a terrifying aura resembling a prehistoric giant beast came out, as if he had come to the wild period.
Puff!
Under the powerful force, the entire body of the snake tens of meters was shattered into pieces, forming black flying ash and flying all over the sky.
What a strong breath!
Yao Lao's tone was dignified, and he released the bone spirit's cold fire to protect Xiao Ding, guarding against the colored light. The four elders were short of breath and their eyes glowed.
Did you make it?
They were extremely excited, and the things that existed in the legends of the clan seemed to have really come true. The glory of the snake Terran is imminent. At this time, the figure of Medusa suddenly appeared, flying towards Xiao Ding with an angry face. It's just that if you look carefully, her figure is transparent, and only a breathtaking face can be seen clearly. Sure enough, in the middle of the journey, the colorful rays of light collapsed, and she turned into a colorful snake, bumping into Xiao Ding's arms with a dazed expression. Xiao Ding was stunned. "Old Yao, you just forged a snake."
"It's really done?"
Yao Lao was quite pleasantly surprised. It seems that refining creatures is not impossible. You are only helping her evolve, which is very different from refining pills. Xiao Ding curled his lips, looking at the dazed little snake in his arms. It was hard to compare with the figure exuding a vast and terrifying aura just now. The little snake at this moment is delicate, with fine and colorful scales all over its body, and its lavender pupils. It looks noble and elegant.
This is one of the few places that is similar to Medusa. Its body still has a faint medicinal fragrance. When you pinch it, it feels cool and elastic.
The colorful little snake was not afraid of strangers at all, looked at Xiao Ding with innocent eyes, tilted his head, and looked at this person. Be careful, this is not an ordinary snake. If the old man's guess is correct, this snake has 7 colors and purple pupils. It should be an ancient giant snake, the colorful sky-swallowing python. Yao Lao praised, I have to admire the madness of this Medusa, who actually stimulated the evolution of her own soul with the power of different fires, and evolved from the original Zeoflame snake to its ancestor, the colorful heaven-swallowing python.
7-colored sky-swallowing python.
Xiao Ding murmured, his expression was a bit complicated, he did not expect Medusa to succeed in this situation. This is several years faster than the normal state, but without him asking Yao Lao to help, it may be difficult for the injured Medusa to succeed this time.
It seems that I have changed a lot of things.
Yao Laodang Xiao Ding murmured that he didn't know about the 7-colored heaven-swallowing python, so he opened his mouth to explain.
This is a kind of magical beast that was extremely powerful in ancient times.
When it grows up, its power is as high as the heavens, comparable to a fighting saint. Even if this old man encounters it in his prime, he probably only needs one bite. A scene of a giant snake eating people couldn't help but appear in Xiao Ding's mind. Looking at the harmless colorful little snake, the corner of his mouth twitched. When you say that, she won't be cute immediately.
I don't know if she will eat or not, but I think she will be happy to eat you.
Yao Lao joked. Whatever, let's raise it first, and we'll talk about it later when Medusa recovers. Xiao Ding waved his hand at the remaining medicinal liquid, condensed it, and handed it to the little snake. The latter's eyes lit up, he opened his small mouth to swallow a few mouthfuls, and then stuck out his tongue happily. Xiao Ding stuffed her into his clothes, ready to raise her directly as a thug.
A Dozone level master still temporarily loses his memory, wouldn't it be a waste not to take it with him?
Okay, this Medusa is forced to evolve, there should be something wrong with her soul, and her memory is lost.
Now she is just like a newborn, easy to feed.
Yao Lao didn't object, his strength recovered pretty well now. Even if Medusa recovered and had the strength of Dozone, he wouldn't be afraid. Moreover, Medusa can't be left now, otherwise the 4 elders have no worries and will do it directly.
Don't tease the snake, get the origin of the strange fire quickly.
The old medicine urged.
Brush, 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 brush. 4 figures surrounded Xiao Ding with dangerous breath. Let go of Her Majesty the Queen.
The great elder of the snake-human race said in a deep voice, she was anxious, why does Her Majesty seem to have lost her memory and doesn't know them at all?
Hey, you don't thank me for helping your queen evolve successfully, but you still want to beat people, is there any reason?
Xiao Ding looked aggrieved.
The second elder of the snake-human tribe was very angry, you are the one who forced the queen to jump into flames. Don't talk nonsense, when did I force her? Xiao Ding was in a hurry. He didn't want to admit this kind of thing. Don't talk about it, you have seen it too, Medusa is willing to follow me.
The third elder sneered, you were the one who forcibly stuffed the queen who lost her memory into her clothes.
This is an insult to the queen. Are you blind?
You couldn't see that she flirted with me at the beginning.
She must have wanted to follow me. This pharmacist is very popular.
Xiao Ding said shamelessly, get out of the way, according to the agreement, I will help her evolve successfully, and the strange fire will belong to me.
The 4 great fighting emperors didn't move, they didn't recognize this kind of thing at all.
Xiao Ding grabbed the little snake that came out of his collar, get out of the way, or will it be crushed to death? The faces of the fighting emperors changed. Even if the queen evolves, she is at most at the same level as this person. In this state, she may indeed be crushed to death.
Don't hurt Her Majesty, everything is easy to talk about.
The great elder took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme in retreating.
I just saved her, and you guys wanted to beat me up before.
It's your fault that the good deal turned out like this.
I think you snake people are really hard to communicate with. Xiao Ding looked unhappy.
Along the way, he first met Yume, and later met Medusa in a similar situation.
These snake people probably have the same thoughts.
While muttering, he came to the front of the strange fire. At this moment, Qinglian's heart fire has been consumed by this period of time, and by the evolution of Medusa, it is much weaker than before. Xiao Ding was not in a hurry to get the fire, but let the system's devouring power activate. A large piece of strange fire flew towards him, and then disappeared. This frightened the 4 elders who were very upset with him, and they were all dumbfounded.
He actually devoured the strange fire directly. Are you still human?
Just now, Her Majesty the Queen was almost burned to death by this strange fire. The white flame on his body also seems to be a kind of strange fire.
Perhaps you can do this kind of thing if you have a different fire. The four elders discussed with even more apprehension.
Possessing a different fire and being able to directly devour the power of the different fire, this person is really terrifying. Xiao Ding took out a rosette, and without him doing anything, the strange fire automatically entered it and became stable. But he gave a smirk, and sat cross-legged on the spot, ready to smother the strange fire until only the fire was left, and then swallowed it in one gulp.
Yao Lao noticed his plan and said speechlessly, "Could it be possible that you want to gather wool here? This is the territory of the snake human race.
I have my own plan, just to work hard for you to grow old."
Xiao Ding smirked. "Aren't you going to betray me again?" Yao Lao was very vigilant. "When did I sell you?"
"I just asked you to help refine some elixirs to raise the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python, and to stop the mouths of these elders by the way."
Xiao Ding said, looking at the four elders, "I don't intend to be your enemy, it's you who have been preparing to do something to me, think about it, don't you?" "What do you mean?" The elder frowned.
"Naturally, we phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in peace. I will devour the strange fire here next.
You go to collect medicinal materials.
I refine them for your queen to eat.
I can also refine the pills you need for you. Those under the 7th rank, any pill is fine, as long as you can get the ingredients, how about it?"
Xiao Ding did not joke this time, but spoke seriously. In his mind, peace is the most important thing. Now, with the help of Medusa, he can mobilize the entire snake-human race to collect medicinal materials for him and eliminate the hostility of the snake-human race. The benefits are very great.
"Are you so good?" The great elder frowned, quite suspicious.
"If you don't want to, I can leave now with the strange fire."
Xiao Ding said coldly. "No, we agree."
The great elder didn't want Her Majesty the Queen to be taken by this person, who knows what would happen.
"Let this person stay here first, and they can ensure that the Queen can get enough benefits.
Maybe when the Queen regains her memory, she will be able to get rid of this man's threat." For a while, both sides had their own thoughts.
Xiao Ding wanted to grab the wool of the entire snake-human race. The elders of the snake people want to make a comeback. "Hit it off. Then get out of here, and don't bother me without my permission."
Xiao Ding waved his hands, as if he had become the owner of this place. The four elders wanted to hit someone when they heard it. This guy really thinks this is his home, this is the Queen's place.
This person is so righteous in occupying the magpie's nest, it's really annoying. What, is there something else?
Xiao Ding squinted his eyes, looking as if he didn't want to be beaten. He just likes the way others are angry but can't help him.
Several people were angry but could not speak out. One of the elders could only say, "Can you help us refine medicine for free?" "Why is it free?"
Xiao Ding asked bluntly. "Take things in exchange for the opportunity to refine medicine according to the normal situation. Don't be greedy, it is your luck that you can come into contact with a senior medicine refiner like me." A few people were silent, thinking it was reasonable. After all, even if this person is a pharmacist in their own clan, it is impossible to refine it in vain. "Then let's go first, and please take good care of our queen." The four elders left and began to collect medicinal materials.
"You kid is pretending to be a tiger, and you are fooling others." Yao Lao was speechless. "I'm not fooling around, isn't this really able to refine medicine for them? And it's mutual benefit, everyone can get benefits." Xiao Ding spoke uprightly, without embarrassment at all. "You are really brave. You have made the Queen like this, and you are going to stay here to collect wool." Yao Lao also admired this kid's mentality.
This is the entire snake-human race, but in the end they still dared to fool others.
"I didn't. I was forced to do so. I am innocent."
Xiao Ding hummed, "I have devoured the power of the strange fire, this time I will break through to Douling in one go." He closed his eyes and began to absorb the strange fire with all his strength. This time the strange fire is not in the magma, Xiao Ding can absorb it all the time, no need to rely on Yao Lao, which is much more convenient. The colorful little snake poked its head out from his chest, and carefully sucked in a bit of strange fire, showing satisfaction, and continued to rest in his arms. The next day, the great elder of the snake people brought some top medicinal materials. Most of the medicinal materials this time are of the type that strengthens the foundation and cultivates the essence, and is specially prepared for the newborn queen. Please refine it in front of the old man and feed it to Her Majesty the Queen. The great elder of the snake human race was a little more polite. This time, she asked for something from others, and her attitude improved a lot. Xiao Ding stopped and said to Yao Lao, "There are quite a lot of medicinal materials, the little guy will definitely not be able to finish them. In order not to support her, let me secretly detain some." "You are really shameless." Yao Lao joked, "It's still so justifiable to withhold medicinal materials. There should be a handling fee." Xiao Ding took it for granted, and directly said to the elder of the snake human race, "I don't make medicine for nothing, I take half of her medicinal materials as a reward. As for you, I will bring 3 times the medicinal materials and give you a share of the elixir." The great elder of the snake race compared the remuneration of other alchemists, and it was already very affordable. After all, there is a failure rate in refining medicine, and it is very rare to get 3 ingredients for one finished product. Moreover, rather than letting this person be secretly detained, it is better to deal openly and aboveboard. She nodded, "Yes. It's too cheap for you, I'd become a cheap labor force." Old Yao complained. "For cooperation, you have to show some sincerity." Xiao Ding stretched out his hand to grab the little snake out, and said with a smile, "Breakfast." The little snake seemed to understand, and happily rubbed her head against Xiao Ding, very affectionately. This made the great elder of the snake human race look sour. Why did Her Majesty the Queen get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to this human race? Was it because of the strange fire, or was she too innocent to be deceived by the liquid medicine given by this person? Yao Lao is worthy of being a master of refining medicine. Based on the medicinal materials taken by the elder of the snake human race, he easily mixed a medicinal solution that strengthens the foundation and nourishes the essence, which made the little snake eat very happily and became closer to Xiao Ding. "Your elixir is refined every half a month, so prepare it in advance." Xiao Ding sent the elder of the snake human race away, and immediately took a spoonful of the medicinal solution for Medusa. Soon he was red all over and his head was smoking. "Fuck, the medicine is so powerful?" Xiao Ding turned pale with shock. Yao Lao said quietly, "This is for monsters to eat. You didn't explode on the spot, it was all because you practiced the golden body technique, but you can take 2 more bites to ensure that your meridians will be blown up." "Ahem, I will eat less next time." Embarrassed, Xiao Ding hurriedly took off his clothes, took out a red body quenching liquid and smeared it on his body. Start practicing the golden body technique. This fighting skill relatively consumes the essence of the body, and quickly absorbs a lot of the surging medicinal power in the body. He immediately found that his meridians were widened and toughened with the help of this medicine. Good stuff. He sincerely admired it. Many of the medicinal materials are materials for refining 6th rank pills, and one of the snake fruit's potency even reaches 7th rank. Even if there is no pill, it is enough to reach 6th rank. Yao Lao said indifferently, "You are shameless, you have really obtained high-grade medicinal materials, otherwise, according to the normal situation, even in the Misty Cloud sect, you would not be able to come into contact with so many high-grade medicinal materials. So what I did was right? Although it's a bit shameless, I got real benefits." Xiao Ding chuckled. At this time, the little snake ate too much medicinal liquid for strengthening the foundation in Peiyuan, her belly was distended, she yawned, and obediently crawled back to Xiao Ding's chest and went to sleep. "This guy really thinks of me as her snake den?" Xiao Ding muttered. "It's probably because you have Qinglian's heart fire, she was also born in this fire, and she will get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to you subconsciously." Yao Lao guessed, however, if that woman wakes up, she will probably directly break your ribs. "Don't tell horror stories, okay?" Xiao Ding felt chills down his spine. It seems that the physical body must be raised to the silver body level as soon as possible, preferably a golden body. Even if your golden body technique is perfect, you are at most similar to a Dohuan level monster, and you still can't beat her. Yao Lao smirked. then I will also improve my cultivation base. As long as I have the cultivation base of Do Huan, I will be worthy of her. He snorted, stopped chatting with Yao Lao, continued to use the power of different fires to improve his fighting spirit, and worked hard to practice the golden body technique. This time, the different fires were free to pick up his wool, and every day there was a high-grade medicinal solution to strengthen his foundation and cultivate his strength, and promote his golden body skills. His cultivation has improved rapidly, and his physical body has been continuously strengthened. In just 3 days, he was promoted by 1 star. A week later, Xiao Ding became a 5-star fighter. Breakthrough 6 stars in half a month, and reached the peak of 9-star fighter 3 months later. At the same time, the golden body technique finally broke through, reaching the silver body level. The skin turned silvery white, and the physical body was comparable to a spirit fighting monster. In the temple, the heart fire of Qinglian in the lotus seat was squeezed by Xiao Ding until there was only a wisp of blue flame left. Originally, he directly took the fire to devour it, so he probably raised his cultivation level by 1 or 2 stars. As a result, he took this strange fire as a fat sheep and kept devouring its strength. The strange fire recovered a bit, and he swallowed more, and finally the strange fire couldn't hold it anymore and was about to collapse. This should be the tinder, right? It's indeed a tinder. The old man feels sorry for it. It's sucked like this by you. Yao Lao's tone was pitiful. In the past 3 months, he saw with his own eyes that Qinglian's heart fire was desperately absorbing the heaven and earth to restore its strength, but it was completely unable to stop Xiao Ding from devouring it, and finally became like this. After a few more days of absorption, the fire is probably gone. It's rubbish, I can't handle it before I become a doling. Xiao Ding cursed. Who can stand you sucking like this? Yao Lao is not in a good mood. It seems that this strange fire consumed too much power before, and now I want to recover. I don't know how long it will take. Xiao Ding shook his head, looking at the trembling tinder. Let me give you a good time. He reckoned, with the last remaining power of the fire seed, after devouring it, it should be able to help him break through to fighting spirit. You want to devour the fire directly? Yao Lao heard that Xiao Ding didn't want to continue to fatten up the lean sheep and then gather the wool. Well, when it returns to its full glory, it may not be possible in a few years. At that time, I don't think I will need it. It's better to swallow it directly, so that the strange fire in my body can change from a rootless fire to an active fire. Xiao Ding nodded, grabbed the tinder and swallowed it in 1 gulp. He didn't let the system swallow him this time. This is the fire seed, the source of the strange fire. If most of it is divided by the system, it will be a bit of a loss. Just swallow it directly, and don't let the middleman make the difference. You boy, no matter how weak the fire is, it's still fire. How dare you swallow it without assistance? Yao Lao was startled. You'd better not let the old man help you. It should be possible. My grudge and physical body are relatively strong. The power of the fire seed has been sucked dry by me, and I can't turn the big waves. Xiao Ding said confidently. Next moment. Damn it, it hurts so much, I was careless. Xiao Ding cursed, his face changed, a little distorted. Blue flames erupted all over his body, and he was sweating profusely. At this moment, his body was in chaos. He was still sluggish just now, a kind of fire that could be extinguished at any time. Once it entered the body, it became vigorous like chicken blood. The most important thing is that this kind of fire actually seized the ordinary fire that he had already refined to strengthen himself, and messed up his body. These strange fires that do not belong to him are destroying his meridians. If most of the power is not his, protecting the meridians, he is already injured at this moment. However, the strength of the 2 sides confronted in the body, and the heat and aftermath emitted made his flesh and veins swell with pain. Xiao Ding felt like he had put a mouse in his body, and he couldn't control it. He mobilized the power of other fighting crystals, and it turned out that would attribute in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme attribute vindictiveness were also good things for fire seeds, and they could not form much suppression, but benefited fire seeds. Trouble, I can't restrain the fire with the power of other attributes. Xiao Ding's face was ugly. He knew that the 4th attribute would not choose thunder, but choose water or ice. Now it is estimated that he can directly suppress this kind of fire. You have underestimated the fire seed's ability to assimilate its own original fire. Compared with you, the ordinary fire seed must like this fire seed more. Yao Lao saw the key to Xiao Ding's problem, which was the ordinary strange fire refined by Xiao Ding. These different fires were originally condensed from fire seeds. Although they were devoured and refined by Xiao Ding, they are fully capable of snatching them back. He asked, "Do you want to help?" When I refined medicine for the snake-human race, I left an elixir to protect the meridians.
A real man, I can bear it. No. I think I can eat it.
Xiao Ding originally planned to let the system forcibly swallow the strange fire snatched by the fire seed and weaken it, but he realized that this power is his own. The strange fire he refined was snatched by the fire, and then swallowed by the system and redistributed again. Wouldn't it be a loss for him? Even if he is now a 9-star great fighter, his system level has reached level 37, and he can get 37% of the power. He is still at a huge loss. Once this is done, the plan to break through by swallowing the fire is probably ruined. Yao Lao threw out a bloody pill. This is the blood snake pill. Its effect is similar to that of the blood lotus pill that assists in devouring different fires. It contains snake fruit and ice spirit frost, which is enough to protect your meridians for a while. Xiao Ding was not in the mood to listen to the introduction, and swallowed the pill in one gulp. Immediately, his whole body became cold, and it passed from his throat, and the incomparably cold power enveloped his body, like blood snakes melting into the flesh and bones of the meridians. Xiao Ding's hot sweat was frozen into frost. It was like falling into an ice cave, experiencing the feeling of ice and fire.
Your medicine is a bit strong.
Xiao Ding's breathing was bursts of cold air.
Can the 6th grade elixir not be fierce?
This is originally used by an elder of the snake-human clan to help the younger generation break through. Yao Lao saw that the restlessness of the fire in Xiao Ding's body was suppressed. There should be no problem.
It is good.
Xiao Ding's mind returned to his body, and the and cold power of the elixir replaced the fire that suppressed restlessness.
Xiao Ding could mobilize all his strength to refine it.
Although Tinder robbed him of some strange fires, he was deprived of too much energy before and was still very weak. Xiao Ding rotated the Fenju, enveloped the fire, and continuously assimilated it with his own power. Refining the fire is to assimilate all the fire into his power and control it. Xiao Ding's will invaded the fire seed along with the fighting energy of the fire attribute. This is a special energy like magma, condensed to a very terrifying level. As his power invaded, the will of the fire itself was expelled, and gradually lost its resistance, and then it was controlled to run slowly in the body. As it runs for a while, the fire will be transformed into more points, just like a wild horse being continuously tamed, acting according to his will. The cyan fire became docile, turned into a ball of magma, circulated through the meridians, and finally flowed into the dantian, where it merged with the dojing of fire. With the incorporation of this pure energy, the original diamond-shaped bucket crystal radiates brightly, like a burning sun.
Hum.
The dojing vibrated, as if it was alive. Long thorns suddenly appeared on the surface, and soon turned into a unique state similar to a sea urchin. After the transformation, Dojing became more and more agile, beating like a heart, and it was consistent with Xiao Ding's heartbeat, and a powerful energy surpassing Dodosher was released with the beating.
Boom!
The powerful Doqi erupted, causing Xiao Ding's hair to fly, and at the same time, there was a turbulent blue flame, which instantly enveloped the entire palace. Hiss! A small white snake was blown out, sticking out its tongue depressedly, not understanding how it could be ejected out of a sound sleep. Its crystal-clear purple eyes looked at Xiao Ding, and found that this person was covered in blood red with ice crystals. At this moment, under a blue flame, the ice crystals melted, forming a bloody energy, which quickly disappeared. After Xiao Ding's breakthrough, the new Dojing formed a powerful devouring force, which happened to devour the undigested blood snake pill's medicinal power and turned it into a strength to strengthen itself. Half a day later, Xiao Ding opened his eyes, blue flames danced in his eyes, and he smiled. Although there are some twists and turns, I have finally broken through to Doling. In a year and a half, from the Dosher breakthrough to the Doling, your speed is a bit abnormal.
Yao Lao couldn't help feeling. Are you still a few months away from being 15 years old?
It's 3 months away. Xiao Ding clenched his fist, and the cyan flame was released, rolling nimbly in his hand, forming a flaming sword.
Turning fighting spirit into soldiers is the symbol of fighting spirit.
He looked forward to it, strive to reach the level of Doang at the age of 16.
This should be very powerful in the Duki continent, right? As far as I know, few can do it.
Most of the geniuses of the top forces were 17 or 18 years old when they became Doang, unless some ancient races rely on the power of blood to do it earlier.
Yao Lao said with a smile, "You are considered a genius with a special bloodline.
In the future, you will have the opportunity to compete with the arrogance of those ancient races."
Necessary.
Xiaoding smiled confidently, but seeing the colorful little snake floating in the air, sticking out its tongue at him wrongly, the smile couldn't help but restrain itself. Before he has the strength to suppress this woman, he still can't get too complacent.
Kair, come here. Xiaoding waved. This is the name he gave Medusa. Brush.
The little snake appeared in his hand like teleportation. The speed was terribly fast. Even if Xiaoding broke through, he could barely see the afterimage. I pinched my body and stroked the little snake's head.
The little snake enjoyed it very much and flicked its tail happily. Xiaoding said, "We have to leave next, it's more fun to go out, do you want to go?"
The little snake nodded, looking very yearning, but in fact, it has almost seen the surrounding area during this time.
Then let's go.
Xiaoding put away the lotus seat and chose to leave directly. He has been away for 5 months, he has to go back quickly and bring Qinger to the heavenly snake mansion.
The little snake slipped into Xiaoding's arms without any intention of remembering it.
As soon as Xiaoding left the temple, the 4 elders of the snake-human race came over.
"Where are you going?" The great elder of the snake people was very nervous. "Take your queen out for a walk and see the colorful world." Xiaoding replied calmly.
"No, the queen cannot leave here." The elder refused. "She was willing to follow me, I didn't force it." Xiaoding said proudly. "Humph, the queen is in a special state and still can't tell right from wrong. We are her people and have the right to decide whether she will stay or not."
The great elder of the snake people retorted. "I'm leaving today? Do you think you can stop me?"
Xiaoding's eyes were slightly cold, and white flames emerged from his body. The 4 looked at each other, knowing that there was really no way to stop a Dozong from leaving.
"Please let me ask for Medusa's opinion."
The elder was not reconciled, and wanted to try to wake up the queen's memory one last time.
"Kair, come out and tell them if you want to leave." Xiaoding patted his chest.
The little snake poked its head out and nodded to the 4 elders, expressing that it wanted to leave. "Your Majesty, the people outside are sinister, and you will suffer if you go out like this." The great elder spoke earnestly, "Stay here, and the 4 elders will serve you well." The little snake shook his head, then got into Xiaoding's arms. "Her meaning is obvious, don't worry, follow me, she will still be able to eat and drink spicy food." After Xiaoding finished speaking, he disappeared in place.
The 4 elders smiled wryly.
This is the sorrow of not being guarded by Dozong, and no one can stay. Yao Lao took Xiaoding to leave the holy city, and left him in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme.
Fly a little longer. Xiaoding hasn't had enough yet. The old man is not a bodyguard, so I will take you with me on my way? Go by myself. Yao Lao was not interested at all. Soon I'll be able to fly too.
Xiaoding twitched his lips, and hurried on his way with the afterimage of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind/phoneme blowing. After running for a while, he stopped suddenly and moved forward at a normal pace. He released his grudge, and it kept changing in the palm of his hand. I feel that after becoming a Doling, my battle chi is more handy, like a part of my body, like an arm. Xiaoding was very interested in trying to change in a new realm. The biggest change in the spirit fighting realm lies in one's spirituality, so you can change your fighting spirit into more things, no longer limited to simple armor. Yao Lao introduced, just like the snake-human fighting spirits you encountered used snake-shaped energy attacks, you can also do it. Not only snake-shaped, but also condensing weapons such as swords is easy. Xiaoding pulled his hands together, his grudge was like dough, and under his thoughts, it quickly condensed into a blue flaming long sword. The sword looks a bit deformed and not sharp, like a defective product. After all, it was the first time to condense. Xiaoding didn't have much experience yet, it would be good to have a sword shape. He waved the flaming long sword at the sand dune was cut open, and the sand in the central area was actually melted. What a powerful force! Xiaoding was surprised, the strength of this fighting spirit was much stronger than that of Didosher. If he hadn't possessed integrated battle chi, let alone a peak fighting spirit like Yumei, even a low-level fighting spirit wouldn't be able to win. The most important thing is to refine the fire seed this time. His fire fighting crystal has turned into a special fire seed, which can continuously generate new strange fires, so there is no need to worry that the strange fires will be exhausted in the future. With the strength of your battle chi, you may be able to condense the wings of your battle chi and fly in Douling. Yao Lao suddenly said that if he was another person, even the peak Douling would not say that, but Xiaoding's situation is special, maybe he can really fly in the sky with the wings of Douchi in the Douling realm. You can try it, but I have just broken through the realm now, and the fusion of power still needs to be repolished. I guess I will have to wait for a while before trying it. Xiaoding's eyes brightened slightly, then he shook his head. Now the wood attribute in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme attribute fighting crystals have not been improved, and the firefighting crystal broke through and destroyed the original balance, so it needs to be readjusted. Even though he said so, he immediately gathered a pair of rough flame wings behind his back, except for a gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme. When he waved it, he couldn't fly for a while. Xiaoding could only disperse, muttering, for the time being, I can't condense the wings of battle energy to fly, then I will gather the horse of battle energy. Why do you want to gather fighting spirit horses? Yao Lao heard it strange. Wouldn't you turn your fighting spirit into a horse and go forward on horseback? Isn't it also a means of travel? Xiaoding took it for granted, but the problem is that you can't run as fast as your 2 feet, right? Yao Lao doubts that this is doing useless work. Who said that horses can run fast, not necessarily slower than birds? You can compare horses in Warcraft with birds, and they will definitely be faster than some birds. Xiaoding retorted, in his opinion, horses must be faster than some birds, but it is inconvenient when crossing terrain. It's up to you. If you can really imitate the horse's movements completely, maybe it will be useful. Yao Lao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This kid couldn't fly with his fighting spirit turned into wings, so he actually wanted to turn his fighting spirit into a horse instead. His idea was weird. Look, one day my vindictive horse will be comparable to a 1,000-mile horse, even a heavenly horse, and even Emperor Do can't catch up with me. Xiaoding hummed, released his grudge, condensed a lump, and then changed into the form of a horse. Half a month later, outside stone phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert / phoneme city, a blue horse galloped fast. The horse was burning with blue flames, and there were traces of thunder and lightning flickering. It was not a living thing, but a result of fighting spirit. At the position of the 4 hooves, there is a cyan whirlwind rotating, making it very fast, with light movements, almost walking on the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme. On the horse's back, the green wood attribute grudge turned into a saddle, and Xiaoding sat on it and galloped forward. Looking at the surrounding phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert / phoneme that was quickly crossed, Xiaoding smiled triumphantly. Ha, what's the matter, Yao Lao? Can I turn my fighting spirit into a horse quickly? That's it. After half a month of groping, it is barely comparable to an ordinary horse. Yao Lao didn't care. But my control over fighting chi has been tempered, and I can continue to improve it in the future. Maybe I can form a new way of using fighting chi and become popular in the fighting chi continent. Xiaoding is very confident. Who would be foolish enough to learn how to turn a horse into fighting spirit with you? Yao Lao sneered, you consume more than 10 times of fighting energy to transform a horse than fighting energy to transform wings. Few people are willing to do so. You don't understand, it's much more domineering to turn into a horse than a bird. Xiaoding shrugged his shoulders, the rest of his fighting spirit collapsed, turned into wisps of fighting energy and was taken back by him, and then strode towards stone phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert / phoneme city. Came to the Ding Tian mercenary group. Xiaoding found a lot of new faces, which means that he has recruited a lot of new people during this period. Captain. When an old man saw Xiaoding, he immediately came over to say hello and salute. Xiaoding nodded and strode in.
Haibuodong rushed out when he heard the news. He said a little excitedly, "My lord, is everything going well? I got what you asked for." Xiao Ding replied lightly, ignored the excited Haibuodong, and quickly walked into the courtyard. "Son!" Xing'er was at the door. When she saw Xiao Ding, she immediately ran over in small steps. Not seen for more than 5 months, Xing'er is wearing a light green long dress, her hair has grown longer, she is much taller, and she is becoming more and more beautiful like a flower, and the greenness between her brows and eyes is full of charm. At this moment, her pretty face is full of happiness, and her light green eyes are full of dependence on Xiao Ding, but she is a little shy and difficult to show it. She could only talk about other things, and exclaimed, "My lord has changed so much." At this moment, Xiao Ding's skin is no longer bronze, but has returned to his original fairness, with a layer of silvery luster. His whole body is full of nobility, he is completely Mr. Pianpian. "Ha, I have made a breakthrough, and Xing'er is not bad. I haven't seen you in a few months, and I have reached the 5th stage of Do Qi. It seems that I have worked hard." Xiao Ding rubbed Xing'er's head affectionately. Hiss! A colorful snake head protruded from his arms, and his lavender eyes looked at Xing'er seriously, with a little hostility. The green snake 3-flower pupil is a special pupil power to control snakes. Although she is a colorful sky-swallowing python, she is not controlled, but she still feels a little uncomfortable instinctively. Snake. Xing'er looked at Medusa in Xiao Ding's arms in surprise. She was instinctively afraid. She was more aware of the fear of this little snake than Xiao Ding. "Don't be afraid, she is a pet I caught along the way, she won't bite anyone." Xiao Ding patted the little snake on the head. "Go back to sleep, don't scare my maid." The little snake glared at Xiao Ding, but didn't do anything, and shrank back obediently. "My lord, let Xing'er take care of you to bathe and change your clothes." Xing'er smiled softly, pulled Xiao Ding into the room, and helped him take off his clothes, revealing his strong muscles and 8-pack abs. With the completion of the silver body, Xiao Ding's skin looks much younger at the moment, just like a little white face, but his appearance suddenly becomes smaller, a proper youth. Under Xing'er's service, Xiao Dingmei took a bath, put on a white robe, and then called Haibuodong over. Haibuodong was surprised for a moment when he saw Xiao Ding's complexion changed a lot, and then he felt Xiao Ding's aura, and his eyes protruded in shock. "My lord, your cultivation level." He acted like a ghost, because Xiao Ding's cultivation had reached Do Ling. When he left at the beginning, the other party was the Great Do Shi. Last time the other party jumped from Do Shi to Do Shi in one breath, he was startled. Reaching Do Ling in a shorter time this time really made him feel like a ghost. He has never seen anyone who can improve so quickly. Xiao Ding twitched his lips. "It's rare to see, it's strange. If you work with me, you have to broaden your horizons. Don't be like a bumpkin. In the center of Duki continent, there are still many geniuses like me." Haibuodong took a deep breath, thought of the existence behind Xiao Ding, smiled wryly and said, "It's because I'm short of knowledge. With the speed of your son, it probably doesn't take much time to become a Do Huang. At least 3 to 5 years. Xiao Ding said lightly, making Haibuodong feel like a waste. He may be able to become a Do Huang before the age of 20, which is twice as fast as him. Stop talking about this, give me the medicinal materials you collected, and we will leave here after the seal is resolved. Xiao Ding asked Haibuodong to come here not only to pretend to be aggressive, but also to be serious. Shocked by Xiao Ding's cultivation speed, Haibuodong's eyes brightened, and he said ecstatically, "Thank you, my lord." He hurriedly took out all the medicinal materials, and then withdrew. "Old Yao, I'm sorry, if you remove his seal, I will have one more Do Huang bodyguard, and you will be able to do less in the future." Xiao Ding smiled. He helped Haibuodong, except for the residual image of Jinglian Yaohua and the information of Qinglian Dixinhuo, he just wanted a Do Huang bodyguard. After all, in this Tagore phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme, no one knew him, and most of the people he faced during this time were snake people. Yao Lao could attack casually, but after returning, Yao Lao had to be more cautious. He didn't forget that his other cheap teacher had contact with the Soul Palace, and he was not afraid of a little guardian, but the Soul Palace and even the Soul race behind him were the real troubles. This old man thinks the same way, and there are a lot of high-level pills refined for you during this period of time. If you want to refine low-level pills, you can solve it yourself. Medicine old reminder. No problem,
I have basically reached the 5th grade alchemist, which is enough to meet most of the needs of alchemy, and you have helped me a lot during this time. It is time to take a break." Xiao Ding nodded. Whether it was the last time he went to the center of the earth to devour the strange fire, or this trip to the snake human tribe, Yao Lao helped him a lot, and he was too embarrassed to ask Yao Lao to do too many things. "Come on, the old man will still need your help in the future." Yao Lao floated out and smiled kindly. If he wants to condense his physical body in the future, he can only rely on this kid. "Oh, don't talk like that, it's strange and unaccustomed." Xiao Ding waved his hand. The relationship between him and Yao Lao is more like friends, and he doesn't like words that are too nasty. He handed over the medicinal materials. "Hurry up and refine it, I want to go home next time." "Do you want to add something?" Yao Lao smirked. "No, I am confident that he will follow me sincerely." Xiao Ding didn't plan to use any means. He was confident that Hai Buodong would be beaten to death soon and he didn't want to leave. "All right." Yao Lao unleashes the cold fire of the bone spirit, and easily refines the medicinal materials into a 6th grade elixir, per dan. With his current strength, he could also refine the 8th grade elixir, but he lacked the medicinal materials. When Yao returned to the ring, Xiao Ding asked Hai Buodong to come over. The latter's expression was faintly anxious, and he looked at Xiao Ding anxiously. "My lord, is everything going well?" "The Po pill has been refined, take it to remove the seal." Xiao Ding flicked his fingers, and a lavender elixir flew out, stopping in front of Hai Buodong out of thin air, spinning around. On this elixir, with miraculous lines, it contains strange energy. "It's done!" Hai Buodong's body couldn't help trembling. He looked excitedly at the per dan in front of him. The seal that had troubled him for many years finally saw the dawn of cracking. "Let's eat here, we have to leave here after the seal is resolved." Xiao Ding waved his hand, and the pear pill landed firmly in Hai Buodong's hands, showing his precise control over Do Qi. "Thank you, sir." Hai Buodong saluted respectfully, then took a deep breath, picked up the pill and ate it in one gulp. Yao Lao made a secret move, and a circle of soul power spread, sealing off the entire hall. The power of Per pill melted in Hai Buodong's body, forming a powerful medicinal force and began to attack the seal. At first it was very calm, and it was actually accumulating strength. Xiao Ding could tell that Hai Buodong's seal was more than 10 times more terrifying than his own. Even with Do Huang's foundation, the complete pear pill would not be able to break it in a short while. After accumulating strength for a quarter of an hour, Hai Buodong's body suddenly erupted with a circle of powerful energy fluctuations, forming ripples and spreading. While his body was shaking violently, blue energy snake patterns appeared on his forehead. These snake patterns covered his body like a net, preventing his fighting spirit from erupting. Hiss! The little snake from Xiao Ding's chest came out again. Its eyes were strange. It felt that the power in this man was very familiar. Xiao Ding, who was watching Hai Buodong breaking through the seal, changed his face slightly. He felt that the little snake's soul was fluctuating at this moment. Not good. He thought of something, disappeared into the house in a flash, and then ran to the phoneme alphabet equals IPA/PH equals desert/phoneme. On the way, the little snake flew up and looked at Xiao Ding coldly. "I didn't expect a seal to wake you up." Xiao Ding stopped, and could tell that it was Medusa's eyes, not the soul of the newly born colorful sky-swallowing python. "You saved Hai Buodong and adopted me as a pet, aren't you proud?" A woman's voice that was full of chills but sounded extraordinarily seductive sounded out of thin air. "A little bit. Why, you are not convinced? Come and hit me." Xiao Ding raised his head, looking provocative. The little snake's eyes glowed with cold light, and the colorful light burst out from its body, faintly turning into a human form. "What do you provoke her to do?" "Believe it or not, this old man will not help you and make you suffer?" Yao Lao was speechless. "Don't worry, she definitely hasn't recovered much, otherwise she can directly return to her original state, and there is no need to talk to me in a snake body." Xiao Ding is certain that he looks arrogant, and that is also based on his arrogance, rather than being provocative out of nowhere. Sure enough, Medusa's strength exploded a little, and her strength began to be a little unstable. However, Xiao Ding still faintly saw a beautiful and moving face, and a soft, white and sexy body, but it was a bit illusory. "Yao Lao, don't look at evil." He pressed the ring tightly to prevent Yao Lao from looking at it.
Asshole, the old man is not interested in women. Yao Lao really wanted to come out and beat someone up.
Xiaoding smiled at Medusa. You have such a good figure. If you continue to condense your body, I will have a nosebleed. After being told this, Medusa was immediately discouraged when she was annoyed, and her phantom body shattered again. Seeing the unwillingness in Medusa's eyes, Xiaoding thought deeply, it seems that your soul power is really weak. After recovering for more than 3 months, you can't even condense your body. It shows that you were really exhausted back then. Dry, a thread of life. Sooner or later, I will control this body, and you will regret it then. Medusa gritted her teeth. Her condition was really bad. Her soul couldn't take the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead slash phoneme at all. What are you regretting? Do you still want to kill me? Xiaoding asked back. Medusa, ask yourself, have I ever harmed you from the beginning to the end? Have you been the one who made things worse? Medusa's eyes changed slightly, but she, who was naturally noble, was unwilling to admit that it was her fault, and hummed, if you didn't want to snatch the strange fire, I wouldn't fly to the flame at all. Can't you break through without the strange fire? Xiaoding sneered, it's just that you don't have confidence. Deep down in your heart, you regard the evolution of different fires as the only way to break through. I just pushed you to choose this way. It's ridiculous to blame me now. Medusa was silent. She really didn't have the confidence to break through by herself, otherwise she wouldn't rush to find Qinglian's heart fire when she realized that someone might get involved in the strange fire. But she still wouldn't admit her mistake to this person and held her head high. Xiaoding was upset, walked over and pinched her body. Humph, it seems that you don't make mistakes in your understanding, so let me help you ask yourself. When you rushed into the strange fire like committing suicide, who helped you survive in the end? Who is concocting medicine for you these few months to strengthen your origin? Who refined many high-grade pills for your snake-human race? It's the old man. Yao Lao was not happy to hear that. What do you keep interrupting? I'm helping her realize her mistake. Xiaoding secretly replied angrily. Everything can't be for your kid's benefit, you have to tell her in the future that the old man did it. Yao Lao hummed. Medusa was so ashamed and annoyed by Xiaoding. She is not the little guy who is easy to satisfy now, even though she is in a snake body, it is still her body. When was she, the majestic snake-human queen, ever been treated so frivolously by a man? Let go of your dirty hands. She shouted angrily, and a burst of strength broke out, but this time it was weaker than before, and Xiaoding's hand didn't even bounce off. I just want to pinch you. I'm upset that you bite me. Humph, woman who doesn't know how to be grateful, you are still eating and drinking from me. Do you have a conscience? Xiaoding unscrupulously touched Medusa's head directly, ignoring her angry eyes that seemed to be breathing fire. Ah! Medusa yelled angrily a few times, and realized that her soul power was too weak at the moment, and she couldn't exert any power at all, and couldn't get rid of this person's clutches. She didn't explode, she simply retracted her soul and hid. Hiss! The little snake's eyes became innocent, and found that Xiaoding was touching its head, rubbed it happily, and even licked Xiaoding's fingers, showing a fawning look. Look, this is good. Xiaoding smiled triumphantly, and took out a lotus seed with green heart fire and threw it to Xiao Snake, who ate it happily, and took the initiative to return to Xiaoding's arms to rest. Only here did Xiaoding let out a sigh of relief, and wiped off the sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, there was no fight. This Medusa probably had a sliver of soul left at the beginning, but now she barely wakes up. The old man thought she shouldn't wake up, but was molested by your kid. Yao Lao teased, you are so cheap, next time she wakes up, I won't help you. It's okay if you don't help. Looking at her like this, even if she condenses her body, she may not be able to beat me in a short time. Xiaoding curled his lips, maybe I will push her to the ground and beat her then. She shouldn't be wearing clothes when she condenses her body, Yao Lao reminded. Xiaoding swallowed his saliva, then I will be gentle. No promise. Yao Lao snorted, looking down on him very much. What? Xiaoding suddenly let out a scream, and hastily pulled off his clothes, only to find that there was a snake bite mark on his chest. The little snake glanced at her proudly. Just now, after Medusa went back, the more she thought about it, the more angry she became, and the more she thought about it, the more angry she became, and finally mobilized her last soul power to gain control of her body once, and bit this man hard, you. Seeing the bleeding wound, Xiaoding grabbed it and said, "You woman is really small, you still come to bite me, your teeth are quite sharp, even my silver body can't stop it." When he caught Medusa, the latter had been regained control of her body by the snake's soul, looking at him with aggrieved eyes. Grass. Xiaoding was depressed on the spot. Medusa was clearly letting the soul of the new student take the blame.
Bad woman.
Xiaoding snorted and patted the little snake's head. "You can't let her bite me again."
"Fortunately, you are not poisonous, otherwise I will burp."
Hiss. The little snake nodded. Seeing Xiao Snake's obedient appearance, Xiaoding secretly sighed. With the fusion of two souls, Xiao Snake's innocent soul is definitely no match for Medusa.
Go back and rest.
Xiaoding operated the golden body technique, and the wound healed quickly, and the scars formed at a speed visible to the naked eye. He turned back and saw that the seal snake pattern on Hai Buodong's body was forcibly washed away by a burst of purple energy, and then turned into smoke and dispersed. Losing the last restraint, Hai Buodong's eyes brightened. The power that had been sealed for many years erupted like a tsunami, and the ferocious energy spread in all directions.
"Ha, the damn seal is finally lifted."
Hai Buodong's face was ecstatic and he laughed out loud. The next moment, his pupils contracted. He saw with his own eyes that the energy he released was blocked by a circle of white light when it touched the surroundings. The tsunami-like power seemed to calm down instantly, without causing any waves. It calmed down directly. Like some terrifying giant beast, it easily suppressed the grudge he released. He trembled in his heart. What kind of power is this? He has recovered the strength of the Dohuang level, and the gap is still so big. As far as he knew, this person only had the power of his master's mind, and in the end, he easily suppressed the burst of power of a Dohuang. This strength is probably surpassed by the Dozone, who can only be compared to him when he was at his peak. The difference in strength made him less excited. He stopped laughing, and quickly restrained his breath. Xiaoding appeared in the house, nodded. "Not bad, Dohuang is cultivated, barely qualified to go to Zhangzhou."
"My son is going to Zhangzhou?"
Hai Buodong asked cautiously. "I will definitely go in the future, and I have to deal with things in the Jiama Empire during this time." Xiaoding shook his head. "Come home with me, then go to the Misty Cloud sect, and the mercenary group will also follow."
Xinglian's inner heart is angry, so there is no need to stay here in the future. Hai Buodong was surprised. "Young master is from the Jiama Empire? You think I'm from Zhangzhou?"
Xiaoding chuckled. "My teacher just passed by here and accepted me as an apprentice.
He asked me to go to Zhangzhou on my own. It can be regarded as a kind of experience." "I didn't say that. You can really fool me."
Yao Lao muttered.
"You have to give a reasonable explanation.
Otherwise, if this guy lifts the seal, he may not be willing to follow.
He may have other careful thoughts." Xiaoding explained.
"Blow it up as you like. Anyway, you really have to go to Zhangzhou in the future, that's where the strong hang out."
Yao Lao didn't object. It's better to fool Hai Buodong than to force him.
When Xiaoding was communicating with Yao Lao, Hai Buodong had already been fooled by Xiaoding's words, and said enviously, "Young master is really lucky to be favored by a strong man from Zhangzhou." He sighed in his heart. Zhangzhou, that is the center of the entire Doqi continent, where top forces and top powerhouses gather. His Dohuang cultivation is really nothing in that place, at most he can protect himself.
Go and prepare.
In fact, I still have a sect in the Jiama Empire, which is the Misty Cloud sect. Before I leave, both my hometown and the sect have to go back and take care of it.
Xiaoding waved his hand.
Yes, son. Hai Buodong was not surprised. A genius like Xiaoding, even if he wasn't favored by the powerhouses of Zhangzhou, was still a top genius in Jiama Empire. Joining the largest force in the empire, the Yunlan sect, was nothing at all. After confirming that Hai Buodong had no idea, Xiaoding came to Qinger's room. He stroked Qinger's beautiful hair, and said gently, "Qinger, I will send you to a place to practice next, which is more suitable for you, but you will be a little lonely by yourself."
"Young master, don't you want Qinger?"
Qinger's big, watery eyes were suddenly clouded with mist, making her look pitiful. "How come? Qinger is so cute, I must not bear it." Xiaoding squeezed Qinger's baby-like delicate face. but I phoneme alphabet equals IPA pH equals FN often slash phoneme run around and can't take care of you. Besides, your cultivation level is too low. If you don't chase after me, how can you be my maid in the future? Xinger sniffled. She was a very strong and sensible girl. She immediately understood Xiao Ding's good intentions. She nodded with serious eyes. Well, Xinger must work hard to become a qualified maid, and she must not hold back the young master. Yes, that's it. Let's have a rest. We will be on our way tomorrow. Xiao Ding rubbed Xinger's head, then went out to deal with Hai Buodong about the departure of the mercenary group. This mercenary group must be brought with him, so that he can have someone to help with some chores, and he can be better trained. Those who didn't want to go with him directly gave some money away. In the end, 72 people wanted to continue to follow. Among these people, the tallest is Dodosher, who joined recently, and most of them are still doja, not very powerful, but there is absolutely no problem with running errands. The next day, he led people out of Shimo City and returned to his hometown of Wutan City. So many people are naturally not suitable to take the flying monster. Xiao Ding is also going to take these people with him. After he decided on the phoneme alphabet equals IPA pH equals rut slash phoneme, he asked Hai Buodong to sort out these personal information for him, and browse them on Dochi Hua immediately. His fighting spirit made the other mercenaries on horseback look sideways. Apart from feeling a little weird, they were basically in awe. It's very simple. Being able to turn a horse into a fighting spirit has already proved that the strength of this head has reached the level of fighting spirits. Following such a strong man and providing various precious medicines, they have already seen a bright future. For a while, they were a little lucky to stay and chose to leave their hometown and follow. After more than 10 days of fast riding, Xiao Ding got to know everyone in his spare time, and he was regarded as a qualified leader. On this day, Hai Buodong came over to remind, "My lord, Xingshan town is ahead, should we take a rest?" "Oh, are you going to the Warcraft Mountains soon? Let everyone stay here for a while." Xiao Ding nodded. This place is not far from Wutan City. He is not going to take the mercenary home directly. It is most suitable to place here first. By the way, he will see if he can meet the Ernandu body, which is a special genius. If possible, he can be directly recruited into the mercenary group, or taken home to warm the bed. Hai Buodong turned his head to give instructions to the others, and the group changed direction slightly and headed for the nearest Qingshan town. There were a lot of them in their group, and they were a bit mighty. Before they entered Qingshan town, they attracted the attention of many people. Xiao Ding dispersed the Dochi Huama in advance, and let Hai Buodong and the others find a foothold first, while he wandered around in the Green Hill Formation. Come here 6 or 7 years in advance. I don't know if the little doctor is here. Muttering in his heart, Xiao Ding turned around, but he didn't hear about the little doctor. He was a little regretful. It seemed that he hadn't come here yet. Then practice mercenaries here. Xiao Ding wandered around casually. Soon Hai Buodong came over and said with a smile, "Master, we have so many people here, we have scared the mercenary group here, they want to pay a visit to you." "I'm not interested, just let someone send you off." Xiao Ding shook his head. "Tomorrow morning, I will take everyone to go around the Warcraft Mountains, collect medicines, hunt monsters, and start business as soon as possible. The Ding Tian mercenary group will not be supported by him alone, and he still has to take on tasks to make money. The Warcraft Mountains are a treasure, and they must be used." In the early morning of the next day, before dawn, Xiao Ding set off with his people. This time everyone acted, even Qinger was taken along. They quickly entered the mountains and encountered monsters from time to time, stopping along the way. Yao Lao suddenly said, "I have the opportunity to fight more with the monsters here. They have different habits from humans, and they are also different from the monsters in the phoneme alphabet equals IPA pH equals desert slash phoneme. It will help you improve your fighting style." Xiao Ding, who was playing with Fighting Spirit Horse, jumped off his horse when he heard it, and said to Qinger, who was happily sniffing flowers, "Stay here and don't run around. I'll go for a walk." He let Hai Buodong continue to phoneme alphabet equals IPA pH equals lead slash phoneme the team, while he acted alone. Moving his eyes between the mountains, he muttered in his heart, "I wonder if I can find the treasure cave here." The flying fighting skills and the residual image of the Lotus Demon Fire are quite valuable. With one more purpose, Xiao Ding consciously walked on the edge of the cliff, hoping to hunt for treasure while fighting the monster. He didn't want to come here in vain. If he couldn't find the little fairy doctor, he had to get the treasure here anyway. After walking for a long time, Xiao Ding didn't encounter a monster attacking. Even if he did, the monsters would leave directly.
Hey, what's going on? Didn't you say that the monsters in the Warcraft Mountains are quite fierce? Why are they so gentle? Xiao Ding was a little strange. Put away your Doqi coercion, there will be monsters wanting to eat you soon. Yao Lao said unhappily, in this peripheral area, the monsters probably have seen more people than you.
If you are an existence of fighting spirit level, if they still dare to seek their own death, then there is something wrong with their brains.
Should be dead.
Xiao Ding patted his head, and suddenly realized, that's right, these monsters are prey to the weak. If I were just a fighter, they would have drooled. Now I am comparable to a fourth-order monster compared to them. I must be a brainless guy who will come to die. He thought for a while, then shook his head, forget it, don't bully small animals, go find monsters of similar strength to fight. Xiao Ding finally didn't hold back his breath, and didn't want to waste time on ordinary monsters. Soon he found a Warcraft.
Iron Wall Pangolin.
This warcraft is comparable to steel, and its defense is very strong.
A pangolin covered in black is digging out a nest of ants on the edge of a cliff.
These ants are all red, and they are very powerful poisonous fire ants, but they can't even defend their homes in front of natural enemies.
Very good, rough skin and thick flesh, resistant to beating.
Xiao Ding rushed over without saying a word.
Roar!
Being interrupted from enjoying the food, the pangolin became furious, turned around and swung its claws. Xiao Ding did not retreat or evade, the silver light on his fist was shining brightly, turning into a silver man, he punched him head-on.
Bang!
Both sides retreated at the same time. The pangolin didn't catch this person dead, its body curled up, the scales all over its body turned into sharp stabs, and Xiao Ding rolled over directly. Quartet phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind/phoneme wall. Xiao Ding formed a seal, and countless whirlwinds turned into tall phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind/phoneme walls, directly blocking them and trapping them inside. The iron wall pangolin bumped a few times, but was bounced back by the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind/phoneme wall. It roared, and the soil under its body rolled up, and it burrowed directly into the ground.
Xiao Ding looked around vigilantly. At this moment, there was a whoosh in the sky, and something flew by.
He was guarding against the pangolin that might burst out of the ground at any time, so he could only glance up hastily, as if it was a figure.
Doqi Huai, he is actually a fighting king, maybe he was passing by.
Xiao Ding didn't look at it, and continued to make seals. Look, I have prepared the split phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind/phoneme whirling dance for you, and I guarantee you will suffer a lot when you come out. The space fluctuated slightly, and huge cyan phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind/phoneme blades condensed, reaching a height of more than 10 meters, forming a spiral and aiming at the ground. The whirling dance of the splitting phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind/phoneme is not bad. A faint voice sounded in the air. Xiao Ding subconsciously said, of course, wait, your voice. When he said the back, his body trembled, and the knot seals in his hands were messed up, causing the cracking phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind/phoneme whirling dance to turn into a gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind/phoneme and blow up a large amount of dust. Xiao Ding's neck was a little stiff, and a figure in a light green dress was looking at him coldly. This figure is elegant and noble, with long hair fluttering in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind/phoneme, beautiful appearance, with a light and ethereal air, like an elf in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind/phoneme, but a pair of beautiful eyes are staring at Xiao Ding like icebergs. A powerful fighting spirit is coming bred. However, Xiao Ding was not in the mood to appreciate this peerless demeanor. Instead, his scalp was numb and he stammered a little, Master.
Senior sister, good morning, why are you here? You can come here, why can't I?
Yun landed on the ground, still staring at Xiao Ding, and walked over step by step. For a year and a half, you seem to be doing well.
Ahem, so.
Xiao Ding felt that Yun was like a volcano that could erupt at any moment. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Senior sister, don't come here, there are monsters here.
Click.
The ground cracked, and the pangolin came out, attacking the nearest Yun Yun. Yun Yun didn't even look at it, and clapped her hands hard.
Boom! The pangolin was directly blown up.
Xiaoding ran away. He felt that he could not face Yun Yun, who was in a rage at the moment.
Brush!
An afterimage appeared in front of him. Xiaoding hit the brakes too late, and was bounced back immediately.
Okay? Yun Yun Lume stood upside down on the spot. Senior sister, listen to my explanation.
Xiaoding didn't have time to enjoy the wonderful feeling of the collision just now. He felt the killing intent at this moment, the killing intent of a peak fighting king. I went down the mountain secretly to practice better.
Okay, I know. Yun Yun nodded, and then disappeared. Bang!
Xiaoding punched heavily, his face deformed, and he flew out directly. It was the first time for Xiaoding to face the Do Wang, and he was also a high-level Do Wang with an advantage in speed, so he couldn't react at all, so he was punched directly. Under the severe pain, the battle energy in his body erupted instinctively, and the cyan flame armor immediately protected him.
This is?
Yun Yun stopped in surprise. Her beautiful eyes reflected the blue flames on Xiaoding's body.
She actually felt the danger instinctively. This flame is absolutely extraordinary.
Xiaoding breathed a sigh of relief, rubbing his face to restore the deformed face. This is the strange fire I got recently, called Qinglian Earth Heart Fire.
Different fire.
Yun Yun couldn't help but took a deep breath. How is it possible you can refine the strange fire?
This is something that even the Do Wang is unlikely to refine.
She once heard Alchemy King Gua mention that even with his Do Wang cultivation base, it would be very dangerous to refine rare fires to assist precious pills. This guy can refine different fires, and he is afraid that he is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to death. Thinking of this, she burst into anger.
Why didn't you tell her about such a dangerous thing?
At this time, Xiaoding said proudly, how about it, I am powerful. With this strange fire, my strength has improved by leaps and bounds, and I have been promoted to Doling.
This is much faster than staying on the mountain.
Doling, I see a lot of moisture, let me squeeze it out for you. Seeing Xiaoding's humble face, Yun Yun couldn't help wanting to hit someone. She punched her fist, and instantly changed from Gaolan Yujie to a violent queen.
Octopus collapse.
Faced with a blow from the senior fighting king, Xiaoding had no choice but to go all out.
Boom!
The punch exploded after colliding, causing Yun Yun's pupils to shrink. What kind of fighting skill is this? Its power is so terrifying, that a newcomer to Fighting Spirit can fight her 9-star fighting king head-on without losing? Xiaoding was not defeated at all, and Bajabang still didn't gain any advantage, and retreated after parrying. He admired Yun Yun's strength in his heart, and at the same time hummed, Senior sister, don't go too far, I'm not what I was back then, you may not be able to beat me. The energy source of the 3 major fighting crystals, the Thunder Cyclone, is not weak anymore, and the Fusion Fighting Spirit is far beyond the same level. He feels that he can fight against the high-level fighting king.
Ha ha!
Yun Yun sneered, and turned into a gust of breeze, bringing a strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme a tribute to fight over.
Fighting into a horse.
While Xiaoding was retreating, he tried to condense a flame of fighting spirit and ran towards Yun Yun. He wanted to see how far his fusion Do Chi was from Yun Yun's Do Chi. This horse is purely condensed with vindictiveness, its eyes are flashing with lightning, its 4 hooves are stepping on the whirlwind, and the wood attribute vindictiveness in its abdomen provides continuous support. It is burning with strange fire, and its speed is very fast.
Okay?
Yun Yun didn't expect Xiaoding to have such a strange fighting skill, and it felt quite extraordinary. She touched the ground, flipped over like a kite, and came to the midair swiftly. With a wave of her fingers, the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme attribute fighting energy turned into a huge phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme blade more than 20 meters long and slashed down. This is also an attack in the form of battle chi, and even after each skill is practiced, it will have a specific form of battle chi. Like the Shao family's Wild Lion Angry Gang, when attacking with all its strength, it can condense the grudge in the form of a lion. As long as you don't ride on it, Xiaoding's fighting spirit horse is not too strange, but at this moment the fighting spirit horse is much smaller than Fengren. In the ear-piercing sound of piercing the air, the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme blade hit the fire horse's head, and then slowly cut it open. Xiao Ding frowned. The degree of cohesion of his fusion battle chi was still a bit lower. Is this because the realm is higher and the advantage has been reduced? Except for this possibility, it should be that Yunyan's own skills are not bad, and it's normal for his fusion battle chi to be no match for the opponent. When the vindictive horse was cut open, the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme assisted the fire, and the immediate fire rose and expanded, and then exploded with a bang. A turquoise mushroom cloud was born, directly tore up the huge phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme blade, and everyone died together. The powerful airwaves cut off a layer of soil and expanded instantly. Yunyan flapped her wings slightly, dodging the shockwave, and said unexpectedly, "Where did you learn the strange fighting skills, kill 1,000 enemies, and damage yourself by 800?
I created it myself, am I amazing?"
Xiao Ding chuckled, as proud as he could be.
"It's just opportunistic, come again."
Yunyan's eyes were cold. "I would like to see what you have learned after running down the mountain for more than a year. I don't want to stay there if I teach you." Her slender fingers formed a seal again. Xiao Ding saw that it was a cracking phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme whirling dance, and hurriedly followed the seal. Amidst the ear-piercing whistling sound, huge attacks comparable to the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme blades that were condensed just now appeared, gathered in a center and rotated rapidly, forming a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme blade spiral. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme blade on Xiao Ding's side is only a circle smaller. Even if he has the power of the three big fighting crystals, his cultivation level is still a little bit worse, unless he raises up the thunder fighting crystal as soon as possible. His split phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme whirl dance is a bit different. It is composed of 4 attributes, and it looks very unstable. It is precisely this instability that can form an explosion and increase its destructive power.
Ghost energy with multiple attributes, what kind of strange talent do you have?
Yunyan looked at Xiao Ding's condensed fighting skills. Her face was puzzled, and she pressed her hands down. 1 large, 1 small, and 2 large spiral blade-shaped energy attacks collide, and the dochi rotating in different directions disturbs the nearby air as soon as they come into contact, and then erodes and shatters each other. Xiao Ding's phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme blade was still at a disadvantage, and when it was about to be unstoppable, it exploded impressively. The explosion this time was 10 times more terrifying than just now, and the cliff was shattered in an instant. The destructive power was so great that even Yunyan's face changed slightly. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme wall. She used the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme wall to resist the shock wave, but the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme wall was also pushed, and finally had to fold her hands in front of her body, and was shaken back and forth while blocking the aftermath. Xiao Ding on the ground flickered continuously, retreating behind a big tree hugged by 2 people in a burst of afterimages, watching the bark of the tree being torn apart by the aftermath, feeling a little speechless in his heart.
Every time I cause an explosion, I have to dodge it, which is enough.
He looked enviously at Yunyan flying in the air. It was really much more flexible to be able to fly.
"Senior sister, how are you? I didn't disappoint you, did I?"
Yunyan stared blankly at the young man behind the scorched black tree trunk. It was difficult to compare with the young man who was about her height and only as strong as a dosher more than a year ago. Xiao Ding at this moment is tall and mighty, handsome, mature and stable. It is difficult to regard him as a child, but a genius boy similar to her. With mixed feelings in her heart, she waved her hand, dispersed the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme wall, and landed on the ground. In the end, with a complicated look on her face, she sighed faintly.
"You are right.
Although staying in the misty cloud sect is safe and stable, it is impossible to get a chance, let alone talk about different fires.
I have no qualifications to teach you. You can go wherever you want in the future."
Yun was a little frustrated at the moment. When she first saw this guy, she still wanted to accept him as an apprentice. Fortunately, this guy was arrogant at the time, and he felt that he would catch up with her soon, and finally became her junior. Now it seems that this guy does have the capital of arrogance. With this speed of improvement, it will be a matter of time before he catches up with her. Thank you, senior sister, for your understanding, but I will not forget Misty Cloud Sect, nor will I forget your teaching, senior sister. Xiaoding breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Yun didn't hit him, it would look beautiful that way. He thought of one thing, cheeky, when will the senior sister teach me the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme? I've been greedy for a long time. You go back to the mountain with me first, and I will teach you on the mountain. After you learn the ultimate phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme, I will not interfere with you in anything other than deceiving teachers and destroying ancestors. Yun feels that Xiaoding has his own way of life, which cannot be restricted by a Yunlan sect. Xiaoding's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he smirked. Oh, what if I pursue senior sister? Yun was stunned, staring blankly at Xiaoding, and realized after a while, are you joking? No, I fell in love with you when I saw senior sister. Of course, it's pure love for beauty, and behind it is love over time. Xiaoding was very serious. At the beginning I was just a little dosher, so I really didn't have the qualifications to pursue you, senior sister. Now I finally have some courage. Yun blushed slightly. If Xiaoding had said this more than a year ago, she would have thought Xiaoding was just a child talking nonsense. But now Xiaoding is a head taller than her, and he is very masculine. You kid, just fool people. Can you still fall in love with each other for a long time if you are beaten every day? Yao Lao dismissed it and despised Xiaoding's words very much. Don't disturb me brewing emotions. Senior sister is such an excellent beauty. If she doesn't become my daughter-in-law, is it possible to give it to outsiders? Xiaoding retorted, continued to smile and said, Senior sister, don't be shy, I'm not a stranger, you see we came from the same school, we know each other well, it's very suitable. Stop talking, I'll treat you as a little brother for the time being. Yun turned around, embarrassed to face Xiaoding. I'm not a little brother anymore, forget it, anyway, I made it clear, and I will treat you well in the future. Xiaoding said with a cheeky face, and glanced at the broken body of the pangolin on the ground. His eyelids twitched. At this time, a wave of cold air was threatening, and Haibo fell in the distance, looking at Yun vigilantly. Sir, are you alright? He sensed a strong energy fluctuation here, came to check, and found that Xiaoding was fighting someone, and subconsciously thought that Xiaoding was being targeted by the Fighting King. Landing next to Xiaoding in a flash, he frowned and looked at Yun's back. Should I help you take her down? She still looks like a beauty. Xiaoding smiled awkwardly. Don't be nervous, this is Yun, my senior sister in Misty Cloud Sect, and the current suzerain master. What? He exclaimed twice at the same time. Haibuodong was surprised that Xiaoding was still Yun's junior. After all, Yun was Yun Shan's apprentice, and Yun Shan and him were famous people of the same generation. He felt that he was at a disadvantage. And Yun was surprised that this strong man actually called her junior brother a son, which seemed quite respectful. Although she hasn't done it yet, she is absolutely sure that this is an existence beyond her own. I am already the 9-star fighting king, this man is the fighting emperor, when will he be so polite to a doeling? Hey, senior sister, this is my butler Haibuodong, because another teacher of mine helped him, and now he is by my side. Xiaoding can only explain. Yun turned around. Su Rong was still as pure and beautiful as iceberg snow lotus, with a look of shock and doubt at the moment. Do you have another teacher? Well, I obtained my strange fire with the help of that teacher. He is a high-level alchemist who comes from the central part of the Duki continent. He is very powerful. Xiaoding had already figured out how to explain to Yun his strange fire and the origin of his alchemy. No wonder. I just said that it is impossible for you to improve so fast by yourself, and you can still get such a special treasure as different fire. Yun sighed, you really have a great chance. Yeah, I also got a great pet. Xiaoding grabbed the little snake out and showed it to Yun, who was bewildered as to why he was caught. Yun was fine, but felt that the little snake was very special, while Haibuodong was terrified. For some reason, when he saw the little snake, he was instinctively afraid. Xiaoding was sure that the things on his body would not be too surprising, so he touched the little snake's head, and after comforting him, he grinned. What kind of elixir do you want to eat? I will refine it for you. Yun looked